At the training camp of the Yazi Guild Reserve team in the Xuanfu Bay city of Longhua, Lin Ling was intently typing on his keyboard. With a final press of the enter key, the equipment components on the screen began to fuse one by one. It was a priest's staff, custom-made for Zhou Mingyan, boasting 1,000 durability points, a level 30 requirement to equip, and an additional 100 spell damage. It could also acquire extra skills and set effects through embedded materials. Lin Ling turned to the delicate girl with a single ponytail beside him and showcased the meticulously designed custom weapon. Mingyan, this priest staff can be used after your second-class advancement. With the materials prepared according to the list, it will accompany you all the way to level 210. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Mingyan leapt at him like a cheerful little tiger and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Wow, Minjianji, I want a kiss too. The surrounding teammates teased, causing Zhou Mingyan's face to flush red. She quickly defended herself. Yao Yao, stop it. I was just so excited and wanted to thank Lin Ling. Lin Ling, with a look of mock disdain, wiped the saliva off his cheek, drawing even more laughter from the group. Unbothered by the jokes, Lin Ling remained focused on designing the main weapons for other classes. Mage staves, longswords, shields, greatswords, spears, and longbow. Each weapon was carefully calculated and optimized. As the equipment he designed neared completion, the teammates behind him couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! Lin Shin never disappoints." Other guild designers only care about themselves. But Lin Shin? He designs exclusive weapons for the whole team. Just then, a middle-aged man entered the room. "All right, kids, the awakening ceremony has been moved up. It's time to head out now." The group turned to look at Lin Ling in surprise, only to see him already fully prepared. At the awakening monument in the central square, the orderly formation of students buzzed with murmurs. "That's Lin Ling, the legend of the Yazi Reserve team. He's ranked first in 12 consecutive national mock exams. I heard that except for a strength score of 90, all his other stats are maxed out, and his spiritual power is an unbelievable 120. But what was unknown to many was that this prodigious young man, hailed as Lin Shun, used his monthly 50,000 long coins scholarship, leaving only 1,000 for his basic living expensesto search for a girl named Yin Nanshu, and to support 2 struggling families he had never met. Amid the chatter, a light cough echoed through the broadcast system. "Students, whether you're from schools or the reserve teams of major guilds, today marks the beginning of a new chapter in your lives. Let's skip the formalities. Your profession will be determined by your talent. Good talents lead to good professions. I wish you all the best in awakening a profession you desire. Work hard to level up and aim for outstanding performance in the newcomer dungeon of the national championship a month from now. Next, we'll begin roll call via the broadcast. Once your name is called, step forward immediately to undergo your profession awakening. Place your hand on the awakening stone, and the AI system will instantly announce your talent and first profession." As the mayor's words fell, a towering stone monument, reaching a height of 100 meters, suddenly radiated golden light, illuminating the eager faces of every student in the plaza. The awakening ceremony had begun. Students approached the monument in an orderly manner, placing their palms on its surface one by one to complete their first-ever career transition. With each awakening, the mechanical voice of the monitoring AI echoed across the plaza. Xuanfu High School Number 2, Kai Shukuan, career transition successful. Life profession singer. Talent level, E, skill. Singing RB Blue melodies. Xuanfu High School Number 5, Zhong Huahua, career transition successful. Life profession farmer. Talent level, D, skill. Nature's mover. Tangmin Guild Reserve, Tang San, career transition successful. Life profession blacksmith. Talent level, B, skill. Hammer infusion. When the announcement, Yazi Reserve team, Li Jingliang, career transition successful. Combat profession warrior. Talent level, skill. Heavy strike, rang out. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A combat profession at last. That kid's always been into boxing. With a base strength score of 103, no wonder he became a warrior. And a level heavy strike? That's a god-tier skill in the early stages, guaranteed critical hit every 10 attacks. As the discussions began to surge, another groundbreaking announcement followed. Shinfeng Club Reserve, Suatu, career transition successful. Combat profession archer. Talent level, A, skill. Hoyi's blessing. Someone from Shinfeng? A top-tier talent with a 50 attack speed boost? The crowd buzzed with envy and admiration. At that moment, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. The temperature in the plaza skyrocketed, and fiery clouds appeared in the sky. All eyes locked onto the awakening monument, for they knew that only talents of S-level or higher could trigger such a phenomenon. Yazi Reserve Team, Xiao Yin, career transition successful. Combat profession fire element mage. Talent level, S, skill. Blessing of the flame god. In that instant, the entire plaza erupted in excitement. The tall figure standing before the monument became the center of everyone's attention. A mage. An S-level talent mage. How many S-level talents have emerged in Xuanqing in the past decade? Perfect scores across the board. Mental strength of 103, no wonder. He's the heir to the Shao family corporation. I heard the head of his family is a fifth-tier Grand Archmage. The plaza buzzed with fervent discussions. This prodigy from the Shao family corporation was destined to be the brightest star among this year's awakened. In front of the awakening monument, a wave of puzzled murmurs suddenly rippled through the square. People had spotted an apparent contradiction. Wasn't Xiao Yin the captain of the Zodiac Club? How did he suddenly appear in the Yazi Guild's preparatory team? Amid the crowd's confusion, the Yazi Guild's preparatory team instructor, Li Zixuan, stepped forward to the monument, raised a microphone, and announced, "The Yazi Guild has officially been acquired by the Shao Corporation. Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu are now members of the Yazi preparatory team. Let's welcome them with a round of applause." The sudden announcement left the preparatory team members in an uproar, yet no one clapped. Only Lin Ling, standing at the forefront of the team, remained calm, as if he had anticipated this all along. Seeing the lack of response, Li Zixuan let out a cold snort. "Do you all still want to join the Yazi Guild or not?" At this, Lin Ling was the first to applaud, prompting the rest of the team to follow suit reluctantly. As Xiao Yin walked from the monument toward the Yazi formation, he deliberately stopped beside Lin Ling. "Captain Lin, I hope you achieve great results. The Yazi Guild isn't like the preparatory team. Out there in the base cities, it's real combat, not something you can simulate in a training pod." Despite the obvious provocation, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. The awakening ceremony continued. One by one, individuals approached the monument to complete their class awakenings. Li Mu from Xuanfu High became a crank gardener. Geng Xiaoshui from the Wanderers Alliance awakened a brank inventor talent. And Qin Xian, a fellow wanderer, unexpectedly unlocked a hidden class, necromancer, within a rank talent. Though the appearance of a necromancer caused a brief stir, it was soon forgotten. An hour passed, and among hundreds of participants, only 5 mages emerged, none with talents above a rank. Then, the broadcast sounded again. "Xiaoya, begin class awakening." All eyes immediately turned to a blonde-haired girl. Xiaoya, dressed in designer clothes and heavily made up, walked toward the monument with her chin held high. Her mental strength of 113 was second only to Lin Ling's, sparking murmurs about this so-called genius duo. Some whispered about how Xiaoya had once pursued Lin Ling but was rejected. As Xiaoya placed her hand on the monument, a pillar of pure white light burst forth, surrounded by countless snowflake illusions, making her appear like an ice goddess. The system announcement echoed. Yazi preparatory team, Xiaoya, class awakening successful. Combat class, Ice Elemental Mage. S talent, Ice Goddess Lament. This S talent, ranked 73rd globally, elicited cheers from the crowd, further heightening anticipation for what kind of talent Lin Ling, with his 120 mental strength, might awaken. However, the system called out a different name. Zhou Mingyan, begin class awakening. The crowd buzzed again, this time discussing the girl predicted to become a priest. As Zhou Mingyan walked toward the monument, Xiaoya openly sneered. "A cleaner's daughter thinks she can be with Lin Ling? Someone like you? Ridiculous." Her words made the Yazi preparatory team clench their fists in anger, dozens of hostile glares directed at Xiaoya. Zhou Mingyan trembled slightly, but turned to meet Lin Ling's encouraging gaze. Under his steady look, she smiled faintly, composed herself, and continued toward the monument. Only Lin Ling knew just how shockingly Zhou Mingyan was about to astound the entire world. The moment her hand touched the awakening steel, the sky suddenly burst into a dazzling display of 9-colored radiance. A melodious chant echoed through the air, and a pillar of pure white light descended precisely, enveloping Zhou Mingyan. Her body began to emit a gentle milky white starlight. She grew taller almost imperceptibly, and her skin glowed with the luster of polished jade. Her originally delicate features became even more flawless under the radiant light, exuding a sacred beauty that left everyone breathless. Every gaze in the central square instinctively focused on her. Zhou Mingyan, however, only showed a hint of surprise, as though puzzled by the changes happening to her. At that moment, the voice of the AI system resonated across the square. "Zhou Mingyan of the Yazi Reserve Team, class transfer successful. Support class, Priest, SS Talent, Holy Restoration." The square fell into a stunned silence before erupting into thunderous cheers. Xiaoya and Xiao Yin were so shocked they couldn't utter a word. Exclamations of disbelief rippled through the crowd. An SS Talent Priest? How is this possible? Xuanyu has finally birthed a goddess. Yin Goddess. Yin Goddess. As the soul and core of any team, a powerful priest was more valuable than any damage-dealing class. Holy Restoration ranked 6th on the global talent leaderboard and first among priest talents. Previously, only Helen Rossi, a 7th-tier archbishop of Greece's Temple of Liberty, had awakened this talent. Helen's holy restoration could regenerate 30 of her teammates' health and mana every second for 10 minutes without any cost, effectively rendering her team invincible. Nations would spare no expense to invite her to participate in major raids. At this moment, Xiaoya, who had always basked in the spotlight, paled into insignificance before Zhou Mingyan. Xiaoyan adjusted his suit, a warm smile gracing his face as he bowed gentlemanly to Zhou Mingyan. Greetings, esteemed Miss Mingyan. I am Xiao Yin, heir to the Xiao Corporation and its glass mage. May I have the honor of inviting you to become my partner? His striking appearance paired with Zhou Mingyan's unparalleled beauty indeed made for a mesmerizing sight. In the era of class transfers, being partners signified a bond where lives were shared and fates intertwined. Xiao Yin discreetly signaled to the crowd below, immediately inciting a chorus of teasing shouts. They're perfect for each other. Say yes. A match made in heaven. Together. Together. As the wave of cheers surged like a tide, a slight look of satisfaction crept onto Xiao Yan's face. In his eyes, even if Zhou Mingyan rose to prominence overnight, she was still just the child of a lowly cleaner. Someone from such humble beginnings, no matter how strong, could never refuse his invitation. However, the scene that followed shattered everyone's expectations. Zhou Mingyan walked straight past Xiao Yin without even glancing at him, heading directly toward Lin Ling. The crowd fell silent in an instant, and Xiao Yan's face turned from red to pale as fury rapidly gathered in his eyes. At this tense moment, the AI's voice echoed timely. Ji Yu, commence career awakening. A girl from the Yazi Reserve team stepped briskly toward the awakening monument. Soon, the awakening details were broadcasted through the AI system. Yazi Reserve team, Ji Yu, successfully transitioned to the combat class archer with an A talent, explosive flame bow. Every fifth arrow triggers a passive ability, causing an explosion effect that deals AoE damage within a 5-meter radius. As Ji Yu stepped down, Lin Ling gave her a thumbs up. Before he could say anything, the broadcast announced his name. Lin Ling, commence career awakening. Lin Shen. Lin Shen. Could it be the legendary SS grade talent? I'm going to faint. Lin Shen is too dazzling. Cheers erupted like waves, reverberating across the square. Lin Ling didn't head to the awakening monument right away. Instead, he walked over to Zhou Mingyan. Captain, good luck. Zhou Mingyan stole a quick glance at Lin Ling's handsome face before hurriedly lowering her head and whispering softly. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, You've grown prettier. Congratulations on becoming an SS grade talent holder. Thank you. Zhou Mingyan's expression froze suddenly. She stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. What did you just say my talent grade was? Her heart began to race. It was true she had awakened an SS grade talent, not SS. As an SS grade talent holder, she had the privilege of concealing her talent level and skills. This was a protective mechanism established in the century since the game's reality integration for SS grade talent holders. She had disguised her SS grade Holy Light of Restoration as the SS Healing Light. How could Lin Ling possibly know the truth? It made no sense. Zhou Mingyan suddenly realized this wasn't the first time Lin Ling had displayed an uncanny foresight. Over the past 3 years, he had accurately predicted the locations of bosses, ambush points, and even the timing of awakening assessments. She looked up at Lin Ling, only to see a calm and composed face, an aura of steadiness that seemed incongruous with his 18 years of age. Let's go. Lin Ling turned and walked toward the awakening monument, a faint trace of bitterness flickering in his eyes. SS grade talent again this life, huh? Seems I'm destined to be a joke once more. He sighed inwardly but felt an odd sense of relief. As he placed his hand on the awakening monument, a pillar of 9-colored light shot skyward, painting the entire sky in dazzling hues. The surge of magical energy in the air intensified, weaving a rhythmic symphony of magic. Boomts, 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 dun dun dun. The rhythm of the magical elements made people involuntarily sway along. What kind of talent level is this? Why does it come with its own BGM? The grandeur is no less than Yin Shan's awakening ceremony. Could it be another SS grade? It must be SS grade. The legendary divine talent is about to emerge in our dragon country. To witness the birth of an SS grade talent with my own eyes is something I can brag about for a lifetime. As they watched this extraordinary awakening unfold, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the usually composed Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Suddenly, a semi-transparent system panel appeared in his vision, visible only to Hema mysterious interface that seemed to defy explanation. System notification. Congratulations. You have obtained an SS grade talent, favored by the laws. You have acquired the exclusive passive skill for SS grade talents, Elemental Guardian. Every 2 hours, you can cast a skill once without cooldown or mana consumption. Advanced magic can be cast instantly without chanting. Personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Ling. Talent grade, SSS. Talent name, favored by the laws. Combat profession, Alliement Mage Omni Mage. Level, 10.00. Health, 1000. Mana, 600. Physical damage, 450. Magic damage, 600. Constitution, 100. Strength, 90. Intelligence, 120. Agility, 100. Lin Ling stared at the familiar stats, his lips twitching slightly. Other than his strength being 10 points lower than in his past life, the rest of his attributes were identical. As a transmigrator from Earth in 2024, he had once been a renowned mage in the game King of Glory, where his mastery of the hero Diao Chan even forced the developers to nerf the character. Whenever his flute echoed through the battlefield, his opponents would tremble with fear. However, an accident had brought him to this parallel world where games and reality had merged. Here, he had joined the Yazzie Guild's preparatory team and, after 3 years of arduous training, awakened the SS grade talent favored by the laws, earning the rare profession of Alliement Mage. This seemingly powerful profession allowed him to master 16 different mage skill systems. However, the experience points required for leveling up were 16 times that of a normal player. To make matters worse, all 16 professions had to reach the same level simultaneously to progress further. This meant he needed to exert 256 times the effort of an average person. Dubbed the supreme waste among talents, Lin Ling was relegated to serving as a rookie sparring partner and data analyst for the Yazzie Guild. While the salary was generous, how could someone who once dominated the battlefield be content to remain unknown? For 7 years, Lin Ling balanced his work with relentless training, hoping to achieve his second job advancement before the age of 25 and make a name for himself in the National Rookie Championship, thereby earning the nation's recognition and resources. Unfortunately, his level never surpassed the 30-level threshold required for the second advancement. He had become a living textbook earning a high salary yet filled with frustration, a shadow of his former self. But the pride ingrained in his bones never faded. He longed for battle, craved the thrill of fighting monsters, yearned to represent Longhua in dungeon raids, and dreamed of reclaiming his past glory. At 25, he made a bold decision. He resigned, poured all his savings into purchasing magic scrolls, and ventured into the wild to grind levels alone. Yet, after exhausting millions of scrolls, his level still stubbornly remained below 30. Just as he was about to give up, a glimmer of hope appeared, a message about a legendary dungeon admission token on the black market. It was said that within this dungeon lay a mysterious power capable of awakening a second profession. For the first time, Lin Ling asked his former friends for a loan. The members of the Yazzie reserve team all politely declined, except for Zhou Mingyan, who unhesitatingly transferred 10 billion. With the entry pass finally in hand, a spark of hope reignited in his heart. The moment Lin Ling stepped into the legendary dungeon, he felt an immense pressure. He was surrounded by elite players, all above level 120 and at their 4th class advancement, while he, a mere level 28 novice, was like a lamb wandering into a pride of lions, completely ignored by everyone. The objective of the dungeon was straightforward: defeat the final boss to claim the Gaudier reward. The reward was divided into multiple tiers, with the highest tier rumored to influence the fate of an entire nation by opening an exclusive pathway to the divine realm. The lowest tier, however, was a single awakening stone, which granted the user a more advanced hidden class at the cost of resetting their level to 0. While this drawback deterred many top players, for Lin Ling, it was his only chance. The allure of the divine realm ignited international conflict. The America-Europe Alliance launched a surprise attack on the Dragon Nest organization, led by Longhua Dragon Nation. Except for the elite players from Longhua and by Xiongguo White Bear Nation, the fighters from smaller nations were annihilated almost instantly. Just as the America-Europe forces prepared to crush Dragon Nest entirely, the tide turned. 3 undercover agents from Longhua, embedded in Eagle Nation, East Island Nation, and the Sun Never Sets Nation, revealed their identities and unleashed their 7th-tier power, drastically shifting the battle. However, as the human elites were left battered and weakened, the dungeon boss suddenly launched an attack on everyone. Lin Ling was gravely injured by the magical shockwaves, barely clinging to life. The remaining powerhouses were locked in a stalemate with the boss, unable to act. In this critical moment, the 7th-tier elites of Longhua made the ultimate sacrifice to ensure the final reward would belong to their nation. They channeled all their power into Lin Ling, not only healing his injuries, but also temporarily granting him the strength of a 7th-tier Grand Archmage. With this newfound power, Lin Ling successfully defeated the boss and claimed all the rewards. However, as he grasped the Gaudier Awakening Stone, the dungeon was forcibly reopened. A man with golden hair and blue eyes emerged, and, to Lin Ling's horror, the fallen elites were resurrected under his control. After a fierce battle, Lin Ling was ultimately defeated. He was fatally impaled through the heart by a controlled 7th-tier knight from Longhua. In his final moments, he recognized the golden-haired man as Garen Pushkin, an 8th-tier Death Knight from Eagle Nation. When Lin Ling opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn on the day he first joined the Yazi Reserve team. Memories of his past life remained vivid, and he resolved to honor the descendants of the heroic undercover agents. With significant resources, he quickly located 2 of them, but the third, a girl named Yin Nanshu, remained elusive. In this life, Lin Ling used his knowledge from both timelines to lead the Yazi Reserve team to countless victories. He was confident that with these accomplishments, even if he still awakened as a favorite of the laws, he would gain recognition from the guild. As long as he advanced to the 3rd class, his ability to switch between 16 different class states would surely place him on par with 5th-tier elites. As his thoughts drifted, a voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Detected prior possession of a God-Ear Awakening Stone. Super God-Ear Hidden Class, Forbidden Spell Namer, has been automatically unlocked. Do you wish to simultaneously activate a 2nd class? Yes, no. Staring at the text on the panel, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly contracted. Without hesitation, he said, yes. Selection successful. Super God Class Profession activation in progress. The panel displayed the message. Even as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel his breath quicken. However, moments later, a few black lines seemed to appear on his forehead. The panel appeared to have frozen, stuck on the activation in progress screen. After a brief silence, the system seemed to sense the awkwardness and finally displayed a new message. As a dual profession awakener, your SS grade talent's hidden privilege has been revoked. Your Super God class talent has been automatically concealed. Since the activation of the Super God class profession is still in progress, the first profession announcement will commence in 3 seconds. 3:21. The moment the countdown ended, the plaza echoed with the clear voice of an AI broadcast. Lin Ling has successfully transitioned professions. Combat profession. All-class Alliement Mage. SS grade talent. Favored of the laws. The plaza fell into a dead silence. But the quiet lasted only a few seconds before it was drowned out by a tidal wave of chatter. What does an all-class mage even mean? Dragon Nation finally has an SS grade talent. Godlin. Godlin. As the crowd erupted in excitement, the leadership team of the Xinzhou-based city quickly reported to their superiors while hastily making their way toward Lin Ling simultaneously. In a conference room within Longchao, the highest governmental organization of the Dragon Nation, an emergency meeting was underway. Palace Master, as you predicted, the Xinzhou-based city is indeed experiencing a surge in height talent awakeners. Report on any above S grade. Lin Ling, SS grade talent, favored of the laws, all-class mage profession. The graceful figure seated at the head of the table trembled slightly, her chest rising and falling sharply. Favored of the laws? That kind of talent. Weakest in the early stages, but after the 3rd transition, all attributes double. 4th transition, 4-fold. 5th, 16-fold. 6th, 32-fold. 7th, 64-fold. And by the 9th, potentially 256 times that of others in the same rank. Her voice carried a weight of concern. We only have 7 years. Zhang Lao, arrange for him to join the War God Hall immediately. Allocate the 500 billion development fund in phases as planned. Palace Master, regarding Lin Ling. Deputy Palace Master Jiang Shani added. It's confirmed he's been sending money to the families of subjects 2 and 3, while also looking for Yin Nanshu. Him? A flicker of surprise crossed the Palace Master's eyes. Any suspicious findings? Absolutely clean, Jiang Shani replied. On the surface, he's an exceptional young man. 3 years ago, his parents died in a car accident. At the time, all 3 family members showed no signs of life, but he somehow clawed his way back from the brink of death. Oomph! Tu Nani let out a cold snort, his signature hooked nose twitching slightly. As one of the 3 deputy leaders of the Temple of War, every move he made exuded skepticism. Temple Master, we cannot hastily conclude that he is the prophesied one. There are too many doubts surrounding him. If he turns out to be a spy from Meiwei, numbers 2 and 3 will be in grave danger. In my opinion, we should detain him immediately. If this is a scheme by Yingjiang Nation, the moment we apprehend Lin Ling, they will confirm the undercover identities of number 1 and the others, Jiang Shani said gravely. Furthermore, the great prophecy states, rising from Misty Island, hidden in Xuanfu, who else could it be other than an SS-level talent awakener? Tu Nani refused to back down. Zhao Yijuan from Qiulambu City is more likely to be the prophesied one than this Lin Ling. Jiang Shani's expression darkened. Even if he isn't the prophesied one, are we just going to ignore an SS-level talent, a child of the laws? Zhang Lao, we only have 7 years left. A child of the laws needs at least 20 years to mature. Are you willing to gamble the fate of Long Nation on this? Tu Nani retorted sharply. If the child of the laws misses their prime cultivation period, can you bear that responsibility? Jiang Shani glared at him angrily. Tu Nani smirked coldly, touching his hooked nose. His identity is suspicious, and he knows too much. Letting him fend for himself is already merciful enough. Enough. The temple master rubbed his temples and interrupted the two. Well, use the excuse of Baixiong Nation protecting Mekiev to claim that the child of the laws is a failed talent. Assign Wei Guo to protect Ming Yin, creating the illusion that our nation's focus is on her, but do not reveal anything about the prophesied one. Observe Lin Ling for a few days if there's nothing unusual, then integrate him into the Temple of War. Temple Master, should we inform the others? Knowing Bai Haishan's temperament, Lin Ling might endure a tough time, Zhang Lao reminded. Tu Nani dismissed it with indifference. A little hardship and humiliation, what's the big deal? Doesn't Long Nation have an old saying, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on someone? If he can't even endure this, how can he be the prophesied one? He could never have imagined what kind of consequences the seed sown today would eventually bear. Tu Nani. Zhang Lao pointed at the hooked-nosed man in fury. If you ruin my destiny's child, I won't let you off. The temple master's voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Shanyi's mind. Have Meng Yin stay with Yazi temporarily and let the team draw external attention. Keep a close eye on Old Tuesday, he's highly suspicious. If there's concrete evidence, the Temple of War may need a reshuffle. Zhang Lao nodded slightly, a faint, enigmatic smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. In the square of the Xuanfu base, under the envious gazes of the crowd, the bald mayor Bai Haishan strode toward Lin Ling with a bright smile. Lin Ling, my boy. Ha ha ha. Truly a remarkable young man. No wonder you awakened an SS-level talent. Very good, I have high hopes for you. If it weren't for the fact that his own daughter already had 2 children, Bai Haishan would have considered matchmaking these 2 young people. Lin Ling noticed the smile on the mayor's face and immediately understood had experienced this exact moment in his previous life. Sure enough, less than a minute later, the mayor's phone rang. Lin Ling, what reward do you want? As long as it's within my power, I'll make it happen right away, Bai Haishan said with a hearty laugh, pounding his chest in assurance. Everyone present cast envious glances in Lin Ling's direction. Standing to the side, Xiao Yin clenched his teeth, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. His once prized level mage talent had been completely overshadowed by Lin Ling. But he quickly consoled himself, thinking, humph, no matter how strong you are, you're just a team leader in the Yazi Guild, while he'll soon become the heir to the guild. At that moment, a group of prominent figures strode briskly toward the awakening monument. The newly awakened below erupted in astonishment. That's Lei Zhantian, president of the Zhantian Guild and a high-level 4th-tier archer. Even Yi Tianming from the Zhongai Guild is here, a 4th-tier warrior. Oh my god, Qin Xiao, president of the War God Alliance, came too. He's one of only 2 5th-tier knights in the entire Xuanfu base city. These rarely seen powerhouses eagerly extended offers to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, how about joining our Zhantian Guild? We'll provide a monthly development fund of 50,000 dragon coins. Lin Xin, come to the Zhongai Guild. We'll offer 80,000. Lin Ling, join the War God Alliance, and you'll have free access to all our equipment and skill books. Sensing the situation slipping out of control, Xiao Yin interjected coldly, uncles, isn't this behavior a bit unseemly? Young Master Xiao, people have their own aspirations. What if Lin Ling doesn't want to stay in Yazi? Lei Zhantian replied with a smile. Just then, the mayor's secretary's phone rang. After taking the call, his expression turned peculiar. Mayor, we've received a directive from above. It states that the SS-level talent, favored by laws, is too difficult to develop and has been classified as a failed talent. The crowd erupted in shock. The secretary continued to explain, 30 years ago, Mykoyev from the White Bear Nation awakened this talent. Despite the nation's full support for a decade, he only reached the 3rd tier. Even now, after consuming hundreds of billions in resources, he can only dominate low-level dungeons. Bai Haishan's face darkened instantly, his chest tightening with pain. Favored by laws is a full-class mage talent, and its leveling difficulty is over 200 times that of other professions. Lin Ling, what a pity. Let's move on with the awakenings. As the system notification, Super God Class Awakening in Progress, continued to flash before him, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sly smile. Forbidden spell namer, just hearing the name hinted at something extraordinary. You all sneered at me during my awakening. Let's see if you'll even recognize me when I rise to the top. Impossible. How could this be a useless talent? A wave of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Lin Shen is supposed to be invincible. The mayor of Baihai City immediately turned grim. In a deep, steady voice he said, everyone quiet down. This information comes from our allied nation, the White Bear Kingdom. It is undoubtedly accurate. As unfortunate as it is, we must face reality. The awakened individuals in the audience flushed with frustration but dared not voice any further objections. However, at the center of this storm, Lin Ling remained calm and unbothered. Instead, he looked with interest at the representatives of the factions that had once vied for his allegiance. So, Gentlemen, do your invitations still stand? This question made everyone present visibly uncomfortable. Lei Zhantian, the president of the Battle Heaven Guild, was the first to crack. With an awkward laugh, he said, Suddenly, I remembered some urgent guild matters. He hastily left the scene. Yi Tianming, the president of the Buried Love Guild, also looked uneasy. Lin Ling, well, the guild's finances are tight at the moment. Let's discuss this another day. He quickly exited as well, casting a meaningful glance at the president of the War God Alliance before leaving. Stop pretending. The president of the War God Alliance said bluntly, Lin Ling, we don't take in useless people. You'd better seek opportunities elsewhere. He left without looking back. Ha ha ha. Xiaoya sneered at Lin Ling, the strongest useless talent? You really are worthless. Thankfully, you didn't join us earlier, or you would have been a stain on my record forever. A trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yin, the heir of the Xiao Financial Group, stepped forward with a faint, mocking smile. Lin Ling, considering your past contributions and your talent for crafting specialized weapons, I'm giving you two choices. Either leave Yazi entirely, or stay in the reserve team as a coach while crafting weapons for our members. The monthly salary is 10,000 long coins. His words immediately sparked an uproar among the reserve team warriors. Xiao Yin, that's outrageous. Li Jingliang shouted angrily. Do you know how many achievements Captain Lin has brought to Yazi over the past 3 years? And you think 10,000 long coins is enough to dismiss him? Zhou Mingyan, her eyes red with anger, retorted. So what if it's a useless talent? Didn't the mayor's secretary say it's unbeatable in the early stages? How could Lin Shin be relegated to a reserve team coach? He should be a core team member. We're willing to help him level up. That's right. Let Lin Bro join the main team. We'll help Lin Shin level up. The reserve team members voiced their support in unison. The members of the Yazi reserve team were filled with indignation, rallying in support of Lin Lingming. Xiao Yan's face gradually darkened, and suddenly, he roared, Shut up, all of you. Anyone who dares to speak for him again will be kicked out of Yazi. He swept a cold gaze across the crowd. Ever since the Xiao Financial Group became the sponsor of the Yazi Guild, the first thing I did was raise the salaries of official members from 100,000 to 200,000. We also have guaranteed spots to enter the Dragon's Nest. If you don't want to stay, leave now. His furious outburst silenced every member of the reserve team instantly. 200,000 dragon coins was equivalent to a year's salary for members of other guilds. Not to mention, professional fighters in the Dragon Nation could only receive state subsidies if they performed well in the Newcomer Championship. And as for the Dragon's Nest, it was the sacred ground every professional dreamed of entering. No matter how much they sympathized with Lin Lingming, no one dared to say another word. Xiao Yan's face twisted into a smug smile. Lin Ling, make your choice. If you stay, you can still scrape by with a 100,000 annual salary as a workhorse, though your talent's nowhere near enough to make it to the Dragon's Nest. I choose to leave. Lin Lingming said expressionlessly. Ling, Captain Lin. The reserve team members tried to speak up but quickly lowered their heads under Xiao Yan's sharp gaze. Xiao Yan spoke coldly, Since you're leaving, don't even think about getting this month's salary or the 200,000 awakening incentive for newcomers. And every custom weapon design you created under Yazi belongs to the guild. Once you're gone, you are forbidden from disclosing any related information. That's it. Lin Lingming sneered. At that moment, Zhou Mingyan suddenly spoke up. You really have no shame. Do you even know the value of a single custom weapon design? Xiao Yan's face darkened, but Lin Lingming smirked with disdain. Without me, you think you can actually make them work? With that, he casually folded his arms behind his head and turned to leave. Stop. I'm talking to you. Xiao Yan roared in fury, lunging forward with a swift step, his hand reaching for the back of Lin Lingming's neck. Lin Lingming's ear twitched. He leaned back to dodge the attack and, in a flash, grabbed Xiao Yan's neck with a lightning-fast reflex. With a low growl, he exerted force, lifting Xiao Yan off the ground and slamming him heavily onto the floor. A resounding crash echoed through the room, and the ground trembled. Xiao Yan struggled to get up, his eyes filled with terror as he stared into the icy glint in Lin Lingming's gaze. You dare lay a hand on me? Lin Lingming's eyes were as sharp as blades. You'd better think twice before provoking me. That look Xiao Yan had seen it before, in the eyes of the assassins employed by his family's corporation. A chilling realization dawned on him. Lin Lingming had definitely killed before. The scene left everyone present in awe. Lin Ling's fluid and masterful combat skills in the arena sparked hushed discussions among the members of the Yazi reserve team. Lin Shin's combat techniques are this incredible? How could someone this powerful awaken such a useless talent? Unbothered by the chatter around him, Lin Ling turned and began walking away. Just then, a clear and melodious female voice called out to him, Lin Ling. Hearing Zhou Mingyan's voice, Lin Ling paused for a moment but did not turn around. Lin Ling, Don't act impulsively. Stay for now. Trust me, I have a way to help you stay in the core team, Zhou Mingyan said anxiously. Although the two weren't romantically involved, she was the person closest to Lin Ling in the Yazi Guild. She understood his situation well without any savings. Leaving Yazi would make life extremely difficult for him. No need, Lin Ling replied with a faint smile. I am Lin Shun, destined to become the god of magic. Zhou Mingyan clenched her fists tightly. This wasn't the first time she'd heard these words from Lin Ling. Just as she was about to speak again, her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. After reading the message, her expression subtly shifted. I'll walk you out, Zhou Mingyan said with a tone of resignation. Lin Ling felt a sense of relief, thankful that she hadn't recklessly decided to leave with him. At this moment, he didn't want to reveal his extraordinary hidden profession too soon. Besides, given his current circumstances, it wasn't the right time to involve anyone else. Zhou Mingyan quickly caught up to him, ignoring the angry shout from behind. Zhou Mingyan, get back here. It was Xiao Yan's voice, filled with frustration. Zhou Mingyan paid no heed and continued walking beside Lin Ling. Xiao Yan wanted to threaten her with dismissal, but the words caught in his throat. Zhou Mingyan's exceptional talent guaranteed her a place in the Dragon's Nest, or even the Temple of War. A core member of the Dragon's Nest in the Temple of War was worth hundreds of billions in national rewards. She wasn't just the face of Yazi, but also a financial cornerstone for the Xiao family. The two walked in silence until they reached the edge of the square. Finally, Zhou Mingyan seemed to muster her courage and asked, why are you looking for that girl named Yin Nanshu? Just fulfilling someone's request, Lin Ling answered after a brief pause. Glancing at the status of his second profession still in progress, he sighed and added, Zhou Mingyan, where are you headed? I need to find a place to test my skills and level up. Good luck. I believe no storm can bring you down. The nation won't abandon you, Zhou Mingyan said, clenching her fists in determination. Lin Ling didn't respond, merely raising a hand in a casual wave before striding toward the city gates. Countless sympathetic gazes followed his figure as it gradually disappeared into the distance. The moment Lin Ling left the central square, a pleasant system notification chimed. Ding's second profession successfully unlocked. Congratulations on becoming an unprecedented forbidden spell namer. The system notification appeared before Lin Ling. Immediately, a detailed description of the profession unfolded. As a forbidden spell namer, you are granted one opportunity per day to rename an existing skill. Once renamed, the skill will automatically upgrade to a forbidden spell. If a song title is used as the naming keyword, the success rate of renaming increases to 100. When the skill is cast, the corresponding song will echo throughout the affected area, dealing 10 million base forbidden spell damage, plus the caster's magic damage and skill amplification value. The system interface then displayed a complete list of available skills. Just like in his previous life, there were 16 initial mage professions to choose from, and he could activate one skill for free. To acquire new skills afterward, he would need to learn them through skill books. Scanning the list of profession names, Lin Ling suddenly recalled the moment when the Death Knight had used Awaken the Dead to kill him. A flash of killing intent gleamed in his eyes. Activate Necromancer. The system responded immediately. Necromancer successfully activated. Profession level 1. Initial skill acquired. Summon Skeleton. This skill allows you to summon a random level 1 skeleton warrior to assist in battle. Would you like to rename the skill? Lin Ling quickly searched his mind for all the songs he had heard during his 3 lifetimes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Rename Summon Skeleton to All Things Reborn. Naming successful. The skill has been upgraded to the forbidden spell, All Things Reborn. Effect. Upon casting, all deceased creatures within a 100-mile radius will temporarily be resurrected under your control. Cast cost. 1 million mana points. Your current mana is insufficient, but this forbidden spell can be cast without cost once every 2 hours. Looking at the updated skill panel, Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. A useless jack-of-all-trades mage? More like a perfect match for the forbidden spell naming profession. Any skill from the 16 mage disciplines could potentially become a forbidden spell. With forbidden spells, leveling up would be a breeze. A sly smile crept onto his face. Meanwhile, in the Yazi reserve team, Lin Ling's departure had left a heavy atmosphere. The team members appeared dispirited and listless. Dream Yin, where's Captain Lin? Li Jingliang asked softly as he noticed Zhou Mingyan returning. Zhou Mingyan's eyes were slightly red, indicating she had been crying. She seemed lost in thought until Yao Yao gently called, Sister Mingyan, snapping her back to reality. Lin Ling went out of the city to train, then let's go train too. Li Jingliang suggested with a glint in his eye. Yao Yao and Lin Kuan are archers, I'm a warrior. Mingyan is a healer, and with Captain Lin, we make a complete team. The others' eyes lit up at the idea. Though Li Jingliang didn't say it outright, everyone understood that he wanted to help Lin Ling level up. Lin Ling had once joked about needing their help if his talent turned out to be poor, and no one had taken him seriously at the time. Who could have imagined that the godlike Lin Ling would truly fall from grace? Yet, they were willing to share their experience with him. After all, with their talent, catching up in a few days and surpassing most people wouldn't be difficult. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Xiao Yin seemed to have read their minds and strode over. A confident smile played on his face, and he spoke in a calm but authoritative tone. From now on, all members of the Yazi reserve team must form groups to level up. Anyone who doesn't reach level 10 today will lose their core member status and the chance for a Dragon's Nest recommendation. Those who meet the requirement can sign the formal membership agreement at the Lanbu City headquarters 3 days from now and receive prioritized resources. He paused, sweeping his gaze across everyone present. Remember, it is strictly forbidden to assist outsiders in leveling up. Violators will face consequence at best. They'll lose their core status. At worst, they'll be expelled. His eyes lingered on a few individuals as he added meaningfully, I know you want to help Lin Ling, but doing so will only harm him. Let him suffer enough, and he'll come back begging me for help. Considering his contributions, it'll naturally take him back. Zhou Mingyin gave Xiao Yin a cold, disdainful look, as if she were looking at a fool. And you call yourself the heir to the Xiao Financial Group? Do you seriously think the second you kick him out, other guilds won't snap him up? Xiao Yan's face darkened instantly. Not everyone has an S-grade talent like you, capable of reaching the Dragon's Nest on their own. If you lack that kind of skill, follow me and level up. With that, he turned and strode toward the city gates. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was already aboard a bus, leaving the southern gate of Xuandu Bay City behind. Beyond the gate lay a river called Yanghe, and for 50 miles south of it stretched the beginner-level training zone. The monsters in this area were relatively weak, designed to help newcomers adapt to the wilderness. Once players reached level 30, they could undertake a class transition quest and officially move past the beginner phase. Though seemingly straightforward, for newly awakened players, wild boars above level 8 were still quite dangerous. If surrounded, even a level 10 warrior could face life-threatening danger. Since the game had become reality, monsters could respawn, but human death was permanent. As a result, most people opted to level up in groups, while those who ventured out alone were typically prodigies of extraordinary strength. Players above level 30 gained no experience from killing monsters in beginner zones, so there was no power leveling by advanced players. Newcomers had no choice but to rely on their own abilities to grow stronger. Lin Ling walked through the crowd gathered along the southern bank of the Yanghe River and headed straight south. His destination was the wild boar forest. The awakening ceremony only happened once a year, and he needed a secluded place to test his skills. Though the class transition ceremony had started over an hour ago, the fastest players were only around level 3 by now. After all, this wasn't a game where progress could be made with a few mouse clicks. Lin Ling? Someone recognized him. The crowd's reactions varied. Some cast sympathetic glances, while others still looked at him with admiration. I don't believe Lin Shun will fall from grace. He's the 12-time champion of the simulation tournament. Exactly. There are fewer than 10 people in the world with SS-grade talent. How could it be useless? I heard he got kicked out of Yazi. Let's go level up with Lin Shun. Yeah, I'm in. Count me in too. A murmur of conversation rose from the crowd as several people began to approach Lin Ling. Well, look who it is, Lin Shun. A mocking voice emerged from the crowd. Lin Ling turned his head and saw a burly young man with a longbow slung over his back walking toward him. It was Suo Tu, the archer from the Shenfeng Club, who had awakened the A-talent, Descendant's Blessing. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the mighty Lin Shun of Yazi would end up solo grinding? Suo Tu's loud laughter made the surrounding professionals pause in their tracks. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint, disdainful smirk as he continued walking forward, as though Suo Tu wasn't even worthy of making him stop. This attitude completely infuriated Su Tuesday. His expression darkened instantly. Back when you were in Yazi, as Lin Shen, I couldn't compete with you. But now, you're the laughingstock of the entire Xuanfu Bay City, and you still act so arrogant? He suddenly raised his voice. Listen up, everyone. If anyone dares to team up with Lin Ling, they'll be making an enemy of me. Before his words had fully settled, Suo Tu drew his longbow in an instant. With the support of his talent, he fired 5 arrows in rapid succession, killing a wild chicken in the distance on the spot. Witnessing this, those who had initially considered teaming up with Lin Ling hesitated and backed away. Suo Tu had intended to provoke Lin Ling, but he found that the latter's expression remained completely unchanged. A full-class mage grinding solo? You won't even reach level 10 by next year, Suo Tu sneered. Boss Suo Tu. A warrior standing beside him scratched his head and asked, but Lin Ling has an SSS talent, right? I heard he has access to 16 classes. Doesn't that mean he can unleash 16 skills at once? Won't he level up quickly? Are you stupid? Suo Tu retorted with a look of disdain. Don't skills consume mana? And do you think skill books are that easy to come by? By the time you hit level 10, he'll still be stuck at level 2. An hour later, Lin Ling arrived at the outskirts of Wild Boar Forest, where there were fewer and fewer people. Unexpectedly, he spotted another young man grinding solo. The boy was crouched behind a rock, his white mage robes emitting a faint glowing effect unique to level 1 beginner gear in this game reality fusion, designed to give newcomers a sense of grandeur. About a dozen meters away, a small skeletal archer was struggling to attack a wild boar. A necromancer? Lin Ling was a little surprised. This hidden class was far rarer than the standard summoner class. Summoners relied on contracts to summon creatures, whereas necromancers used death magic to forcibly summon deceased beings, earning them the title of death summoners. What are you staring at? Never seen a necromancer before, the boy said smugly. I can't blame you. I awakened a rare hidden class. Pretty cool. Huh? Think my little skeleton looks awesome? Once I hit my second class advancement, they'll be able to summon 3 skeletons. And when I hit my third advancement, before he could finish, Lin Ling turned and started walking away. Hey, wait you. I'm not done talking. How can you just leave? Want me to help you level up? The boy shouted after him. Lin Ling was usually a man of few words. At this moment, standing outside Wild Boar Forest and listening to the incessant chatter of this stranger, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. As someone who had long been accustomed to cold shoulders, it was the first time anyone had proactively offered to help him level up. He found himself pausing in his steps. You don't know who I am? Lin Ling turned and asked. A flicker of confusion crossed the stranger's face. Are you supposed to be famous? Before the words had fully settled, Lin Ling felt an odd sensation, as if someone was scrutinizing him. A system notification promptly appeared. Qin Xian is using the probe skill on you. This is a basic ability of the awakened, allowing them to view details like name and level, but it only works on lower level targets without protective measures. Lin Ling, Qin Xian murmured thoughtfully, repeating the name. Sounds a bit familiar. But I just arrived in Xuanfu City yesterday. He looked Lin Ling up and down. Level 1, and you dare to come to Wild Boar Forest? Take my advice, didn't go too deep. If you get surrounded, you won't last a second. Tell you what, as long as you agree that all loot belongs to me, I'll help you level up. Qin Xian's face brimmed with confidence, clearly assuming Lin Ling would eagerly accept his proposal. As a newcomer, Qin Xian seemed desperate for a follower to stroke his ego. However, Lin Ling simply shook his head. You talk a lot, just like a friend of mine. You should find someone else to level up with, Lin Ling replied, then walked straight toward the deeper part of the forest. Hey, don't go. Qin Xian called after him. I'll give you 10 of the loot. Once I summon more skeletons, I promise you'll level up like a rocket. Lin Ling waved dismissively without looking back. This cute little necromancer might have been amusing, but Lin Ling didn't need such assistance. No thanks. I'm afraid tagging along with you would mean 3 days of glory followed by 9 days of starvation. Refusing to give up, Qin Xian jogged to catch up. Come on, I'm a heaven's chosen, blessed by the gods. My luck is off the charts. I find money just walking down the street. Seeing Lin Ling continue to walk away, Qin Xian hastily changed his offer. Alright, how about a 3,070 loot split? You get 30, I get 70. Or we can go 5,050. Hey, big guy, don't leave. Fine, you take 70 and I'll take 30. Lin Ling frowned and turned around. Stop following me. I don't need your help. Before Qin Xian could respond, Lin Ling suddenly burst into an astonishing speed, disappearing into the depths of Wild Boar Forest in the blink of an eye. It was a speed no novice mage could possibly achieve. Well, aren't you arrogant? Qin Xian muttered to himself, shaking his head. You have no idea you just missed the chance to befriend a future legend. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, Lin Ling finally reached the heart of Wild Boar Forest. This area was all too familiar to him after all. In his previous life, he had reigned as the undisputed king of the novice zone, spending 2.5 years here. That time wasn't wasted, though. He had mastered the patterns of every monster and loot drop in this place. In the beginner zone, monsters are distributed in a strictly progressive level order. However, the Wild Boar Forest is an anomaly, as it borders a level 30 monster area. Lin Ling was well aware of the uniqueness of this location. If he could secure the first kill of the elite boss, he might obtain an entire set of elite equipment. This set was special due to its passive skill, which could help him maintain a magic damage advantage before his third class advancement, even though most players in the early stages wouldn't deliberately pursue a full set. Lin Ling skillfully avoided the low-level monsters. These creatures under level 10 would not attack as long as they were kept more than 10 meters away from humans. However, he was now at the edge of the beginner's zone, where the monsters were far more aggressive. If he were targeted by an 11-level feral wolf, even Lin Ling, with his extensive combat experience, would struggle to survive. This should do, Lin Ling muttered as he fixed his gaze on the small groups of wild boars ahead. Slowly, he stretched out his arms. As his thoughts shifted, his aura suddenly turned dark and foreboding. Show yourself, my little darlings. Though his skills required no chanting, Lin Ling felt that magic lacked soul without it. so he casually spoke the words. It was noon in July, and the blazing sun was high in the sky. Yet, as his words fell, the heavens abruptly darkened, and the temperature plummeted by 20 degrees. A bone-chilling cold swept through, causing the wild boars to shudder involuntarily. Necromancer forbidden spell all things reborn. Activate. Centered on Lin Ling, the surrounding 100-mile radius was instantly engulfed in darkness. A haunting children's song echoed in the void. Once upon a time, winters were cold, and summers brought rain and water. The eerie melody seemed to guide every living being toward the cycle of reincarnation. The ground trembled violently as countless skeletons broke through the soil, transforming into undead creatures. In the Xuanfu Bay City, asphalt roads cracked open, and skeletons emerged from below. The wilderness became littered with remains, and even a massive dragon-shaped skeleton surfaced from the Yang River. The entire area surrounding Xuanfu Bay City had transformed into a hellish landscape, with the earth painted in ghostly white by an army of millions of undead. A system notification promptly appeared. Undead catastrophe, please select your target. Attack monsters only, attack humans only, attack specified targets. Lin Ling selected, attack monsters only. In an instant, the undead army surged forward, annihilating every monster within the 100-mile radius. Meanwhile, in the central plaza of Xuanfu Bay City, the class change ceremony was nearing its conclusion. The AI announcer continued its broadcast. Xuanfu 4th High School, Lei Xiaojun, class change successful. Lifestyle classing A. Talent grade B. Specialty Rock for the passionate. Shunfeng Club, Fengji, class change successful. Combat class Fire Mage. Talent grade S. Specialty Wrath of the Fire God. Whoa! A wave of astonished exclamations erupted across the square. Just as the awakening ceremony was nearing its conclusion, the Kamikaze Club dropped another bombshell. She had awakened the S-tier talent, Wrath of the Fire God, a top-tier mage ability said to rival even S-tier talents. The most astonishing aspect of this talent lay in its passive skill, Explosion Burst. Every spell cast by the wielder triggers an area effect explosion within several meters, making it a godlike ability for clearing groups of enemies. A mage wielding Wrath of the Fire God could deliver the damage output equivalent to 3 ordinary mages combined. The crowd in the square directed envious gazes toward Fengji. Even the VIP seats were abuzz with admiration as prominent figures praised him, predicting that major guilds would undoubtedly offer sky-high rewards to recruit Fengji for leveling teams. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A city official tilted his head to look up, puzzled. The previously clear sky was abruptly shrouded in dark clouds. The powerful individuals present immediately stood up in alarm. Zhang Mingyuan, president of the Mage Guild of Xuanfu Bay City, widened his eyes, his words catching in his throat. Could it be? The new expansion is about to launch? Mayor Bai Haishan muttered, his face pale with shock. Suddenly, an eerie chant echoed through the heavens. I see a pheasant flying over 2 lonely fish, 2 fish swimming through salty waters like the sea. The bizarre and unsettling song sent shivers down everyone's spine. Immediately after, the square began to shake violently, as though struck by a magnitude 7 earthquake. Cracks split open the ground, and pale, skeletal claws emerged from the fissures, terrifying the students who had yet to complete their awakenings, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Monsters! Undead creatures! A panicked voice shouted from the crowd. With a thunderous shout from the mayor, a massive, dome-shaped barrier instantly enveloped the skies above the entire Xuanqing Bay City. Dazzling white light poured down from the barrier like raindrops, and wherever it touched, the undead creatures within the city were reduced to ashes. The president of the Magic Guild immediately activated his flight skill and soared into the air. As he reached a height of 100 meters, the sight before him made his face turn pale. While the situation within the city was still manageable, the area outside had been completely surrounded by an endless army of undead, a sea of pale, skeletal figures stretching as far as the eye could see. What's going on, Mingyuan? Why is this happening? How are there skeleton warriors inside the city? Bai Haishan, the mayor of Xuanqing, also ascended into the air, his voice filled with urgency as he questioned Zhang Mingyuan. There's a skill that can override safe zones, Zhang Mingyuan replied gravely. Bai Haishan's expression shifted, as if he had recalled something terrifying. His voice trembled. Mingyuan, are you saying forbidden magic? Zhang Mingyuan nodded in confirmation, his gaze fixed on the novice area outside the city. It must be forbidden magic. There are no necromantic grand magisters in our country. This is likely the work of the Empire. You mean this attack is aimed at the newly awakened individuals today? Bai Haishan quickly caught on. Zhou Mingyan, it must be because her SS talent was leaked. Those shameless bastards from Meiyue are behind this. The mayor immediately pulled out his phone to contact Dragon Nest, the most powerful combat organization in Long Nation, while simultaneously ordering all 4th-tier combatants and above to head outside the city for rescue operations. He also commanded Xuanqing-based city's aerial forces to deploy all fighter jets to search for the enemy. Zhou Mingyan cannot come to harm. In no time, the skies above Xuanqing-based city were filled with flying figures and aircraft, all heading toward the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, the Yazi reserve team was grinding level 5 slimes in the novice area. In just over an hour, all team members had reached level 5, an impressive pace among their peers. This achievement was thanks to Lin Ling's meticulously prepared strategic guides, which detailed everything from farming locations and monster group distributions to luring techniques. The only regret was that Lin Xin, the mastermind behind these plans, was not present in the team. Li Jingliang demonstrated exceptional warrior skills, seamlessly executing multipoint bursts and precise lures. As soon as his teammates finished clearing one wave of monsters, he would lead another group of slimes back to them. Xiao Yin followed up with a perfectly timed fireball spell, enhanced by the blessing of the flame god, which struck a slime with pinpoint accuracy. The 75 damage boost instantly obliterated the level 5 creature. With a crisp ding, a piece of blue equipment dropped to the ground. It was a high-quality level 7 magic ring, boasting attributes of 3 intelligence and 80 mana. Xiao Yin eagerly slipped the ring onto his finger, unable to hide the delighted grin on his face. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Accompanied by an eerie chanting sound, countless corpses and skeletons clawed their way out from the earth. The once cheerful farming team froze in place, being surrounded by thousands of skeletons would strike terror into anyone's heart. Captain, what's going on here? Li Jingliang's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared intently at Xiao Yin. As the self-proclaimed captain, Xiao Yin had already snatched up the experience points, reaching level 8 ahead of everyone else. At this moment, Xiao Yin stood frozen in place. As the pampered young master of a wealthy conglomerate, he had never encountered such a scene before. Thousands of skeletal soldiers stood in neat formation, each gripping a sharp weapon capable of reducing a human to a bloody pulp with a single strike. Brother, don't you have magic scrolls with you? Xiao Yi suddenly shouted, snapping Xiao Yin out of his daze. He hastily retrieved a parchment scroll from his inventory space. Ever since the game had merged with reality, humans who completed their class advancements were granted a personal inventory space, starting with a capacity of 10 cubic meters and increasing by 1 cubic meter with each level gained. Advanced Magic Repelling Fire Ring. With Xiao Yan's incantation, the scroll unleashed a dazzling ring of fire, instantly blasting the surrounding undead army into piles of shattered bones. Ha ha ha. With me here, there's nothing to worry about. If it weren't for the scarcity of monsters in the beginner zone, I could have easily reached level 10 by using scrolls to farm mobs. Xiao Yin laughed triumphantly, but his laughter was abruptly cut short. The destroyed skeletons started reassembling themselves, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original forms as skeletal warriors. This time, they all raised their weapons, assuming an aggressive stance. What the hell? They're back? Xiao Yin frantically pulled out another magic scroll and hurled it. The scroll turned into a tornado, sweeping the skeletons away, but more skeleton soldiers emerged from the ground. He kept using magic scrolls, burning through a dozen scrolls worth millions of dragon coins in no time, yet it was all in vain. The skeleton soldiers seemed endless, continuously surging up from below. Staring at the indestructible undead army, Xiao Yan's heart sank. At this moment, a single figure came to everyone's mind, the one person who always made them feel safe. If only Captain Lin were here, he'd know how to save us. Lin Xin, where are you? Please save us. Yu needs help. Ling. Zhou Mingyan gripped her staff tightly, her gaze resolute. A soft white glow radiated from the staff as she silently vowed to protect every teammate until her mana was completely drained. Suddenly, the skeletal army moved. But their target was unexpected. It wasn't the players, but the slimes. This peculiar scene unfolded across a 100-mile radius. The faint light from dying monsters and the pale glow of the skeletons turned the land into a desolate white. Before long, the massive undead army vanished without a trace, leaving the entire leveling zone devoid of any living creatures. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Deep within the wild boar forest, however, a figure was bathed in white light. Lin Ling's system interface was overwhelmed by a torrent of data, almost crashing under the flood of notifications. Congratulations on successfully killing LV1 chicken, gaining 2 experience points. Congratulations on successfully killing LV3 rabbit, gaining 3 experience points. Congratulations on successfully killing LV5 slime, gaining 5 experience points. Congratulations on advancing to level 2 as a fire mage. Finally, the display froze on. Congratulations on advancing to level 10 as an undead mage. Congratulations. You successfully defeated the level 11 ferocious wolf and gained 300 experience points. Congratulations. You successfully defeated the level 15 mutated northeastern tiger blue and gained 800 experience points. Congratulations. You successfully defeated the infected mountain bandit level 25, blue, and gained 2,000 experience points. Congratulations! You successfully defeated the level 30 mountain bandit leader, elite boss, and gained 10,000 experience points. Immediately after, an important notification popped up. Congratulations! Your wind mage class has advanced to level 10. Then came a detailed explanation. Friendly reminder. Since you possess a super god level class, all mage classes have now been upgraded to level 10. Further progress requires manual unlocking. The seal appears every 10 levels and persists until the 5th class advancement. Each time you break the seal, 10 of the super experience pool will be unlocked. The system continued to elaborate. The experience pool is a container for storing surplus experience when you reach the job advancement threshold and cannot level up. Once you complete the 5th class advancement quest, you will unlock the super experience pool, which has a capacity at least 100 times larger than the regular experience pool. For other classes, the accumulated experience pool does not exceed the experience required for 10 levels. Finally, the materials required for unlocking were listed. Wild boar tusks 10. Slime saliva 10. Raw warring states red agate 1. Lin Ling stared at the notifications, his facial muscles twitching slightly with excitement. Although he had mentally prepared himself, watching his skills jump from level 1 directly to level 10 still made his heart race uncontrollably. In his previous life, it had taken him more than half a year to reach this level. However, he quickly calmed down. The most important thing now was to avoid exposing himself. Every year on Awakening Day, the first person to defeat the newbie zone's elite boss would be announced by the system. Given his current situation, any exposure of his identity would undoubtedly lead to endless trouble. Fortunately, the system allowed players to create nicknames after the 2nd class advancement, which could help protect his identity. Thinking of this, Lin Ling felt somewhat relieved. His top priority now was to grow stronger. Everything else could wait. Lin Ling knew there was still some distance to go before his 2nd class advancement. With the first kill announcement about to be broadcast, his extraordinary talent was bound to cause a huge sensation. Just then, a system notification popped up before his eyes. You have completed the first kill of this year's elite boss in the novice area. A server-wide announcement will be made in 30 minutes. Being kept under wraps by the state might actually be the best option, Lin Ling thought to himself. Throughout history, countless genius professionals have been snuffed out by assassins or enemy special agents before they could fully grow. As he was preparing to accept this reality, the system suddenly displayed a new notification. As a Super God-Ear Special Class Awakener, you have been awarded a nickname protection card. This allows you to modify all publicly displayed name attributes in advance. Would you like to use the protection card now? Lin Ling was momentarily stunned but quickly chuckled. In a team, my identity would still be obvious, wouldn't it? But temporarily hiding it could let me grow in peace without unnecessary interference. Yes. Please enter your public name. Recalling his favorite anime protagonist back on Earth, Lin Ling typed in without hesitation. Yishito. Name successfully set. All public announcements will now display the name Yishio. The system immediately followed up with another notification. As a Super God-Ear Special Class Awakener, you have unlocked the item teleportation feature. Would you like to teleport the items dropped by the slain monster directly to your location? Yes. Lin Ling responded almost reflexively. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed, and a cascade of equipment rained down like a waterfall. Lin Ling fixed his gaze on the pile, searching for the legendary perfect set that only a level 30 elite boss would drop. In his previous life, he had heard from a powerful 4th class player that the novice area concealed a level 10 perfect set. It could only be obtained by achieving the first kill of a level 30 elite boss, and the full set was guaranteed to drop. Despite its low level, this set could easily outclass rare sets used by players below the 3rd class advancement. Suddenly, a streak of golden light appeared, only to be quickly buried by the endless stream of white-tier items. Lin Ling frowned slightly. His experience told him that a boss first kill should drop a complete set of equipment. It was unlikely to be just a single golden item. Just as he was puzzling over the situation, several unusually radiant white lights began flashing in succession, far more dazzling than the ordinary white-tier items. It was the first time Lin Ling had ever seen such unique white light equipment, and a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. The items continued teleporting, quickly piling up into a small mountain in front of him. Even in the Hydroprate novice area, the probability of item drops was only about 1%. This clearly meant that even after killing 100 monsters, there was no guarantee of obtaining a single item. Lin Ling stared at the mountain of gear piled up before him, his lips involuntarily twitching again. Just how many monsters had to be slain to produce such a massive amount of equipment? Moments later, the equipment transfer finally ceased. Lin Ling strode forward quickly and began meticulously searching through the equipment mountain. His gaze swept over it rapidly, completely ignoring the white-quality common gear and barely pausing for the blue-quality items. A high-quality staff caught his attention. Blue quality. Main weapon. Level requirement. Level 5. Durability. 100,100. Intelligence 5. Mana 100. Bonus effect. None. In my previous life, this kind of level 5 blue weapon wouldn't even be available for another 2 months, Lin Ling muttered, shaking his head as he casually tossed the staff aside. Next came a rare priest's meditation staff. Purple quality. Main weapon. Level requirement. Level 10. Durability. 200,200. Intelligence 10. Agility 10. Mana 200. Bonus effect. None. In this world, the importance of equipment was self-evident. A fully equipped 3rd-tier intermediate mage could easily defeat a bare-handed 5th-tier grand mage. Of course, no 5th-tier professional would be foolish enough to fight without gear. The only thing capable of bridging the gap in equipment was forbidden magic, a devastating art that could only be wielded by 7th-tier or higher professionals. However, casting forbidden spells required consuming 1,000,000 mana points, a cost that could leave the caster severely weakened. As such, no one would use them lightly. Equipment quality was divided into several tiers. White gear came with 1 attribute, blue gear with 2, purple gear with 3, gold gear with 4, orange gear with 5 attributes plus a passive skill, and red gear with 6 attributes plus a passive skill. The legendary holy equipment boasted 8 attribute enhancements, along with both active and passive skills. Collecting a full set could even activate additional set bonuses. For most people, a holy set was considered the pinnacle of equipment. If not for his rebirth, Lin Ling would have thought the same. But now he knew there was something even more powerful: a top-tier custom-made exclusive weapon set. A single top-tier exclusive weapon could strike despair into the hearts of peers, while a complete custom-made set could drive the entire world into madness. Awakeners undergo a job transfer every 30 levels, which allows them to access higher-level maps and dungeons, acquiring equipment corresponding to their levels. This is an unbreakable rule. However, things took a dramatic turn after the 7th transfer. Leveling up became extremely difficult, and obtaining equipment above level 210, whether through defeating bosses or completing quests, became nearly impossible. This led to a significant consequence. After the 7th transfer, Awakener's gear attributes became largely uniform, creating an unprecedented balance in human combat power. This equilibrium persisted for decades until a turning point emerged 2 years ago. A legendary figure from Eagle Nation wielded a level 240 exclusive weapon and killed an 8th transfer paladin from Aeson Nation in a single strike. This event served as a wake-up call for other nations. It was now clear that exclusive weapon crafting could break the level 210 ceiling. Countries quickly began to disclose their exclusive weapon research findings, hoping to cultivate talent and design blueprints for weapons surpassing level 210. But it was too late. Crafting exclusive weapons capable of continuous upgrades required not only extensive design and simulation work, but also a user who could progress from low-level to high-level tiers. While nations could easily obtain materials for exclusive weapons, raising someone from level 30 to level 240 in a short period was nothing short of a pipe dream. The Eagle Nation powerhouse, leveraging the advantage of their weapon, virtually dominated the global battlefield. Now, Lin Ling's rebirth would completely alter this dynamic. Armed with knowledge from his previous life's research on publicly available exclusive weapon core data and 3 years of relentless effort since his rebirth, he had finally designed a set of exclusive weapons capable of continuous upgrades starting from level 30. This was achieved with the full support of the Yazi Guild. Lin Ling kept this precious information confidential, restricting the Yazi Guild's reserve team blueprints to a maximum of level 120. This was his contingency plan and backup strategy. At present, Lin Ling's primary goal was the newcomer tournament dungeon, where he could obtain the core materials needed for crafting his exclusive weapon. While inspecting the items on the ground, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hidden among the pile of equipment were several scrolls. At this stage, scrolls were highly sought after, especially magic scrolls, which could easily sell for 6-figure sums. He casually picked one up and unfolded it, prompting the system interface to display the details. Gale Scroll. Category: Consumable buff item. Effect: increases speed by 50 for 2 minutes upon use. Level requirement: none. Special effect: when used outside of combat, high-speed movement automatically avoids obstacles. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Ling pursed his lips. This particular buff scroll was among the cheapest. Just then, his system interface suddenly flashed with a glaring red light, and an urgent notification from the Xuanyu Base City popped up. A sudden urgent broadcast echoed over the skies of Xianzhou Base City. Xianzhou Base City is under attack by an unknown necromancer grandmaster. All personnel below Tier 5 must immediately retreat to the Base City safe zone. Lin Ling heard the announcement and frowned slightly. Necromancer grandmaster? Could they be talking about me? His eyelid twitched uncontrollably, but he didn't linger on the thought. Instead, he focused on searching for equipment in front of him. Suddenly, a uniquely designed box caught his attention. A loot box? A hint of excitement flashed across Lin Ling's face as he picked up the box to examine it closely. Mystical box. Category: Special Item. Description: a box collected by a boss, capable of containing any item. Although he had acquired a few loot boxes in his previous life, they rarely yielded anything valuable. Still, with a why-not mindset, Lin Ling decided to open it. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations! You have obtained Mask of Disguise Legendary. Effect: alters appearance and conceals information. Opponents whose level is not 100 above the user's cannot perceive the user's information. A legendary item. Huh. Lin Ling muttered with a hint of disappointment. It'll only be useful for the first few dozen levels. Once I master 3 or more forbidden spells, even a tier 7 expert won't be able to do much against me. As he prepared to continue searching, a soft white glow emanated from among the low-grade equipment at his feet. Lin Ling immediately reached down and picked it up. It was a staff emitting a divine aura. Radiant Staff Holy Set. Category: Weapon. Level requirement: 10. Durability: 10001000. Attributes: Magic damage 600, Strength 50, Intelligence 60, Agility 50, Vitality 50, HP 2000, MP 2000, Accuracy 10. Set bonus 9 pieces. Intelligence 100. Active skill: Radiant Burn reduces target's HP by 5 per second for 10 seconds. Passive: increases total intelligence attribute for mages by 20. Lin Ling's breathing grew rapid. He had only hoped for a perfect set of equipment, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a holy set. He quickly located the other 8 pieces of the set. Radiant Mage Hat Holy. Radiant Necklace Holy. Radiant Mage Robe Holy. Radiant Left Bracer Holy. Radiant Right Bracer Holy. Radiant Pants Holy. Radiant Ring Holy. Radiant Boots Holy. After equipping the full set, Lin Ling's body was surrounded by a faint white glow. At a glance, it could easily be mistaken for ordinary low-grade equipment. He immediately opened his status panel. Name: Lin Ling. Class: All-Class Mage. Level: 1099.99. HP: 6500 MP, 21660. Physical damage: 3200 magic damage, 6940. Defense: 2950 speed, 80 unit sec. Vitality: 650 strength, 640. Intelligence: 1188 agility, 800. Accuracy: 90. Available attribute points: 40. The stats left Lin Ling astonished. For a typical level 10 player, these numbers were far beyond reach. Even a high-talent warrior with exceptional stats would consider 4000 HP the pinnacle, but Lin Ling now had 6500 HP, comparable to a level 30 unarmored warrior. His magic damage was even more staggering. It had skyrocketed from 1400 to nearly 7000. Although he was still far from the 1 million magic power required to cast forbidden spells, this was undeniably the most perfect starting point. Without hesitation, Lin Ling allocated all 40 attribute points to intelligence. Just then, a black triangular aircraft roared across the distant sky, seemingly searching for something. Lin Ling's expression shifted, and he swiftly gathered the remaining equipment on the ground. Lin Ling had now reached level 10, and his storage space had expanded to 20 cubic meters. He quickly took inventory of the spoils before him. Though the white and blue tier items weren't exactly rare treasures, every piece of material was invaluable for crafting a personalized weapon. While sorting through the items, he made an unexpected discovery that lit up his eyes: 8 skill scrolls. In the novice zone, the chances of obtaining skill books were notoriously low, especially for the warrior, mage, and archer classes, whose skill books were exceedingly rare. To find 8 scrolls, including a forbidden spell, was nothing short of a pleasant surprise. I hope there's a mage skill book in here, Lin Ling muttered to himself as he began unrolling the scrolls one by one. The results, however, were both amusing and frustrating. Argon welding, pig castration, sweet and sour ribs. A string of life skill books left him shaking his head. Fortunately, there were a few legitimate combat skills among them. The priest's Light of Purification, the archer's Archery Mastery, at least worth 1 million, and the warrior's Iron Will. Regrettably, the mage skill book he wanted most was nowhere to be found. Looks like I'll have to try my luck at the trading house, Lin Ling murmured, frowning slightly. Without a mage skill book, he couldn't continue naming his skills. Relying on an undead forbidden spell like All Things Born was clearly unwise, as it could easily throw the entire base city into chaos. After storing the skill books in his inventory, he quickly gathered the scattered equipment on the ground. Over 500 pieces of gear packed his storage space to the brim. Just then, a system notification chimed. Please collect the required materials for unsealing. Materials needed: Wild Boar Tusks 9910, Slime Drool 12510, Warring States Red Agate Raw Stone 01. Warring States Red? Lin Ling immediately opened the Yunming app to search for it, but found no results. He knew all too well that in the 3 months surrounding Awakenings Day, people often hoarded materials for second-tier advancements. As one of the critical materials for such advancements, Warring States red agate had likely been bought out. The agate was a specialty of the Xianzhou Bay City, obtained only through mining at an extremely low probability. It couldn't be dropped from monsters. His best bet was to try his luck at the Yunming Trading House, the subsidiary of the largest conglomerate in Longhua, known not only as an e-commerce giant, but also as a leader in physical transactions for professionals. Staying in the wilderness was now pointless, as the ordinary monsters wouldn't respawn for another hour. Lin Ling pulled out a swift wind scroll and activated it. His figure blurred into a streak of motion, dashing toward the base city at lightning speed. At a speed of 97.5 meters per second, Lin Ling was almost just a blur, covering 100 meters in just 1 second. If it weren't for the scroll's built-in obstacle avoidance function, a single tree could have ended his life. Soon, he spotted Qin Xian again. The necromancer was hiding behind a large boulder. Lin Ling didn't pause, darting past Qin Xian like a flash of lightning and swiftly exiting the wild boar forest. Qin Xian stared in confusion at the small skeleton warrior beside him, as if trying to confirm whether something had just rushed past. The skeletal archer shook its head, indicating that it hadn't seen anything clearly. Once he confirmed there was no one around, Qin Xian's confusion turned into elation. He retrieved 2 items from his storage space, one glowing with golden light, the other emitting a faint blue shimmer. The golden item was a piece of yellowed parchment wrapped in black threads. Directional teleportation scroll. Category: single-use teleportation item. Effect: random teleportation in a specified direction. Distance is random. Level requirement: none. Thank the heavens, I've struck gold. Qin Xian muttered excitedly. This is a life-saving artifact. It could sell for 100,000 dragon coins on the market. He then turned his attention to the pair of blue glowing boots. Quality mage boots. Category: equipment blue. Level requirement: 10. Durability: 100,100. Attributes: intelligence 5, accuracy 2. Additional effects: none. These are top tier. Mage exclusive boots wearable at level 10. I can dominate the beginner zone with these. Qin Xian hugged the boots and planted several exaggerated kisses on them. If Lin Ling knew about my luck, he'd probably cry himself to death in the woods. May the heavens bless him. These items had all dropped during the earlier chaotic skirmish. When a horde of undead creatures appeared, Qin Xian had been terrified, but his skeletal archer calmly continued shooting at the wild boars. Amid the chaos and under the cover of the undead army, the little skeleton had miraculously secured the last hits on more than a dozen enemies. This not only allowed Qin Xian to level up twice, but also resulted in the drop of these 2 precious items. As Qin Xian pumped his fist and shouted triumphantly, a silver-white triangular warplane suddenly appeared above the wild boar forest. The aircraft emitted rings of light from its underside, scanning the area below. Before long, the warplane detected the skeletal warrior peeking out from behind the rock. Undead entity detected. Initiating thermal imaging scan. Scan complete. Coordinates 1261, 3752. Suspicious human target identified behind the rock. Target appears to be using a concealment item to mask their presence. Estimated level: under 10. Damn it, the undead archmage is suppressing their energy signature. Charge the hyper laser cannon. A blue glow began to gather at the bottom of the warplane, signaling an imminent attack. Qin Xian, observing through the skeleton warrior's vision, widened his eyes in shock. You've got to be kidding me. All I did was leech a bit of experience, and you're using a laser cannon on me? Cursing internally, Qin Xian immediately activated the teleportation scroll he had just acquired. As the laser cannon fired, a flash of blue light enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. Spatial teleportation detected. Target has escaped, came the report from the warplane. The officers inside breathed a sigh of relief. A mage capable of teleportation. It must be the archmage. Base City, this is Lei Zhanzi. We've encountered an enemy undead archmage. The target has teleported away. Shortly after, all residents of the Xuanfu Base City received an announcement. Notice: threat neutralized. All beginner zone leveling parties, please await monster respawns. Meanwhile, Lin Ling, who had been running at full speed, saw the notification and touched his nose in bewilderment. He never would have guessed that someone had unwittingly taken the blame for him and nearly been obliterated by a laser cannon. In the Lantern Ghost leveling area, a leveling team huddled in the gutter, whispering among themselves. They were discussing the thrilling encounter they had just experienced. Long, what just happened back there? How would I know? Didn't the officials say there might be a death necromancer from an enemy nation showing up? A grand necromancer from Mei Wei infiltrated? Then why didn't the undead army attack us? It's definitely strange, but those skeleton soldiers scared the hell out of me. Who wouldn't be scared seeing that? Even Boss Fengji was stunned. The members of this team were at least level 4, with 2 of them having reached level 6. These 2 were an archer named Suatu and a fire mage named Fengji. both equipped with blue-tier gear, a longbow and a staff, respectively, and both hailing from the Fengshen Guild. Thanks to their seamless teamwork, the party's leveling efficiency was almost freakishly high. Feng Zhi's talent, Wrath of the Fire God, endowed all his skills with AoE effects, and paired with Suota's rapid-fire shooting, they had reached level 6 in just over an hour. Even more enviable, they had lucked out and managed to loot 3 blue-tier items: a longbow, a staff, and a pure defense blue shield. The shield was given to the team's warrior, Shang Biao. With the boost from the blue-tier gear, Shang Biao could pull 5 monsters at once, and Suatu and Feng Zhi's damage output became even more terrifying. If it weren't for the sudden interruption by the undead army, they might have already hit level 7 by now. Old Feng, remember running into that Linling guy earlier? Still acting all high and mighty, Suatu sneered. I made it clear that anyone who teams up with him is my enemy. That so-called Lin god? Now he's reduced to solo grinding in the wild. Feng Zhi gave him a thumbs up. Savage. That Lin god deserves to fall off his pedestal. The glory days of has-been gods always end in ridicule. Before he could finish speaking, a figure emerged from the forest, stepping onto a boulder and gazing up at the triangular fighter jets streaking across the sky. When Suatu and Feng Zhi saw the person's face clearly, they both stood up from the gutter instinctively, gripping their weapons tightly as a flicker of wariness flashed in their eyes. However, that tension was quickly replaced by disdain. Well, isn't this the great Lin god? How many wild chickens did you have to slaughter to piece together that set of level 1 white gear? Suatu mocked loudly, instantly drawing the attention of all the nearby leveling teams. Feng Zhi stepped out of the gutter and cast a probing spell at Lin Ling. But the system immediately popped up a message. Target cannot be probed. This gave him pause. There were only 2 possible explanations for this. Either the target had a shielding ability, or the target's level was higher than his own. But there was no way he could believe that Lin Ling's level was higher than his. This kid got lucky. Looks like he managed to snag a passive skill book for concealing detection, Feng Zhi remarked, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes, though his tone carried a hint of disdain. Nearby, a sharpshooter from the Divine Wind Guild whispered, Brother Feng, Lin Ling does have SS-grade talent. Could it be that he has some abilities we don't know about? Maybe his level is already higher than ours. Impossible. Another player sneered, cutting in. Even the White Bear Nation confirmed his talent is trash. Trust the experts. Hearing this, Feng Zhi's face lit up with a smug smile. He raised his staff, which glowed with an eerie blue light, and addressed Lin Ling. If you're willing to be my underling, I might be generous enough to help you level up when I'm in a good mood. Ha ha ha. Brother Feng, you're the man. Imagine the great Lin Shen becoming your lackey. That's some serious clout. Sota laughed, glancing mockingly at Lin Ling. The other members of the Divine Wind Guild chimed in, praising Feng Zhi's generosity and unmatched skills. Feng Zhi raised his chin proudly. Lin Ling, see this? A level 5 blue weapon. If you behave and serve me well, I'll give it to you when you hit level 5. The crowd cast derisive looks at Lin Ling, who was clad in plain white gear. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling's gaze held a trace of pity, as if he were looking at a group of pathetic fools. That look immediately wiped the smugness off Feng Zhi's face. Lin Ling, what's with that look? Are you trying to provoke the Divine Wind Guild? Get lost, Lin Ling said flatly, turning to leave. A burly warrior clad in blue armor suddenly stepped forward, blocking Lin Ling's path. Still acting like you're Lin Shen? Let me, Shang Biao, teach you a lesson today. Dare to spar with me? When Lin Ling coldly replied, move, Shang Biao grew even more aggressive. What's wrong, Lin Shen? Too scared to accept my challenge? Let's make it interesting. If I lose, I'll give you this blue armor. If you lose, you'll kneel and kowtow to Brother Feng. Standing there like a towering iron fortress at 2 meters tall, Shang Biao's imposing figure sharply contrasted with Lin Ling's slender frame. The crowd burst into laughter. Shang Biao was a level 5 strength-based warrior with a grade talent, Raging Bull's Fury, boasting a strength stat of 250. Even Feng Zhi, a level 6 player, would struggle if Shang Biao got too close, let alone Lin Ling, a level 1 mage. If you're so eager for a fight, I'll oblige, Lin Ling said coldly. Shang Biao grinned ferociously and charged at Lin Ling with a shoulder tackle. But Lin Ling merely raised his hand and casually slapped him. With a resounding smack, Shang Biao took a heavy blow to his left cheek, his entire body sent flying. He crashed into a tree and collapsed, unconscious. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Lin Ling, expressionless, walked over to Shang Biao, deftly removed the blue armor, and stored it away before turning to leave. The crowd snapped out of their daze, whispering in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. How did he send Shang Biao flying? That would take at least 500 strength. He must have taken an grade gene enhancement serum. Sota's initial shock gave way to a mocking sneer. Looks like he's trying to go for an extreme full-strength mage build. Good luck with that. It's only useful for farming beginner-level mobs. Feng Ji shouted after Lin Ling, his voice laced with anger. Lin Ling, if you're so tough, why don't you face me in a magic duel? Let's see whose skills are stronger. If you win, I'll be your lackey from now on. In the slime swamp leveling zone, as the undead army retreated back underground, the members of the Yazi reserve team collectively swallowed hard. Their faces were filled with mixed emotions, delight over the unexpected rewards, yet lingering fear from the terrifying might of the undead army. In just a short period, the team's levels had increased significantly. Xiao Yin had reached level 9, with Xiao Ye and Zhou Mingyan closely following at level 8. Li Jingliang and the archer Yu Yu had climbed to level 7, while the rest of the team successfully reached level 6. This progress far exceeded their expectations. In fact, it was Xiao Yan's quick thinking that allowed the team to seize this opportunity. When the undead army began slaughtering the slimes, he immediately sensed something unusual and instructed Li Jingliang to investigate. Upon discovering that the skeleton soldiers not only refrained from attacking them but also shared experience points with them, Xiao Yan decisively ordered everyone to start claiming kills. This run really paid off for us, Li Jingliang said, clutching the newly acquired level 7 white shield, though his tone still carried a trace of lingering fear. But thinking about that endless horde of skeletons still makes my legs feel weak. Xiao Yin, his face pale, nodded in agreement. Who would have thought would encounter an undead archmage? If they attacked adventurers, would probably all be wiped out in this starter zone. The equipment hall was also impressive. Xiao Yin now had 3 blue-grade items, and everyone else at least managed to equip 1 or 2 white-grade items. However, a new problem arose. The surrounding monsters had been completely cleared out. Brother, why don't we head to the eastward mountain range north of the city? Xiao Ye suggested. The monsters there are all above level 10, but with our current gear and levels, we should be able to handle them. Plus, according to the public chat, that area wasn't affected by the undead curse wave. Wait, Yu Yu interjected softly. The eastward mountain range has ghouls, and Lin said their corpse poison is tricky. A priest needs to have the purification skill to deal with it. Don't bring up Lin. Xiao Yin interrupted impatiently. Lin Ling is just a rookie. His so-called intel is all gathered from the internet, and it might not even be accurate. Mingyan can learn the purification skill back in the city tonight. For now, we're heading out immediately. No more discussion. The team began moving out of the swamp, but Zhou Mingyan remained standing in place, staring at the now empty marsh in a daze. The others knew exactly what was on her mind. She was undoubtedly worried about Lin Ling's safety. Yu Yu doubled back, gently taking Zhou Mingyan by the arm. In a soft voice she said, Mingyan, let's go. Lin will be fine. Zhou Mingyan forced a faint smile. That guy will be fine, of course. After all, he's the man destined to become a grand mage. Before her words had fully settled, as she and Yu Yu were about to leave the swamp, the system screens of everyone nearby were suddenly flooded with blue notifications of a citywide message. The content left everyone stunned. The shameless Lin Ling has consumed a gray gene serum, boosting his strength to 500. He deceived Fengshan Club's warrior Shang Biao into a strength contest, ambushed him, knocked him unconscious, and stole a blue-tier item. Lin Shun, once a respected figure, has now fallen to a thug cheating, ambushing, robbing, and dishonoring the code of conduct. Let this be a warning to all. Stay far away from such a scoundrel. Beware of Lin Ling the thug. Lock your doors, guard your treasures, and stay vigilant against Lin Ling. Similar messages of condemnation continued to flood the chat. Zhou Mingyan's expression darkened. Just as she was about to respond in the public chat, Xiao Ye sneered and said, Mingyan, this is embarrassing enough. Flies don't land on seamless eggs. Why don't you ask him yourself? Truly, appearances can be deceiving. She secretly felt relieved that Lin Ling had rejected her advances in the past. Zhou Mingyan immediately dialed Lin Ling's number. Lin Ling, is what they're saying on the public chat true? There was a brief silence on the other end before Lin Ling's voice came through. Do you believe what they're saying? I don't. I only believe in you. Good. Then let's leave it at that. Manager Li, how much can we get for the blue tier item? Be careful. Before he could finish, Lin Ling hung up. Zhou Mingyan reluctantly put down her phone, her gaze filled with tenderness. I knew Lin Ling wouldn't steal from others. And even if he did, it would only prove his strength. Survival of the fittest hats the law of nature. Xiao Yin suddenly let out a cold snort. Zhou Mingyan, you'd better stop thinking about Lin Ling. He's not someone who's meant to walk the same path as you. When Xiao Yin mentioned a 7-figure monthly salary and the promises from the Temple of War, everyone around them looked on with envy. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Mingyan walked straight up to Xiao Yin and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the slime swamp. You wretch! How dare you hit me? Xiao Yin was furious and raised his hand to retaliate. But remembering the old man's warning, he forcefully restrained himself. Zhou Mingyan's voice was icy. If you dare insult Lin Ling again, they'll leave the Yazi Guild immediately. And for the record, It's not up to you to decide who the Temple of War chooses. Xiao Yan's face turned ashen, but he didn't dare say more. As he turned to leave, he spat out angrily. What are you all looking at? Anyone who doesn't reach level 10 today will be fined 10,000. At that moment, he made a vow in his heart. Even if Lin Ling begged him, he would never allow him to return to Yazi. He would level up tirelessly, gather the best gear, and crush Lin Ling with overwhelming superiority, making it clear that there was an unbridgeable gap between them. A message popped up on Zhou Mingyan's phone. Mingyan, I've sent some materials monopolized by the Shao Corporation to your system inbox. Stay in touch with Lin Ling, and provide him with any materials or equipment he needs immediately. A hint of joy flickered in Zhou Mingyan's eyes as she quickly replied, Got it. I'll stay in touch with him. After a brief hesitation, she added, Mom, when can I leave Yazi? And is the suspicion about Lin Ling still unresolved? Hang in there a bit longer. We still need to observe. Things are too unusual. Meanwhile, in the Yuming trading hall of the Xuanqing Bay City, a young man wearing a disguiser's mask was seated in the VIP reception room. This seemingly ordinary-looking youth, who could easily blend into a crowd, was none other than Lin Ling. Manager Li, I have a large stock of white and blue gear. Are you buying? Lin Ling asked directly. Absolutely. Low-level gear is in short supply right now. I'll take as much as you have. Manager Li's eyes lit up instantly. And what's the current price for skill books? Ha ha ha. Manager Li's face broke into a wide grin. Young man, for others, I'd offer a maximum of 800,000 for a main combat profession skill book. But since we have a good connection, I'll offer you 1 million. Lin Ling nodded in agreement, not bothering to haggle over the price. Right now, he was focused on liquidating his assets quickly. Besides, he knew that once the leveling armies returned in the evening, equipment prices would inevitably plummet. Manager Li, let's do it your way. Convert all of these into cash, Lin Ling said, waving his hand. Instantly, a small mountain of equipment appeared on the VIP room's floor. Manager Li's eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, how many monsters would someone have to kill to drop this much gear? No, this must be stockpiled goods from last year. As a seasoned veteran in the trading business, he had encountered plenty of professionals who hoarded gear in low-level zones, waiting to sell them after the annual awakening day. Young man, if you have good items in the future, come directly to me. You're smart to sell low-level gear at this time, Manager Li said as he began tallying the items. Ha ha ha, 11.7 million. Since we have a good connection, let's round it down to 10 million, and I'll throw in a free VIP card for you. Lin Ling inwardly cursed the sly businessman, his face showing displeasure. Do you think I'm an idiot? Is this how you issue a VIP card? Is this how rounding works? Ha ha ha. Manager Li laughed awkwardly. Just joking, young man. We'll stick to the original price. No rounding. I'll get your VIP card ready. 12 million. If not, I'm walking out, Lin Ling said with a steely expression. All right, 12 million it is. You don't seem to handle jokes well, young man. Here's your Platinum VIP Supreme card, Manager Li said, quickly conceding. Lin Ling accepted the card, and moments later, a notification of the funds being credited appeared on his phone screen. Only one skill used and 12 million in the bag. Lin Ling felt a surge of joy and immediately turned to Manager Li, asking, Do you have any mage skill books in stock? Manager Li was momentarily stunned, then broke into a wide smile. Of course, we have everything here. There's a level 10 mage skill book, Flame Ring. Skill books for main combat professions are in high demand right now. Since we seem to have a good connection, I'll let you have it for 2.5 million, 2.5 million? Lin Ling rolled his eyes without hesitation. The cost price is 1 million, and you're flipping it for 2.5? Do you take me for a fool? Truly, there's no business without trickery. Sensing Lin Ling's displeasure, Manager Li chuckled awkwardly and presented a dozen scrolls. Don't be mad, young man. Here, take these little trinkets as a gift. Lin Ling immediately used his detection skill to inspect them. Item: Gift for the Treant Tribe. Category: Special Item. Description: Contains skill books collected by the Treants. Opening it gives a chance to obtain a basic profession skill book. This discovery took Lin Ling by surprise. Gifts from the Treants were considered one of the most useless items after all. Basic skills were granted automatically upon profession awakening, rendering skill books unnecessary. Most people would just trade them for 100 experience points. But for Lin Ling, any basic skill he acquired could be transformed into forbidden spells. Thanks, Manager Li. By the way, do you have any Warring States red agate? Lin Ling asked, putting away the scrolls and moving on to the material he urgently needed. Manager Li's expression turned awkward as he pulled out a stack of documents. To be honest, the Shao Corporation has monopolized all job change materials. I suggest posting a bounty online, as other merchants likely won't have any stock either. Warring States red is particularly popular right now, with each piece going for at least over 1 million. Prices might drop by half in about 2 weeks, though. Looking at the job change material guide in front of him, Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Back when he was in the Yazi Guild, he never had to worry about such things, as the guild provided all the necessary materials. Lin Ling took out a prepared list. Manager Lee, I need everything on this list. Could you calculate the total cost for me? It was a list of materials required to craft a complete set of beginner-grade exclusive weapons. Manager Lee quickly did the math on his tablet and smiled. We can provide most of these materials. The original price is 32 million, but I'll give you a discount 30 million even. Even though Lin Ling had mentally prepared himself, hearing the figure still made his face twitch involuntarily. This was just the initial investment. Compared to the future cost of upgrades, it was a drop in the bucket. All right, give me the materials for the weapons first, Lin Ling said, marking the necessary items on the list. Of the 12 million he had just earned, 8 million was immediately spent. While weapons were the most critical part of the equipment, he was still missing two essential core materials: the Holy Light Gem, found only in second-tier dungeons, and the Demon King's Heart, which could only be obtained by defeating hidden bosses. Such rare materials were typically monopolized by major corporations or governments, and were nearly impossible to find on the open market. After collecting the materials, Lin Ling visited several smaller merchants, but none had the Warring States red agate. Just as he was about to take out his phone to post a bounty, a red system announcement suddenly popped up, visible to all professionals worldwide. Congratulations to Yishio from Xuanfu Base City for being the first to defeat the Wild Elite boss in the Novice Zone, earning 1 dungeon entry ticket fragment. Seeing the striking red system announcement, Lin Ling couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl into a faint smile. His attention was soon drawn to a black iron shard that suddenly appeared in his storage space. A dungeon instance entry ticket fragment? What is this? He murmured, frowning as he examined the unfamiliar item. In his previous life, despite defeating countless bosses, he had never managed to claim a first kill, so he knew little about such rewards. He vaguely recalled hearing about someone offering an exorbitant price to purchase one. With a thought, the black shard materialized in his palm. The system promptly displayed the item's details. Dungeon entry ticket fragment. Collect 10 fragments to automatically synthesize a complete entry ticket, unlocking the gateway to the dungeon instance. This instance is global and serves as a training ground for advanced class professionals, greatly enhancing mental strength. Rumor has it that within the dungeon lies a hidden passage to other divine fusion realms. Lin Ling chuckled softly as he stored the fragment away, fully aware that its existence was bound to stir up waves among various factions. As expected, the news quickly caused an uproar everywhere. Within the ranks of the Shenfeng Guild, Feng Ji and Sua Tu exchanged shocked glances, disbelief written all over their faces. This is impossible. A minimum level 30 elite boss. How long has the server even been live? We barely survived against level 15 blue mobs, and someone soloed a level 30 boss? Meanwhile, the Yazi reserve team outside the North Gate was equally stunned by the announcement. Xiao Yin gaped at his teammates, exclaiming, Yishio? This guy has to be a hidden expert. His sister, Xiaoya, immediately lit up with excitement. Brother, we have to find him. Only someone like that is worthy of me. Li Jingliang sighed in admiration, saying, looks like I've got another person to idolize besides Brother Lin in this lifetime. In the mayor's office of the Xianzhou Base City, the high-ranking officials were restless. Bai Haishan, breathing heavily, exclaimed, this person's talent must be at least S rank, and they might have awakened some kind of hidden class. Could it be Lin Ling? Does he have a second class? Someone speculated. Impossible. No one's ever heard of someone gaining 2 classes after their first advancement. Could the talent, Child of the Laws, have been intentionally downplayed by the White Bear Nation? Well, even Eagle Nation's moon landing could have been fake. In the end, Bai Haishan made the final decision. The White Bear Nation is our strategic ally. It's unlikely they would deliberately conceal this. Let's focus on locating this Yishio first. After a series of system announcements, various factions quickly sprang into action. The mayor's office was inundated with phone calls, ringing incessantly. From the Dragon's Nest to the military headquarters, influential figures from all walks of life called in to inquire about Yishio's situation. Bai Haishan sat in his office, taking calls while savoring this rare moment of glory, his face radiating undisguised pride. The international response was even more intense. The United States was astonished by Yishio's swift achievement of the first kill on the Wilderness Zone's boss, deeming him the greatest potential threat of the year. South Korea was eager to claim Yishio as one of their own, while Japan immediately issued targeted orders. Meanwhile, Russia maintained its usual friendly stance, promptly sending congratulations to the Dragon's Nest and reaffirming their alliance with China. In a secluded courtyard within Dadong Bay City, an elderly man was deeply engrossed in practicing calligraphy with both hands. With his eyes closed, he held a brush in each hand, writing 2 imposing characters for patience on the rice paper, each stroke laced with a sharp, murderous intent. A short, Middle-aged man named Kawasaki hurried over to report to the elder, Yamamoto-sama. An S-grade assassin talent has appeared in Jinwei City this morning, and Akino Rambujo has awakened as an S-grade mage. The assassin is the young master of the G Corporation. Yamamoto kept his eyes closed, his hands continuing their work. List the assassin as Earth rank target number 2. The G Corporation is powerful. Proceed with caution. The mage should be listed as Earth rank target number 1. Have the Soul Division find an opportunity to deal with them. Kawasaki bowed respectfully but did not leave, continuing his report. Additionally, a priest with an SS talent has appeared in Xuanfu. Yamamoto's brush trembled slightly. List them as Heaven rank target number 9. Send the Soul Division to infiltrate Xuanfu and handle it. Noticing Kawasaki still standing there, Yamamoto's tone turned impatient. Speak everything at once. Yamamoto-sama, have you noticed the system announcement regarding the first kill of the elite boss in Longwa? This first kill occurred in the novice zone of Xuanfu Bay City. With a clatter, the brush fell onto the rice paper, the ink spreading across the surface. Yamamoto's sharp, wolf-like eyes snapped open. A newcomer defeated an elite boss? And in such a short time? Even the fastest record in the United States takes 2 hours. Could this person's talent rival that of Garen Pushkin? The individual is named Yishio, but our database contains no information about him whatsoever, Kawasaki replied, bowing his head. The old man squinted his eyes into slits upon hearing the name Yishio. Mark him as number 2 on the priority list. Don't alert him unnecessarily, investigate his identity first. Once confirmed, deal with him immediately. Understood. The short, middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust. After a deep bow, he hurried away. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was fully absorbed in his phone screen, completely unaware that he was now being watched. He logged into several frequently visited forums and posted about acquiring pieces of Zhangguohong, Warring States Red. However, the responses were far from what he expected, where once his posts would draw a large following. Now the replies were either mocking remarks about theft or heated discussions surrounding Yishio's first kill. Not a single person responded to his inquiry about Zhangguohong. By the time night fell, he still had no leads. Walking along the bustling streets of Xuanfu Bay City, Lin Ling weighed his options. Mining for Zhangguohong was clearly impractical, might not even find a single piece in 3 days. Yet, without unlocking the level cap, he couldn't progress further. Although Xuanfu Bay City was a starter town, it was notorious for its lack of resources and high prices. The strongest monsters in the area were mutated blackhead sheep, with levels capped at 50, which were far too weak for Lin Ling. Leaving the city wasn't easy either without team support. Individuals below the second-class transfer were prohibited from using the intercity teleportation arrays. This restriction was a safeguard set by Longwa Dragon Nation to protect Awakeners. After all, many talented young players had perished in the unexplored wild zones following the game's fusion with reality. Even after a century, vast stretches of wilderness remained uncharted, and the spawn patterns of many rare bosses were still mysteries. By now, new players were beginning to return to the city streets. At night, monsters' stats increased by 20, while experience gains dropped by the same margin, prompting most Awakeners to call it a day. However, during the first 3 days of Awakening Day, major guilds rarely took breaks. At most, they sent 1 or 2 players back to town for supplies, while the rest continued grinding. Lin Ling watched the passing professionals, habitually checking his own status panel. Suddenly, he noticed that a skill icon had lit up. The skill is ready to use? Oh, and there's that gift from the Treant. I wonder what kind of skill book it contains. He retrieved the small scroll that Manager Lee had given him from his storage space. A gift from the Treant. Open to receive a random beginner skill book. Would you like to open it? Activate. Lin Ling commanded decisively. The system notification promptly sounded. Activation successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Forging Master Beginner Skill Book, Forging Technique. This skill can also be learned by other professions. Ah, I almost forgot about this, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He recalled that the initial skills for life professions could be learned by all primary combat professions. Moreover, these skills had their own dedicated life skill module and did not occupy standard skill slots. Whether it was the forging technique for forging masters, cooking for chefs, or weeding for farmers, they all followed the same rule. He quickly retrieved another Treant gift scroll. Activation successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the priest's initial skill. Healing? Could it really be my luck to not get even 1 mage skill? Lin Ling frowned slightly. Resolving to test his luck, he took out all the remaining Treant gift scrolls and began activating them in rapid succession. The system notifications followed one after another. Obtained beginner skill for driver. Motorcycle riding. Obtained the archer's initial skill. Arrow attack. Obtained the assassin's initial skill. Ambush. Obtained the forging master's initial skill. Forging technique. Soon, there was only 1 scroll left. Lin Ling no longer held high hopes. Even if he didn't get a mage skill book, it wasn't a big deal after all. he could already cast the necromancy forbidden spell, life to all. At worst, he could use his undead army to clear out more monsters. In less than 2 days, the market would be flooded with low-level skill books. And in half a month, skill books for combat professions below level 20 would cost no more than a few thousand dragon coins each. This was because skill books had a 30-day usage limit, disappearing automatically after expiration, making long-term hoarding impossible. Alright, last one. Activate. Activation successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the mage's initial skill, Fireball Technique. Seeing the unexpectedly acquired fire element initial skill book, a smile tugged at the corners of Lin Ling's lips. Success. By tomorrow, once his skill cooldown ended, he would have a second forbidden spell at his disposal. Items others considered junk had solved a problem for him that even millions of dragon coins couldn't fix. Stashing away the skill book, Lin Ling opened his skill panel. The SS Deer passive talent, Elemental Guard, allowed him to cast a skill once every 2 hours without consuming resources. With enough funds, he was confident he could acquire a piece of Warring States Red. Since that was the case, it was time to find another location to unleash his skills and make some money. He opened the map and carefully examined the aerial view of the Xuanfu Bay city. Earlier that morning, casting Life to All in the southern part of the city had already drawn the attention of Dragon Nest fighter jets, making that area off-limits. His gaze shifted to the eastward mountain range in the northern part of the city. That area was remote, with the weakest monsters starting at level 10, so it was unlikely to be frequented by people. With this plan in mind, Lin Ling immediately headed to a motorcycle shop in the southern district of the city. For outdoor activities, motorcycles were undeniably more cost-effective than cars. At the same time, a mysterious visitor arrived at the Yuming Trading Hall. Clad in a white cloak that completely obscured her face, the figure beneath the cloak was none other than Zhou Mingyan, whose beauty could captivate an entire nation. Do you have any skill books? Of course. We've received quite a few today, the merchant enthusiastically pitched at the trading post. Combat-related classes are on special. Since it's fate that brought us together, I'll let it go for just 1.5 million dragon coins. Cleric. Purification skill book. Well, the merchant's face twisted awkwardly. Sorry, we don't have that. Zhou Mingyan frowned slightly and turned to leave the trading post. Outside, an armored Changchun cannon vehicle was already waiting for her. To the southern courier station, she instructed curtly as she got into the vehicle. It immediately turned and headed south. In front of the courier station, Zhou Mingyan stepped out of the vehicle and entered alone. Miss, self-service or manual assistance? A young lady behind the counter asked. Although Zhou Mingyan's face was hidden under a cloak, her feminine presence was unmistakable. I'll do it myself. Zhou Mingyan operated the mailing platform with practiced ease. This was one of the new features introduced after the Divine Realm integration professionals could use spatial rules obtained through missions to transfer items directly into the recipient's personal space within minutes. The system allowed users to set a price. The recipient had to pay to claim the item. If declined, the item would automatically be returned. Throughout the process, Zhou Mingyan deliberately shielded the interface. The curious young woman behind her tried to sneak a glance but couldn't catch a thing. Acting all mysterious, like you're some kind of as talent goddess, Mingyan, she muttered under her breath. After Zhou Mingyan left, the young woman smugly attempted to check the delivery records, only to be met with a message. This delivery is encrypted. Access denied. Meanwhile, Lin Ling, who had just spent 50,000 dragon coins on an off-road motorcycle, was preparing to head north out of the city. Suddenly, he noticed a message from Zhou Mingyan on the regional chat channel, looking to buy a cleric purification skill book at a high price. I saw your post about the purification skill book. I happened to find one by the roadside, Lin Ling said as he called her. Are you giving it to me for free? Are you dreaming? A friendly price of 1 million. If you're interested, I'll send it over. On the other end of the line came a gritted teeth response. Fine. Send it to me, you heartless jerk. After hanging up, Lin Ling noticed a courier station conveniently located by the roadside. Just then, an armored Changchun cannon vehicle bearing the Yazi Guild emblem roared past, heading north. He glanced at the familiar yet distant emblem and shook his head with a wry smile. Sir, self-service or manual assistance? The young woman at the courier station asked in a bored tone. I'll do it myself, Lin Ling replied with a polite smile as he strode toward the mailing machine. He entered Zhou Mingyan's account ID and placed the skill book in the deposit slot. On the courier station's display screen, a shipping notification was clearly visible. Recipient, Zhou Mingyan. Item, Light of Purification Skill Book. Category, Priest Class Skill. Level Requirement, Level 5. Skill Effect, can cleanse all negative statuses from allies. When used on enemies, prevents them from applying negative statuses for 30 seconds. Pickup fee, 1 million Dragon Nation coins. Sender, Anonymous. The young lady at the station stared at the screen with wide eyes. She had just seen the public announcement about Zhou Mingyan acquiring the skill book, and now she was witnessing this major transaction firsthand. Hey there, You're pretty lucky to have gotten a main class skill book. She couldn't help but comment. Yeah, got a few of them, Lin Ling replied calmly with a nod. His words were like a bomb dropped in the courier station. A few of them? That meant millions in profit. Everyone present was instantly enveloped in a wave of envy, their eyes filled with admiration for this chosen one. The young lady quickly leaned closer to Lin Ling, her eyes sparkling with hope. Hey, do you need a friend? No, wait. Do you need someone to hang on to your coattails? Lin Ling simply touched his nose lightly, politely declining her enthusiasm with silence. A system notification popped up. Do you wish to send the parcel now? Confirm within 120 seconds. Once sent, the mail cannot be retrieved. Please verify recipient information. Confirm. Lin Ling said firmly. Just as he finished, another mail notification suddenly appeared in front of him. System, you have received a mail from. Would you like to accept it? You may also choose to return it. What's going on? Someone sent something back to me? Lin Ling muttered in confusion as he clicked to accept. A new system message followed immediately. You have received a courier package containing 10 pieces of Warring States red agate. The items have been stored in your inventory. This mail was sent free of charge. All required materials have been detected. Would you like to unlock the level restriction? The moment Lin Ling saw the system notification, his eyes narrowed sharply. He anxiously looked in the direction where the Chongqing cannon had left, and the image of Zhou Mingyan involuntarily surfaced in his mind. This kind of selfless, anonymous act apart from himself, there was probably only one person in the world who would do this. Her. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. He turned to the station staff beside him and asked, Can you help me check the identity of the person who sent me this anonymous email? The young lady immediately showed a troubled expression. I really can't help you with that. I'm just a regular employee, and I don't have that kind of access. Lin Ling nodded in understanding, pulled out his phone, and quickly dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, a frantic voice came from the other end. Lin Ling, why has your phone been off all day? I thought you were in some kind of trouble. Do you know how worried I was? Think about our 18 years off no, wait 3+ years of friendship. If you just disappeared like that. Stop. Stop. Lin Ling interrupted, rubbing his temples. He was well aware of this friend's tendency to go on endlessly once he started talking. I've got something serious to ask. Lin Ling seized the rare pause in the monologue. Someone sent me an anonymous package. I need you to help me track down the sender's information. Bro, seriously? That's why you're calling me? The voice on the other end was full of mockery. I knew there'd be no good reason for you to call me out of the blue. Oh, by the way, I heard about you switching to that SS-level trash talent. Don't get discouraged. You know what they say when the great rock takes flight. It soars straight to the sky. Lin Ling held the phone away with a look of disdain. GMO, if you keep running your mouth, they'll hang up. Wait. I'm not done yet. The voice on the other end was undeterred. Guess what? I awakened an S-tier talent. You're in Xuanfu, right? They'll have my dad get me a green pass, and he'll fly over right away. By tonight, I guarantee I can help you level up to 2. Oh, and you didn't even ask me what class I awakened. Lin, are you even listening? Lin Ling took a deep breath. Can you at least give me a chance to speak? Even machine guns need to reload, but you're like an endless ammo supply. I'm giving you 30 seconds to track down the sender's information. If you don't, I'm hanging up. 30, 29, 28. The station assistant stared at him, wide-eyed and speechless. She pointed at the phone, her facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Your friend? Is he a professional singer or dancer? Wait, no, a professional rapper. Lin Ling shot her a glare. He's just a chatterbox. Don't mind him. Before he could finish speaking, the phone erupted with sound again. Hey, is there a pretty lady there? Hello, miss. MG emoji as in the grain. Mo as in the black dog. G black dog, shut up. Did you find it or not? Lin Ling finally lost his patience and roared into the phone. The other end went silent immediately, while the station assistant stared at the phone with an even more bewildered expression. Which GMO? Lin Ling suddenly gasped, covering his face as a familiar figure flashed through his mind. Could it be him? GMO, the second young master of the G conglomerate that monopolizes the logistics industry in Longwa Black Dog MO? Memories surged like a tidal wave. 3 years ago, during the National League tournament, Lin Ling led the Yazi reserve team against the Kunping reserve team from Jinhai Bay City. In that unforgettable showdown, Lin Ling, as a mage, faced off against GMO, the assassin, in an unknown duel. Against all odds, and despite everyone predicting his defeat, Lin Ling used a shadow maneuvering technique he had developed in his previous life to utterly outplay the so-called unstoppable assassin, leaving GMO humiliated and thoroughly suppressed. After the match, GMO unexpectedly flew a private jet from Jinhai to Xuanfu in secret and cornered Lin Ling at the Yazi Club that very evening. Surprisingly, He wasn't there for revenge, but instead demanded 3 rematches. The outcome was predictable. GMO was once again brutally defeated in all 3 simulated solo matches. Emerging from the simulation pod, the proud young master clung to Lin Ling's leg, crying and pleading to learn the shadow maneuvering technique. This fundamental skill, born from life and death experiences, was essentially a simple trick to use shadows for concealment and surprise attacks. Yet, from that day forward, GMO regarded Lin Ling as his true elder brother. He made it a point to call him 3 times a day without fail, maintaining this routine for 3 whole years. This secret brotherhood was known to no one but the 2 of them. On the other end of the phone, there was a 10-second silence before GMO's serious voice came through. Ling, I found it. Don't get too excited, you'll never guess who sent it to you. He spoke at breakneck speed. Don't move. Wait for me. Half an horno. 20 minutes wait. 10 minutes. They'll be in Xuanfu in 10 minutes. I promise. Tonight'll help you level up. Let me tell you, I'm invincible now. I can one-shot level 15 monsters. Just wait. They'll show you what God-Ear skills look like. Before Lin Ling could respond, the call ended abruptly. Staring at his phone, Lin Ling chuckled bitterly. Should I make a run for it before he gets here? With that loudmouth tagging along, how am I supposed to use forbidden spells? It's like broadcasting my secrets to the whole world. At that moment, an unconfirmed dialog box on the system interface caught his attention. Without hesitation, he clicked confirm, triggering a series of system notifications. Congratulations on successfully unsealing. Super Experience Pool Progress 10. The next seal will activate at level 20. Please level up as soon as possible. Congratulations on unsealing experience points. You have received a God-Ear Profession Special Reward Supreme Blessing, a one-time blessing state that fully restores health and mana while resetting all cooldowns. This reward will be automatically granted with each unsealing. Looking at his already full health and mana, Lin Ling's expression darkened. This is completely useless. I was already at full health and mana. I've never seen such a lame God-Ear reward. Suddenly, he noticed that the cooldown for forbidden spell naming had also been reset. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. If I unseal during a fight, this wasn't a lame reward at a lit was a game changer. The system promptly reminded him, forbidden spell naming cooldown has been reset. Please learn a new skill and rename it as soon as possible. With a sly smile, Lin Ling immediately retrieved the Fireball spellbook. After successfully learning the skill, he decisively renamed it Meteor Shower. The system responded instantly. Renaming successful. Fire magic skill Fireball has been upgraded to the forbidden spell Meteor Shower. Upon activation, a rain of fire meteors will descend within a 100-mile radius. You can control the area of effect and precisely target enemies within the range. Night had fully fallen, and the base city seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery. Lin Ling leaned by the window, pondering GMO's situation. Though they had only met once in the past 3 years, apart from his occasionally irritating remarks, GMO didn't seem to have many flaws. After careful consideration, Lin Ling decided to give GMO a chance. After all, going solo was unsustainable. On the path to future job advancements, many critical materials could only be obtained through dungeons or competition rewards, things money couldn't buy. Most of these activities required teamwork. If GMO was willing to leave the Kuanping Guild and form a team with him, helping him level up might not be such a bad idea. Just as he was thinking about it, GMO's call came through. Ling, there's air traffic control in Xuanfu Base City. They said a foreign Grand Magus appeared during the day, so my plane can't enter the city. Meet me at the plaza by the North High-Speed Rail Station. GMO said rapidly. You're here already? Lin Ling asked, a little surprised. Hee. You'll see when you get here. I've upgraded my gear, man. If it weren't for the fact that using firearms to kill monsters doesn't grant experience, I'd probably be on my 5th class change by now. Hurry up. You'll enjoy the night view of Xuanfu for now, but if I step out, it'll probably get mobbed. GMO hung up smugly after finishing his sentence. Lin Ling shook his head with a chuckle. This guy hadn't changed one bit. Putting on his helmet, he got on his motorcycle and headed toward the north of the city. When he reached the northern gate, he found the road ahead clogged with vehicles. Lin Ling's motorcycle was stuck in the far left lane, right next to 2 other riders. In the middle was a graceful female healer wearing a blue mage's robe, carrying a matching blue staff, and riding a domestic off-road motorcycle. She suddenly removed her helmet, letting her jet black hair cascade like a waterfall, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that rivaled Zhou Menjian's. On the far right was a slender man. He also took off his helmet, revealing a delicate face adorned with a conspicuous gold chain. He was speaking to the female healer, trying to explain, Yuran, don't be mad. That girl earlier really just wanted a ride. As he spoke, he noticed Lin Ling. After a quick glance at Lin Ling's plane equipment and domestic motorcycle, a faint sense of superiority flashed in his eyes. Hello, friend. My name is Wang Zifan, a level 6 assassin with an upgrade talent. Interested in teaming up to level up? The young man stood by his motorcycle, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Don't underestimate me as an assassin. It only takes me 10 seconds to take down a mage. As he mentioned his agreed talent, Wang Zifen subconsciously lifted his chin, a gesture of pride that wasn't uncalled for. Among the thousands who awakened today in Xianzhou Bay City, only about 20 had talents above a grade. For an assassin, such talent was even rarer, as their importance in many special dungeons often surpassed that of warriors. In response to this self-promotion, Lin Ling simply nodded politely and raised his hand to adjust his visor. Thanks, but no thanks. Unexpectedly, a young woman nearby suddenly showed great interest in Lin Ling. Hi, I'm Jiang Yuran from Shenzhou High School. Level 7 priest, a talent. She blinked playfully, her tone soft. Hey, handsome, have we met before? How about we get to know each other? I'm great at healing, you know. Lin Ling chuckled inwardly. Despite wearing a helmet, this renowned beauty from the second high school was unusually enthusiastic. He had heard of Jiang Yuran and knew she had once unsuccessfully applied to join the Yazi reserve team. Catching her occasional glances at Wang Zifen, Lin Ling quickly understood her intentions. She was merely trying to use him to provoke Wang Zifen. Seeing through her motives, Lin Ling felt no interest at all. He nodded again and pulled down his visor in response. This simple gesture caused Wang Zifen's expression to darken instantly. Hey, buddy, that full set of level 1 white gear you're wearing is quite the statement at night. Wang Zifen said mockingly. How about selling it to me for 50,000? Lin Ling ignored him completely, gently revving his motorcycle and moving forward. Seeing this, Wang Zifen became even more smug. What's the matter, buddy? Won't sell for 50,000? How about 100,000? Or 200,000? Stop it. Jiang Yuran giggled, pretending to intervene. Don't bully the poor guy. Maybe he's a crafting class player. It's not easy to gather a full set of level 1 white gear, you know? Though her words seemed like a defense, they carried an undertone of ridicule. Encouraged by her response, Wang Zifen grew bolder. Hey, want to team up with us to level up? Let me show you what high-level players are all about. Don't be scared, buddy. As the traffic ahead finally cleared, Lin Ling sped up without a word, glancing back at the pair with a look of faint disdain before moving on. His bike soon exited the northern city gate and stopped by the plaza outside the high-speed rail station. Wang Zifen and Jiang Yuran followed closely behind. Hey, buddy, skipping leveling to hang out at the plaza? Wang Zifen approached Lin Ling, patting his motorcycle with a smug grin. Want to try out this roadster of mine? See this? Retro edition. It costs over 300,000, even without modifications. He was already scheming. If Lin Ling so much as touched his bike, he could demand compensation. But Lin Ling still ignored him, his gaze fixed on the plaza's center. By now, a large crowd had gathered, their heads forming a dense C as they appeared to watch something. Wang Zifen was about to lose his temper when Jiang Yuran tugged his arm. Following her gaze, he saw a sleek white hovercar floating 2 meters off the ground at the center of the crowd. A blond young man gracefully stepped out of the car. Check that out. Series hovercar 15 million each. Wow, that blond guy is so handsome. If only I could meet someone like that. The crowd buzzed with admiration and envy. I've seen this guy on TV before. He seems to be an official member of the Yazi Guild, and if I'm not mistaken, he's a third-ear expert. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, and all eyes were drawn to a blonde-haired young man who had become the center of attention. His expression was filled with arrogance, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. He remained indifferent to the infatuated gazes of the girls around him. Suddenly, Wang Zifen's eyes widened in surprise within the crowd. He swiftly drew a dagger glowing with a faint blue light and waved it in excitement. Xiao Xin, big cousin. The blonde-haired man turned his head at the sound, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. With long strides, he walked toward Wang Zifen. The crowd instinctively parted to form a path, their envious gazes now fixed on Wang Zifen. Ha, ha, ha. You're on. This is my big cousin Xiao, Senator. His dad is a manager in the Yazi Guild and currently works for the Xiao Corporation. Big cousin, this is my girlfriend, Jiang Yuran. Wang Zifen introduced proudly. Xiao Sen's gaze lingered on Jiang Yuran for a moment, a subtle glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Zifen, what are you doing here? Big cousin, I just came out for a stroll. What brings you here? Wang Zifen asked with a flattering smile. The Yazi Guild is leveling up tonight, and I'm here to guide some newcomers. We're about to head into the wild zone, so I came down for a breather, Xiao Sen responded nonchalantly. But, big cousin, isn't it true that killing monsters in the newbie zone doesn't count for players above the second tier? Wang Zifen asked, puzzled. Xiao Sen's lips curved into a slight smirk. I can't kill the monsters myself, but I can lure them. I can pull dozens at a time and let the others take them down. That's allowed? Can you take us with you? Wang Zifen's eyes lit up with excitement, and he asked eagerly. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Sen nodded. Tonight, we're farming level 20 monsters. Your levels, well, Never mind. Since we ran into each other, you can tag along. His gaze shifted to Lin Ling, who was holding a helmet, and his expression turned disdainful. Is this guy your friend too? A sly glint flashed in Wang Zifen's eyes. Friend, do you want my big cousin to help you level up and experience the hover car? Not interested, Lin Ling replied coldly. Are you sure you can keep the aggro while only pulling and not attacking? Xiao Sin's face darkened. He wasn't entirely confident in maintaining aggro, but the Yazi Guild members had high damage output. With focused attacks, they could instantly kill the monsters. What did it matter if he lost aggro? What would a level 1 rookie like you know? Xiao San sneered, casting Lin Ling a dismissive glance. Wang Zifen seized the moment to shout, stop pretending. If you give me that level 1 white gear of yours, I guarantee you'll level up from 1 to 5 tonight. The crowd looked at Lin Ling with pity, whispering among themselves. Just as Wang Zifen was waiting to see Lin Ling squirm in embarrassment, a dark blue triangular aircraft suddenly descended from the sky. The words Kuinpeng were emblazoned on its side, and its hull was adorned with a mysterious and stunning starry pattern. 6 menacing cannons locked onto everyone present, creating a tense and chilling atmosphere. A miniaturized laser cannon floated quietly among the 6 other cannons, emanating an intimidating aura of power. The sight made Wang Zifen's eyes widen in disbelief. As an avid fighter jet enthusiast, he immediately recognized that this was far beyond the configuration of an ordinary S-class aircraft. My God, this is definitely an S-class fighter jet, he exclaimed excitedly. Just its configuration alone is worth 2 billion. Zhang Yuran looked at the triangular-shaped jet in confusion. Is this the military's Kuanping? Before Wang Zifen could answer, Xiao San had already jogged forward, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. This is young Master Mo's personal aircraft. I didn't expect him to show up here. Young Master Mo? Which young Master Mo? Zhang Yuran turned to Wang Zifen for clarification. Wang Zifen swallowed hard, his tone becoming serious. The second son of the G conglomerate. You mean the G conglomerate, the second largest private enterprise in Longhua? Zhang Yuran asked in shock. Wang Zifen nodded and elaborated. The largest is the Yunmeng Consortium. Their chambers of commerce span the entire country, and Yunmeng Pharmaceuticals is a global leader in genetic medication. While G comes second, they dominate the national logistics industry. G Express didn't earn its name for nothing. At that moment, the hatch of the fighter jet slowly opened, and a slender boy who looked about 18 stepped out. To everyone's amazement, his gear radiated a dazzling orange glow. GMO! The crowd erupted in astonishment. A full set of orange tier gear? That's worth tens of millions. In stark contrast, Lin Ling's level 1 white gear seemed pitifully shabby. Xiao Sin immediately sidled up with a flattering grin. Young Master Mo, it's an honor to meet you here today. However, GMO merely glanced at him indifferently without saying a word. This cold reaction only fueled more hushed conversations about the prominence of the G conglomerate. Just then, Lin Ling suddenly pushed through the crowd and walked straight toward GMO. Hey, where are you going? Wang Zifen called out from behind. Without turning back, Lin Ling waved dismissively. Taking my little brother to level up. His words prompted a burst of laughter. Wang Zifen exaggeratedly declared, if he actually knows young Master G, he'll do a handstand and wash my hair with my pee in front of everyone. But in the next moment, everyone was struck dumb. The boy in the shabby level 1 white gear walked right up to GMO, casually reached out, and ruffled the carefully styled hair of the wealthy scion. The scene immediately left everyone on site stunned. A wave of gasps and murmurs erupted from the crowd gathered in the square. Whoa, is this guy really young Master G's big brother? Oh my God, a big shot in a level 1 outfit just walked past us. Look, he actually dared to ruffle young Master G's hair. The onlookers' chatter grew louder and louder. Wang Zifen's mind was in complete chaos, unable to process what he was seeing. But then, the situation took an unexpected turn. GMO suddenly leaped several meters back, staring at Lin Ling with a wary expression. Who are you? GMO's loud demand instantly silenced the entire square. Laughter broke out in the crowd. Haha, I knew it. A total poser. This is gonna be good. Young Master G doesn't even know him. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Lin Ling leaned in and whispered something to GMO. GMO's expression instantly shifted from cautious to shocked, and then to sheer delight. He lunged toward Lin Ling, wrapping him in a big, enthusiastic hug. Lin Ling, looking annoyed, pushed GMO away, but the latter clung to him like a shadow, dragging him toward a triangular warship parked in the center of the square. For a moment, the square fell silent, and then an even louder uproar erupted. No way. He really is young Master G's big brother? This plot twist is insane. Can someone explain what just happened? Wang Zifen muttered to himself, impossible. He must be pulling some kind of trick. Before he could finish his thought, the S-class triangular warship had already taken off. It streaked across the sky like a beam of light, racing toward the northern part of the city. The gusts of wind it stirred up made the onlookers stagger, but their cheers of excitement only grew louder. Inside the warship, GMO was like a curious child, showing an intense interest in Lin Ling's mask. Boss, this mask is so cool. Where'd you get it? Dropped it. Let me try it on. No. They'll buy it for 3 million. Not for sale. How about 5 million? Still not for sale. As GMO kept firing questions like a relentless pea shooter, 3 dark lines metaphorically appeared on Lin Ling's forehead. Can you tone down the show-off act? Lin Ling said irritably. GMO scratched his head with an awkward laugh. I mean, I only show off occasionally. Then, suddenly, his eyes lit up. Bro, aren't you showing off too with that full set of level 1 white gear? The effects are just as flashy as my orange gear. How about a trade? Ji Haigu slung an arm around Lin Ling's shoulder, flashing a dagger in his hand. Here, take a look. This is part of the Radiant Glory set legendary quality. It's only dropped by being the first to kill the elite boss in the beginner's zone. In past years, people would be ecstatic just to get a perfect purple set. But this? Legendary, my friend. He beamed with pride. Bro, this is the real deal. Tell me, are you surprised? Jealous? Let me level you up, and this set is yours. Even though it doesn't include a staff, its overall stats crush any level 10 gear out there. What do you think? Pretty generous, huh? Come join the Kuanping Guild and roll with me. Lin Ling's calm gaze swept over the dagger, and the system panel instantly displayed its details. Radiant Glory Dagger. Type: Legendary Weapon Radiant Glory Set. Level Requirement: 5. Durability: 300,300. Attributes: Physical Damage 50. Strength 35. Agility 30. Stamina 30. Attack Speed 5. Accuracy 5. Set Effect: Collect all 9 pieces to trigger set bonus. Strength 100. Passive: Increases total strength by 5 when equipped by an assassin. GMO noticed Lin Ling examining the weapon and grinned expectantly. So, blown away yet? That's the allure of legendary gear. There's no way you're not tempted. Not trading. Only a fool would. Lin Ling replied coolly. GMO froze. Bro, this is the legendary Radiant Glory set we're talking about. Seeing GMO still eager to boast, Lin Ling rubbed his nose and said, I already have gear. You should keep that Radiant Glory set for yourself. By the way, I'm planning to create my own team. Interested in joining me? With that, he retrieved a Radiant Glory staff from his inventory. GMO, puzzled, took it and instinctively cast an appraisal skill. Why are you showing me a level 1 Y-Tire staff? My gear is way better. His voice cut off as his eyes widened. What the? Are you kidding me? A holy Radiant Glory set? Lin Ling casually took the staff back, a slight smirk on his lips. So, what do you say? Want to join me in building a team? Are you serious? GMO's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. When Lin Ling nodded, GMO eagerly responded, Bro, the Kuanping Guild is already in the nation's top 5. If you join us, we might even challenge Yiming for second place in next year's National Awakener Elite Tournament. With some luck, we could even beat the Dragon Nest War Gods reserve team for first. Lin Ling slowly lifted his eyes to the starry sky, his gaze turning profound. My goal is the Divine Realm. The words Divine Realm made GMO's heart skip a beat. As an awakened, he was well aware of the weight this term carried. It referred to the mysterious region that had appeared above the Pacific Ocean during the Great Convergence, a forbidden land that did not belong to Earth. The monsters there were far more powerful than those native to Earth, yet the place was also filled with countless opportunities, rare minerals, and magical artifacts unknown to humanity. To ensure humanity's long-term development, the United Nations imposed strict restrictions on access to the Divine Realm. Only awakened individuals of the 7th rank or higher were allowed entry. For the younger generation, the Divine Realm Championship was established as a pathway. To qualify, participants had to reach the 4th rank before the age of 20, and only the top 20 finalists would earn the chance to enter the Divine Realm for a trial. This threshold excluded 99.9% of all awakened individuals worldwide. Divine Realm? GMO's throat tightened, and his voice trembled slightly. Bro, you're not joking, are you? Lin Ling nodded solemnly in confirmation. How confident are you? GMO's eyes reddened slightly, veins visible in his gaze. Lin Ling suddenly broke into a grin and threw an arm around GMO's shoulders. 100%. To others, this might have sounded like sheer fantasy, but GMO felt his blood boiling with excitement. He chose to believe not because the answer was particularly convincing, but because the one who said it was Lin Ling, the man who had proclaimed he would become the god of magic, the one who had defeated him time and time again. Bro, I have a question. GMO stared directly into Lin Ling's eyes. Are you Yishio? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a confident smirk. Yes. Damn it. I'm in. Lin Ling's smile grew even brighter, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. Between brothers, A promise meant more than 1,000 contracts. With you by my side, entering the divine realm one day won't feel lonely. The two clasped hands in a firm pledge. Captain, now can I borrow that little mask of yours to play with? GMO rubbed his hands together, his eyebrows wiggling mischievously. Lin Ling removed the disguiser mask and handed it over. You can borrow it until level 30. Return it after you upgrade. Haha, a few days of fun ice. GMO eagerly used his detection skill. Holy crap, it's a legendary disguiser mask. Bro, where do you get all these amazing items? He immediately put on the mask, first transforming into Lin Ling's likeness, then into Lin Ling's father, and finally into a random passerby. Watching him have a blast, Lin Ling could only rub his temples in exasperation. Is this what being 18 looks like? His maturity feels more like that of an 80-year-old, GMO said with a look of disdain. If you're really my brother, I'm heading back right now to quit Kuanpeng. No need. Go level up first. Lin Ling waved him off. What level are you now? Bro, I'm level 8. GMO's eyes lit up as he quickly pulled out a pile of scrolls from his storage space. I'll carry you tonight. Let's aim to get you to at least level 5. I came prepared, these are all for you. Lin Ling stared at the dozens of ancient-looking scrolls that suddenly appeared in front of him. He casually picked up two and used his detection skill. High-level wind magic scroll. Level requirement. None. Effect. Casts the advanced magic spell Tornado, dealing 5,000 magic damage to targets within a 50-meter radius. High-level fire magic scroll. Level requirement. None. Effect. Casts the advanced magic spell Scorching Inferno, dealing 5,000 magic damage to targets within a 50-meter radius. Lin Ling's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Each of these high-level magic scrolls was worth 2 to 3 million on the market, enough to overwhelm even a 5th-tier professional. Yet GMO had casually pulled out over 30 of them, and it was clear this wasn't all he had. This kid is seriously loaded. Spending over 100 million dragon coins in one night? Leveling up by throwing high-level magic scrolls around? Lin Ling marveled inwardly. Noticing Lin Ling's expression, GMO puffed out his chest with pride. Haha, bro, don't look at me like that. You're making me feel like I'm some rich fool's pampered son. Aren't you exactly that? Lin Ling rolled his eyes in exasperation. GMO scratched his head with a sheepish grin, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I almost forgot the big news. You'll never guess who sent you that Warring States red. Who? Not Zhou Mingyan? Got one character right, GMO said with a mysterious smile. Stop teasing and just tell me already, Lin Ling said, kicking toward GMO's rear, only to hit an afterimage. GMO had flashed 5 meters away. Yin Nanshu. The name struck like a thunderclap. Lin Ling's hand trembled, nearly dropping the scroll. After 3 years of searching without any leads, she had resurfaced in such an unexpected way. How did she know he needed Warring States red? And how did she find out his ID? Dog, do you have any other info? Lin Ling pressed, memories of Yin Hongtian, the priest's sacrificial act, flashing through his mind. It's strange, GMO shook his head. Even though the G family controls Dragon Nation's postal industry, we couldn't find any information about her. The time the message was sent has even been erased. It's like her name is under some extremely high-level protection. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes, several figures flashing through his mind. Yin Nanshu should only be 16 this year, while Zhou Mingyan was already 18. Yet why did he feel there was some kind of connection between the two? Alright, let's not dwell on it for now, Lin Ling said, heading toward the cabin door. We're here. Let's go grind levels. Tonight, we'll hit level 20, complete the 2nd-tier transfer quest tomorrow, form a team, and then head to Chang'an with me. GMO was dumbfounded. Level 20? 2nd-tier transfer quest? Even with 50 high-level magic scrolls, he knew from his research that leveling up as an alliement mage was no easy feat. Gaining 5 levels would already be a stretch. But 30 levels in one night? Was this even humanly possible? Amid GMO's chaotic thoughts, Lin Ling's team invitation popped up just in time. He immediately joined the team while pondering whether to ask his father to send another 100 advanced magic scrolls. Dogo, park the aircraft outside the mountain range. We'll go in on foot, Lin Ling instructed. GMO snapped back to his senses and quickly piloted the warplane to descend near the foothills of the mountain range. On the mandatory path around the outskirts of the Dongwang Mountains, a team was focused on grinding monsters. Li Jingliang was cautiously luring 3 level 15 ghouls. Although he had already reached level 9 and was close to hitting level 10, he dared not let his guard down against these dangerous creatures. Getting hit even once could spell trouble despite his high defense and health. Xiao Yin swung his staff, casting Fireball. The attack instantly reduced one ghoul's health by nearly half. The surrounding Yazi team members gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Captain Zhao's attack is insane. No wonder Captain Xiao insists on grinding ghouls. Fire magic really has a damage bonus against these dark creatures. Exactly. My arrows only deal a little over 600 damage. Hearing his teammates' praise, Xiao Yin raised his chin smugly and cast another fireball. After a concentrated burst of attacks, all three ghouls were defeated. Just as Li Jingliang was about to lure more monsters, he noticed two unusual figures approaching from the foot of the mountain, one radiating a dazzling white light, the other fully shrouded in an orange glow, an eye-catching sight on a summer night. Captain Xiao, two people are coming our way, Li Jingliang alerted. Xiao Yin frowned as he looked in their direction, wondering why two people would come to grind ghouls. The entire team turned to observe, collectively gasping in shock. My goodness, who is this big shot? Full orange gear? Could it be a legendary set? Must be a 5th tier or higher expert. When will I ever own a full set of orange gear? The air was thick with envious chatter, and the figure radiating white light was almost entirely overlooked. As the two drew closer, the Yazi team members' expressions turned peculiar. Captain Lin? Lin Ling? They recognized one of them as Lin Ling, but the other person was a complete stranger. Xiao Yin, noticing Lin Ling still dressed in level 1 white gear, immediately sneered. Well, if it isn't the great Lin Shen. Still level 1? The Dongwang Mountains are no place for someone like you. Even as he spoke, Xiao Yin discreetly sized up GMO. However, GMO's disguiser mask prevented Xiao Yin from identifying him. Xiao Yin attempted to use the inspection skill but was met with a system message. Target cannot be inspected. However, his eyes widened slightly when he took note of GMO's equipment. Was that the legendary Radiant set? This was the same set mentioned in Lin Ling's beginner's guide as a top-tier gear. Xiao Yin himself only owned 2 pieces of blue Radiant armor. This meant that the person mistaken for a big shot was actually a newbie. How could a newbie possibly acquire a full Radiant set in just one day? There were only 2 possibilities. Either they had purchased old stock. Xiao Yin keenly noticed another anomaly. With his experience, no one would stockpile a set of legendary Radiant gear without reason. The resources and manpower required to craft such a set were astronomical. He quickly sized up the unfamiliar face before him, calculating the man's background. This person carried an extraordinary air, likely the heir of some reclusive financial conglomerate, with a family power surpassing even the Xiao clan. And which family does this friend belong to? It seems Lin Ling has found himself quite the ally, Xiao Yin said with a hearty laugh. GMO ignored his words entirely, while Lin Ling cast him a fleeting glance and uttered 3 words, "Sweet baby." Xiao Yin looked confused, and Xiao Yin leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Brother, sweet baby in English is sweet baby, or SB for short." Realizing he'd been insulted, Xiao Yan's face turned red with anger. You. Before he could finish, GMO's narrow eyes locked onto him like a blade. Instinctively, Xiao Yin raised his staff but quickly remembered that aside from one purple weapon, the rest of his gear was all blue, while the other man was fully clad in orange. If this orange-clad assassin of comparable strength decided to ambush him, the thought sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and he wisely chose to remain silent. Lin Ling, Zhou Mingyin called softly as she approached Lin Ling. Though her gaze landed on GMO, "Thank you for your purifying light." Lin Ling gave a slight nod. He had always been generous to friends, but was unwilling to give without limit. Such a relationship was no longer friendship but servitude. "And thank you for the Warring States Red. By my calculations, I owe you one. I'll repay you someday." He looked directly into Zhou Mingyin's eyes, only to find confusion reflected there. "Warring States Red? What are you talking about? Wasn't it you?" Lin Ling asked, an enigmatic smile on his face. "Someone sent me 3 pieces of Warring States Red agate anonymously. I assumed it was from you." Still puzzled, Zhou Mingyin retrieved 5 scrolls from her storage space and handed them to Lin Ling. "I know you're short on resources. Take these intermediate magic scrolls for farming monsters. With your skills, you should be able to handle pulling more mobs. But don't stay in the eastward mountain range. It's too dangerous for leveling. Zhou Mingyin, focus on leveling up and stop wasting everyone's time." Xiao Yin barked, his face darkened with irritation. Zhou Mingyin paid him no attention, her eyes fixed on Lin Ling. His heart warmed. He knew she hadn't yet become the high priest with a billion monthly salary. These magic scrolls likely represented 3 years of her savings. Lin Ling shook his head gently. "No need. These won't be of much use to me. Keep them for yourself or sell them." As he spoke, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, instantly capturing Zhou Mingyin's attention. "You still love shooting stars?" Lin Ling asked. "And you're still so determined?" Zhou Mingyin knew Lin Ling too well. Seeing his expression, she put away the scrolls. Lin Ling gazed at the starry sky. "There might be a meteor shower tonight." "Ift. Where's this meteor shower supposed to come from?" "Lin Ling, just leave and stop distracting us from leveling," Xiaoya said disdainfully. Ignoring her, Lin Ling continued, speaking to Zhou Mingyin. "Maybe my presence will bring the meteor shower. You all should head to Wanlu Park in the west of the city to farm mutant treants. If there really is a meteor shower, the dark creatures might all get wiped out." Although he planned to limit the range of his abilities this time, no dark creatures within dozens of miles would survive. Offering this warning for Zhou Mingyin's sake was already going above and beyond. Whether they heeded it was up to them. Huh, what a joke. You're just trying to waste our time on the way so you can catch up, Xiaoye sneered, looking smug as though she had seen through his scheme. Lin Ling said no more and turned to walk deeper into the mountains. Imph, does he really think he's the legendary Lin god from the simulation pod? Xiaoyan scoffed behind him. Lin Ling simply raised a hand and waved without turning back. As Xiaoyan watched him disappear into the distance, an inexplicable feeling crept over him. For a fleeting moment, he felt like a mere clown in front of this man. Under Lin Ling's guidance, the two skillfully bypassed all the dark creatures and quickly reached the peak of Sharphorn Mountain, deep within the eastern ridge. The path ahead abruptly ended, with two ghouls roaming the open area in front of them. Bro, fire magic has the highest damage potential among mage skills, right? You must have learned Fireball. Ghouls are dark-type monsters, so fire magic gets a damage boost against them. Let me show you what I can do first, GMO said, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. This display of stealth left Lin Ling genuinely surprised. As an experienced player, he knew this wasn't an ordinary assassin's invisibility skill. Normal stealth techniques had a brief activation animation, and high-speed movement often left afterimages. Yet, GMO disappeared instantly, leaving no sign of his presence. Even with Lin Ling's extraordinary mental acuity and the wealth of experience from his 2 lifetimes, he couldn't detect even a hint of GMO's whereabouts. While he was focusing intently, a level 25 red-haired ghoul dozens of meters away suddenly altered its path. This subtle anomaly was something only a seasoned veteran like Lin Ling, who had hunted countless ghouls in the area, would notice. The next moment, a damage number appeared above the ghoul's head that even Lin Ling found astonishing, reducing its health by half in an instant. Its enraged howl attracted the attention of the other ghoul. As the two monsters flailed about in confusion, a second damage number appeared, and the wounded ghoul collapsed to the ground. Even more shocking was what happened next. An unbelievable damage value emerged above the fully healthy ghoul's head. An 8th level assassin had just one-shot a level 25 wild monster. Gmo's figure reappeared beside the fallen ghoul's corpse. He bent down to pick up a blue necklace, then swiftly flashed back to Lin Ling's side. Bro, how was my damage? Were you scared? Could you even track me? Come on, admit it, I'm amazing, right? I'm the invincible, unstoppable, adorable little genius. GMO exclaimed, dancing around Lin Ling with an air of triumph. Not bad talent, Lin Ling replied calmly. Active skill. Stealth requires no mana, enhances stealth effects, and increases attack power by 300 upon entering stealth mode, lasting for 60 seconds. GMO rattled off the description in one breath, then added with a smug grin, passive skill. Reaper's Descent. After a kill, the next basic attack will have a 600 attack power boost. He looked at Lin Ling with a face full of pride and eagerly asked, how about it? Tell me, isn't your brother's talent absolutely insane? Lin Ling lightly touched his nose, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It's all right. Those 2 simple words immediately shattered Gmo's confidence. His expression deflated like a wilting eggplant. I can't live like this anymore, he exclaimed dramatically. But soon enough, something seemed to occur to him, and he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Lin bro, I heard your Xuanfu Bay City got attacked by an undead archmage during the day? Stretching lazily, Lin Ling retrieved a radiant staff from his storage space and replied in a casual tone, attacked? I don't think so. Maybe it was just some rookie leveling up. I heard undead creatures were rising from the ground in a 100-mile radius. That's definitely forbidden magic. A rookie pulling off a forbidden spell to clear the area? That's ridiculous. GMO looked doubtful, sensing Lin Ling was acting a bit odd today. Are you sure you're not just shaken up about the awakening thing earlier? You should be prepared for the possibility maybe there really is a rookie out there who can clear the field with forbidden magic, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. GMO scoffed. If you can find a rookie who can clear the field with forbidden magic, I'll give them my S-class warplane. Are you serious? Lin Ling's lips curved upward slightly. Of course. My word is as good as a done deal, GMO said with firm conviction. Just don't cry when you have to hand over your plane, Lin Ling teased. It's just an S-class warplane. Why would I cry over that? GMO replied confidently. Suddenly, Lin Ling changed the subject. By the way, where's the control core for your S-class warplane? Although puzzled, GMO pulled out a small crystal cube, about the size of a die, from his storage space. It was the core component that fully controlled the S-class warplane. Lin Ling's hand moved like lightning, snatching the control core away. He looked up at the night sky and said, Dog, do you like shooting stars? Not really, GMO replied with a shake of his head. Shooting stars are rare and fleeting, too intangible. They can't even help me level up. I prefer practical things. Dog, since you showed me a trick, I'll show you one in return. Lin Ling gave a mysterious smile as he picked up the radiant staff and began walking toward the mountaintop. His equipment glowed faintly white, making him look like a deity under the night sky. Bro, there are no monsters left on the mountaintop, GMO called out in reminder. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Ling was already raising the staff high and chanting, "A gentle starry sky should move you. I've prepared an expanse of sky just for you." In an instant, the sky above turned a deep crimson. GMO stared in stunned silence at the sudden change, only to hear Lin Ling shout with a thunderous voice, "Fire element forbidden spell meteor shower. Let it bloom." As Lin Ling's voice fell, the system interface unfolded before his eyes, displaying options for attack targets. Attack only monsters, attack only humans, attack specific targets. Without hesitation, Lin Ling selected attack only monsters. A three-dimensional map spanning 100 miles instantly unfolded in his mind. He quickly marked the entire Dongwang mountain range as the forbidden spells coverage area. The next moment, a beautiful melody echoed above the mountains. "I'll take you to watch a meteor shower, falling on this earth. Let your tears fall on my shoulder." Before the song ended, countless streaks of fire suddenly lit up the night sky. An unending rain of meteors fell, dyeing the entire sky blood red. The Dongwang mountain range was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Amid the deafening roar, the ground trembled violently, and flames swept across dozens of kilometers. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside the mountain range, where Lin Ling and his companion had left, the situation was entirely different. Li Jingliang was charging out of the valley with 3 ghouls, and although the leveling progress was slow under Xiao Yin and his team's focused attacks, it was steady. Suddenly, a hovercar descended beside the leveling party, and 3 official members of the Yazi Guild stepped out. Although Xiao Yin was somewhat displeased with the 2 burdens that Xiao San had brought along, he refrained from commenting, considering Xiao San was an elite member. Xiao San immediately began to showcase his strength, quickly attracting over a dozen ghouls. At Xiao Yan's command, the team unleashed an overwhelming barrage of attacks, swiftly clearing the entire group of monsters. Wang Zifan and Jiang Yuren's experience bars surged, nearly leveling up on the spot. "That was incredible," Jiang Yuren exclaimed. Her eyes filled with admiration as she watched the rocket-like leveling speed. Wang Zifan proudly boasted about his cousin's skills, while Xiao Yin offered generous praise, demonstrating the social finesse of a wealthy heir. Encouraged, Xiao Sun charged back into the valley, this time pulling 3 to 4 dozen ghouls, including a few level 20 elite monsters. As the wave of monsters surged toward them, most of the team was thrilled, though Zhou Mingyan furrowed her brow, concerned that the sheer number of monsters might lead to chaos. "Don't worry, Mingyan," Xiao Yin said confidently. "My damage output is high enough to handle this in a few minutes. Besides, I've prepared over a dozen advanced magic scrolls." With that, he continued casting fireball spells at the horde. Amid the thunderous explosions, a critical damage number appeared above the head of a level 25 red-haired ghoul. The ghoul let out a piercing, agonized scream as its health dropped by half. Its aggro instantly shifted from Xiao San to Xiao Yin. "This is bad." Xiao Yan's heart sank. He turned around, ready to flee. At that moment, a series of system notifications popped up simultaneously on all the Yazi team's interfaces. LV-25 red-haired ghoul has mutated after being attacked, evolving into LV-35 Ghoul Dance King. Defeating it will grant a dungeon entry ticket fragment, 1, and a chance to obtain legendary equipment. As the first hidden boss in the Novice Zone this year, its defeat will trigger a global first kill announcement. Note: attacks from awakened players above Tier 2 are ineffective. Magical item attacks are ineffective. Before the message even finished, the ghoul twisted its body and transformed into the Ghoul Dance King, now clad in suspenders. It began dancing, using a skull to perform a dribbling move under its legs. The ground trembled as over a dozen LV-25 intern ghouls burst from the earth, spewing green toxic mist as they advanced toward the group. Everyone's expressions darkened. Fighting monsters above their level was already dangerous, and losing aggro control could spell doom for the entire team. Now they faced not only a level 35 boss, but Xiao San, a Tier 3 player, couldn't harm it or regain its aggro. How could this group of level 10 novices possibly survive? "Xiao Yin, get on the hovercar. Forget the boss." Xiao San used a charge skill to carve a path through the horde of ghouls, dashing toward the hovercar. Xiao Yin, already in a panic, grabbed his younger sister Xiaoya and rushed toward the hovercar. Under Xiao San's control, the vehicle barreled through the ghouls, knocking several of them down. Once inside, Xiao Yin saw the last available seat and shouted to Zhou Mingyan, "Mingyan, hurry up." That call was like a death sentence for the others. Despair filled their eyes as they turned toward Xiao Yin. "If Lin Shun were here, he would never abandon us," the archer choked out, tears in their voice. "Big cousin, don't leave me." Wang Zifan, with reddened eyes, shoved Jiang Yuran toward the ghouls and made a break for the hover car himself. Jiang Yuren stared at him in disbelief before being struck by the ghoul's claws. The level 7 priest's health bar instantly emptied, and their body was quickly torn into white bones. The gruesome scene made everyone retreat in horror, except for Zhou Mingyan, who remained motionless in place. Zhou Mingyan, get on the car. Do you want to die? Xiaoya screamed, her face pale. You've got 5 seconds at most, or none of you are getting out. Xiao Xin urgently warned. Xiao Yin, his face filled with panic, extended his hand. Zhou Mingyan, I'm giving you one last chance. Are you coming or not? In the darkness of the bushes, 2 pairs of eyes were locked intently on Zhou Mingyan. A team member dressed in a ghillie suit whispered, Captain, should we step in and save her? Not yet. Wait a little longer. Another replied in a hushed tone. That Xiao Yin is really disgusting. There are so many ways to handle this crisis. They remained silent, ready to act at any moment. In the clearing, Zhou Mingyan wore a mocking expression as she coldly questioned Xiao Yin. If we leave, what happens to them? They're our teammates. Her words immediately drew everyone's attention to Xiao Yin. Just then, the Ghoul King let out an earth-shaking roar. The ground split open, and a dozen white-haired ghouls emerged, charging straight at the hovercraft. A green poisonous mist spewed from their mouths, enveloping the vehicle. Inside, the 3 passengers' health bars began to drop rapidly. Joseon, get out of here. If she wants to die, let her die. Xiaoyan shouted in panic. The hovercraft ascended quickly, leaving the desperate Yazi team members behind on the ground. Everyone, regroup with Minnow. Zhou Mingyan's voice cut through the chaos. Except for Wang Zifan, the rest of the team immediately moved toward her. Wang Zifan glanced at Zhou Mingyan, then resolutely ran downhill on his own. Regroup with you to protect you? Be your cannon fodder? Keep dreaming. Wang Zifan's eyes were bloodshot as he chose to trust only himself. But after just a few steps, he was intercepted by a ghoul. A cloud of green mist engulfed him, and his health plummeted. Zhou Mingyan quickly issued orders. Follow me and charge out of the mountains. Ignore the monsters behind us. Jingliang, clear the ones in front. I'll handle the healing. Before she finished speaking, the green mist had already surrounded the team. Zhou Mingyan waved her staff, and a flash of white light dispersed the poison and restored their health. In the distance, Wang Zifan, now critically low on health, shouted desperately, Help! Hey, priest! I'm friends with that guy in the level 1 white gear. Save me! Zhou Mingyan frowned slightly but still cast a healing spell on him. Run! Zhou Mingyan commanded. Despite his trembling legs, Li Jingliang pushed forward with his shield. Just then, the Ghoul King suddenly leapt in front of the group. With a single swipe of its claws, it reduced Li Jingliang's health to near zero. Zhou Mingyan quickly healed him, but the king's second strike drained his health completely. This time, Zhou Mingyan did not cast another healing spell, and despair surged in Li Jingliang's heart. At this critical moment, Li Jingliang was astonished to witness an unbelievable phenomenon. His nearly depleted health bar suddenly refilled in a flash and continued to regenerate automatically every second. This far surpassed the effects of any ordinary healing spell, resembling nothing short of a miracle. Everyone, focus all attacks on the boss. Zhou Mingyan quickly adapted their strategy upon realizing their path was blocked. However, without the output support of the 2 mages, their attacks barely matched the boss's self-healing rate. Meanwhile, with Xiao Yan's whereabouts unknown, the dancer ghoul had shifted its aggro. Assassin, help with the damage output. I'll handle the healing. Zhou Mingyan shouted to Wang Zifan. But Wang Zifan, noticing that the boss's aggro was locked on Li Jingliang, activated his stealth and attempted to flee. At that moment, the dancer ghoul began another eerie performance, combining rap and basketball moves, causing the ground to quake violently. A third wave of ghouls erupted from beneath the earth, their numbers and range surpassing the previous waves. Wang Zifan, in his panicked escape, collided head-on with a ghoul bursting from the ground. Before he could react, a sharp claw pierced through his chest. In an instant, a swarm of ghouls overwhelmed him, and his agonized screams were quickly silenced under their relentless claws. Zhou Mingyan and the others found themselves similarly surrounded. Even with Li Jingliang's abilities, breaking through seemed impossible. Prolonging the fight would only lead to one fate being devoured by the ghouls. If only Captain Lin were here, Li Jingliang murmured to himself. A level 35 boss is too much for us. Even with Captain Lin, we might not stand a chance, murmured Yu Yu, her voice filled with despair, her eyes reflecting hopelessness. Zhou Mingyan forced a bitter smile as she retrieved a golden scroll emanating an eerie energy from her storage space. Her slender fingers gripped it tightly, her expression torn with hesitation. That guy said there would be a meteor shower tonight. She sighed softly, as if all her strength had drained away. Slowly, she lifted the golden scroll. Before she could finish her words, a familiar melody suddenly filled the air. Let's watch the meteor shower together. As it falls upon the earth, let your tears fall on my shoulder. The sky abruptly turned crimson. Everyone instinctively looked up, their faces filled with shock. A spectacular meteor firestorm was breaking through the layers of red clouds, plummeting toward the ground. At the same time, in the highest conference room of the Dragon Nest at the Xuanfu Bay City, all the high-ranking officials and Dragon Nest delegates had gathered, preparing to face the impending crisis. Today, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a stern protest to all countries with necromancer-related special professions above the 7th advancement. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. At the head of the table sat a man in a crisp military uniform, Colonel Zhou Weiguo. As an S-level talent awakener and a 6th advancement archer, the 9 divine dragons coiling into the emblem of Dragon Nest on his left arm stood out prominently. The 2 bars and 4 stars on his epaulets gleamed coldly under the lights. This attack caused no casualties. Could it be that their target wasn't our newcomers? Mayor Bai Haishan asked with a frown. Zhou Weiguo responded with a stern expression. Mayor Bai, perhaps it was just the twisted sense of humor of some grand mage. Right now, the most important thing is the Dragon Nest recruitment. This time, Xuanfu Bay City has indeed produced some promising talents. The key is to secure outstanding results in the newcomer tournament's dungeon phase. He lowered his head, flipping through the documents on the table, his brows furrowed deeply. The inability to locate the first kill achiever of the elite boss, Yixiu, was particularly vexing. Could Yixiu be an alias? But aliases couldn't be set before the 2nd advancement, and after the 2nd advancement, they wouldn't meet the criteria for the rookie zone's elite boss first kill. The conundrum left him utterly puzzled. Suddenly, his expression softened. The topmost document was Lin Ling's file, and under the talent section, it prominently stated SS level. What a pity, Zhou Weiguo sighed. Children of the law grow far too slowly. He placed the file at the bottom of the stack, revealing the second one. Zhou Mingyan. Seeing her SS talent brought a satisfied smile to Zhou Weiguo's face. A priest of her caliber, once trained, would significantly enhance the overall combat strength of Longhua. And then there was Zhao Yijuan. The thought of Zhao Yijuan gave Zhou Weiguo a headache. This S-level talent, the Son of Thunder, hailing from Qiulambu City, possessed extraordinary potential as a thunder mage. However, his personality was deeply troubling. Arrogant due to his prominent family background, he had a history of bullying the weak and had even committed heinous acts of assault against young women. If not for his influential connections, he would likely still be serving time in prison. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the conference room, and red warning lights began flashing frantically. What's going on? Could it be another forbidden curse attack on Xuanfu Bay City? Everyone's faces turned pale. The piercing alarm blared sharply, and the red warning lights flashed urgently in the meeting room. This level of alert signaled that the Bay City was under a forbidden level attack. Is it that undead Grand Magus again? Zhou Weiguo suddenly turned to the guard, his eyes sharp and full of determination. Mayor Bai Haishan frantically pressed a button on the conference table. The walls instantly transformed into a massive screen. On the display, countless fire meteors were streaking down from the night sky, heading straight for Xuanfu Bay City. Activate the city's protective barrier immediately, Zhou Weiguo commanded in a deep voice. Before his words had fully settled, a blue protective shield had already materialized over the city in the holographic projection. However, what shocked everyone was that none of the fire meteors struck the barrier. They bypassed the urban area entirely and headed straight north. The ground began to shudder violently. Did they miss their target? Someone among the higher-ups questioned, puzzled. A Grand Magus mental control would never allow such a mistake. Unless... Zhou Weiguo's gaze quickly scanned the awakening reports on the table, his pupils contracting sharply. This is bad. Mingyan and the others are in the eastern mountain range. Bai Haishan's secretary, Xiao Wang, quickly brought up the map. A red marker with Zhou Mingyan's avatar was precisely located within the fire element forbidden spells coverage area. Damn it, they're targeting Zhou Mingyan. Zhou Weiguo sprang to his feet. Send an emergency citywide alert order, all rookies to evacuate the wild zones. Everyone, follow me out of the city to rescue them immediately. At his command, several figures shot into the sky, heading straight for the eastern mountain range. Behind them, medical teams and cleric squads mobilized swiftly, with numerous aircraft taking off to provide support. At the outskirts of the mountain range, guild members grinding experience at night witnessed this terrifying and awe-inspiring scene. They lost all courage to continue their training. That meteor almost hit me. Staying here is as good as suicide. Our guild, Battle Heaven, is requesting to relocate from Xuanfu Bay City. This place is too dangerous. With undead forbidden spells by day and fire element forbidden spells by night, the relentless disasters drove these newly awakened rookies to give up on night training. They scrambled to retreat back to the city. Panic spread quickly among the crowd, and more people decided to leave this perilous base city. An urgent notice from the Xuanfu base city suddenly popped up on all awakened individual system panels. The leveling zone in the Dongwang mountain range has been attacked by an unknown fire-type Grand Magus using forbidden magic. All personnel below the 5th advancement level must immediately retreat to the safety zone within the base city. This announcement caused an uproar among the awakened community. Again? So what if it's forbidden magic? There's not even a single monster left to kill in this crappy place. How are we supposed to level up? Angry complaints erupted one after another. More and more people began submitting relocation requests to the city government. The once peaceful and tranquil small city of Xuanfu now filled them with dread. Even the awakened individuals with non-combat professions in the city started to feel unsafe, as if the entire city might devour them at any moment. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the chaos, the core area of the fire-type, forbidden magic Lin Ling and GMO were leisurely enjoying an unprecedented leveling experience. Holy crap, bro. I've hit level 20. GMO shouted excitedly as a white light flashed past him. Then, another blinding white light followed. What the hell? Level 25. Level 30. Lin Shin. My dear brother. This is pure bliss. GMO yelled uncontrollably, overwhelmed with excitement. The system notification chimed in right on cue. Congratulations on reaching level 30. Please proceed to the job transition temple in the Awakening Grounds to complete your transition task. Unlock the transition seal to continue leveling up. GMO stared at Lin Ling in disbelief, slapping his own cheeks repeatedly and feeling his racing heartbeat. Was this what they meant by showing off? Was this the so-called meteor shower? He had planned to help Lin Ling level up, but instead, he had effortlessly reached level 30 and triggered the second advancement seal. This completely shattered his understanding of leveling up. In contrast to GMO's ecstatic reaction, Lin Ling, who had experienced a similar situation before, remained much calmer. His system panel continuously updated with kill notifications. From low-level ghouls to ghostly lantern monsters, from red-haired ghouls to white-haired ghouls, and even the hidden boss, the Ghoul Dance King. The experience points kept accumulating, and his mage class levels across all elements swiftly reached level 20. The final system notification read, as a multi-class mage, all professions have reached level 20. You must collect specific materials to manually unlock the seal and continue leveling. Additionally, as the first player this year to defeat a hidden boss, this achievement will be announced globally in 30 minutes. Due to Lin Ling clearing out large areas of monsters twice in a row, he unintentionally triggered the hidden boss, the wrathful Demon King. The system notification indicated that this special boss would respawn in 48 hours, carrying the rare Demon King's heart, material, and an epic deer equipment set. Even more importantly, as the one who triggered the event, Lin Ling would have a 60-minute exclusive information advantage. Would you like to teleport the dropped items to your location? Would you like to obtain the Demon King's heart? The system prompts flashed repeatedly, and Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. The Demon King's heart was one of the 2 core materials needed for his specialized weapon, making this unexpected gain perfectly timed. Yes. With Lin Ling's confirmation, the familiar white light glowed, and a small mountain of equipment materialized in front of him. While it wasn't as bountiful as his last haul, there were still over 100 items. Detected that you have gathered all necessary materials. Would you like to unlock the level seal? This time, Lin Ling did not immediately agree. From past experience, he knew that unlocking the seal would grant a temporary state of full power with a godlike blessing. To be cautious, he decided to save this trump card for later. No. Lin Ling quickly opened his attribute panel. The 10-level increase had boosted each of his 4 basic attributes by 100 points. The panel displayed. Name, Lin Ling. Combat class, Omni Mage. Level, 20. HP, 7,500. Mana, 22,160. Physical attack, 3,700. Magic attack, 7,640. Defense, 3,450. Speed, 90 yardsec. Base attributes, Stamina 750, Strength 740, Intelligence 1328, Agility 900, Accuracy 90. Available attribute points 40. Beside him, GMO stared at the pile of equipment, his jaw practically on the floor. Like an excited octopus, he rummaged through the heap, exclaiming non-stop, "Oh my gosh! A rare paralyzing ring? A perfect crystal shield? Wait, is this an orange tier item?" When he unearthed a large orange bow from the pile, he was so thrilled he looked like a child with a brand new toy, spinning in circles in front of Lin Ling. Ling, how are you not excited at all? This is an orange tier item. Legendary gear. Lin Ling watched him hop around with mild exasperation. Lauer, it's just an orange tier weapon. Is that really worth all this fuss? Do you even know how much an orange tier item is worth? And we're the ones who got it. GMO excitedly held up the bow. A level 30 orange bow let me test its feel. Activate. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fully draw the bowstring. As expected of an orange weapon, someone like me, with 3 agility and 1 strength build and 660 strength, still can't pull it. While GMO was marveling, Lin Ling snatched the orange bow out of his hands. Jimo's face lit up with a meaningful smile as he turned to Linling. Bro, you're not thinking of trying this bow too, are you? As a mage, you should avoid humiliating yourself in unfamiliar territory. This is an orange tier bow, you know. I can pull it to full draw 10 times in a row, believe it or not. Linling raised an eyebrow, giving him a teasing look. Yeah, right, GMO immediately scoffed. If you can really pull it 10 times, I'll wash my hair upside down every day from now on. Bro, even if you're bluffing, you should at least. GMO's words cut off abruptly. He stared, dumbfounded, as Linling effortlessly drew the longbow to its full extent. Not once but 9 times in a row. Not bad, but I can only manage 9, Linling said casually, as if it were no big deal. Bro, you clearly have more in you, don't you? GMO asked in disbelief. Linling smiled faintly. What's the point? Watching my brother wash his hair upside down doesn't benefit me. GMO felt a lump in his throat at that comment, silently staring at Linling. After a moment, GMO looked up at the night sky, then back down with his usual playful demeanor restored. Where's the justice in this? A mage should just be a mage. Bro, how much strength do you even have? Awakening strength was 90 points. Not great, to be honest, Linling said, scratching his nose. Now it's 740. I've never seen anyone so shameless. GMO exclaimed. This is ridiculous. Your strength makes me feel worse than realizing I'm useless. Ignoring GMO's grumbling, Linling turned his attention to the orange tier bow in his hands, inspecting its stats. Starmoon Longbow Legendary. Level requirement, 30. Strength requirement, 700. Durability, 500,500. Attributes, 100 physical damage, 60 strength, 50 attack speed, 30 stamina, 30 agility, 5 accuracy, 10 critical rate. Passive, 5 damage on normal attacks, 20 normal attack damage at night. This is definitely a great bow. Not part of a set, but for early game archers, it's top tier, Linling remarked, storing the bow in his inventory. GMO finally snapped out of his daze. Linbro, what was that skill just now? A forbidden spell? How can you use a forbidden spell before even reaching the 2nd class advancement? Bro, what level are you really? Don't tell me you're secretly a 7th class powerhouse. Linling began picking up the gear scattered on the ground and said sternly, level 20. And remember, not a word about me to anyone, or ill sew your mouth shut. GMO nodded fervently, covering his mouth with both hands. Level 20? That fast? Level 20 and already using forbidden spells? Linling's eyes turned cold, not with hostility but with enough intensity to silence GMO immediately. GMO shook his head vigorously, signaling his cooperation. Seeing his compliance, Linling's expression softened into a smile. You're level 30 now, right? GMO nodded. Linling took the disguiser mask from GMO's face and put it on himself, using it only to conceal his information without altering his appearance. Bro, can't you be a little more high profile? You're even more low-key than that mysterious heiress of the Yunmeng group, GMO muttered. The eldest daughter of Dragon Nation's top financial group. No one even knows her name or what she looks like. That comment seemed to pique Linling's interest. He narrowed his eyes, as if he had just grasped a faint clue that wasn't yet clear. Yunmeng group? Yin Hongtian was undercover in the States, so his identity must be highly classified, Linling murmured, deep in thought. GMO, who's the legal representative of Yunmeng group? How do you not know? It's Zhou Yun, GMO blurted out. About 19 years ago, she had a child out of wedlock, and the father's identity is a mystery. She raised the kid while leveling up. She's probably at least a 6th class bishop by now. What a legend, managing to raise a child while building the biggest private enterprise in Dragon Nation. As Linling absorbed this information, his gaze grew even more contemplative. Zhou Yun, Yunmeng group, Yin Hongtian. He suddenly looked toward the outskirts of the eastern mountain range, a thought flashing through his mind. I know who Yin Nanshu is. A triangular fighter jet roared across the sky above the Dongwang mountain range. Inside the cabin, streams of data continuously updated as soldiers reported the latest developments with tense yet orderly precision. Report. No signs of any Tier 5 or higher professionals detected. The attackers have retreated. Report. 0 casualties in the area. Report. All monsters in the Dongwang mountain range have been cleared. Report. Data analysis indicates this operation aligns with the necromancy forbidden spell from earlier today, targeting only monsters for elimination. Zhou Weiguo stared intently at the thermal imaging display, watching the glowing dots rapidly moving towards the outskirts of the mountain range. His brows furrowed deeply. Which country could be orchestrating all of this? Captain Zhou, could it be the use of a forbidden spell scroll? Baihaitian's mayor speculated from the side. Fire element forbidden spell scrolls are relatively common, but necromancy ones, those are virtually unheard of. Or perhaps, Baihaitian hesitated, lifting his hand to gesture northward. White Bear. Zhou Weiguan narrowed his eyes. At that moment, an encrypted message suddenly appeared before him. Intel received. American Alliance spies have entered the border, suspected to be tracking the forbidden spellcaster. U.S. involvement can be ruled out. The message plunged Zhou Weiguan into thought. It seemed there was more to this investigation into the forbidden spell incident than what had been disclosed. Haitian's conjecture was indeed plausible. While the White Bear Nation was a strategic ally of the Dragon Nation, they were also competitors. Such a non-lethal attack aimed at delaying the development of new talents would be meaningless for the American alliance, but highly beneficial for White Bear. In a month, the National Newcomer Championship Dungeon will take place, and the champion will secure a direct entry into the Divine Realm. Haitian continued to analyze. The Dragon Nation and White Bear Nation are in the same group, with evenly matched strength. Whichever side wins the group championship could potentially become the true leader of the alliance. Besides, White Bear does have a necromancy Grand Magus. Zhou Weiguan nodded in agreement. I'll report your hypothesis to the Dragon's Nest, but I doubt White Bear would resort to such measures. Many citizens are now applying for intercity transfers. We must find a way to stabilize public sentiment, Haitian said anxiously. How do we stabilize them? Zhou Weiguan's face darkened. Should we tell all the awakened individuals that it's our Grand Magus lighting fireworks? At that moment, a soldier suddenly turned to report. Shao Group CEO, Shao Yuanshan, is requesting to join a video call. What does he want? Zhou Weiguan frowned. Put him through. The large screen quickly displayed the image of a portly middle-aged man. Shao Yuanshan smiled and asked, Leaders, have you managed to locate the Grand Magus who cast the forbidden spell in Xuanfu? They escaped. Zhou Weiguan sighed. Just like earlier today, they cast the spell and fled. This individual's mental strength is extraordinarily high, capable of precisely controlling the meteor firestorm to target only monsters without harming any awakened individuals. Heh. Shao Yuanshan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together as he spoke. You all must be thinking about how to calm the public, right? Well, I have an idea. Spit it out already. Zhou Weiguan snapped sharply, frowning. As a military officer, he had always despised the hypocrisy of these wealthy elites. Shao Yuanshan quickly explained. Zhou Mingyan and her team just happened to encounter a hidden boss. We can announce that it was my son, Shao Yin, who used a fire-based forbidden magic spell to save them. This way, we not only resolve the government's troubles, but also encourage unity and friendship among the young people. Isn't that a win-win situation? A sly glint flashed in his eyes as he finished speaking. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the eastern mountain range, the members of the Yazi squad stood frozen amidst the devastated landscape. The dozen or so teammates exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether to feel relieved at their survival or stunned by the scene before them. Moments ago, they had been cornered by a horde of ghouls, only to be saved by a sudden meteor shower that annihilated every monster without harming them. Zhou Mingyan quickly snapped out of her shock, recalling the undead army they had encountered earlier in the day. She carefully tucked away a golden scroll, her cold demeanor unable to conceal her breathtaking beauty. Under her command, the team dodged the falling meteors while scrambling to take down the remaining monsters. In just a few minutes, everyone had leveled up at least once. However, as each meteor struck nearby, accompanied by the ghastly cries of burning ghouls, fear gripped every one of them. With a heavy gulp, Li Jingliang watched the last monster collapse and finally felt his heart settle back into his chest. Mingyan, what was that meteor shower all about? The archer Yu asked in a trembling voice. I have no idea, Zhou Mingyan admitted, her expression uncharacteristically puzzled. Li Jingliang, still shaken, retorted, Yu, has your brain been fried? That wasn't a meteor shower, it was a fire-based forbidden magic spell. Whatever it was, without it, we'd be dead by now, Zhou Mingyan said solemnly. Still, the monsters have been wiped out again, just like earlier today. At least we managed to gain some experience points. Otherwise, we'd be stuck running around the map all night. If only we'd listened to Captain Lin earlier and gone to farm mutated treants, Yu sighed regretfully. That casual remark struck a chord with Zhou Mingyan. Lin Ling's earlier words suddenly echoed in her mind. Perhaps because of my presence, the meteor shower might appear. You should head to Wanlu Park in the western part of the city to farm mutated treants. If a meteor shower does happen, the dark creatures will probably be wiped out. I think I found you, Zhou Mingyan murmured to herself, the image of Lin Ling's figure flashing before her eyes. A sly smile played on her lips. At this moment, a strong sense of confusion flashed in the eyes of the Yazi Reserve team members, except for Zhou Mingyan, whose expression remained calm. Most of the team hadn't noticed the flaw in Shao Yan's level after all. The Shao Corporation had a market value of over 10 billion. Even though forbidden spell scrolls were regulated, it wasn't impossible for the corporation to have such items in reserve. As for whether a forbidden spell could target only monsters without harming awakeners, no one could say for sure. The few who did notice the inconsistency chose to remain silent. No one wanted to stir up trouble for nothing. Mingyan, I'm sorry if I startled you, Xiaoyan said with a gentle smile. I only called my family to send over the forbidden spell scroll after I left here. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of everyone. Danger averted notice. The recent event was not an attack by a Grand Magister, but rather Xiao Yin of the Xiao Corporation using a fire element forbidden spell scroll to rescue his teammate Zhou Mingyan. Awakeners may continue leveling with peace of mind. For those concerned, a teleportation array with Onadi free access is temporarily available to leave the Xianzhou base city. The notification caused a stir among the Yazi reserve team. Zhou Mingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on her lips. For her, the National Newcomer Championship dungeon was the top priority. Carrying an important mission, she wouldn't let other factors distract her. Let's set this matter aside for now. We should leave Xianzhou base city first. The most important thing right now is to find a safe place to level up, Zhou Mingyan said calmly. Whatever you say. We'll go wherever you want us to. Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy as he saw Zhou Mingyan's softened attitude and took a step toward her. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the mountains. Everyone turned to look and saw Lin Ling and GMO emerging from the woods. Lin Ling had his hands casually resting behind his head, while GMO wore an assassin's hood that completely obscured his face. Captain Lin, are you all right? A few team members greeted Lin Ling enthusiastically. Even Zhou Mingyan's icy, aloof face softened into a slight smile. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's cheerful expression instantly vanished. You two dared to venture into the Dongwang mountain range? It's a miracle you made it out alive, Xiao Yan said with a cold glance at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, aren't you going to thank my brother? Xiao Ya shouted with her hands on her hips. If it weren't for the fire element forbidden spell, Meteor Firestorm, that he just cast, you'd have been torn apart by the dark creatures already. GMO sharply turned to Lin Ling. Without access to Xianzhou base city's notifications, Xiao Ya's words made his eyes widen in disbelief, and the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably, as though he were desperately holding back from unleashing his signature, invincible spiral trash talk. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked entirely unfazed. Still pretending? Xiao Yin sneered. Lin Ling, I know you want to return to the Yazi team, but can't bring yourself to ask me. Sometimes, you just have to swallow your pride. Depending on others is never as reliable as depending on yourself. His words were a clear jab at Lin Ling, implying he lacked real skill and was trying to cling to someone powerful. However, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged as he replied flatly, You're overestimating yourself and underestimating me. Calling you sweetheart really wasn't an exaggeration at all. Xiao Yan's face immediately turned livid with rage. Lin Ling, I challenge you to a duel. Xiao Yan's furious shout echoed through the air. As the heir to the Xiao family, being called an idiot twice in a single day was an unprecedented humiliation for him. If you still consider yourself a man, step out and face me. Don't think acting tough will get you back into Yazi. Yazi never takes in useless trash. Before his words fully landed, an icy chill crept up his neck. Xiao Yan's body stiffened as he slowly turned his head, only to see a figure cloaked in black standing beside him. A pure black dagger was pressed against his throat, its cold edge biting into his skin. Who are you? Xiao Yan's voice trembled with fear. A duel with my boss? With your pathetic skills, came a cold, scornful voice from beneath the hood. My boss's strength stats are higher than mine, and you think you're worthy of challenging him? A sudden gust of night wind blew back the figure's hood, revealing a slender, sharp-featured face. Ji Xiao? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted in shock. Who hadn't heard of Jimo's name? The Ji family was one of the top 3 conglomerates in the country, with assets worth billions of long coins and empire far beyond the reach of the Xiao family's mere 100 billion fortune. Shut up. Another word, and I'll kill you right here. Jimo's dagger pressed slightly deeper, silencing Xiao Yin immediately. With a disdainful snort, GMO withdrew the blade and instantly returned to Lin Ling's side. A flicker of resentment flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He finally understood why Lin Ling dared to act so arrogantly. It was because he had secured the backing of the Ji family's second son. But a mere 500-point strength boost from an agreed genetic serum was nothing in his eyes. Ordinary onlookers might not know, but awakened individuals could only use a genetic serum once in their lifetime. Powerful families always waited until their members reached the third awakening to administer higher-grade serums. An S-grade serum, costing 30 million long coins per dose, could permanently increase strength by 1,000 points. Rumor had it that the Eagle Alliance had developed an S-grade serum priced at 1 billion per dose, capable of increasing strength by 2,000 points. Lin Ling, let's see how long GMO can protect you. Xiao Yin seethed inwardly with hatred. Lin Ling cast him a brief, indifferent glance before walking toward Zhou Mingyan. The two locked eyes in silence. After a moment, Zhou Mingyan suddenly stepped forward and embraced him tightly. We're heading to Kyoyalambu City. Come with me. Once I reach my second awakening, everything will get better. Why leave? Lin Ling's tone was calm. It's not safe here. Archmages keep disrupting our leveling progress. I need to reach level 30 and complete my second awakening as soon as possible. A faint smile tugged at Lin Ling's lips. There's no need. As you can see, I already have someone backing me. Zhou Mingyan bit her lip, saying nothing. Just then, Lin Ling leaned in close to her ear. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, sending a shiver through her body. Her heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks flushed red. However, his next words froze her in place. You don't need to hide anymore. I already know your true identity. Seeing the tension in her expression, Lin Ling's smile deepened. Do you happen to know a man named Yin Hongtian? Yin Hongtian? Never heard of him. Zhou Mingyan frowned slightly, a genuine trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. This instinctive reaction was far from a pretense unless she had undergone specialized training. Lin Ling observed her expressions closely, his mind filling with doubts. Mingyan, what's your father's surname? My father's surname is, of course, Zhou. Zhou Mingyan replied with a faint smile. Lin Ling rubbed his temples, feeling that there was more to the story. Even if Zhou Mingyan wasn't Yin Nanchu, her identity as the young lady of Yunmeng Group was still questionable. Zhou Yun's husband's whereabouts were a mystery, and the heiress of Yunmeng Group was equally enigmatic. While there was no concrete evidence, Lin Ling's instincts told him that finding this young lady might uncover the truth about Yin Nanchu. Just then, a dark purple streak of light shot across the distant sky. It was a triangular fighter jet marked with the dragon nest insignia. I have to go now. We'll talk later, Lin Ling said to GMO. GMO gave a slight nod as an S-class triangular fighter jet rose from the valley. When the dragon nest fighter landed, Zhou Weigua visibly relaxed upon seeing Zhou Mingyan unharmed. Most of the professionals from the Yazi division present didn't recognize Zhou Weigua, but it was clear Zhou Mingyan was familiar with him. Uncle Zhou, Zhou Mingyan called out softly. The plane just now, what was it? Zhou Weigua asked, pointing at the retreating jet. That was young Master GMO of the G family. Somehow, Lin Ling got involved with him, probably using magic scrolls to help him level up, Xiaoyan explained with a sycophantic smile. Zhou Weigua snorted coldly. Magic scrolls are ultimately external aids. To become truly strong, one must rely on their own strength. Captain Zhou, you're absolutely right, Xiaoyan replied with a laugh. Zhou Weigua glanced at the nearby shrubs, then turned to Zhou Mingyan. Mingyan, where are you planning to go for training? Zhou Mingyan looked toward the northwest. I want to head to Qiulambu City. The Goblin Plains and Forest of Green in the Bashang region are prime leveling zones. Meanwhile, at the northernmost end of the Dongwang Mountains, the once vibrant range was now eerily silent after enduring a meteor firestorm. Suddenly, a small skeletal archer crawled out from a pile of rubble, glancing around furtively. Moments later, a ragged young boy peeked out halfway. Congratulations! You've successfully killed the elite ghoul, Lon, gaining 5,000 experience points. Congratulations! Your necromancer class has reached level 6. Seeing the system notification, the boy, Qin Xian, was ecstatic. Haha wah, the gods must be smiling on me, I've finally reached level 6. For Qin Xian, it had been a day of both blessing and danger. That morning, he had narrowly escaped being obliterated by a laser cannon while training with skeleton soldiers. Fortunately, he had obtained a random teleportation scroll just in time to evade death. However, the scroll had transported him to the extreme northern part of the Xuanfu base city, right into a level 50 monster zone. When Qin Xian saw the level 50 monsters, his legs instinctively went weak. Thankfully, he still had a skeleton warrior by his side. With the help of this loyal companion, he cautiously avoided danger along the way. Although the skeleton warrior had perished countless times, he finally managed to reach the northernmost point of the eastern mountain range by nightfall. Just as Qin Xian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a rain of fiery meteors suddenly poured down from the sky. He quickly ducked into a nearby cluster of rocks, not daring to move an inch, and quietly summoned his small skeleton archer. Should have checked the almanac before going out. Today's definitely a bad day for traveling. Qin Xian muttered to himself as he curled up behind a rock. Good thing I have little bone here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even made it to level 5 today. After confirming that no more fiery meteors were falling, Qin Xian carefully surveyed his surroundings before stepping out of his hiding spot. Not long after, he heard a familiar clattering sound. Turning his head, he saw the small skeleton archer rushing back with a pile of equipment in its arms. Ha ha ha, truly, the gods are watching over me, Qin Xian exclaimed excitedly as the skeleton dropped 5 or 6 pieces of equipment onto the ground. However, his excitement quickly turned to disappointment when he examined them closely. Come on, all white gear? Couldn't even get a blue one? Suddenly, a skill book caught his eye. Unable to contain his curiosity, he eagerly used his detection skill. His eyes lit up instantly. Explosive flame arrow. a high-tier skill for archers that increases all arrow damage by 30 and adds a burning effect for 10 seconds. A core combat skill book. This has to be worth at least $1 million. Among the remaining items, a peculiar blind box also drew his attention. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Xian decided to open the mysterious box, which was only worth a few thousand credits. To his disappointment, it contained nothing but an insight scrolla tool that allows the user to view others' levels regardless of restrictions or stealth effects, but one that was almost worthless in the market. After gathering all the equipment, Qin Xian decided to head straight back to the base city to exchange for a full set of level 5 blue gear. May the gods protect me, no more surprises, please, he muttered, glancing up at the sky to ensure there were no triangular warplanes in sight. The last time he collected loot, had been caught off guard and blasted by the laser cannons of one such aircraft. With several dozen kilometers still to go before reaching the base city, Qin Xian picked up his pace to avoid encountering any newly spawned ghouls. The day had been far too nerve-wracking for him, like an endless roller coaster ride. Meanwhile, as GMO piloted his warplane toward the Xianzhou base city, both he and Lin Ling noticed the long lines forming within the city. Everyone seemed to be heading toward the teleportation shrine. Brother, did your forbidden spell scare off the entire population of Xianzhou? GMO teased. Lin Ling could only offer an awkward laugh. He hadn't expected that his 2 forbidden spells, which had wiped the area clean, would cause Xuanzis players to lag far behind other beginner zones in terms of leveling up. It seems like we should avoid farming monsters in the wilderness from now on. Dungeon farming has the least impact on others, Lin Ling said thoughtfully, then turned to GMO Dogsy. Do you know of any beginner dungeons with a lot of monsters? GMO frowned, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Bro, there's no dungeon with tons of monsters before the 2nd class advancement. It's always one boss with a few dozen minions. Even on nightmare difficulty, there are only a few hundred monsters at most. Forget it. We'll take it one step at a time, Lin Ling sighed. The aircraft landed steadily in the northern city square. In stark contrast to its usual bustling atmosphere, the square was eerily empty. The earlier meteor shower incident had clearly left people shaken, and the once vibrant northern square now felt unusually desolate. Let's go. Time to register for our team, Lin Ling said, striding toward the parking area. 3 motorcycles were neatly parked there, 2 mountain bikes, and an Indian roadmaster. Sadly, the owners of the other 2 motorcycles would never return, but that had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Before long, the 2 of them arrived at the 24-hour Team Management Bureau registration hall. Since the game's integration into reality, all professional-related institutions have been operating around the clock with high efficiency. Unlike in traditional games, organizational matters here required in-person procedures rather than system panel operations. Teams were categorized into squads, clubs, and guilds, but only joining or leaving a squad could be done through the panel. A young lady working the night shift immediately came over to assist. I want to leave the Kunping Guild, GMO stated bluntly. Kunping Guild? The staff member looked puzzled, clearly surprised that a Kunping Guild member would visit Xuanfu in the middle of the night. Yes, make it quick, GMO urged. Although curious, the young woman began operating the system. Your name? GMO. All right, please wait a moment. She suddenly widened her eyes. GMO? Hurry up. I'm in a rush, GMO said, meeting her gaze directly. The staff member double-checked the system information against the person in front of her, swallowing nervously. The 2nd son of the G family was leaving the Kunping squad? This news would undoubtedly spread across Longwa by morning. But it didn't make sense no matter how strained his relationship with his family might be, leaving the guild was a drastic move. Without guild membership, even intercity teleportation would become difficult. Could someone be causing trouble? She glanced at GMO out of the corner of her eye, only to see an unmistakable look of impatience on his face. You'll need to undergo an iris scan, she said. The young lady quickly came back to her senses, though her tone still carried a hint of suspicion as she glanced at GMO. But that hardly mattered, truth would soon reveal itself. Without a word, GMO stepped forward and initiated the iris verification. Moments later, the system's voice echoed clearly through the hall. Professional player, GMO, has successfully withdrawn from the Kunping Guild. The night shift receptionist froze in place upon hearing the announcement, her eyes widening in disbelief. The man standing before her was truly none other than the 2nd son of the G family. Your turn, bro, GMO said, turning to Lin Ling with a look of anticipation. The word bro sent the receptionist's mind into overdrive. GMO's brother? Wouldn't that make him Gmao, the eldest son of the G conglomerate, the first in line for inheritance, and unquestionably the nation's most eligible bachelor? As she calculated this in her mind, she began to scrutinize Lin Ling carefully. Wow, so handsome, she blurted out involuntarily, before quickly regaining her composure. Are you also a member of the Kunping Guild? Are you here to withdraw as well? Wait, you look familiar. Suddenly, something clicked in her mind, and she covered her mouth in shock. You're Lin Ling? The 12-time champion of the Yazi reserve team? Weren't you expelled from Yazi? Her tone shifted abruptly, with respect giving way to indifference. Though she quickly masked it with a professional smile, the subtle change did not escape Lin Ling's notice. Still, he remained unfazed. Compared to the scorn he had faced earlier in the day, this slight coldness was nothing. Once he claimed victory in the Global Rookie Championship dungeon, the world would have no choice but to take notice of him. "I'd like to apply to form a team," Lin Ling said calmly. The 27-year-old night shift receptionist began processing his application in a routine manner. She was long past the age of idolizing star players, and Lin Ling's recent rise and fall was already common knowledge in Xianzhou. She saw no potential for him to make a comeback. "Let's call it Heavenly Court. The initial founders will be GMO and me," Lin Ling said with a smile, revealing the name he had long decided upon. The world's top team was the Paradise team from the Eagle Nation, but his goal was to ascend to the divine realm, to overlook the gods, and to dominate the pinnacle of the world. Only the name Heavenly Court could embody such ambition. "I'd suggest choosing a different name," the receptionist said, shaking her head. Lin Ling frowned slightly. "Why? Is it already taken?" He distinctly remembered checking through Yazi's team network not long ago and seeing that the name was still available. "Not exactly," the receptionist replied, shaking her head again. "It's just that the name isn't considered very auspicious. According to system records, Heavenly Court has been registered 6 times before, but every time, the team members met with fatal accidents during team dungeons. For most teams, dungeons only involve battling regular monsters, but any team that uses the name Heavenly Court ends up facing a monster tide." Seeing Lin Ling's puzzled expression, she explained, "A monster tide is when an overwhelming number of monsters surge forth like a tidal wave. This name seems to carry some kind of taboo. It's not something just anyone can use. Otherwise, names as grand as Fusion Century wouldn't remain unclaimed for so long." Hearing this, Lin Ling and GMO exchanged a glance. 1,000 monsters appearing simultaneously would indeed qualify as a tide. If that were the case, wouldn't this dungeon be an unexpected treasure trove? "No need, just register us under the Heavenly Court squad." Lin Ling decisively handed over his bank card. The issue of leveling up in the novice dungeon had always troubled him, but if the Heavenly Court squad was truly as the rumors suggested, it might turn out to be the perfect training ground. More importantly, he had a vague sense that there was more to this than met the eye after all. As the saying goes, risk and opportunity often go hand in hand. Such a mysterious squad dungeon must be hiding an extraordinary opportunity. The receptionist furrowed her brows slightly. "I'm not trying to scare you. The Heavenly Court squad is like it's cursed. 32 years ago, an expert with S-level talent led a team to challenge the squad dungeon, and they were completely wiped out. Nowadays, anyone who hears the name Heavenly Court squad avoids it like the plague." Before she could finish, GMO was already rubbing his hands eagerly. "Stop wasting time. Hurry up and register us." The receptionist looked at GMO in disbelief. Everything tonight had been beyond her comprehension. "Are you sure you want to form the Heavenly Court squad with Lin Ling?" She couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. If GMO, someone of his stature, were to encounter danger in the dungeon, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar in Longhua. "What? You think we're not good enough?" GMO's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "No, that's not it," the receptionist stammered, her gaze involuntarily shifting to Lin Ling. At that moment, a red system notification suddenly flashed across the screen. "Congratulations to newcomer Yishio from Xianzhou Bay City for completing the first kill of the hidden boss in the novice zone, earning 1 dungeon entry ticket fragment." The message made the receptionist's eyes widen. Her group chat with her girlfriends had just been buzzing about Yishio, and now he had claimed yet another first kill. "I suggest you pick a different name. Heavenly Court isn't something just anyone can use. Unless..." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Unless you can recruit Yishio into your squad, then maybe you'd stand a chance." Lin Ling and GMO couldn't help but twitch slightly at her remark. "All right, enough, sister. Just register us already," Lin Ling said with a smile, urging her on. Seeing that her persuasion was futile, the receptionist could only shake her head and sigh as she quickly completed the registration. The system displayed. Squad name, Heavenly Court Squad. Level, Iron Tier. Squad Captain, Lin Ling. Squad Vice Captain, GMO. Squad members, none. Looking at the squad roster consisting of only the Supreme Commander and Second in Command, Lin Ling rubbed his nose and turned to leave. Meanwhile, this news was causing ripples across the globe. In Kuno Lambu City, the Kamikaze Club, one of the first teams to teleport from Xianzhou Bay City, was currently being led by Feng Ji and Suatu toward the goblin grasslands of Bahang to claim the Wild Zone. "Another boss first kill? Yishio again," someone grumbled in frustration. "We're still on the road, and he's been snagging all the first kills. How is this even fair? We have to hit level 10 tonight." "Captain, once we reach level 10, can we start taking down bosses too? Maybe we can catch up to Yishio." "Dream on. Even if I gave you a flying broomstick, you couldn't catch up to Yishio." Outside the teleportation shrine in Xianzhou Bay City, a new chapter of the story was about to unfold. Mingyan, which Bay City are you planning to head to? Zhou Weigua asked, his gaze falling on his niece. Before Zhou Mingyan could respond, Xiao Yin quickly interjected, Uncle Zhou, we're planning to head to Qiulambu City. A flattering smile appeared on his face. Zhou Weigua frowned slightly. All right then, make good use of your time to level up. Don't let this first kill announcement distract you. Zhou Mingyan was about to nod when a thought suddenly crossed her mind. A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. Captain Zhou, it seems that the hidden boss was triggered by us, but it was ultimately killed by the meteor fire rain. This statement caught Zhou Weigua's attention. His mind raced as he connected the dots. The first time the necromancy forbidden spell appeared, the system announced that Yi Xiu had achieved the first kill on a field elite boss. The second time the fire element forbidden spell appeared, the system announced again that Yi Xiu had achieved the first kill on a hidden boss. Are you suggesting that the person who cast the forbidden spell is Yi Xiu? Zhou Weiguo's eyes gleamed sharply. The people around turned their puzzled gazes toward Xiao Yin. They had all assumed that the forbidden spell was cast using a scroll by Xiao Yin. Well? Xiao Yin let out an awkward laugh. For certain reasons, my codename isn't convenient to reveal for now. I'll change it after my class advancement. With that, he quickly stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. Both Zhou Weigua and Zhou Mingyan showed a trace of disdain in their eyes. Meanwhile, among the crowd waiting in line, a boy with triangular eyes suddenly had a glint of sharpness flash in his gaze. At the same time, in the job advancement temple of the New York Bay City in Eagle Nation, a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man was shrouded in a dark aura. This was Garen Pushkin, a 19-year-old with an SS-level talent known as the Reaper's Favor. He possessed the rare hidden class of Undead Knight and was hailed as the most talented young prodigy in Eagle Nation in the past century. The 8th-tier Saint Magister, Adolphe Merlin, looked at his prize student and nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you are a 4th-tier Undead Grand Knight. With your talent, you'll reach the 8th tier in less than 5 years. At that moment, the first skill announcement appeared before the mentor and student. Yi Xiu? A cold glint flashed in Garen's eyes. Defeating a hidden boss on Awakening Day. If I get the chance, I'll personally pierce your heart with my sword. Meanwhile, in a conference room within the White Palace of Eagle Nation, a group of high-ranking officials was engaged in a heated discussion about Yi Xiu. They speculated on various possibilities. Did he use a special potion? Did he obtain the legendary tyrant dragon fruit? In the midst of their intense debate, a soldier hurried in. Report. We've received intel from our spies. Xiao Yin, heir to the Xiao Corporation in Long Nation, is suspected to be Yi Xiu himself. The official's eyes lit up with excitement. Excellent. Pass down my orders to deploy the Terminators immediately. In Lin Ling's home at the Dragon Bay City, a faint ripple flashed through the air, and a few skill books emitting a soft glow appeared in his hands. These were the spoils from the recent meteor shower battle. Lin Ling knew that the blue and purple grade equipment held no appeal for GMO, so he directly took out a longbow glowing with an orange light and a golden staff. GMO, do you want this bow or staff? Lin Ling held up the equipment and asked. GMO waved his hand with a sheepish smile. Honestly, I barely did anything in that fight, so I don't really need these. But hey, I could take the bow back and brag about it a bit. He paused and then added. Huh? This staff is kind of interesting. Hearing this, Lin Ling took a closer look at the staff. Unlike ordinary golden grade equipment, this staff had a unique black and gold dual-tone design. Instead of the usual magical runes, several menacing skulls were engraved on its surface. He immediately checked the staff's attributes. Shura staff. Category: Perfect. Set: Shura. Level requirement: 10. Durability: 100,100. Attributes: Magic damage 100. Intelligence 30. Agility 30. Passive effect: When equipped by necromancers or dark mages, damage is increased by 300. Special effect: For each additional Shura set piece equipped, the item level automatically increases by 10 levels. The attributes of this staff far exceeded Lin Ling's understanding of golden grade equipment. Normally, golden equipment only had 4 basic attributes and shouldn't possess such powerful passive skills. This staff was practically a divine weapon tailor-made for necromancers and dark mages. Although Lin Ling already had the Radiant set in his possession, an overpowered item like this couldn't be allowed to circulate in the market. Without hesitation, he tossed the orange bow to GMO and stored the Shura staff in his inventory. Bro, an orange-grade item like this is worth millions, and you're just giving it to me? GMO asked in disbelief. Stop talking nonsense. Here, take this Shadow Clone skill book as well, Lin Ling said, tossing a level 15 assassin skill book to him. GMO caught the book, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The book's description read, Shadow Clone. Class requirement: Assassin. Level requirement: 15. Effect: Summons a shadow clone with 100 of the caster's attributes. lasting for 5 minutes. When not attacking, the clone acts as a shadow of the caster. Cooldown, 360 seconds. GMO immediately learned the skill. In the next moment, his shadow seemed to come alive, separating from him and forming an identical figure that walked forward. While shadow clone skills were somewhat common among assassins, GMO couldn't help but let out a gleeful laugh. Lin Ling shook his head with a chuckle and turned his attention to the remaining skill books. He remembered spotting a mage skill book earlier when hurriedly collecting the loot. Sure enough, he soon found the Earth Element skill book. Rock Titan form. Class requirement. Mage. Level requirement. 20. Effect. Summons a stone armor that absorbs 30 of incoming damage and grants immunity to control effects for 1 minute, with a maximum absorption of 3,000 damage points. Skill cooldown. 60 seconds. Lin Ling glanced at the Earth Element magic attribute panel in front of him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. If he could upgrade Rock Body to the forbidden spell level, it would become an almost invincible defensive skill. A bold plan was already forming in his mind. Turning to GMO, Lin Ling said, "Doggy, let me make you a custom weapon set." GMO frowned slightly at the suggestion. "Bro, my family already has plenty of height ear sets. My dad can even get his hands on divine sets, so you really don't need to bother." "Don't worry about it," Lin Ling replied with a calm smile. A truly top-tier custom weapon set is on a whole different level from ordinary gear. Though GMO nodded in agreement, his expression still showed little enthusiasm for the idea. "Bro, the team dungeon is short one player. Should I call a few experts from my family to join?" The night breeze wafted in through the partially open window, bringing with it a hint of coolness. "No need," Lin Ling said firmly. "The fewer people who know about my strength before the rookie championship, the better. You should head back to Jin Haibei City to complete your second job advancement. I'll meet you in Xuanfu." Hearing this, Jimo's face lit up with excitement, a faint blush spreading across his cheeks. As the first second job advancer of the year, the global announcement would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Once the rookie leaderboard opened, securing the top spot in levels would be inevitable for him. And all of this was thanks to Lin Ling's help. Originally, he had planned to help Lin Ling level up, but it turned out he was the one reaping the massive benefits. Lin Ling stood up, preparing to leave. "I'm heading to the Yunming marketplace to sell today's equipment and pick up some materials." "Bro." Jimo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My family's in need of beginner equipment right now. Why not sell everything you got today to me?" Lin Ling pondered for a moment and immediately understood Jimo's intention. With the Ji family's influence, they couldn't possibly lack basic equipment. This was clearly an excuse to let him earn some extra money. After all, creating custom weapons and purchasing various materials required substantial financial support. "All right, if you need it, it's yours." Before he even finished speaking, Lin Ling had already taken out the equipment. The room was soon illuminated by the glow of white, blue, and purple items. Without hesitation, GMO stored all the equipment into his inventory. "Doggy, keep an eye out for all class mage skill books for me," Lin Ling added. GMO immediately perked up, finally finding an opportunity to repay Lin Ling. "Don't worry, bro. I'll get people to search for the skill books right away. Here are some high-level magic scrolls. Use them to disguise your real talents when necessary. Oh, and I'll transfer 10 billion to you as team funds. Is that enough? If not, I can send more." Lin Ling frowned slightly. "That's way too much. I don't need that much. Bro, with your skills, if you publicly offered power leveling services at 20 million per client, guaranteeing a second-tier upgrade overnight, do you know how many people would line up?" Jimo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Forget billions, even tens or hundreds of billions would be easy to earn. I'm just getting an early taste of unknown power leveling." Seeing that GMO was about to continue, Lin Ling quickly raised his hand to interrupt. All right, I'll take the money. Keep the warship for yourself. We'll discuss the rest later." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's phone chimed with a notification. He glanced down to see a bank transfer alert. Account ending in 8895 received 1 billion yuan. Current balance, 1,004,003,120.2 yuan. Staring at the long string of zeros, a warm feeling surfaced in Lin Ling's heart. This sum might mean little to GMO, but to him, it was a lifeline that could resolve his immediate troubles and turn many of his long-dreamed plans into reality. "Bro, I'm heading out. Stay in touch," GMO said, turning to leave. Lin Ling followed silently behind him. Even at midnight, the streets of Xuanfu were bustling with life, the long queues winding endlessly. Clearly, the back-to-back forbidden spells used to clear monsters had left the local professionals on edge. "Bro, just wait and see the leaderboard." GMO grinned, his face showing no signs of fatigue. The mere thought of claiming the top spot filled him with exhilaration. "Stop grinning like that. You're scaring off ghosts. Now get lost," Lin Ling teased with a laugh. As GMO waved and turned to leave, a tattered old man suddenly darted out from the side of the street, heading straight for him. GMO noticed him instantly and, with his quick reflexes, could have easily dodged. But when he saw the old man's scarred, wrinkled face and hunched figure, and realized that stepping aside would likely send the man tumbling down the nearby steps, GMO decided to stay put. With a solid thud, GMO caught the old man firmly. Before the elder could say a word, GMO activated his stealth ability and disappeared in the direction of the north gate. The old man stood frozen in place for a moment, then turned his gaze to Lin Ling. Young man, can you help me find my granddaughter? I can offer a reward. Grandpa, where did you lose track of your granddaughter? Lin Ling asked with a gentle smile. Seeing the panicked crowd on the street, still shaken from the forbidden spells, he felt a twinge of guilt and thought it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand. The old man's previously cloudy eyes suddenly gleamed with unusual clarity and hope. He asked again, young man, are you truly willing to help me find my granddaughter? Before Lin Ling could respond, a system notification popped up in front of him. Congratulations! You have triggered a hidden quest hero. Help the War King Zhang Beichen find his granddaughter. Congratulations! You have triggered the hidden mission. Hero. A sudden system notification popped up before Lin Ling, displaying a blue, semi-transparent interface that detailed the mission objectives. Assist the war hero Zhang Beichen in finding his granddaughter. The mission was rated with a 5-star difficulty level. Upon completion, Lin Ling would receive 2 rewards, a mysterious fruit and a hero's badge. However, failure would result in a penalty being confined to the current base city for 100 days and required to stay by Zhang Beichen's side. Lin Ling's eyes lingered on the description of the rewards for a moment. The mysterious fruit, extracted from the essence of a powerful divine beast, could permanently enhance a professional's 4 main attributes and might even grant a rare mana reduction buff. Meanwhile, the hero's badge would bestow the wearer with unique abilities. A 2-day time limit. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. As someone who had lived through a previous life, he knew exactly how rare the hero series of hidden missions were. The star rating of such missions didn't necessarily indicate danger, but instead reflected the difficulty of completing them. No mission is unsolvable with forbidden spells, Lin Ling muttered, licking his dry lips. A confident glint sparkled in his eyes. If offensive spells don't work, I'll use defensive ones. As long as I have enough forbidden spells, this is practically a free reward. The mission details expanded on the screen. Zhang Beichen was once the commander of the 7 demon-suppressing passes, leading a 1,000,000-strong northern army to resist the abyssal demons for 10 years. However, the civil officials of the Qinren Association falsely accused his son of treason. Zhang Beichen used all his military merits to save only his granddaughter, Nan Nan. After being dismissed from his position, he returned to his hometown, only to find that Nan Nan had been captured by a demon king and transformed into a demonic beast. To add insult to injury, the Qinren Association issued a bounty to eliminate Nan Nan, promising a 5-level increase to anyone who succeeded and a 3-level increase to participants. The mission was divided into 2 main objectives. First, locate and defeat the Black Mountain Demon King. Second, protect Nan Nan from harm by other adventurers. The higher the completion rate, the better the mission rating and reward quality. Lin Ling's breathing quickened. He thought back to the hidden boss he had previously encountered, the Demon King. It was very likely the Black Mountain Demon King mentioned in the mission. If that were true, the potential rewards from this mission could far exceed his expectations. However, 2 major challenges loomed before him. The first was the mystery of the Demon King's whereabouts. While the general location was within the 100,000 square kilometer area of the Xuanfu base city, if the distance was too great, someone else could claim the prize before him. Even worse, the Demon King level boss had no restrictions on challenger levels. If a high-level expert of 4th or 5th tier professional discovered it first, Lin Ling would lose his chance. The second challenge was identifying Nan Nan, who had been transformed into a demonic beast. This issue would directly determine whether the mission could be accomplished. Lin Ling pondered quietly over the current predicament. Without a clear objective, not only could he fail to prevent others from harming Nan Nan, but he might even mistakenly kill her, thinking she was a monster. To make matters worse, the threat posed by the bounty was significant. If it were just ordinary NPCs, forbidden spells could handle the situation. However, if a large number of Dragon Kingdom players joined the hunt, using such spells recklessly would no longer be an option. This truly lived up to the reputation of a 5-star difficulty hidden mission in the Hero series. He turned to the anxious NPC Zhang Beichen beside him and asked, Elder, the Demon King isn't easy to deal with. Do you know where your granddaughter has been taken? The elder's face lit up with joy the moment he heard the question, and he nodded repeatedly. I know. She was captured by the old demon from the depths of Black Mountain and taken to his lair. You must save her. Hearing this vague response, Lin Ling frowned. Captured by the boss and taken to the boss's lair? That's stating the obvious, he muttered to himself in exasperation. He then followed up, Elder, where exactly is this lair of the Black Mountain Demon King? And your granddaughter has turned into a monster. How can I recognize her? Black Mountain Demon King? Did I say Black Mountain Demon King? The elder looked confused but then added, if I did, It might have been because I was too hungry. But speaking of the Black Mountain Demon King, he is indeed near the abyssal well. Just as Lin Ling massaged his temples in frustration, his eyes caught sight of a signboard on the street warrior's steamed bun shop. An idea struck him, and he quickly rushed to the shop, returning shortly with 3 steaming hot buns. The elder accepted the buns with delight, his face beaming. "Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, young man. You're truly a kind soul." As he took a bite, he suddenly had a thought. The bigger the bun, the more dough it has. I know the Demon King is tough to handle, so here, they'll give you 3 treasures. Before he finished speaking, a peculiar giant hammer appeared out of thin air in his hands. The hammer was pitch black and gleamed ominously, exuding an unsettling aura. Its handle was as thick as an adult's arm and over 2 meters long, covered in mysterious engravings. The massive hammerhead, the size of a basin, was riddled with sharp spikes. "Youth, this is the hammer of the Warrior King. While it may not look appealing, it can grant you the power to defeat the Demon King," the elder said nonchalantly, handing over the colossal weapon. Lin Ling gazed at the menacing hammer, estimating its weight to be at least 500 pounds. Although skeptical of the elder's words, he figured there was no harm in accepting a free treasure. He reached out and grabbed the handle, instantly feeling an unimaginable weight. With a loud boom, the hammerhead slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The hammer was far heavier than expected, likely exceeding 1,000 pounds. If not for his radiant set armor, Lin Ling doubted he could even lift it. Then, something strange happened. The hammer, which had felt as heavy as a mountain moments ago, suddenly became as light as a feather, akin to a plastic toy. Lin Ling quickly checked its attributes. Cursed Hammer of the Warrior King. Special item. No class restriction. Strength 3000. Durability 100, 001, 0000. Special note. Cursed by the Demon King. Cannot be stored in inventory until the Black Mountain Demon King is defeated. Legend has it that the Demon King's treasure is sealed in an indestructible chest, which cannot be opened or picked up. Only the Hammer of the Warrior King can break it open. Lin Ling's heartbeat quickened. What did it mean to wield a weapon that added 3,000 strength? For perspective, an archer gained 14 strength points per level. Even a level 60 third-tier archer with full strength allocation would only have a base strength of 840 points, and with equipment buffs, barely over 2,000. This hammer alone added 15,000 points of physical damage, far beyond the realm of ordinary equipment. It was, without a doubt, a genuine artifact. Lin Ling stared at the massive warhammer in his hands, and a bold idea suddenly struck him. If this divine artifact wasn't reclaimed after the mission, he could completely reinvent himself as a unique mage-warrior hybrid. He pictured himself wielding the giant spiked hammer in battle, sweeping through enemies during the cooldown of his forbidden spells. The thought excited him more and more, as if a mischievous little devil was whispering in his ear, urging him to run off with the hammer. At that moment, the veteran soldier Zhang Beichen strode forward and handed Lin Ling a tattered cloak riddled with holes. Drawing from his prior experiences, Lin Ling immediately realized this was another treasure. He accepted the cloak, and its attributes appeared before him. Cloak of the Warlord damaged. Special item, unrestricted by class. Active skill. Absolute invisibility lasts 3 minutes. Complete stealth unless attacking. Durability, 2020. Special note. Disappears upon durability depletion or mission completion. Achieve a 5-star mission rating to permanently obtain a repaired version. Looking at the cloak's attributes, Lin Ling couldn't help but swallow hard. The combination of the cloak and the warhammer was simply perfect. He could use the cloak to sneak up on enemies during spell cooldowns, and then deliver a devastating blow with the warhammer. Even a third-tier warrior would struggle to withstand such an ambush. "Young man," Zhang Beichen said, handing Lin Ling a stamp and pressing it onto the back of his hand. "This cloak will help you get close to the Black Mountain Demon, and this mark will guide you to find Nan Nan." A strange eye-shaped pattern appeared on the back of Lin Ling's hand, and a system notification popped up. Skill acquired. Hero's Eye 2 days. Ability to identify most rare items, including classes, equipment, and monsters. Permanently retain this skill upon completing a 5-star mission and earning the hero emblem. "This is all the help I can offer you. The rest is up to you," the old soldier said with a smile. The system then notified Lin Ling that he had gained 20 points of favorability. Just as Lin Ling was about to express his gratitude, the old man added, "Young man, help this old bag of bones get home. After you rescue Nan Nan, just take me back to my house." Lin Ling saw this as another opportunity to earn favorability points and gladly followed Zhang Beichen into a narrow alleyway. Meanwhile, the Yazi squad had just arrived at Kuilambu City, preparing to head to the Goblin Plains of Bahang. To ensure Zhou Mingyin's safety, Longnest had assigned an elite team to accompany her. At this moment, Xiao Yin was brimming with confidence, thanks to the 2 purple grade items his father had recently sent Hima's staff and a robe. The newly upgraded Xiao Yin stood out prominently in the crowd. Just as the team was about to set off, his communicator buzzed unexpectedly. The caller ID made his brow furrow deeply. What is it? Don't you know I'm grinding levels tonight? Xiao Yin said irritably. Young master, the second son of the G Corporation has already piloted his class fighter jet away from Xuanfu Base City. Lin Ling is currently wandering the streets alone. Hearing this, a flash of cunning and malice crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. Lin Ling, your backer is gone. Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogance. He chuckled inwardly, then turned to Zhou Mingyin and the others. I have an urgent matter to attend to back in Xuanfu. You guys head to Goblin Grasslands first. They'll catch up soon. Without waiting for their response, he bolted straight into the teleportation shrine. Meanwhile, Lin Ling, oblivious to the trouble brewing, followed the old man into a dilapidated shantytown. Gazing at the wind-leaking house before him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A once mighty war hero reduced to such circumstances. In Longhua, even the poorest of professionals could live in government-provided housing. Zhang Beichen spent half an hour recounting his past battles against the demon race. Lin Ling listened patiently, only bidding farewell after the story concluded. A system prompt immediately chimed. Congratulations, you've gained 30 favorability with the War King. Current favorability, 50. After leaving Zhang Beichen's home, Lin Ling didn't head straight back. Instead, he hefted his massive spiked hammer and made his way toward the Yuming trading hall. With funds in hand, securing materials for crafting his specialized weapon was now his top priority. At the same time, Xiao Yin and two thugs lay in ambush on a street 500 meters away from the trading hall. A blue staff lay conspicuously on the ground before them, clearly a carefully placed lure. Big Kuei, are you sure Lin Ling is heading this way? Xiao Yin asked. Don't worry, young Master Xiao. My people saw him leaving the shantytown and heading in this direction, assured Big Kuei. Young Master Xiao, why not just get a third-tier expert from your family to deal with him? Another thug asked. Idiot. Haven't you studied the new Career Protection Act? High-tier professionals attacking anyone under second tier within city limits is a serious crime. Xiao Yin snapped impatiently. But we're just level talents, how can we handle an SS-level talent like him? What's there to fear? He's not even level 5 yet. I could take him down myself. You're here as backup, just in case. Once it's done, take the money and lay low in Qiwilambu City for a few days, Xiao Yin instructed. Just then, a figure carrying a massive hammer appeared at the street corner. As Lin Ling stopped in front of the staff, a glint of triumph flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Wow, finding blue gear just lying around? A level 5 high-quality wooden staff worth 80,000 long coins, Lin Ling murmured to himself, though his instincts immediately sharpened. Such an obvious piece of equipment left here? Clearly a trap. Suddenly, a burst of firelight flared not far away. A fiery serpent shot out, coiling tightly around Lin Ling. The level 8 fire skill, Blazing Fire Serpent, wasn't particularly damaging but had a strong crowd control effect. Boom. Amid the fiery explosion, 3 masked men emerged from the shadows, encircling Lin Ling. Kid, you dare steal our blue weapon? Let's teach you a lesson, you'll nev. The tall warrior's words froze mid-sentence as he stood rooted to the spot. From within the flames, Lin Ling walked toward them unhindered. A layer of stone armor enveloped his body, rendering the fire's damage negligible, not even scratching his health bar. In the flickering firelight, he resembled a war god emerging from the depths of hell. You want to teach me a lesson? Lin Ling's voice was icy and piercing. The warrior shuddered involuntarily, completely forgetting Xiao Yan's warnings. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he pointed his long sword directly at Lin Ling's chest. As a seasoned scoundrel, he knew the rules of survival: eliminate danger before it fully emerges. However, just as he was about to lunge forward, a massive spiked war hammer carved a deadly arc through the air. Flames and wind intertwined around the hammerhead, and in his vision, the weapon grew larger and larger. Boom! With a deafening crash, the tall warrior's head exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere. This was Lin Ling's first kill in this lifetime, and it was a clean, decisive blow. The desolate street fell into an eerie silence as the night wind swept through. A system notification appeared. You have successfully killed the professional Liu Dai Kuei. The sudden and brutal scene left Xiao Yin and the other thug in shock. You killed the Kuei? Are you a warrior? The shorter thug stammered, his voice trembling. The power Lin Ling displayed was incomprehensible to him. Despite being a second-tier warrior himself, he could never wield such a heavy warhammer. Fear overtook them both, and the stench of urine filled the air as they lost control. Lin Ling frowned in disgust. Xiao Yin stared at the scene in disbelief, his voice shaking. How is this possible? You dare to kill someone? Meanwhile, he discreetly gripped a skill scroll in his hand. Was it you who attacked me with magic earlier? Lin Ling asked coldly, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Although neither of the two men showed killing intent, They had witnessed him committing murder. He couldn't let them live. Activating his hero's eye, Lin Ling instantly gleaned their information. When he saw one of their names, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. It was Xiao Yin. So, the famous Xiao Yin had stooped to leading thugs to ambush him. Xiao Yin shivered, his mind racing. Suddenly, he pointed to the corpse on the ground and shouted, "We're just lackeys. The boss ordered us to rob people. Please spare us." He dropped to his knees with a thud, casting a meaningful glance at the shorter thug. Though slow-witted, the shorter thug quickly caught on. He too knelt and begged for mercy. Yes, it was all the Kuei's idea. "Please, be merciful and let us go like the insignificant pests we are." Watching their pitiful display, Lin Ling's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes narrowing slightly. Have you ever heard the saying, "If you don't uproot the weeds, they'll grow back with the spring breeze"? Before the words had fully left his mouth, the spiked war hammer swept across in a deadly arc. With a loud crack, the thug's head burst apart instantly. The hammer's momentum didn't falter as it swung towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted, but it was too late to dodge. Another dull thud echoed, and blood and brain matter splattered across the street. A system notification appeared. You have successfully killed the professional Zhao Shi. Due to the use of the rare item Loyalty Tribute by professional Xiao Yin, he was not killed. However, Loyalty Tribute prevents the transfer of equipped items. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Loyalty Tribute, a legendary rare item in his previous life, valued at over 1 billion dragon coins, had somehow ended up in Xiao Yan's possession. This thing can only be obtained from blind boxes. Lin Ling stared at the Loyalty Praise scroll in his hand. The mechanics of this master-servant scroll were unsettling. If the master faced fatal danger, the master and servant would instantly switch bodies at the moment of death, no matter the distance between them. Keeping Xiao Yin around will always be a threat. Lin Ling quickly looted the equipment from the 3 corpses and then took out a magic scroll. With a slight lift of his wrist, a blazing flame engulfed the bodies on the ground. When the fire dissipated, not even a trace of ash remained. Even after perfectly handling the scene, a shadow of unease lingered on Lin Ling's face. My combat power is sufficient to deal with most enemies, but my defense is definitely a weakness. If today's opponent had been a high-damage mage above the 3rd rank, he pondered silently. If not for immediately using the earth elemental magic, Rock Overlord Body, Xiao Yan's Flame Serpent Bind would have left him in a dire situation. The idea of upgrading Rock Overlord Body to a forbidden spell level became even more compelling at this moment. Meanwhile, at the Xiao Family Consortium base in Xuanfu City, Xiao Yan was gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Everyone underestimated Lin Ling. What he used wasn't an ordinary Agray genetic serum. It must be GMO, one of those semi-finished variants on the market that can boost strength by 1,000 points. As the thought crossed his mind, he gritted his teeth. Lin Ling, just you wait. One day, I'll make you pay 100-fold. He then hurriedly headed toward the teleportation shrine. Lin Ling arrived at the Yuming Trading Hall, where a hostess with a warm smile greeted him. However, her smile froze the moment she noticed the massive wolf-tooth hammer slung over his shoulder. It wasn't until Lin Ling presented his Supreme VIP card that her professional smile returned, now tinged with a hint of charm. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" "I'm here to see Manager Li. Manager Li is currently with a client, but since you're a VIP, you can go right in. He'll prioritize your needs." Pushing open the frosted glass door, Lin Ling saw Manager Li impatiently dealing with a ragged, dirt-streaked boy. The boy, clutching a blue staff, was eagerly haggling over prices. "I'll take this whole set of blue gear. Can you give me a discount? Yuming's products are always fair and reliable. I'm spending over 2 million on the full set. As a bronze VIP, knocking off a little shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" Hearing the door open, all 3 turned their heads simultaneously. Their eyes met in mutual surprise as Lin Ling recognized the disheveled boy. It was none other than Qin Xian, the necromancer he had encountered earlier that morning in the wild boar forest. Lin Ling couldn't help but wonder how this kid had ended up in such a sorry state. Instinctively, he used his hero's eye to observe Qin Xian. The system panel appeared before Lin Ling, displaying detailed information about Qin Xian. Name, Qin Xian. Class, Necromancer. Talent, Grade A. Undead Reinforcement Level 613.22. Base Attributes. Health, 1800. Mana, 1145. Physical damage, 750. Magical damage, 1245. Stamina, 180. Strength, 150. Intelligence, 229. Agility, 160. Combat rating, below average. Potential estimate, demigod level. Overall evaluation, a benevolent reaper with the potential for talent evolution after the 3rd advancement. Lin Ling's pupils contracted slightly as he read through the data, particularly the surprising potential estimate. a special class with only grade A talent, yet it possessed such astonishing potential. At this moment, Qin Xian also recognized Lin Ling. His gaze fell on the warhammer slung over Lin Ling's shoulder, and his jaw dropped unconsciously. What's with this guy? A berserker in a full set of level 1 mage white gear? How pathetic. Qin Xian immediately used the inspect skill, only to receive a system notification. Target cannot be inspected, he thought to himself. Higher level than me? Impossible. Must be some kind of blocking item. Should I use an insight scroll? Nah, better save it for later. He quickly equipped the blue gear he had just selected and gave himself an admiring glance, even raising his eyebrows at Lin Ling in a show of smugness. Just then, Manager Li suddenly handed the bank card back to Qin Xian with a smile and walked over to Lin Ling. Excuse me, Manager Li, Qin Xian protested unhappily. According to Yunming's rules, you can't assist someone else until my transaction is complete, right? Manager Li paused momentarily. Qin Xian pressed on. Are you sure you're not mistaken? His VIP level can't possibly be higher than mine. I'm about to spend 2 million and qualify for silver VIP status. Ignoring Qin Xian's complaints, Manager Li turned to Lin Ling with a broad smile and said, Young man, coming to the trading house so late? You could have sold your equipment online. Whoa, that hammer of yours is something else. See, so massive, long, and spiked. Lin Ling's face instantly darkened upon hearing this suggestive remark. What kind of nonsense is this? He muttered to himself. I want all the remaining materials on this list upgraded to the highest level. Additionally, I need time crystal, tears of boulder, and stellar cold iron, Lin Ling said calmly, pulling out the list he had jotted down earlier that day. Not far away, Qin Xian couldn't help but crane his neck to peek, speculating silently, could this be for a set of rare blue gear? Would it cost 5 million? The thought of that number made him feel an inexplicable pang of envy, as if the air itself carried a sour tang. At that moment, he resembled a shepherd dreaming of a golden whip gifted by an emperor. Manager Li's eyes lit up the moment he saw the list. Well, young man, just upgrading these materials to the top tier will cost over 50 million. As for those 3 rare materials, while Yumeng does have them in stock, their prices are exorbitantly high. Are you sure you want them? 50 million? Qin Xian, who had been eavesdropping, widened his eyes in disbelief. Spending that much on gear? He must be joking. Lin Ling's expression remained calm, as serene as still water. He simply said 2 words, quote me. Manager Li's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. If you want all 3 items, I can give you a discount. Cut the nonsense. Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. 380 million. The ensuing negotiation unfolded like a rapid game of ping pong. 300 million, and throw in the other materials for free. I really can't do that. Add a bit more. 250 million. You're being too tough. 300 million, and I'll include the materials. Deal? Manager Li's forehead began to bead with sweat. He had never encountered someone more skilled at bargaining than himself. The cost of these materials alone was 200 million. If he went any lower, he wouldn't earn a single cent in commission. 150 million. Lin Ling's tone grew colder. Slap. Manager Li slapped his own face, his mind buzzing. Young man, I must have been a bit dazed earlier. Let's start over, shall we? Seeing Lin Ling nod, Manager Li felt a surge of relief. He thought to himself, this time, as soon as he agrees to 300 million, I'll finalize the deal immediately. 380 million. 200 million. Deal. Before Manager Li could finish speaking, he noticed a sly smile curling at the corner of Lin Ling's lips. In that instant, he realized he had been outmaneuvered and slapped himself hard once more. Without another word, Lin Ling handed over his bank card. Manager Li took the card, tapped it against his wristwatch, and the device promptly announced, payment successful. Amount deducted, 250 million yuan. Although Manager Li's face briefly twisted as if he had swallowed something bitter, it soon relaxed. After all, the 50 million worth of standard materials and his animal union commission were already in the bag. He was confident that more lucrative deals would follow in the future. In Manager Li's eyes, Lin Ling was the ultimate VIP of VIPs at this moment. Although Lin Ling drove a hard bargain, Manager Li couldn't help but silently chant in his heart, Dear Veg benefactor, my friend, let me grab the materials for you. Please have a seat over here, Manager Li said with an ingratiating smile. Turning toward the door, he called out, Mingxi, escort Mr. Lin to the VIP lounge right away. A tall, elegant woman walked in promptly and guided Lin Ling to the exclusive lounge. Soon, a steady stream of fruit platters and tea was brought in. Qin Xian stood frozen in place, the AI notification of, deducted 250 million, replaying in his mind. He swallowed hard, muttering to himself, bootlickers, they're all bootlickers. I would never stoop so low. Just because he has money, does that make him so great? But then, unable to suppress his bitterness, he admitted, it really does make him great. I'm a VIP too. I want to go to the lounge, Qin Xian said, barely concealing his jealousy, as he addressed the busy receptionist. The young woman maintained her professional smile. You're a bronze tier member. Qin Xian deflated instantly. Oh. Before long, Manager Li came jogging toward the VIP lounge with a stack of materials in his arms. As he passed by Qin Xian, the gleaming 12-diamond VIP card in his hand caught Qin Xian's eye. Haha, my friend. All the materials are ready. Your VIP card has been upgraded to full diamond status. If you ever need anything, just come to me, and I'll give you a 10 discount, Manager Li said, his tone dripping with flattery. Qin Xian couldn't hold back anymore. Is he even speaking like a normal person? Why does he get to live so effortlessly? Why do you all treat him with such respect? At that moment, the VIP lounge door opened, and Lin Ling walked out with Manager Li. Manager Li noticed the defiance in Qin Xian's eyes and felt a pang of nostalgia, as if he were looking at his younger self. Lin Ling, however, merely smiled faintly and said, Don't waste your time haggling. Focus on leveling up. Envying others won't get you as far as improving yourself. With that, he turned and left. The words exploded in Qin Xian's mind, stirring an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He quickly took out a detection scroll and activated it. Target: Lin Ling. Level: 2020. You. Qin Xian began. But before he could finish, Lin Ling raised his right hand slightly, and his figure vanished into the night. Kid, you've got guts. That, 30 years east of the river line. Manager Li was about to praise him when he saw Qin Xian rushing out of the trading hall. Boss Lin, wait up. Is there room on your team for me? There'll even be a sidekick. A leg hair would do. Manager Li watched the scene unfold, tears streaming down his face. The tall woman beside him leaned in urgently. Manager, no need to comfort me. If I had realized this earlier, I could have saved myself 20 years of struggle. Manager, she said again, more anxiously. Don't say it. The more you say, the more it hurts. Manager Li, that kid walked off with the gear without paying. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Dressed in tattered gear, Qin Xian followed closely behind Lin Ling, maintaining a distance of 3 meters. His blue-grade equipment had been forcibly taken back by Manager Li, who had pursued him earlier, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Boss, please take me in. You can decide my salary, and I'll do any kind of work, Qin Xian pleaded repeatedly. I'll make sure to help you level up. As they neared home, Lin Ling rubbed his throbbing temples. I don't need a follower. Then how about a housekeeper? I can cook and do laundry, Qin Xian offered. I don't need a housekeeper. Then let me be your hunting dog. I can pick up loot for you, and my little skeletons can help too. Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to meet Qin Xian's gaze directly. A player with a hidden class, no matter how lacking in talent, shouldn't act so pathetically. Are you really desperate for money? Or is there another reason? Under Lin Ling's sharp gaze, Qin Xian visibly grew uneasy, his eyes darting nervously. In the end, he nodded and admitted, I am desperate for money. Can you take me in? With your necromancer class, it shouldn't be hard to find a guild, Lin Ling said, his eyes narrowing as his tone turned cold. Forced by Lin Ling's increasingly piercing stare, Qin Xian finally confessed, to be honest, your silhouette just now reminded me of my savior. You have 30 seconds, Lin Ling's voice was icy. Don't make up stories. If you can't convince me, leave. Go level up or find a job. If you keep following me, they'll kill you. Qin Xian shuddered as he saw genuine killing intent in Lin Ling's eyes. I'm from Taiyuan Bay City, Qin Xian began, his voice trembling. 10 years ago, the Dragon Abyss secret realm in the Fawn River Reservoir suddenly opened. Somehow, the Sakura Nation Soul Group got wind of it beforehand and sent over 35th-tier powerhouses to claim the first kill. At the time, I was visiting my family in Hawaii with my parents, and we accidentally ran into the Soul Group. To keep their operation secret, they killed my parents on the spot. Just as they were about to kill me, a heavenly figure clad in silver armor descended. With a mere wave of his hand, he annihilated dozens of their members. Before leaving, he told me, envying others won't help you improving yourself, Will. The way he moved his right hand as he departed it was exactly like what you did earlier. Qin Xian clenched his fists, his breathing quickening as he spoke. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Are you saying him that silver-armored god? Qin Xian's face turned bright red. I just thought you looked similar, so I wanted to follow you. Sorry, but that's not a good enough reason. We're about the same age, and am no god. Go focus on leveling up, that's what matters. With that, Lin Ling turned and walked away. But after only a few steps, his smile vanished. He could clearly sense that Qin Xian was still trailing behind him. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Lin Ling's eyes as he slightly turned his head. In an instant, his figure blurred and reappeared several meters ahead, directly in front of Qin Xian. With a loud boom, Lin Ling grabbed Qin Xian by the throat and slammed him against the wall. In the stillness of the night, The creaking sound of bones grinding together was particularly menacing. I told you, if you can't impress me, get lost or die. Lin Ling's voice was like it came from the depths of hell, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. Qin Xian felt the presence of death itself. Lin Ling's hand gripped his throat, the suffocating pressure turning his face purple as his wide eyes filled with terror. Yet, in this life-or-death moment, a faint, resigned smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly, Lin Ling let go. Qin Xian collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Lin Ling slung the spiked warhammer over his shoulder and turned to leave, his voice cold as ice. Get lost. If you follow me again, I won't give you a second chance. Wait. Qin Xian rasped, his voice hoarse. My family is gone. For the past 10 years, I've lived for just two things: to wipe out the Sakura Soul Group and avenge my parents, and to find the silver-armored Celestial. Until I find the silver-armored Celestial, please let me follow you. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on, that I'll lose myself. Lin Ling's pupils narrowed slightly as the murderous aura around him began to fade. He thought of his past self. Hadn't he been just as lost? If he had met this young necromancer earlier, perhaps they could have become brothers in life and death. Watching the tears stream down the boy's face and splash onto the cobblestone ground, Lin Ling walked back to him, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. All right, I'll give you a chance to be my underling. First, transfer 2 million. Qin Xian's eyes lit up with joy. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and completed the transfer. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction, placing a staff on the ground. I'll lend you this staff. Get to level 30 within 10 days and come find me. If you succeed, you can be my brother. If not, I'll take the staff back. As Lin Ling disappeared into the depths of the alley, Qin Xian picked up the staff. When he saw the attributes of the Shura staff, he froze in shock. Back at home, Lin Ling immediately began crafting equipment. After learning from the blacksmith skill book, an equipment editor appeared on his system interface. Carefully, he took out the three main materials he had spent 200 million dragon coins to acquire: the time crystal, Boder's tear, and stellar cold iron. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Ling began crafting the heart-shaped emblem. This wasn't part of his original plan for a specialized weapon. Instead, it was the key to achieving his dream of casting forbidden spells in an infinite chain. Lin Ling stood at the workbench, each movement executed with the utmost care. The three main materials had cost 2 billion dragon coins, leaving no room for error. His hands trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he focused intently on the creation process. 2 hours later, a badge emitting a silvery glow finally rested in his palm. Success. He eagerly inspected the badge's attributes. Heart of cooldown. Category: Legendary Custom Special Item. Required level: below level 120, 5th advancement. Base attribute: Neutral Attribute Amplification. Passive skill: reduces cooldown time of skills below level 10 to 1 second, decreases mana consumption by 90. Active skill 1. Combined to one non-offensive skill below level 30, making it consume no mana and have a fixed cooldown of 30 seconds. Usable only once, cannot be changed. Active skill 2. Can instantly unlock the usage of any skill without affecting its original cooldown. Cooldown time: 120 minutes. Lin Ling clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Back in his previous life, when the Eagle Nation revealed this item, the Paradise team had offered a 10 billion reward for an improved version, but no one succeeded. Although the attributes seemed underwhelming to most powerful players, it was perfectly suited for him at this moment. An ingenious idea quickly came to mind: bind it to a low-level defensive skill and rename it as a forbidden spell. This would grant him a forbidden level defensive skill with no mana cost, usable every 30 seconds. With that thought, Lin Ling immediately issued the command: bind to the earth element skill rock armor. As the command was given, the heart of cooldown glowed softly, and the level 20 earth element skill was instantly transferred to the badge's skill slot. Rock armor. Class requirement: level 20. Effect: summons a rock armor that absorbs 30 damage and reduces negative effects for 1 minute. Damage cap: 30,000. Mana cost: 0. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. Next, he used active skill 2 to apply the forbidden spell renaming technique. Taking a deep breath, he renamed rock armor to invincible. A system notification sounded. Skill renaming successful. The original earth element magic, rock armor, has been upgraded to the forbidden defensive spell, invincible. Invincible. Effect: summons diamond armor that grants 100 damage immunity and negates all negative effects for 5 minutes. Damage cap: 10 million. Mana cost: 0. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. Seeing the astonishing attribute upgrades, Lin Ling could no longer contain his elation. Like a student who had just received a college acceptance letter, he punched the air in triumph, his face glowing with the joy of victory. Activate the skill. Invincible mode on. With a low shout from Lin Ling, The familiar melody of "Being invincible is so lonely, being invincible is so empty" suddenly played. In an instant, a layer of armor with a diamond-like sheen materialized on the surface of his body. Without hesitation, Lin Ling swung the spiked wolf hammer in his hand and slammed it down on himself. A loud bang echoed through the room. He carefully checked his health bar, completely untouched, just as he expected. The sheer power of this skill, comparable to a forbidden curse, filled him with exhilaration, and it took him over 10 minutes to calm down. But there was no time to rest. Tonight, he had a more important mission: crafting his very own weapon set. After 3 years of meticulous research in Yazi, he had yet to personally create a custom weapon. If the invincible body skill guaranteed his dominance in the early stages, then the exclusive weapon set would be the key to his future reign. Focusing intently, Lin Ling began his work. Under his hands, the outline of a staff gradually took shape. 2 hours later, he stretched his sore body, his eyes bloodshot but still sparkling with excitement. On the table before him lay a brilliant silver staff adorned with intricate patterns of mythical beasts. Each design was composed of precise magical inscriptions, depicting legendary creatures from Eastern mythology: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, as well as Shulong, Kuanpeng, Baize, and Qiongqi. Under the shimmering silver light, each beast seemed so lifelike that it appeared ready to leap out of the staff at any moment. The system promptly displayed the weapon's attributes. Item: Lin Ling's exclusive staff initial form. Category: Main Weapon, Custom Weapon Set. Level requirement 60. Durability 1000. Attributes: Magic damage 1200, Strength 100, Stamina 100, Intelligence 200, Agility 100, Health 5000, Mana 5000. Cooldown reduction 10, Skill cost reduction 10. Set effect: collect all 9 pieces, Intelligence 200. Active skill: Holy Light Burn. Burns the target for 5 of their health per second and converts it into the user's health for 10 seconds. Passive effect: increases total intelligence attribute by 30 when equipped by a mage. Special effects: embedding a holy light gem doubles all attributes. Embedding the Demon King's heart doubles all passive skill effects. The system notification sounded. Please name the exclusive weapon set. Naming will unlock the set upgrade feature. Skybreaker set, Lin Ling declared without hesitation. After naming, the staff was officially renamed Skybreaker Staff, and the upgrade conditions were revealed. Satisfied, Lin Ling carefully stored the weapon and stretched again. He knew that once he completed the full silver set and combined it with other items, he would nearly achieve instant cast forbidden spells. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 3 a.m. The system's public chat was still bustling with discussions about all-night monster grinding. Time for bed. All-night grinding? Even dogs wouldn't do that, Lin Ling muttered, then quickly freshened up before collapsing onto his bed with the wolf hammer in his arms. Meanwhile, in the teleportation array of the Xuanfu Bay City, a 12-member Sakura Nation trade caravan quietly appeared. The group, with shifty eyes, hurriedly handed over their documents to the teleportation staff as soon as they arrived. The staff member glanced at the documents and sneered. Xiaopin? This was a derogatory nickname for Sakura Nation, commonly used in Lungua's system instead of the poetic Sakura, as the name was seen as a disgrace to the beauty of the flower. The middle-aged leader of the caravan immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Hi, we are merchants from the Yamamoto Corporation. Please take care of us. The enforcement officer shot him a cold look. You know the rules, right? The leader nodded and bowed repeatedly. Yes, sir. Rest assured, we will comply. He gestured to his team, and the entire caravan obediently moved to the side of the street. Once the officer turned and walked away, the leader lowered his voice and issued instructions. Everyone, keep an eye on the passers-by. Look out for any young man who might be Yishio. If you spot anyone suspicious, mark them immediately. Hi. The team members bowed slightly in unison and replied. While Lin Ling was sound asleep on her soft bed at home, the goblin plains along Chobei Sky Road in Shilanlanbu City were ablaze with activity. Numerous leveling up teams were grinding monsters through the night, including the exhausted Yasui squad. By the early hours, the team's condition had visibly deteriorated. Despite Zhou Minjian's continuous healing spells, everyone looked fatigued, their dark circles so pronounced they seemed as if they'd been punched. Captain Xiao, what about those elite bosses and hidden bosses? Did they drop anything good? Show us, will you? Li Jingliang asked, forcing himself to stay lively, though his tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Don't even mention it, Xiao Yin replied with a dark expression. Everything was handed over to the corporation. All I got was some experience. Ever since leaving Xuandu Bay City, he had been distracted. He knew all too well the value of the hymn of loyalty. Even his father hadn't been willing to sell that 2 billion credit piece of equipment, and now it was gone just like that. Every time he swung his sword to fight, the image of Lin Ling's superior, almost demonic smile would flash in his mind. Captain Xiao, are you really Yi Xiao? You have fangirls all over the internet now, Li Jingliang teased, still brooding over Xiao Yan's earlier decision to leave them behind. You owe us a fancy meal when we get back. Fine, they'll treat you to a feast when we return, Xiao Yan replied wearily. For now, go pull some mobs. Alright then, let's make it the premium mutton hot pot at Qingwen Tower. Li Jingliang cheered as he dashed into the plains, soon attracting over a dozen level 15 goblin rangers. By 4 a.m., the exhaustion from prolonged combat finally caught up with them. Soaked in sweat, Li Jingliang asked, Captain Xiao, should we take a break? Xiao Yan wasn't in much better shape. If not for Zhou Mingjian's healing, he would have collapsed by now. What frustrated him even more was that Zhou Mingjian's exceptional talent had granted her a significant experience boost, and she had already surpassed him the team's top damage dealer in level. Let's pull 2 more waves. I'm almost level 13, Xiao Yan yawned. Then well rest for an hour. Just as Li Jingliang charged into the plains again, a camouflaged triangular fighter jet lay quietly in the distance, blending into the grassy landscape like a lurking predator. 4 professionals in camouflage uniforms were stationed discreetly around the Yazui Squadron elite team, sent by Dragon's Nest to protect Zhou Mingyan. Led by a 5th-tier mage, the other 3 were all 4th-tier professionals, a clear indication of how much Dragon's Nest valued Zhou Mingyan. Though they had stayed awake all night, the soldiers of Longwa stood as straight as ever. Clad in camouflage uniforms, their sharp, hawk-like eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance, alert to any suspicious movement. Captain Han, there's only an hour until dawn. There shouldn't be any problems, one soldier, his face painted with camouflage, whispered into his headset. Stay on guard, came Captain Han's stern reply through the earpiece. The soldier immediately straightened his posture. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a new alert sounded in their headsets. Captain Han, we've got a situation. A mini stealth drone has been detected 824 meters above our position. In an instant, the 4 soldiers on watch shifted into combat mode. Captain Han quickly issued a command. Owl, maximize the Beidou's power and scan the area within a 1,000-meter radius. Captain Han, enemy contact. 3 4th-tier assassins rapidly approaching. Distance to Zhou Mingyan. 700 meters. 400 meters. 200 meters. Damn it, just 3 4th-tier assassins daring to try us. Kite, your team, take them out, Captain Han ordered, while moving closer to Zhou Mingyan. As the 3 Longchao soldiers engaged the incoming foreign assassins, Owl's voice suddenly rang out again. Captain, enemy spotted 10 meters ahead on the left. Almost simultaneously, Han Xiao cast a wind element spell, Gale Retreat. A fierce gust of wind erupted, ripping up the grass in front of them and exposing a faint, shadowy figure. The figure stumbled back over 10 steps before regaining balance, their face betraying surprise. Han Xiao swiftly moved to shield Zhou Mingyan and activated Advanced Insight, obtaining information on the enemy. Chaldea, Shadow Assassin, 6th tier, level 175. Threat level, high. This simple Gale Retreat, though only a basic level 25 spell, was widely recognized among mages as a life-saving skill. Chaldea, the Terminator from Eagle Nation. Han Zhao's voice was hoarse. The higher-ups had anticipated that Mei Wei might make a move on Zhou Mingyan, but they hadn't expected them to send a 6th-tier assassin. These so-called Terminators were fanatics who either accomplished their mission or died trying. The young Yazi squad members, just barely stepping into the level 10 threshold, froze in fear. Even Zhou Mingyan gripped the golden scroll tightly, her expression grim as she prepared to unleash the forbidden spell hidden within it. She would rather lose everything than watch these Longchao soldiers sacrifice themselves for her. Chaldea removed his face mask, revealing a cold smirk, and vanished in an instant. Han Xiao immediately cast a repelling wind ring, surrounding Zhou Mingyan with layers of azure tornadoes for protection. However, in an unexpected turn, the shadow assassin suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yin, striking his neck with a swift hand chop. With a dull thud, Xiao Yin collapsed, unconscious, his eyes wide with disbelief. The assassin grabbed his body and disappeared into the vast grasslands, leaving only a chilling message echoing in the air. Sorry, my target is Yi Xiao. The first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, spilling freely over the goblin plains. Suddenly, a basin of icy cold water splashed onto Xiao Yin, jolting him awake. He found himself surrounded by several tall, blonde, blue-eyed men with imposing builds. Who are you people? Do you even know who I am? Xiao Yin stammered, attempting to get up and flee, only to collapse back onto the ground from the sharp pain in his backside. It was then he realized his clothes were in disarray, and his body bore injuries. An elderly man with a wrinkled face and a hooked nose sneered coldly. Ha ha ha, little one. So you're Yi Xiao? If you know him, Yi Xiao, why don't you let me go? Xiao Yin blurted out instinctively, but immediately regretted it. He quickly analyzed the situation. These people were after Yi Xiao, likely because Yishio's streak of first kills had drawn the attention of foreign powers. No, no, I'm not Yishio. I'm just pretending to be him, he quickly corrected himself. The hooked-nosed Elder Chaldea, a sixth-tier shadow assassin, scowled darkly. He had already used his perception skill to see through Xiao Yan's stats. With attributes this pathetic, Chaldea thought, this kid couldn't even defeat a level 30 monster, let alone claim a first kill on a boss. Chaldea snorted coldly, his dark dagger instantly pressing against Xiao Yan's throat. Speak. Who is Yishio? 3 don't know. Xiao Yan stuttered, trembling violently, his voice quivering on the verge of tears. Don't know? Then you're worthless to me. A chilling glint flickered in Chaldea's eyes as he began to apply more pressure with the dagger. Xiao Yan felt the sharp sting of his skin breaking at his neck. A warm liquid trickled down from beneath him, soaking his pants. No, no, don't kill me. I'm the heir to the Xiao Corporation. I can give you money 1 billion. Just spare my life. As the dagger pressed deeper, Xiao Yan broke down completely. Please, I'm begging you. I'll do anything you want, just don't kill me. Don't kill me. The dagger suddenly withdrew, and Xiao Yan gasped for air, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. He immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly, oblivious to the sharp blades of grass cutting his forehead. Thank you. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. Chaldea wrinkled his nose in disgust, stepping away from the stench of urine in the air. In an icy tone, he said, from this moment on, you are a secret pawn of mine, working for the Eagle Terminators. Don't even think about betraying the organization, or it won't just be you, the entire Xiao family will be wiped out. Xiao Yan was caught between a rock and a hard place. Betraying his country meant certain death, but refusing would mean dying here and now. Realizing he had no other choice, he vowed to serve the Terminators to the best of his ability. As he lowered his head to the ground in submission, Chaldea casually tossed a vial filled with a dark liquid in front of him. The eerie black glow emanating from the substance made Xiao Yan instinctively shake his head in refusal. Don't kill me. Xiao Yan shrank back in terror, his voice trembling. Say another word and you're dead. Chaldea sneered, shaking a small black vial in his hand. This is the latest genetic serum developed by Eagle Nation. It can drastically enhance the attributes of anyone below the 3rd tier. Xiao Yan's eyes widened as he stared at Chaldea. Realizing Chaldea wasn't joking, he shakily uncorked the bottle and gulped down the black liquid in one swift motion. KHKHK. Chaldea let out a sinister laugh. Well done. But there's one thing I forgot to mention, this genetic serum isn't perfect. It has some side effects. Xiao Yan froze in place, desperately trying to vomit the black liquid. However, before he could, black markings began to spread across his skin. A searing pain engulfed him as his skin cracked apart bizarrely, without bleeding. White bone spikes erupted violently from his body, which swelled rapidly. In mere moments, he had transformed into a 3-meter humanoid monster covered in sharp spikes. What have you done to me? I don't want to be a monster, he roared in a hoarse, guttural voice. Even as he felt the explosive strength coursing through him, he would have rather forfeited it than become this abomination. At that moment, a white pill flew from Chaldea's hand straight into Xiao Yan's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, triggering another transformation. The spikes receded, his body shrank back to normal, and his human form was restored. Yet the overwhelming power within him remained. The X-Gene serum was synthesized using Tier 3 civilization technology to extract rare genetic material from abyssal creatures, Chaldea explained. As long as you take the antidote once a month, you'll retain your human form. This serum is undetectable by any instrument and won't interfere with other enhancement potions. Your 4-dimensional attributes have all increased by 1,000 points. This won't be noticed by the system or reflected on the rankings. But now, you possess strength far beyond ordinary people. This was originally a gift intended for Yishio. But since they had captured the wrong person, Chaldea decided to turn the situation to their advantage and make this heir to the Dragon Nation Consortium their hidden pawn. Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with joy as he felt the surge of power nearly tenfold stronger than before. He immediately summoned his staff and cast a blazing fireball spell. The fireball exploded in a dazzling burst of sparks, yet his mana remained untouched, as if he had unlocked some kind of cheat. My lord, what do you need me to do? Xiao Yan knelt respectfully, any thoughts of resistance long gone. Focus on leveling up. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, you might awaken a secondary talent or upgrade your current one. When that time comes, show some extraordinary abilities, and the Dragon Nation will undoubtedly prioritize nurturing you, Chaldea instructed, his gaze piercing. In the Novice Championship dungeon, I want you to cripple every genius from the Dragon Nation. Can you do that? My lord, wouldn't that expose us? Xiao Yan hesitated. Chaldea's lips curled into a sly grin. Try imagining someone else in your mind. Xiao Yan thought of Lin Ling's face, and immediately he felt his facial bones shift and muscles wriggle. In an instant, He had transformed into Lin Ling's exact likeness. Kaldya snapped his fingers, and one of his subordinates handed him a mirror. Staring at Lin Ling's reflection in the mirror, Xiao Yan's eyes burned with a crazed light. Lin Ling, your time is coming. It won't be long before I make you taste fear as I have. While others were pulling all-nighters, grinding levels to the point of questioning their existence, Lin Ling leisurely slept in until 9 in the morning. Stretching lazily, he freshened up quickly, then hoisted his spiked war hammer and headed toward the city. Xianzhou Bay City, though small, was recognized as the foremost prefecture in the western region near Kyoto Bay City, merely 1,000 kilometers away. Normally, the streets were bustling with activity. However, today, a somber air lingered over the city. The combination of recent forbidden spell purges and the allure of free teleportation arrays had driven hundreds of thousands of professionals to leave. As Lin Ling passed the teleportation shrine, he noticed a peculiar group of individuals who stood out. Judging by their features, they were clearly from Sakura Nation. At that moment, they were standing deferentially by the roadside, bowing and nodding to every passing professional from Long Nation, almost like subservient attendants. To Lin Ling, this was nothing out of the ordinary. The recovery battle of the Taiwan province 3 centuries ago had taught Sakura Nation a harsh lesson. Back then, emboldened by the Western Alliance, they had intervened, only to be crushed by Long Nation in half a day, driven back to their capital, Higashi City. The sight of 1,000,000 Long soldiers surrounding their city utterly shattered their spirit. It wasn't until they paid reparations amounting to trillions of Long coins that the troops finally withdrew. Since then, Sakura Nation's economy regressed by 3 centuries, and their citizens had to feign humility whenever they encountered someone from Long Nation. To make matters worse, they were subjected to exorbitant taxes when doing business in Long Nation, and their professionals, upon visiting, were required to stand outside the teleportation shrine for 6 hours before being allowed to move freely. On top of that, they had to pay an environmental pollution fee of 3,000 Long coins per minute. As Lin Ling walked past, the group of Sakura Nation individuals immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, shouting in unison, "Koenai Ichiwa." Hello. Lin Ling cast them a scornful glance. Beyond phrases like Baka Yuru, Yoshi, and Yamit, he understood nothing of their language, nor did he harbor any goodwill toward these Eastern devils. The humiliation of the past was not to be forgotten. If given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to strike. After Lin Ling had moved on, a mustachioed man from Sakura Nation glanced at his watch, a sinister glint flashing in his triangular eyes. Bakayuru. How dare he look at the great Kamita Shoji with such disdain? He'll make sure he regrets it. Kamita, remember our mission. A round-faced man with gold-rimmed glasses reminded him coldly. We'll act in 5 minutes. We need to find Yishio in the wilderness. At this moment, a slender youth from Sakura Nation, Ikaguchi Kajiro, suggested in a low voice, Kamide-san, Kato-sama, since we haven't located Yishio yet, why don't I use my clone skill to take care of that guy? I promise it'll be swift and unnoticed. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing as he gave a slight nod. In the next instant, Ikaguchi Kojiro's figure paused, and a shadowy clone silently split off, stealthily pursuing Lin Ling while leaving a mirrored image at his original spot. Lin Ling continued on his way, but suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, as though someone was watching him. He suddenly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Yet, the faint sense of danger grew even stronger. This instinct, honed in his previous life, had saved him countless times. Without his exceptional mental acuity, he wouldn't have noticed such a subtle threat. Lin Ling deliberately slowed his pace and turned into a narrow, deserted alley. Inoue Kojiro, who had been stealthily following him, smirked with satisfaction. Perfect, this is the ideal place to strike, he murmured. He stepped into the alley, only to find that Lin Ling had vanished into thin air. Inoue scanned the surroundings warily, his eyes darting to the trash bins nearby. At that moment, his invisibility effect suddenly wore off. What's going on? Could he also turn invisible? He muttered to himself. Just then, a cold voice came from above. Looking for me? Inoue's pupils contracted as he looked up, only to see a spiked mace hurtling toward him. With a deafening crash, he had no time to react before his health bar was completely depleted. The system notification echoed. You have successfully killed Sakura Nation player Inoue Kojiro. Lin Ling quickly looted the body and slipped out of the alley. When he reappeared in the view of the Sakura Nation players, he made sure to raise his middle finger at them, a gesture that instantly enraged the crowd. Baka, Inoue, you useless fool. Kamita fumed as he watched Inoue's figure dissipate. Kato-sama, please allow me to hunt that brat down. Inoue must have fallen into his trap. I swear I won't expose myself. Kato Shoji adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. We're still unsure if Yishio has left Xuanfu. Too many people departed the city yesterday. Have you used the divination skill? The group remained silent. As members of the Sakura Nation Soul Division, they were tasked with assassinating the prodigies of rival nations. In their team, apart from the third-year special class Onmyoji Kato, the others were all second-tier elites. They had undergone rigorous training and rarely used the divination skill on Long Nation players. Kato-sama, that brat is wearing level 1 white gear. That spiked mace clearly doesn't match his equipment. He's probably just a low-level crafting class, Kamita said urgently, watching Lin Ling disappear into the distance. Kato narrowed his eyes. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Kamita, follow him. Strike when you have a chance. Anyone who dares insult the great Sakura Empire deserves to die. Hi. Kamita bowed deeply and fixed his gaze on his wristwatch, waiting for the right moment. As soon as the time came, he set off in pursuit. Kato watched Kamita leave, then suddenly froze. He recalled the seemingly ordinary robe Lin Ling had been wearing, its milky white glow faintly revealed flowing runes. The design of that equipment seemed oddly familiar. Kato's small, bean-like eyes suddenly widened in shock, as if they had grown to the size of soybeans. A long-buried memory surged to the surface. At a recent high-level gathering of the Soul Group, he had caught sight of an important figure from the eastern capital. That person had been clad in armor emitting the same radiant white glow, with patterns strikingly similar to those on the young man before him. At the time, Kato had distinctly heard a seven-turn powerhouse refer to it as the sacred armor. No way. A jolt ran through Kato's mind. This kid isn't wearing just any ordinary tier 1 white gear. That's the sacred set. To possess such a set at this young age, he must be the Yi Xiao. Everyone, follow me. We can't let him escape. Kato barked the order, and the group of Soul Group operatives, disguised as merchants, immediately took off in pursuit of Kamita Shota's direction. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was leisurely strolling down the bustling street, seemingly without a care in the world. The vicious-looking wolf-tooth hammer slung over his shoulder contrasted sharply with the radiant white mage set he wore, drawing astonished glances from passers-by. Their expressions were filled with disbelief, but Lin Ling paid no attention to the curious stares. He walked straight toward a restaurant called Chaoyang Pavilion, lifted the curtain at the entrance, and stepped inside. This scene didn't go unnoticed by several adventurer teams returning from an all-night grind outside the city. Whoa, did you guys see Lin Ling just now? Yeah, I saw him. Man, he's living the dream. We've been grinding monsters all night, and he's out here looking refreshed and glowing after sleeping in till 9. While we're stuck scarfing down a bun to keep grinding, he's strolling into Chaoyang Pavilion for breakfast. Come on, you're already level 8. Lin Shen fell off his pedestal ages ago. He's probably given up completely. What's there to be jealous of? If he somehow surpasses my level while slacking off like this, then I'd be seriously pissed. Ha ha ha. Now that you put it that way, I feel a lot better. The adventurers laughed and exchanged a few more comments before going their separate ways. Meanwhile, Kamita Shota, who had been tailing Lin Ling, stopped in front of the restaurant. A mocking smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Lin Ling? So it's you, the guy with the most useless SS-level awakening talent. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted out from the restaurant, and Kamita's stomach let out a loud growl. Smells good. If I have to keep tabs on him anyway, might as well try their lamb offal soup while I'm at it. He was about to step inside when he abruptly froze in place. A bold sign by the entrance caught his eye. No dogs or Japanese allowed. Kamita stood across the street, glaring fiercely at the entrance of the cafeteria. This was the Huagua administrative zone, and he didn't dare to barge in recklessly. Otherwise, not only would he face deportation, but he would also be slapped with a hefty fine. All he could do was wait outside, hoping to catch Lin Ling when he appeared. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was leisurely seated inside the cafeteria, completely unaware that someone was waiting for him outside. Over the years, the lamb offal soup from this cafeteria had become an essential part of his morning routine. Well, if it isn't Captain Lin. A familiar waitress greeted him with a cheerful smile. Lin Ling nodded politely. Good morning, Aunt Zhang. The usual, please. 1 bowl of lamb offal soup, for oat dumplings, and a side of pickled vegetables. Coming right up. Aunt Zhang responded promptly, soon placing the steaming breakfast in front of him. As Lin Ling enjoyed his meal, he casually scrolled through the public chat feed. Suddenly, a few messages caught his attention, and his expression gradually turned sharp. The chat was buzzing with discussion. Did you hear? A Meiwa assassin ambushed Yazis rookie leveling team just before dawn. Seriously? Who were they targeting? What's the damage? They were after Zhou Mingyan, the SS talent priestess goddess. At this point, a cold glint flashed in Lin Ling's eyes, and the chopsticks in his hand emitted a faint cracking sound. The messages kept coming. Long Ness sent in an elite squad for protection. Mingyan's fine. But the 5-6 stern assassins? 3 were killed on the spot, 1 took poison and died. The weirdest part is the last assassin. Instead of going after Zhou Mingyan, he kidnapped the team leader, Xiao Yin. An anonymous user suddenly chimed in. I heard Xiao Yin is actually Yi Xiu. Could it be that the Terminator got the wrong target? Zhang Haoran immediately grew suspicious. Wait a minute, I don't recall mentioning that the attackers were from the Terminator group. How do you know so much? The internet isn't a lawless place. The mysterious user went silent after that. Lin Ling sipped his lamb soup thoughtfully, a subtle but knowing expression crossing his face at the mention of Xiao Yan. Just then, a young girl burst into the cafeteria. As soon as she entered the room, she couldn't hold back and cried out, Aunt Zhang, give me a sesame pancake quick. I'm starving to death. Her voice was trembling, almost on the verge of tears, clearly pushed to her limit. The server, Aunt Zhang, noticed Yo-Yo's disheveled state and quickly approached her with a sesame pancake in hand. At that moment, Yo-Yo's eyes locked with Lin Ling's. Tears immediately welled up, and she ran toward him. Captain Lin, sob. I'm not dead yet, so stop crying. Lin Ling barked sharply, and Yo-Yo froze 2 meters away from him instantly. It turned out this young girl was Yo-Yo, the archer of the Yazzie battle team. She glanced at the lamb offal soup and oat flour dumplings in front of Lin Ling, swallowing hard without realizing it. Aunt Zhao, bring a bowl of soy milk and 2 steamed buns, Lin Ling called out, motioning for Yo-Yo to sit down and talk. Looking pitiful, Yo-Yo sat beside Lin Ling and began recounting the harrowing events of the previous night encountering an army of skeletons and a meteor firestorm. Lin Ling sipped his soup, secretly relieved that no one knew he was the cause of the chaos. Still no sign of Xiao Yin? Lin Ling asked after finishing his last dumpling. Yo-Yo nodded. Her cheeks puffed out even more from the steamed buns she was eating. Why did you come back on your own? Captain Lin, why was your phone turned off? Sister Mingyan said the team is short on people and wanted to ask if you'd like to join us for leveling up. Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart. You came all the way back just for this? Yes, it's really important. While Xiao Yan's away, we can help you level up, Yo-Yo said earnestly. When Lin Ling turned on his phone, he was bombarded with 32 missed calls and 98 messages. Among them were 28 calls from Zhou Mingyan, 4 from GMO, 1 message from Zhou Mingyan, and 97 messages from GMO. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Maybe in a few days. I'm a bit busy right now. I didn't wake up until 9 today. I have to go. Please thank Mingyan for me, Lin Ling said as he got up to pay the bill. Captain Lin, don't give up, Yo-Yo shouted, her eyes red. We've been grinding levels all night, and you're sleeping till 9 and drinking soup. We're not giving up on you, so you can't give up on yourself. Lin Ling didn't explain. He simply said calmly, Yo-Yo, I'm still the same guy as before, not a bit of me has changed. With that, he hoisted his spiked wolf hammer and walked away. Yo-Yo stood frozen, staring longingly in the direction where he disappeared. Lin Ling headed straight for the transfer shrine in Xuanfu Bay City. Although he wasn't at the required level, he knew a secret: by completing specific monster hunting tasks, he could unlock the transfer quest early and even gain permanent attribute bonuses. He planned to claim this unique buff once again. Inside the shrine, an NPC girl dressed in a Lolita outfit named Alice approached him. She showed respect upon noticing Lin Ling's sacred gear, but her expression twitched involuntarily when her eyes fell on his menacing wolf hammer. After a brief exchange, Lin Ling accepted the quest. A system notification popped up. Due to your overgod class status, quest difficulty and rewards have been enhanced. Eliminate 300 level 30 Abyss Scouts to unlock the second class transfer early and receive Alice's blessing, granting a 200 permanent all attribute boost. The Abyssal Well? All attributes boosted by 200. Lin Ling stared at the quest notification, feeling his heart pounding wildly in his chest. This mission was completely different from what he remembered in his past. Lefino longer about defeating 30 level 20 mutated Treants in Wanlu Park for a 5 attribute boost. Instead, he now had to hunt 30 level 30 Abyssal Scouts in the Abyssal Well. The difficulty had skyrocketed, but so had the reward tenfold. Lin Ling quickly did the math. His magic damage was already over 7,600. Completing this quest would skyrocket it to 22,000. The enticing number made his breath quicken. Recalling his past life, Lin Ling frowned. He had visited the Abyssal Well a few times before, but had never encountered Abyssal Scouts. Were these creatures only appearing because of the quest, or was this some kind of butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? He remembered the Soldier King, Zhang Beichen, mentioning that Nan Nan had been abducted by the Demon King of Heishan Reservoir and taken to the Abyssal Well. Lin Ling immediately opened his map for a closer look. However, as he studied the terrain, a doubt arose in his mind. The Abyssal Well was located southwest of the base city, while Heishan Reservoir was to the southeast. His instincts told him that the Demon King was more likely to appear at the reservoir. If he stayed at the Abyssal Well, only to have the boss show up at the reservoir, by the time he rushed over, it might already have been killed by other high-level players. That was unacceptable. Lin Ling knew very well that if someone else claimed his quest target, his forbidden spell wouldn't be forgiving. Without further hesitation, Lin Ling quickly returned home, grabbed his motorcycle, and sped toward the abyssal well. However, unbeknownst to him, a group of more than 10 meticulously disguised members of the Sakura Nation Soul team was quietly tailing him. These individuals had swapped into low-level white and blue gear, even altering their beards and hairstyles to blend in as Dragon Nation players. Katakun, should we make a move? Shota Kameda, who was riding a motorcycle, asked in a low voice. At the front, Kato Shoji glanced around cautiously and slowly shook his head. Not yet. Although Xuanfu has fewer people now, there are still scattered leveling teams. We need to ensure everything is flawless, not only a one-hit kill, but also no witnesses to our actions. Keep your distance and wait for the perfect opportunity. Hai. Shota Kameda bowed respectfully and watched Lin Ling's figure fade into the distance, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. High above them, a stealth fighter jet, perfectly camouflaged against the sky, was closely monitoring every movement on the ground. Inside the cockpit, a bald young man focused intently on the LCD screen. His name was Zhang Meng, just 19 years old, a professional berserker with an S-level bloodthirsty war god talent. He had already reached the level of a third-tier advanced warrior. Standing beside Zhang Meng were two equally young teammates. As elite members of the Kiwilambu City People's Army, Zhang Meng had earned the Rookie King title last year and was subsequently selected for the Dragon's Nest Reserve team. In just 1 year, he had risen to level 87, nearing the threshold of the 4th tier. This time, their squad had been dispatched with Zhou Weigua to assist in the Xuanfu Forbidden Spell incident. Captain Zhang, according to the visas, these people claim to be merchants here to collect medicinal herbs, a short-haired young man said as he skimmed through the documents in his hand. A girl with a high ponytail added. They've been asking around the city about the distribution of Yao grass. Afterward, they rode motorcycles out of town. But we haven't noticed anything unusual yet. Zhang Ming rubbed his shiny bald head, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. I don't care what they're here for. Keep a close watch on them. These Japanese are always up to something. The moment they break the rules, kick them out. He zoomed out the screen, revealing a bird's eye view of the area within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Where are they heading? Yin Yin. Locate the coordinates of the professionals in this sector. Soon, the map displayed a handful of glowing dots, each representing a newly awakened professional. In the dense forest to the southwest, 10 of these dots were clustered together, clearly 2 small teams leveling up. Interestingly, the Japanese group seemed to be moving in the same direction. Interesting. We might actually gain something today, Zhang Meng said, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. When the short-haired youth suggested reporting to Captain Zhou, Zhang Meng waved him off. Just a dozen second and third-tier Japanese? No need to alarm the higher-ups. The 3 of us can handle this. Half an hour later, Lin Ling arrived near the abyssal well. This area was rarely visited, even in his previous life, due to the troublesome nature of the abyssal scouts here. They were not only difficult to deal with, but also scarce in number, making it an unpopular spot for leveling up. To his surprise, a few familiar figures appeared in the Black Forest ahead. Members of the Kamikaze Club. Shang Biao wielded a purple shield, while Feng Ji and Sua Tu were equipped with purple weapons, clearly having grown much stronger. But why were these people, who had been in Kiwilambu City just yesterday, suddenly here? Activating the stealth ability of his Soldier King cloak, Lin Ling silently climbed a tree to observe. It turned out that after Xiao Yin was attacked early this morning, Sua Tu and the others had hurriedly returned to the city. While sorting through their spoils, Feng Ji had unexpectedly discovered a legendary treasure map. Such items, which could guide users to rare treasures, were extremely rare. With luck, one could directly obtain gold-tier equipment. Even with poor luck, the map would summon a hidden boss that would guarantee the drop of rare skill books and a legendary orange-tier main weapon. Suddenly, a startled cry echoed through the forest. As Feng Ji's shovel struck the ground, a puff of white smoke rose abruptly. Moments later, an abyssal creature with green skin covering its entire body materialized. Damn, it actually summoned a boss. Lin Ling squinted his eyes and immediately activated the Eye of the Hero to scan his surroundings. His gaze cut through the mist and locked onto a powerful target lurking outside the abyssal eye. It was the Abyssal Scout, a hidden elite boss. A level 40 nature mage with 15,000 HP, 1,500 spell damage, and 1,400 defense. Defeating it would reward a rare mage skill book and a legendary orange-tier primary weapon. A faint smirk appeared on Lin Ling's lips as he shifted his gaze to Sotu and quickly analyzed his detailed stats. A Gale Archer with an A talent tier and Hoi's Blessing. His attributes were mediocre, 1,800 HP, 1,345 mana, 1,450 physical damage, 945 spell damage, 360 stamina, 350 strength, 269 intelligence, and 220 agility. His combat capability was rated as subpar, with potential merely at the best among the mediocre level. Seeing these numbers, Lin Ling knew that this boss was his to claim. While Sotu and Feng Ji were the strongest in the team, the combined strength of all 10 members was nowhere near enough to take down a level 40 elite boss. The boss 1400 defense alone was daunting enough to make most of the Shinfeng guild shrink back. Sure enough, as soon as the boss appeared, the Shinfeng team froze in shock. Damn, a level 40 boss? Run! Sotu shouted, immediately turning to flee. Feng Ji, however, was unwilling to give up. Clutching his purple staff, which had cost him nearly 1 million, he wanted to test its power. A fireball spell roared forth, exploding on the boss and causing a combustion effect. But when he saw the damage numbers, he froze in disbelief. His full-powered attack barely scratched the boss' HP. Crap! Feng Ji yelled, turning to flee as well, but it was too late. The enraged boss let out a deafening roar, and the surrounding trees suddenly sprang to life, their vines thrashing like whips at the Shinfeng team. Amid the sound of crashing impacts came waves of agonized screams. A low-level archer was impaled through the chest by a vine and pinned to a tree on the spot. The rest were struck down to varying degrees, their HP plummeting by more than half. In mere moments, the two squads were utterly wiped out. Shang Biao was sent rolling over 10 meters before slamming into the tree where Lin Ling was hiding. Among everyone, he was the farthest from the boss and seemed to be the only one with a chance to escape. To Lin Ling's surprise, however, Shang Biao didn't flee. Instead, he pulled out several bottles of health potions, chugging them down as he prepared to charge back into the fight. As he tilted his head back to drink, he suddenly noticed Lin Ling perched in the tree above him. The sudden appearance of the figure made Shang Biao shudder, the red potion bottle in his hand slipping to the ground. Lin Ling? What are you doing here? There's a powerful boss ahead, run while you can. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He roared, quickly picking up the purple shield that had fallen. Boss Feng, Sua's team, you go first. I can hold him off for 2 minutes. Shang Biao's shout echoed through the forest as he bolted toward the boss like an arrow. His charge skill activated, causing the boss to momentarily pause. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Biao slashed at the boss's head before turning and sprinting deeper into the forest. Seeing this, Sua Tu's eyes lit up with joy, and he scrambled to escape the forest, using both hands and feet. The others followed suit, running for their lives. Only Feng Ji stayed rooted to the spot, staring intently at Shang Biao's retreating figure. Suddenly, Feng Ji let out an enraged roar and rushed into the woods with his staff in hand. While running and gulping down potions, he hurled a fireball at the Abyss Watcher. The explosion caused the boss's attention to shift to him. At that moment, countless tree roots erupted from the ground like spikes. Feng Ji tried to dodge, but one sharp root pierced through his foot. Despair engulfed him as the Abyss Watcher closed in step by step. Seeing this, Shang Biao charged again, but the boss suddenly turned, its claws piercing straight through his chest. Blood instantly soaked his entire body. Shang Biao. Feng Ji's hoarse scream carried a mix of rage and despair. Let him go. Kill me, you bastard. I'm the one who unearthed you. Come kill your master. Leave my brother alone. In this critical moment, a burst of red light erupted from Shang Biao's body. His blood coalesced into armor on the outside, and the gaping wound in his chest began to heal. Inside a high-altitude Dragon Nest aircraft, Yin Yin asked, Captain Zhang, should we intervene? Zhang Ming shook his head. A hidden dark class awakening? Interesting. Let's wait and see. That kid in the tree will probably step in. Let them struggle a bit more. Besides, the Japs will arrive soon. Captain, what's a dark class awakening? A buzzcut teenager asked curiously. Zhang Ming kept his eyes fixed on the screen. After the first class transition, a rare few awaken a dark class in life or death situations. It's similar to an orc's berserk transformation, a dark and uncontrollable class advancement. At this moment, Shang Biao had indeed transformed like a wild beast. His strength surged, and he kicked the boss back a few steps. He charged again, closing the distance, and while the boss was momentarily stunned, he raised his sword to strike its head. But the boss recovered from its daze just in time, raising an arm to block. With a sickening crunch, Shang Biao's full force strike severed one of the Abyss Watcher's arms, instantly reducing its health by 1/10. The boss howled in fury, its remaining arm slamming into Shang Biao's face and sending him spinning like a top. He crashed heavily into a tree and passed out, his health bar nearly depleted. The boss roared again, lashing a vine whip across Feng Ji's chest. Feng Ji coughed up blood, his health plummeting to a sliver. As the Abyss Watcher's remaining arm morphed into a spear and lunged toward him, Feng Ji closed his eyes in despair. Just then, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Since Shang Biao showed some guts, this boss is mine now. Feng Ji abruptly turned his head, and a familiar, strikingly handsome face flashed past him. His pupils contracted sharply. It was Lin Ling. The shout of Lin Ling from Shang Biao earlier hadn't been a hallucination. At the time, Feng Ji, dizzy from the boss's attacks, thought he had misheard. But now, Seeing Lin Ling with his own eyes, a mix of emotions surged in his heart. Don't go over there. This is a level 40 elite boss, it's not something you can handle. Fengji shouted anxiously. The boss's aggro was still locked onto him, giving Lin Ling the perfect opportunity to escape. Despite the lingering resentment from being thoroughly defeated by Lin Ling in every simulation match before, those petty grievances should have long been forgotten now that Lin Ling had fallen from his pedestal. Relax, it's just a small fry, Lin Ling said calmly, continuing to walk toward the boss without breaking stride. Inside the Dragon's Nest war machine, Zhang Meng kept his eyes fixed on the screen showing Lin Ling. The odd combination of a mage's robe paired with a spiked hammer made it hard for him to see Lin Ling as a genuine threat. Captain Zhang, is this guy trying to get himself killed? Yin Yan's eyes flickered with concern. She had already confirmed Lin Ling's identity from the database. Despite being deemed a trash-tier talent, he was still an extremely rare SS-grade awakened talent. Observe the situation and be ready to intervene, Zhang Meng ordered. Though he held little regard for someone with mediocre strength and an inflated ego, an SS-grade talent was a strategic asset for any nation. Even a so-called wasted talent couldn't be allowed to fall. Fengji watched as Lin Ling approached the boss, a wave of confusion rising within him. How could such a powerful monster be dismissed as a small fry by Lin Ling? Was he underestimating the boss's strength, or was the Lin Ling before him still the invincible God Lin of the past? Lin Ling, that's a level 40 elite boss. Fengji called out again, but before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Lin Ling casually pulled the spiked hammer off his shoulder with one hand and dragged the weapon as he charged toward the creature. To Fengji, Lin Ling's figure blurred into a streak of motion, and the hammer came crashing down on the Abyss Scout's head. Boom! The Abyss Scout's skull burst apart like a watermelon, and a vivid red damage number appeared in Fengji's vision, nearly stopping his heart. The Abyss Scout's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and two beams of white light enveloped both Fengji and Shang Biao simultaneously. According to the experience gain system, as long as a player contributed damage to the boss, they would receive a share of the experience upon its defeat. Though the two of them had only inflicted minimal damage, the experience from a level 40 elite boss was still immense. Fengji was caught in a whirlwind of shock and exhilaration. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's interface displayed a notification. Congratulations on killing Elite Abyss Scout 1. Experience 1. Quest. Alice's request. Progress 1300. To his surprise, this boss kill counted toward his quest progress, and a hint of delight flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. On second thought, the name Lin Ling seemed fitting after all. An Elite Abyss Scout was still just a scout. Inside the fighter aircraft, Zhang Meng shot to his feet so abruptly that his chair wobbled under the force. The buzz-cut young man beside him audibly gulped, his Adam's apple bobbing conspicuously. Impossible. Zhang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a newly awakened professional land a critical hit over 10,000 damage? And he's a mage, no less. As an 87th level full-strength warrior, Zhang Meng's keen insight was razor-sharp. With his gear boosts, his strength attribute exceeded 4,000, and his physical damage surpassed 20,000, easily dispatching level 40 elite monsters. But Lin Ling? He had been awakened for less than 48 hours. Even with top-tier beginner gear, such devastating damage should have been out of the question. It must be that hammer, Zhang Meng concluded firmly. Meanwhile, Fengji, lying on the ground, was so stunned he forgot to breathe. This was a level 40 elite boss that had almost wiped out two full squads, and it had been obliterated in one strike? What floored him even more was that the person behind this miracle was Lin Ling, the SS-grade, trash talent, holder everyone had mocked. As the boss collapsed, the ground spikes that had pierced Fengji's left leg dissipated instantly. His gaze toward Lin Ling transformed entirely, filled with unmasked admiration. Four glowing orbs materialized next to the boss corpse. A skill book, an orange-grade shield, a mystery box, and a fragment of a dungeon entry ticket. I killed the boss, so I guess it's fair for me to take these, right? Lin Ling asked casually. No objections. Thank you, Lin God, for saving my life. Fengji stammered, shaking his head fervently. Just as Lin Ling reached out to claim the loot, the sharp sound of 3 projectiles slicing through the air came from behind him. His eyes narrowed, and with a swift swing of the king's hammer in his hand, he precisely deflected all 3 arrows. 7 figures approached rapidly, led by Suatu from the Shinfeng Guild. Lin Ling, you scoundrel. How dare you steal a boss from Shinfeng Guild? Lin Ling, you shameless thug. That boss belongs to our treasure map. You're courting death, kid. It turned out Suatu and his team hadn't gone far. After recovering, they had doubled back. Their target wasn't just the boss, it was also Fengji's purple staff, several blue-grade items, and Shang Biao's high-value purple-grade shield. Altogether, these items were worth at least 1 million or 2. When they caught sight of the orange-grade loot glowing beside the boss corpse, Suatu and his team could barely contain their excitement. An orange-grade item dropped by a level 40 elite boss was worth tens of millions, regardless of its type. Initially, Suatu had been wary of the mysterious expert capable of killing the boss, but upon recognizing Lin Ling, his apprehension turned into wild delight. He was convinced that Lin Ling must have used some rare, one-time method to slay the boss, something he couldn't replicate. Perhaps the very treasure that enabled such a feat was on Lin Ling himself. This was a windfall from the heavens. You kill the boss, and I take the loot. If you resist, death. Suatu knocked another arrow, his eyes gleaming with ruthless intent. Sotu, what are you doing? It was Lin Ling who saved me in Shangbiao. Feng Zhi's bloodshot eyes glared as he roared hoarsely. Though born a genius and a descendant of martyrs, Feng Zhi was no saint, but betraying the one who saved his life was something he could never tolerate. Feng Zhi, have you lost your mind? Saved you? Do you think this guy would have saved you if he wasn't after the boss reward? Sotu retorted loudly, showing no intention of backing down. These words struck Feng Zhi like a heavy blow to the chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. At that moment, Soda's group had already surrounded Lin Ling at a cautious distance of 20 meters, forming a tight circle. Eyeing the spiked war hammer in Lin Ling's hand, their belief deepened that he was an unconventional mage gone astray. To these ranged attackers, an atypical warrior was hardly worth fearing. Lin Ling, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Sotu spoke coldly. Drop all your gear on the ground and leave immediately. I might just spare your life. Inside the dragon nest battle machine, Zhang Meng's veins bulged with anger as he watched the scene unfold. These cowards. They ran the fastest during the fight, and now they're here to snatch the loot? One swing from Lin Ling's hammer could end them. Yet they still dare to act so arrogant. The buzz-cut young man fumed. Yin Yin analyzed calmly. According to the intel, Lin Ling switched to a battle mage route after hitting a bottleneck with the mage path. Even with his Agrade genetic serum and that special spiked hammer, it'll be tough for him to withstand focused attacks from so many ranged opponents. Before her words settled, a new variable emerged. Merchants from Sakura Nation were stealthily closing in, now less than 100 meters away. If Lin Ling hands over his gear, he might run straight into those Sakura bastards. Everyone, prepare for battle. Zhang Meng commanded immediately. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling did not back down. Instead, he asked coldly, and what if I refuse? A deadly glint flickered in his eyes. Then you die. Sotu bellowed fiercely, drawing his violet bow to full tension. 3 sharp arrows shot through the air, aimed directly at Lin Ling's vital points. Several long-range attackers simultaneously launched their strikes, unleashing a barrage of arrows and spells that rained down on Lin Ling. You're courting death. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and instantly activated his stealth skill, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared like a ghost behind Suatu, his massive spiked mace aimed directly at the man's head. However, just as the weapon was about to strike, a flicker of hesitation flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. He withdrew his raised arm and leapt onto a tall tree with a swift movement. From the outskirts of the forest came the rustling sound of footsteps. A group of short-statured individuals emerged from the shadows, their leader unmistakably one of the Wa people Lin Ling had encountered outside the teleportation shrine. The heroes I immediately displayed the intruder's information. Name, Kamita Shota. Alias, Little Tyrant Turtle. Class, Oni Samurai. Talent, Grade A, Soul Refinement Technique. Level, 42. Health, 11,800. Mana, 2,545. Physical damage, 5,650. Magical damage, 2,436. Stamina, 1,200. Strength, 742. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 790. Combat rating, 1 star. Potential assessment, 4th tier professional. Overall evaluation, no threat. Seeing these stats, Lin Ling couldn't help but smirk coldly. Who goes there? Suatu immediately drew his bow taut, aiming at Kamita. Bakayuru, where is Yishio? Kamita Shota sneered menacingly. Wa people? Suatu looked puzzled. Yishio? How would I know where Yishio is? Idiot. Die already. Enraged, Kamita charged fiercely. Suatu fired 3 arrows in quick succession, but they failed to penetrate the defenses of this second-tier Sakura Oni Samurai. Kamita's blade closed in on Suota's throat. In that split second, a gust of wind descended from above. Kamita turned abruptly, only to see a spiked mace hurtling straight toward him. Bang! Before either of them could cry out, Kamita and Suota's heads exploded simultaneously. Lin Ling's icy voice echoed through the forest. Even the weakest of the Long Nation people won't fall to the likes of you. Consider yourself lucky I let you live this long. The brief silence was shattered by Kata's furious roar. Bakayuru, at his command, all the Soul Group members tore off their disguises, revealing golden armor adorned with black skull insignias that stood out starkly. The WA professionals swiftly encircled the area, their strategic positions cutting off all escape routes. The members of the Shinfeng Club, who had been intimidated by Lin Ling moments before, were now thrown into chaos. They're not ordinary Sakura people. That's the Soul Group emblem. What's the Soul Group doing here? Fight to the death. Fight? Are you crazy? If you want to die, go ahead. I've heard even the weakest member of the Soul Group is a second-tier elite. Coward. I'd rather die biting one of these dogs than run. Inside the Long Nest warplane, Zhang Ming and Yin Yan were preparing to intervene. But just as they were about to act, Zhang Ming raised a hand, signaling them to stop. Interesting. Look who's here. Following his gaze, Yin Yan spotted two figures concealed atop a nearby tree. The Xiaotu army and Sheng army from Pingman's troops? Yin Yan exclaimed, a trace of disgust flashing in her eyes. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, her gaze fixed on the figures not far away. They're all lackeys of the Datu army. If they're here, the Data army must be nearby, Zhang Ming said seriously, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Yin Yan's previously relaxed expression darkened instantly. Just thinking about that scum ruins my mood, she said coldly. Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly. The Datu army is indeed vile, but his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Even ordinary third-stage experts can't handle him. If we were to unleash this mad dog against the Woku, it might not be the worst idea. Humph. Yin Yin snorted disdainfully. That kind of beast deserves to be executed, she said through gritted teeth. It turned out that Zhao Yijuan had once imprisoned two girls in Aoyalambu City, one of whom was Yin Yan's junior. This scoundrel, who should have been rotting in jail, had awakened an S-level talent and transformed into the strongest rookie in the north. His powerful backers intervened, not only securing his release on bail but also promising that if he placed in the top 3 in the rookie championship, his sentence could be reduced, and he might even be specially recruited into the Dragon Nest War God Hall. Second-generation military brats aren't easy to deal with. His grandfather is none other than Zhao Longqing, Zhang Ming said in a low voice. He's almost level 20 now. Word is, while General Zhao publicly beat him half to death to apologize, he secretly had a priest heal him and even gifted him a set of epic-level red gear. On the battlefield, Lin Ling once again activated his hero's eye, carefully assessing Kato. Name, Kato Shoji. Codename, Invincible Kotaro. Class, Onmyoji. Talent, S-Class, Overlevel Divine Summoning. Level, 89. HP, 22,800. Mana, 18,745. Detailed attribute data. Combat rating, 3 stars. Overall assessment. Underestimating him will end badly. The data made Lin Ling frown, his vigilance increasing sharply, while his resolve to eliminate Kato grew even stronger. Shuskik, no survivors, Kato shouted, drawing his long blade and pointing it at Lin Ling. The members of the Kamikaze Club immediately fell into disarray. Some collapsed to the ground, while others retreated frantically. Only Lin Ling stood firm, gripping his wolf-tooth hammer without fear. Against a formidable boss, he might choose to bide his time, but against the Woku, he would never back down. With his 18,700 physical damage output, he was confident he could take on any second-stage expert, including Kato himself. I'll handle them, Lin Ling said firmly. Even if it meant resorting to forbidden spells, he was determined to ensure that none of these Woku left alive. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly shot down from a large tree several meters away. In an instant, 2 of them positioned themselves in front of Lin Ling. Kid, you've got guts. That hammer is your trump card, isn't it? A lazy voice drawled. In the Xuanfu base city, you might have some standing, but in the eyes of the Xiaotu army, you're nothing. Leave these wash-basin chickens to me. As for you, you can scram. The speaker was a young man in his 20s, with shifty eyes that exuded cunning. Beside him stood a short but stocky man, whose muscular frame made it clear he was a formidable fighter. Both men were clad in golden gear, each wielding identical orange daggers. Lin Ling's eyes flickered with a trace of amusement as he observed the duo. Weren't these familiar faces? They were none other than Xiao Tujun and Sheng Jun from the Autumn Wild Lanbu City Pingmen, 3rd Army. These two were somewhat notorious figures assassins with level talents who had deliberately kept their levels capped at 30 for over a decade, avoiding the second-tier advancement quest. They roamed between rookie base cities, making their fortune through robbery and murder. Rumor had it that these peak first-tier assassins boasted astonishing attributes: 10,000 health points, 5,000 physical damage, and 1,000 speed. Even among second-tier professionals, few could rival their stats. Tales from the underworld even claimed they had once teamed up to kill a third-tier mage. In his previous life, Lin Ling would have avoided them at all costs. But this time, things were different. Though the duo's equipment was impressive, the Sakura Nation's sole squad before him was no pushover either, especially Kato. Seeing Lin Ling remain unmoved, Irritation flashed in the duo's eyes. Hey you, didn't you hear us? Step aside. Lin Ling shrugged and stepped back, a subtle, chilling smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Sure, go ahead, be my guest. Before the words fully left his mouth, his figure had already vanished. Startled by Lin Ling's sudden disappearance, the two paused momentarily before their expressions turned ferocious. In an instant, their figures disappeared as well. When they reappeared, they were behind two Soul Squad ghost samurai. Squelch. Blood sprayed as the two second-tier ghost samurai were killed in a single strike. Their health bars instantly emptied. The crowd erupted in shock. Whoa, who are these guys? They're insane. The shorter one is Shangjun, a subordinate of Zhao Yijun, the rookie king of Autumn Wild Lambu City. Isn't that Datujun? The one everyone was talking about on the public screen last night? Youngest talent is Thunder God's possession. His stats increase tenfold for 3 minutes. 2,000 damage becomes 20,000? 5,000 health becomes 50,000? That's insane. He's Zhao Lao General's grandson. Two archers from the Kamikaze Club looked on in awe. As rookies themselves, witnessing two first-tier assassins effortlessly kill second-tier professionals left them utterly speechless. Bakairu, one of the ghost samurai roared, black smoke billowing around him as he charged at Xiao Tujun. But the latter's figure blurred again, and the ghost samurai's attack hit nothing but air. In the next moment, Xiao Tujun's legendary dagger pierced the samurai's neck. You little bastards, once I take you down, your perfect gear will fetch me a fortune. Xiao Tujun laughed maniacally, his eyes alight with madness. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A strange red mist enveloped the Sakura Nation ghost samurai, instantly refilling their health bars and dramatically boosting their speed. Sensing danger, Xiao Tujun attempted to vanish into stealth, but it was already too late. A Sakura-patterned katana pierced through his heart. The critical hit left him paralyzed, his health bar dropping to 0. The remaining ghost samurai swiftly surrounded Shangjun, glowing runes appearing underfoot as a mysterious formation trapped him, rendering his stealth ability useless. Kato, who had been silent until now, raised his hand and muttered an incantation. A pitch-black ghostly claw emerged from the ground beneath Shangjun, grabbing his legs and hurling him toward a massive tree. Damn it, it's a Shikigami. Shangjun's face turned pale as the golden shield on his armor lit up. But in the next second, his body slammed heavily into the thick tree trunk. The ghostly claw swung him repeatedly, and with a deafening crash, the protective shield around Shangjun shattered. Despite suffering such severe damage, Shangjun's health still clung to a sliver, a testament to his exceptional equipment. Gritting his teeth, he let out a furious roar, damn it, and immediately activated Shadow Escape, his figure flickering and vanishing in an instant. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Shangjun quickly retrieved several bottles of red potion and downed them, restoring his health to full in moments. He then pulled out a pendant and put it on, causing his health bar to skyrocket 5-fold, soaring from just over 10,000 to a staggering 60,000. Before anyone could react in astonishment, he drew a dagger radiating an orange glow, clearly the spoils of his years of plundering and killing. Shangjun cracked his neck with a series of sharp pops before transforming into a blur, charging straight at Kato. Just as he was within 5 meters, a sudden and unexpected change occurred. A massive beast over 5 meters tall burst forth from the ground. The creature had blood-red horns atop its head, long scarlet eyes, and a giant maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the monster raised a claw and swiped at Shangjun. A deafening crash followed, accompanied by an enormous critical damage number. Shangjun was sent flying like a severed kite, slamming heavily into a distant tree before losing consciousness. This scene left the members of the Kamikaze Club utterly stunned, unable to believe that someone as formidable as Shangjun could be so easily defeated by a single monster. Only Lin Ling remained unfazed, leisurely perched on a tree, flipping through a skill book with a satisfied smile on his face. The skill book detailed that explosive fireball ability. Usable at level 20, it launches an instant cast fireball that explodes on impact, dealing 200 magic damage in a 30-meter AoE, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Nodding in approval, Lin Ling remarked, not bad. With such a short cooldown, it'll fit perfectly in my rotation. With that, he completed learning the skill. The drop rates from loot boxes aren't too bad lately. Guess this time I won't get anything great, Lin Ling muttered as he opened a loot box, revealing a bottle of purification potion. Though not particularly valuable, such potions capable of curing poison were rare, so he tucked it away. Standing up, Lin Ling picked up his spiked warhammer and walked toward the Soul Group members. If they weren't from Sakura country, he would have left already. But since they were Japanese, he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip. However, after only a few steps, 3 figures suddenly descended from above, blocking his path. For crying out loud, when will this end? Where do all of you even come from? Lin Ling grumbled in frustration. One of the figures, a gleaming bald head, slowly turned to face him. Don't throw your life away. That's a third-tier Onmyogia can't handle him, Zhang Ming said with a grin. Who are you? Lin Ling asked, exasperated. Dragon's Nest, Zhang Ming, the man declared with pride. Lin Ling's facial muscles twitched slightly, while Zhang Ming wore a smug expression, clearly enjoying the reaction his name elicited. Zhang Ming's grin had barely spread across his face when Lin Ling's skepticism interrupted him. Never heard of you. Are you sure you can handle this? You're that confident? Unbothered, Zhang Ming smirked with unwavering confidence. Watch closely, kid. Today, they'll show you what it means to be truly exceptional, to understand the vastness of the world and the heights of mastery. Faced with such arrogance, Lin Ling activated his hero's eye, instantly analyzing Zhang Ming's detailed stats. Name, Zhang Ming. Codename, the strongest man in Qiulambu City. Class, Berserker. Talent, bloodthirsty war god. Level, 8748.61. HP, 22,800. Mana, 5,215. Physical damage, 23,850. Magic damage, 4,536. Stamina, 1,600. Strength, 4,068. Intelligence, 890. Agility, 900. Combat rating, 2.5 stars. Potential prediction, Sword Saint. Overall evaluation, strong but brittle, future powerhouse. Silently assessing, Lin Ling thought to himself, impressive, but probably no match for the Onmyoji. Out loud, he said, all right, master, show us what you've got. Oomph. Zhang Ming snorted coldly, and his armor began to glow with a crimson hue. Bloodthirsty charge. With a low cry, Zhang Ming transformed into a streak of blood-red light, rushing into the group of soul warriors. Gripping his sword with both hands, he spun rapidly, forming a crimson whirlwind. Wherever he passed, heads of the soul warriors flew. A series of massive damage numbers floated into the air. None of the soul warriors stood a chance against his strikes. But Zhang Ming's true target was the Onmyoji. Jiang Tao, Yin Yin. Take care of these small fry. The buzzcut youth silently nodded, raising his hand to summon 6 silver bubbles that trapped the fleeing soul warriors in a slowed time field. The high ponytailed dragon nest girl, Yin Yin, swiftly drew her silver bow, releasing 6 arrows in quick succession. Each arrow hit its mark, and with a burst of sparks, 6 soul warriors fell simultaneously. By this time, Zhang Ming had already reached the Onmyoji, his night sword aiming directly for the vitals. With a resounding bang, the black Shikigami's interception was effortlessly pierced through. The longsword drove through both the Shikigami and the Onmyoji, pinning them to a tree. The Onmyoji's health bar emptied in an instant. An Onmyoji? Pathetic, Zhang Ming scoffed with disdain. The surrounding crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment, but their awe quickly turned to alarm as they noticed Zhang Ming's expression shift to one of unease. The Onmyoji's lips curled into an eerie smile, and suddenly, the ground split open with a deafening crack. Toxic mist poured out, paralyzing everyone in an instant. Sharp, green, spike-covered tendrils burst from the earth, ensnaring everyone except Lin Ling, who had managed to vanish in time. A poison status icon appeared above the heads of the crowd. Zhang Ming roared, "Break free," as the crimson glow around him intensified, only to realize his strength had been reduced by 80. The once confident berserker's face finally showed a flicker of fear. Boom. The ground trembled violently as a massive, green demonic head emerged from the earth. The monstrous creature stood over 10 meters tall, but possessed only a single grotesque head with no body. At the severed neck, dozens of spiked tentacles writhed and twisted incessantly. Zhang Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly activated his detection skill. Data instantly appeared before his eyes. Shikigami, green Oni type. Level, 110. HP, 500,000. Physical damage, 50,000. Magic damage, 50,000. Traits, high HP, high damage, 0 defense. Seeing these stats, Zhang Ming immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Fighting off the numbing sensation in his body, he struggled to retrieve the control core for the Dragon Nest fighter jet from his storage space. If he could activate the laser cannon system, there was still a chance to turn the tide. But apart from his head, his body had already become completely paralyzed. The control core slipped helplessly from his hand and fell to the ground. How do you have such a powerful Shikigami? Zhang Ming demanded furiously. Everyone present knew that Onmyoji was a hidden class unique to Sakura Nation, a hybrid of necromancer and summoner. They could only summon Shikigami native to their land, and even then, obtaining one required defeating specific bosses with an extremely low chance of success. More importantly, a Shikigami's level was never supposed to exceed that of its summoner. Yet, Kato was clearly not yet at the 4th advancement stage. Yet he controlled a 4th stage Shikigami. At level 87, Zhang Meng was no match for a level 110 boss, and the others stood even less of a chance. The Shikigami's terrifying damage could instantly obliterate anyone below the 3rd advancement stage. Kato Shoji laughed triumphantly. Foolish Long Nation scum. You didn't see this coming, did you? What a haul today. He surveyed the scene with a smug grin. Class Fire Mage talent, and 3 seed candidates from the Dragon Nest squad. Waha. Yoshi. I'll let my Shikigami savor each of you one by one. Brother. I don't want to die. One of the archers from the Kamikaze Guild suddenly fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Taikuin. As long as you spare the 3 of us, we'll do whatever you want. We'll even renounce our citizenship and join Sakura Nation. The 2 other players, who bore a striking resemblance to him, nodded frantically behind him. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a cold flash streaked through the air. With a deafening boom, the archer's head was instantly crushed by a massive spiked hammer. Blood gushed out like a fountain, painting half the sky a vivid, shocking red. All eyes turned toward the figure that had appeared beside the corpse. Lin Ling was standing there, his form slowly becoming clear. I despise traitors. Zhang Meng roared furiously. When he caught sight of Lin Ling, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a bitter smile. Lin Ling? Run. Get out of here, and report the situation in the public channel. We can die, but we absolutely cannot let this bastard escape. Zhang Meng knew full well that even he couldn't escape the poisonous mist of the 4th tier Shikigami. How could Lin Ling, a newcomer who had only awakened 2 days ago, possibly survive? Yoshi, ha ha ha. Kato laughed maniacally as the green poisonous mist thickened around him. Run? Where could you possibly go? I thought you'd fled, but here you are. As your Dragon Kingdom's old saying goes, what you seek is right under your nose. And now I know Lin Ling is actually Yishio. Perfect. I've caught everyone except Zhou Mingyin. His words landed like a bombshell, leaving everyone present staring at Lin Ling in disbelief. Yishio? The Yishio who secured 2 first kills on bosses. Does that mean we still have hope? If Yishio could kill bosses, he must have some powerful trump card. Lin Ling is Yishio? You've got to be kidding. Xiaoyan is Yishio. Whether he's Yishio or not doesn't matter. No matter who he is, we're all going to die here. The crowd's fleeting hope quickly plunged back into despair. But just then, a song suddenly broke through the tension. Invincible. Oh, how lonely it feels. Invincible. Oh, how empty it seems. Standing alone at the peak, with the cold wind endlessly blowing. As the song echoed, Lin Ling emerged step by step from the poisonous mist, carrying a strange, massive hammer. He looked every bit like an unstoppable king. Zhang Meng's sharp eyes caught a detail. Lin Ling's white robe was now covered by a gleaming, diamond-like armor. Earth element defensive forbidden spell. Invincibility. Immune to all damage and negative effects for 5 minutes. The poisonous mist of the 4th tier Shikigami had no effect on Lin Ling. Zhang Meng's eyes narrowed as he finally understood everyone had underestimated Lin Ling. The boy who had been the laughingstock of the Xuanfu base city had already reached a level far beyond his peers. This gap in power wasn't just about levels and stats. The true difference lay in his formidable equipment and extraordinary opportunities. The others were stunned for only a moment before their shock gave way to exhilaration. Lin Ling isn't affected by the poisonous mist? He might actually defeat the Onmyoji. We're saved. We're not going to die. At that moment, Shang Jun, who had been unconscious, slowly regained consciousness. He shook his head, trying to clear the memory of the dark Shikigami's final strike. His body trembled as he looked around and saw everyone bound in midair by tentacles, especially when he recognized Zhang Meng, the Dragon Nest's fierce warrior. But when his gaze landed on Lin Ling, unharmed and standing tall, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? How is this kid fine? Are you freaking cheating, or something? At this moment, the astonished voices of the crowd echoed endlessly in Shang Jun's mind. He suddenly recalled his earlier disdainful attitude toward Lin Ling, and his face flushed red as if he had been slapped hard. Shang Jun tried to break free from the tentacles binding him, but he realized he was completely paralyzed and unable to move. He looked at Lin Ling, who stood unharmed, with a whirlwind of emotions churning inside him. This young man he had once dismissed had now displayed strength far beyond his own, shattering the pride he had built over 30 years. Thinking back to when he first heard the news about an SS-level talent appearing in Xuanfu, Shang Jun was filled with hostility. Though ruthless by nature, he was fiercely loyal to his leader, Data Jun. In his heart, only Data Jun deserved the title of the new king, and no one could steal the spotlight from his boss. When he saw Lin Ling wearing that diamond armor, he scoffed even more. So what if he has some anti-poison gear? Let's see him take down the Shikigami. If my boss were here, he'd wipe out these Japanese invaders in no time. Shang Jun couldn't resist mocking, drawing angry glares from those around him. Kato noticed that Lin Ling seemed unaffected by the poisonous mist, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before being replaced by fury. Lin Ling, perhaps this is the will of the sun goddess. If you join our great Sakura Empire, not only will I spare your life, but I will also grant you the most generous rewards, Kato said, locking his gaze on Lin Ling with a tone of temptation. Lin Ling's lips curled into a faint smirk as he replied coldly, when it comes to dealing with enemies, it's either kill or be killed, never surrender. He recalled a phrase from Earth. Strength unknown, but against Japan, it only grows stronger. Join the great Sakura Empire? Lin Ling said with a mocking smile as he looked at Kato's hopeful expression. Oh, I'll visit someday when the forbidden curse's flames bloom over Mount Fuji. Your compatriots will surely thank you for today's invitation. Bakairu, kill him. Kato roared in fury, and the green-haired Ghost King immediately swung its massive tentacles toward Lin Ling. Watch out, that Shikigami has 50,000 damage. Zhang Ming shouted in warning. Yet Lin Ling didn't dodge. Instead, he charged directly at the mountainous Shikigami. The crowd watched as Lin Ling wielded his wolf-tooth hammer, each strike unleashing a spray of blood and flying chunks of flesh. The Shikigami roared in rage, its dozens of tentacles lashing out simultaneously and shaking the ground. But none of its attacks left a mark on Lin Ling. A Shikigami? Is this all you've got? Lin Ling mocked as he swung his hammer with even greater force. The Shikigami's health bar plummeted at an alarming rate. At that moment, Lin Ling resembled an unstoppable berserker, fearless in the face of death, leaving all the onlookers utterly stunned. Everyone stared at the battle unfolding before them, too shocked to speak. A newcomer had completely overpowered a third-tier dragon nest elite. Such strength was simply unbelievable. That fourth-tier Shikigami is getting crushed. No wonder they call him the forest god, someone exclaimed. Is he really Yishio? He seems even stronger than Yishio, another person said in disbelief. In the arena, Lin Ling swung his spiked warhammer, each strike leaving the Shikigami struggling to defend itself. Shang Jun watched in awe, his admiration for his own boss beginning to waver. A glimmer of approval flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes. This kid's impressive. If he ever comes to Dragon Nest, I'll personally recommend him to join. Yin Yin gazed thoughtfully at the armor Lin Ling was wearing. Captain, don't you think that armor looks unusual? It doesn't seem like ordinary low-level equipment. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting it might be some kind of advanced defensive skill? Shang Jun scoffed immediately. Impossible. How could a rookie have an advanced skill? He probably just got lucky and stumbled upon some overpowered gear. Look at him, can't even cast a fireball. His talent is pathetic, probably not even level 5. On the battlefield, Kato Shoji was panicking. Faced with an opponent immune to damage, yet wielding terrifying offensive power, he knew he had to retreat. The Shikigami immediately released all the other players and fled with Kato in tow. Just as Shang Jun opened his mouth to mock Lin Ling's lack of magical ability, Lin Ling suddenly pulled out a glowing white staff. Explosive fireball. With a low shout, a blazing fireball shot forth, hurtling toward the fleeing Shikigami and Kato. The resulting explosion was deafening, and both the Green-Head Demon King and Kato Shoji's health bars were wiped clean. A system notification followed. You have successfully slain the Shikigami and the player Kato Shoji. You may proceed to loot their corpses. Zhang Ming turned to the stunned Shang Jun. Is this the guy you said couldn't use magic? The one you claimed wasn't even level 5? The so-called failure of a mage? The crowd finally snapped out of their shock. That wasn't an ordinary fireball spell, it was the rare level 20 skill. Explosive fireball. One fireball dealing nearly 30,000 damage. This means his magic attack must be over 7,000. Shang Jun's expression flickered between anger and disbelief as he stubbornly retorted, Humph. So what if he can cast one explosive fireball? If he has the guts to use a forbidden spell, he'll lick the soles of his shoes. Forbidden spells are something you can only touch upon at the 7th tier, someone sighed. I've heard that even at the 7th tier, not everyone can cast forbidden spell skills. Exactly, another person chimed in. I read in the news that a single forbidden spell skill book costs over $1 billion. And even then, it's practically impossible to buy one whenever one appears. It's immediately taken by the government or some powerful corporation. It's not something ordinary people like us could ever get our hands on. Reaching the 7th tier requires level 180, someone else in the crowd lamented. When will I ever get to level 180? I want to use a forbidden spell just once for the thrill of it. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone instinctively opened their attribute panels. In the next moment, bitter expressions appeared on their faces. The two archers from the Shinfeng Club looked particularly pale. These two archers, both with the surname Huang, had an elder brother, and the three of them were loyal followers of Sotu. Earlier, they had joined Sotu in launching a lethal attack on Lin Ling, but unexpectedly, Sotu and their eldest brother were both killed by a single strike from Lin Ling. Now, Huang Er and Huang Sen exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mix of hatred and fear. Faced with such a formidable enemy, even the thought of revenge was suppressed. All they could do was hope Lin Ling would leave quickly so they could spread the word about Sota's death and let the Shinfeng Guild seek justice on their behalf. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was immersed in the joy of collecting his spoils of war. Unlike defeating monsters, where equipment would drop automatically, killing players required searching their bodies manually. This nostalgic experience of looting corpses, something he hadn't done in 3 years, brought him immense satisfaction. System notifications kept popping up. Congratulations! You successfully looted the rare ghost-slaying blade purple. Congratulations! You successfully looted the ghost sword curved blade perfect. Congratulations! You successfully looted the ghost sword armor perfect. As the system messages filled his screen, Lin Ling's smile grew brighter. These elite Sakura spies did not disappoint. This haul was worth billions at the very least. From the 10 sets of golden equipment on the Soul Squad members to the orange-gray dagger and boots from the minor captain, along with numerous other top-tier items, he claimed them all. What surprised him most was finding 2 pieces of the Shura set from the Yin-Yang Master. He carefully examined the attributes of one of them, the Shura Divine Boots. Shura Divine Boots perfect. Level requirement, level 10. Durability, 100,100. Attributes. Spell damage 100. Intelligence 30. Agility 30. Equipment passive. When equipped by a necromancer or dark mage, damage increases by 300. Set effect. For every additional piece of the Shura set worn, the equipment level automatically increases by 10 levels. This kind of timeless, top-tier equipment was a priceless treasure for necromancers and dark mages. In addition to this, he also obtained an epic-grade targeted skill cooldown scroll and 6 fragments of dungeon entry tickets. Lin Ling counted the boss fragments in his hand. Combined with the ones he had obtained from defeating 3 previous bosses, he now had 9 pieces. Just one more, and he would have a complete entry ticket. His gaze slowly swept over the group of people slumped on the ground before him. The effects of the paralyzing toxin had yet to wear off, making it difficult for them to even stand. Though they had regained their freedom, they were completely incapable of resistance at this moment. Lin Ling had no intention of revealing his identity as Yishio or his talent for forbidden spell naming. However, given the current situation, continuing to hide it seemed increasingly implausible. Still, the longer he could keep it under wraps, the better. His eyes landed on the 3 individuals who had surrendered to Sakura. To make an example, it would be better to start with them. Now that only 2 remained, it would suffice. As Lin Ling's gaze swept over the crowd, a chilling sense of dread crept through everyone, causing them to involuntarily shudder. They immediately understood Lin Ling's intent. Only the dead could keep secrets. Unanimously, their eyes turned to Zhang Ming. As the squad leader of the Dragon Nest team, if anyone had a chance of saving their lives, it would be him. Lin Ling, thank you, Zhang Ming said, licking his dry lips to break the suffocating silence. Lin Ling didn't respond. Instead, he gripped his wolf-tooth hammer tightly and advanced step by step. Aside from Zhang Ming and the 2 other Dragon Nest members, the rest of the group instinctively moved backward. Shang Jun's face turned beet red. While his words might have been defiant, his body betrayed his fear. Lin Ling, you don't want Yishio's identity exposed, do you? Zhang Ming asked, his eyes locked on the menacing hammer. As long as Lin Ling held that weapon, Zhang Ming dared not let his guard down for even a second. Lin Ling nodded but didn't stop. The oppressive atmosphere grew stronger with every step he took. We promised not to reveal that you're Yishio. Can you put the hammer away? Zhang Ming said urgently. I only trust the dead, Lin Ling replied coldly, his words draining the color from everyone's faces. Lin Ling, I'm the squad leader of Dragon Nest's North District, 132nd Squad. Above us, there's a Dragon Nest fighter jet, Zhang Ming said, raising the control module in his hand. Lin Ling frowned slightly and looked up. Sure enough, the clear sky was now occupied by a triangular fighter jet, its laser cannon beneath emitting a faint blue glow. Do you believe I can withstand a laser cannon's attack and still kill you all? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Zhang Ming broke out in a cold sweat at those words. Just as Zhang Ming was at a loss, Lin Ling suddenly broke the silence. Can I trust you? She asked. This simple question lit up Zhang Ming's face. He responded eagerly. Of course you can. I am a soldier of the People's Army, and I swear on my honor that I will never reveal anything about you. Turning to the group behind him, he added firmly. Neither will they. If anyone dares, I won't let it slide. Lin Ling stepped forward slowly, raising the spiked mace in her hand slightly. She extended 2 fingers and pointed directly at 2 figures in the crowd. I trust you, but not them, she declared. Before her words had fully settled, the massive spiked mace came crashing down with a deafening bang. Huang Er was killed instantly, blood splattering everywhere. The sudden turn of events terrified Huang San, who scrambled away on all 4s in a desperate attempt to escape. Lin Ling didn't give chase. Instead, she waved her hand, summoning a radiant staff. With a low chant, she cast explosive fireball. The blazing fireball shot after Huang San, and with a piercing scream, he was reduced to ashes. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Lin Ling turned her attention to Shang Jun. The man was nearly in tears. We have no grudges between us. Those fools who mocked you are already dead. Why must you? Before he could finish, Lin Ling raised her spiked mace again. Panicked, he shouted, "Don't kill me. I swear on the divine realm, I will never reveal anything about you. If I do, may I be struck by lightning and meet my end." The divine realm oath, a rare yet binding contract introduced post-fusion, was known to be effective. The system immediately displayed a notification. Shang Jun's divine realm oath has taken effect. Seeing this, Lin Ling lowered her mace. The others, realizing there was a chance to survive, quickly followed suit and swore their own divine realm oaths. Soon, everyone who was conscious, except for the 3 members of the Dragon Nest team, had made their vows. Lin Ling smiled faintly, sending a chill down Zhang Ming's spine. Unable to hold back, he said, "Can you please put that mace away?" Lin Ling sighed. "If I could put it away, do you think I'd want to carry it around all the time?" After speaking, she turned to leave, only to be stopped by Zhang Ming. "Lin Ling, why are you here? Do you need any help?" Lin Ling thought for a moment. Having free help might not be a bad idea. "I accepted a mission that requires killing a lot of Abyss Scouts," she said. "Abyss Scouts?" Shang Jun perked up. "My boss just triggered a hidden dungeon, and it's full of Abyss Scouts." Hidden dungeon? Zhang Ming's breathing quickened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In the post-fusion world, every dungeon was a priceless treasure. The rare materials that human professionals relied on for survival mostly came from these dungeons, and they initially appeared in the form of hidden dungeons. Only by successfully clearing them could these hidden dungeons be transformed into regular ones. For any base city, discovering a hidden dungeon was tantamount to striking gold. After all, even Kualamba City only had 2 dungeons, while Xuanfu Base City didn't have any at all. "Are you sure there are Abyss Scouts in the dungeon?" Lin Ling was thrilled at the discovery of the dungeon, but a hint of suspicion crept into his mind. In his memories of his past life, there was indeed an Abyss dungeon in the Abyss Well, where he had fought bitterly for nearly 2 years. However, that dungeon only appeared 3 years after he successfully changed his class, and the creatures inside were supposed to be Abyss crawlers. This left only 2 possibilities. Either this dungeon had already existed in his previous life but disappeared due to failed challenges, or his actions as a butterfly had caused the dungeon to appear in Xuanfu Base City 3 years earlier than it should have. Shang Jun immediately explained in detail, "My boss received a hidden mission to deliver a message to the bandit leader in Xuanfu Base City. But the leader was killed by a necromancy curse. With the mission target gone, the mission objectives changed, and my boss obtained a hidden dungeon map. As long as we clear it on any difficulty, the mission would be considered complete." He continued, "At first, the 3 of us teamed up to try it out, but we found that the more people there were, the more monsters appeared, up to 30 Abyss Scouts. Even though we managed to take down over 20 of them, we still failed. Later, the boss tried it solo and found there were only 10 scouts, but he couldn't succeed either. On the 3rd attempt, we heard some commotion and came to watch, only to see Xiao Tujun get taken out by some foreigners. Now, I reckon the boss will be coming out soon." After hearing all this, Lin Ling became even more certain that the dungeon's early appearance was related to his actions, likely triggered by the butterfly effect of him accepting Alice's commission. However, he knew that this Abyss dungeon was far more complex than it seemed. Back in his Yazi Guild days, he had even written a guide speculating about the dungeon's true nature. While it appeared that having more people made it harder, the optimal way to clear it was with a 5-person team that included a priest. Of course, if one's strength was overwhelming, brute forcing it was also an option, though Lin Ling hadn't had that level of power in his previous life. As Lin Ling was lost in thought, Zhang Ming suddenly reminded him, "Lin Ling, hidden dungeons only exist for 24 hours after they appear. If we can't clear it within that time, the hidden dungeon will vanish. If the dungeon disappears, it would be an irreparable loss for the base city and the entire Dragon Nation," Zhang Ming said, his voice laced with barely concealed urgency. Though he had temporarily suppressed his worries to maintain good relations with Lin Ling, as a manager, he was well aware of the critical importance of every dungeon. The clearance requirements for the 3 difficulty levels, normal, hard, and nightmare, demanded significant time and effort to strategize. "All right, let's go check out the situation, and then you can report it to the higher-ups," Lin Ling said decisively. Zhang Ming was overjoyed at his response, and without hesitation, he threw an arm around Lin Ling's shoulder, leading him into the forest with the familiarity of old friends. At that moment, a piercing cry shattered the forest's calm. "Shang Biao is in critical condition?" someone shouted. Shang Biao's face was ashen, his breathing shallow and weak. Earlier, He had been severely injured by an Abyss scout and later fell victim to a Shikigami's poisonous mist. Even clad in warrior armor, his health was critically low, and the healing potion's recovery rate couldn't keep pace with the poison's spread. Where's the healer? Isn't there a healer in the team? Zhang Ming barked. An anxious young man from the Kamikaze Club, and replied, my level is too low. I can barely keep him alive, but can't cleanse the poison. As the only healer across both leveling squads, he felt utterly powerless. Zhang Ming checked Shang Biao's condition and sighed. I'm afraid it's too late. Shang Biao? That troublemaker from the Xuanfu Bay City? Just like me, a societal outcast. Shang Jun sneered disdainfully. Brother Biao is nothing like that. And retorted passionately. He was raised in a single-parent household and has taken care of me and Fengji since we were kids. Every fight he got into was to protect us. He only pretends to be a bad guy so others won't bully us. Enough. Lin Ling suddenly interrupted, tossing a yellow potion bottle. This is a purification potion. Give it to him now. And caught the bottle, his face lighting up with hope, and quickly administered it to Shang Biao. As the potion took effect, the poison was neutralized, and with the help of healing spells, Shang Biao's condition stabilized. When he and Fengji regained consciousness and learned about Lin Ling's actions, they were left speechless with shock. Shang Biao, in particular, felt a pang of embarrassment as he recalled his earlier arrogance when facing Lin Ling. Watching Lin Ling's figure as he turned to leave, both Shang Biao and Fengji had the same thought. Following such a powerful individual would surely lead to a brighter future than staying with the Kamikaze Club. Boss Lin, take us to the dungeon with you. Shang Biao called out, trailing closely behind. I promise to be the best tank. Lingard, not only can I do area damage, but I can also sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. If needed, I can even cross-dress. Fengji chimed in enthusiastically, eliciting laughter from everyone. Do you have any mage skill books? Lin Ling asked. No, Fengji admitted, quickly adding. But if we find one, we'll hand it over to you, Boss Lin, right away. As Lin Ling contemplated the situation with the Black Mountain Demon, a system notification suddenly sounded. Opening the mail system, he saw a message. You have received a delivery from. The mage skill books, Thunder Blast, and Wind Retreat have been stored in your inventory. This delivery is free of charge. A trace of doubt flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Based on his understanding of GMO, the latter would never choose to send something anonymously. Could it have been Yin Nanshu? Without overthinking it, he immediately took out the Thunderstorm skill book and examined it carefully. The skill book clearly read, Thunderstorm. Level requirement, level 20. Skill description. Summons 3 bolts of lightning to strike the target, creating a thunderstorm upon impact that deals 200 AoE damage based on the caster's power. Without hesitation, Lin Ling learned the skill. As the skill icon lit up, a bold idea surged into his mind, modifying the skill using forbidden spell naming. Being a man of action, he immediately retrieved an epic grade designated skill cooldown scroll he had obtained earlier and selected forbidden spell naming. As the cooldown timer hit 0, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he renamed Thunderstorm to Heavenly Thunder. A system notification promptly popped up, naming successful. The basic skill Thunderstorm has been upgraded to the forbidden spell Heavenly Thunder. New skill effect. Upon activation, millions of lightning bolts strike within 100 miles, inflicting lightning damage on all targets. Brother Lin, do you think you can clear the dungeon? Zhang Ming asked curiously, sipping water. Pulled out of his excitement over the successful skill naming, Lin Ling simply nodded lightly. How long will it take? Zhang Ming pressed. 2 minutes, Lin Ling replied calmly. 2 minutes? Makes sense. With your insane damage output, clearing a basic level dungeon should be no problem. Zhang Ming agreed, recalling the explosive power of Lin Ling's hammer and fireball. He couldn't help but feel envious, even finding his plain water tasting sour like lemons. No, Lin Ling shook his head. I meant the nightmare level dungeon. PF. Zhang Ming spat out his lemon water, spraying it all over Shang Jun's face. Shang Jun wiped his face in frustration. A dozen minutes later, the group ventured deep into the forest, coming across a massive well and a lone figure nearby. The figure was clad in a red and purple mage robe, standing nearly 2 meters tall with bulging muscles. If not for his mage attire, no one would have believed he was indeed a mage. This man was Datajun, leader of the Autumn Wild Blue City Pigmen's 3rd Army. Despite being the youngest of the group, his strength was formidable. When he saw Lin Ling's group approach, his eyes narrowed, and a flash of anger crossed his face. Boss, couldn't get through yet? I brought reinforcements this time, so don't waste any more time, Shang Jun called out. Damn it, who told you to bring? Datajun started. But his words trailed off as his gaze landed on Zhang Ming beside Lin Ling. His face twitched slightly, and he forcibly swallowed the rest of his sentence. While he wasn't particularly afraid of Zhang Ming, the latter's affiliation with Dragon's Nest, his own target, meant he had to show some respect. Captain Zhang, Data June greeted with a blank expression. Zhao Juan, how's it going? Cleared the basic level dungeon yet? Zhang Ming asked coldly. Data June shook his head. Not yet. We're always just a bit short. Every minute that passes, the abyss scouts inside grow stronger. Every time I get to the 9th one, I get stuck. The attributes of the 10th monster are already impossibly strong, Zhang Ming said, turning to glance at Lin Ling, who was standing beside him in a mage's robe with a massive hammer slung over his shoulder. Perfect timing. Let Brother Lin help you clear the dungeon. Tu Jun froze for a moment, his gaze landing on Lin Ling. A disdainful sneer tugged at the corner of his lips. Are you kidding me? Zhang Ming, if you want to carry a newbie, at least pick someone decent. What kind of trash are you dragging into the dungeon? Clearly, he misunderstood Zhang Ming's intent, assuming Lin Ling was there to leech off their progress. Watch your mouth. Who's the trash here? Have some self-awareness. Yin Yin, standing behind Zhang Ming, snapped sharply. Tu Jun cast a sideways glance at Yin Yin, his eyes flashing with a hint of lewdness. Although wary of her status as a member of the Dragon Nest battle team, his face still carried a look of contempt. The more people in the dungeon, the harder it gets. Stray cats and dogs should learn their place. Not far away, Shang Jun quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered a reminder, Boss, he's Lin Ling, the SS grade awakened talent. At the mention of an SS grade talent, Tu Jun's expression shifted, but he quickly recovered his arrogance. Ha ha ha, so it's Lin Shen from the Xuandu base city. An SS grade wasted talent, huh? TSK. Tisk, he paused for effect. Fine, they'll let you in this time for Zhang Ming's sake. But remember, don't make a move without my command. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. This year seemed to have an abundance of weirdos. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, Tu Jun barked again. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Don't talk to me. I'm a germaphobe, Lin Ling replied disdainfully, casually digging at his ear. That remark completely enraged Tu Jun. A faint purple lightning aura erupted around him, signaling his readiness to fight. Shang Biao and Feng Zhi immediately stepped in front of Lin Ling. One was enveloped in a crimson glow, while the other's staff glimmered with fiery red magical energy, both assuming combat stances. Tu Jun sneered, releasing a surge of even stronger lightning. The crackling energy made him look like a thunder god descending upon them. Despite the oppressive force emanating from him, Shang Biao and Feng Zhi stood their ground, though their Adam's apples bobbed slightly. You think I'm scared of you? Don't act tough just because you're newbies. Feng Zhi shouted fiercely. Lightning magic is strong, but my fire magic isn't weak either. Touch my boss, and he'll fight you to the death. Lin Ling's expression remained calm, but his grip on the spiked mace in his hand tightened. Just as the tension reached its peak, Zhang Ming intervened in time. Let's focus on clearing the dungeon. Everyone, Tu Jun withdrew his lightning. Zhang Ming, I'm giving you this face, but tell them not to mess with me. With that, he turned and strode toward the dungeon entrance. Lin Ling watched Tu Jun's retreating figure, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Memories from his past life surfaced, had heard of this ruthless individual. 4 or 5 years later, in Jinling Bay City, Tu Jun committed heinous crimes, assaulting and murdering 5 members of the Jinling 13 Flowers Squad. He was eventually executed by the Dragon Nest's war god, his body displayed outside the city for 7 days and nights. Looking at the villain standing before him now, Lin Ling made a silent decision in his heart. If the opportunity arose, he would send him on his way early. Lin Ling watched Tu Jun's back and immediately activated the hero's eye. A stream of information instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhao Juan. Codename, Tu Jun. Class, Thunder Mage King. Talent, S-level Son of Thunder 10-fold boost to all attributes, lasts for 5 minutes. Level, 1948.61. Health, 5,300. Mana, 12,515. Physical damage, 2850. Magic damage, 5516. Stamina, 600. Strength, 650. Intelligence, 950. Agility, 850. Combat rating, 2-star. Potential assessment, 8th tier Saint Magus. Overall evaluation, a malevolent high-burst mage. These stats are decent for an ordinary person. Lin Ling smirked slightly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Tu Jun quickly led the group to a deep well. A swirling black vortex of a portal floated in the air above it, resembling the gaping maw of a beast ready to devour. According to the rules, the discoverer of a hidden dungeon must participate in the first clear. Only after completing any difficulty level could others freely enter. Tu Jun's face was full of reluctance, but he still sent Lin Ling a team invitation. After accepting it, Lin Ling suddenly turned to Feng Zhi, Shang Biao, and an E. Do you want to join? 1 million dragon coins each, paid within 3 days. The three were momentarily stunned before breaking into ecstatic expressions. Though none of them were wealthy, rumors online claimed that first clears of dungeons offered massive rewards at the very least, gear worth millions. Boss, are you really letting us come along? The youngest, an E, was so excited he almost jumped up. Shang Biao and Feng Ji nodded repeatedly, though they remained silent. Only De Tu Jun's face darkened immediately. Who agreed to let these three losers join? De Tu Jun said coldly. This is my dungeon, and you're already collecting money? Zhang Meng stepped in at the right moment, firmly placing a hand on De Tu Jun's shoulder. If you want the first clear rewards, listen to Lin Ling. Give me a reason. De Tu Jun narrowed his eyes. Are you close with him? Why are you siding with him so much? Zhang Meng paused before replying simply, you won't make it through anyway. Results speak louder than reasons. TCH, you just want me to let them tag along to see the dungeon. De Tu Jun sneered. Fine. Zhang Meng, remember you owe me one. With that, he sent team invitations to the three. Start the dungeon. Select easy difficulty. As a faint glow flashed, the five of them vanished instantly. Meanwhile, at the Ji family residence in Jinwei Bay City. Old man, how's it going? Got all the materials? GMO impatiently asked the middle-aged man who had just walked in. After returning last night, he had headed straight to the Temple of Duty. GMO unexpectedly received a 5-star difficulty class transfer quest, requiring him to collect 5 extremely rare materials. These materials were not only unavailable for purchase on the market, but were also strictly controlled by the government. Without his father's help, it would be impossible for him to complete the quest. Upon learning that his son had reached level 30 overnight, Ji Lianqing immediately began preparing the materials, working tirelessly through the night. At dawn, he tossed 4 of the materials to his son, his expression weary. Here are the 4 materials you need. As for the last one, you'll have to figure it out yourself. I can't help you with that. Dad, these materials are all government-controlled. How am I supposed to get the last one? GMO asked anxiously. The last material can only be found in the Emperor Qin's tomb dungeon in the Chang'an Bay City, Ji Lianqing explained, rubbing his temples. The mayor of Chang'an mentioned that this year, they had a sharpshooter with an S-level talent who awakened successfully but then went back to herding sheep at home. He's turned down every faction's invitation, even refusing Long Nest. Your uncle Ziyuan said that unless you can convince that kid to leave the mountains, you can forget about getting the material. Jimo's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, that kid wouldn't happen to be Wang Yilin, would he? How do you know that? Ji Lianqing asked, his face filled with disbelief. A colorful expression crossed Jimo's face. For the past 3 years, Lin Ling has been sponsoring a shepherd boy who calls himself Happy Brother. His real name is Wang Yilin. Turning on his heel, he rushed out the door. With Lin Ling's strong connections, how could that kid not listen? Worst case, they'll use my silver tongue to persuade him. An S-class warplane roared into the sky, heading straight for Chang'an Bay City. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Xiao family consortium in Qiwailan Cloth City, all senior executives were gathered. Patriarch Xiao Yuanshan had just paid a 2 billion ransom and was anxiously awaiting the safe return of his son. As a 5th-turn Grand Magician, he had fathered Dragon Phoenix twins at the age of 70, and his son's safety was his top priority. Patriarch, the young master has returned, came a shout from outside the door. Xiaoyan walked in with a grim expression. Dad, I'm fine. Long Nest just took me in for questioning, recorded a statement, and sent me back. Once everyone else had left, Xiaoyan confessed to his father that he had defected to the enemy. After a moment of contemplation, a ruthless glint appeared in Xiao Yuanshan's eyes. It's fine. They'll make the necessary preparations. If things go south, we'll take the money and immigrate to Yingjiang, seeking political asylum. Traitors have always existed throughout history. One more family won't make a difference. Xiaoyan nodded enthusiastically, expressing his determination to continue leveling up and competing in the rookie championship. Xiao Yuanshan immediately arranged for 2 4th-turn teams and a 6th-turn powerhouse to protect him. When Xiaoyan requested orange-grade equipment and forbidden spell scrolls, Xiao Yuanshan, despite knowing the approval process would be troublesome, agreed without hesitation, still shaken by his son's near-death experience. Minutes later, as Xiaoyan held the golden forbidden spell scroll in his hands, the image of Lin Ling towering over him with a hammer flashed before his eyes. He silently vowed, Lin Ling, this time I truly have the power to unleash forbidden spells. What will you fight me with? The next time I return to Xuanfu Bay City, it'll be the day I crush you beneath my feet. Lin Ling's vision blurred, and in the next moment, he found himself inside the Abyssal Well dungeon. The dimly lit cave reeked of a nauseating stench, and a shadowy, seemingly endless passage stretched out before him. On either side of the corridor stood numerous statues of strange beasts, each raising a staff as though performing some eerie ritual. A system notification popped up before Lin Ling's eyes. Explorer, welcome to the normal level Abyssal Eye dungeon. Defeat all monsters to clear the stage. Once the timer begins, every minute of delay will increase the remaining monster's attributes by 10, and the number of enemies in the next wave will double. You may leave at any time, but exiting midway will forfeit all rewards. This dungeon is actually... Shut up. You're the most useless here. De Tujun rudely interrupted, just as Lin Ling was about to share some tips. Lin Ling smirked coldly but said nothing more. If that was the case, he wouldn't mind ensuring De Tujun missed the first clear reward. Shangbiao, Fengji, I'll take the lead. You two provide support. Clear the monsters quickly, De Tujun ordered, completely ignoring Lin Ling and the little priest in Yi. Fengji cast an apologetic glance at Lin Ling, who merely shrugged, looking indifferent. Seeing Lin Ling's lack of response, De Tujun became even more convinced he was all bark and no bite. Sneering, he said dismissively, just stay in the back and don't get in the way. His words drew quiet chuckles from the group, but no one spoke up. Before anyone could react, De Tujun charged forward. As soon as he crossed the red line, 5 humanoid shadows covered in black scales leapt out from the darkness. Lin Ling immediately cast a detection spell. Abyssal Scout Dungeon Monster. Class, Abyssal Warrior. Level, LV 30. HP, 10,000. Physical damage, 1,200. Defense, 800. Electric sparks suddenly enveloped De Tujun, making him appear like a thunder god incarnate. Thunder roll, he roared, slamming his palms into the ground. For spherical bolts of lightning ricocheted among the monsters, paralyzing all 5 abyssal scouts and instantly cutting their health by a fifth. Bright red damage numbers floated above their heads. Fengji followed up with an area attack. While his damage wasn't as high as De Tujun's, his contribution still made a difference in clearing the monsters. Shang Biao charged into the fray with a bloodthirsty rush, knocking the 5 scouts into the air. Wielding his knight's sword, he struck repeatedly. Though his damage output was modest, each hit allowed him to absorb an equivalent amount of health. This scene left Lin Ling astonished. Shang Biao's awakening of a hidden profession had indeed brought a significant boost, especially the life-stealing trait, which was practically heaven-defying for a warrior. With the seamless cooperation of the 3, the first wave of abyssal scouts was completely annihilated in less than 20 seconds. A system notification immediately popped up. Quest. Alice's request, progress 6,300. Standing at the rear with his hammer in hand, Lin Ling watched the kill count increase and felt a surge of delight. Let's move, time's ticking. 1 minute down already. Data June charged ahead, leading the way. The second wave of abyssal scouts soon appeared in their sights. However, they managed to kill only 2 before the 1-minute limit was up. The remaining 3 scouts suddenly split into 6, with noticeably enhanced attributes. The second wave dragged on until just before the next minute mark, before they barely managed to finish it. When the third wave of enemies appeared, Data Jun's face had turned grim. 10 abyssal scouts emerged at once, with their attributes boosted by another 10 compared to before. Boss Lin, it's your turn to step in. Fengji called out anxiously. Rely on him? Data Jun sneered with disdain. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the corridor. Thunder God's descent. In an instant, a 5-meter radius around Data Jun was engulfed in lightning, and his attributes skyrocketed by 10-fold. Amidst the deafening rumble, he slaughtered 5 scouts in just 10 seconds. So powerful. Fengji was dumbfounded. Even Shang Biao couldn't help but gulp nervously. Data Jun shot Lin Ling a smug glance and continued deeper into the corridor. Harnessing the power of Thunder God's descent, he swept through the enemies from the 4th wave to the 7th wave with ease. However, just as he was about to reach the 8th wave, the buff suddenly wore off. As the enhancement disappeared, Data Jun's face twisted into a bitter expression. I can barely manage this alone, and with you guys dragging me down, the difficulties multiplied 5-fold. How are we supposed to clear this? The 8th wave of abyssal scouts had stats twice as high as the first wave and now consisted of 10 enemies. Yet, to Data Jun's confusion, Shang Biao and Fengji didn't seem worried at all. Instead, they looked at Lin Ling with eager anticipation. You're not seriously expecting this useless guy to carry us through, are you? Data Jun mocked. Fengji paid him no mind and instead smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Shan, it's your time to shine. Him? Just because he's carrying a hammer, he thinks he's all that? Well, he is all that, came the simultaneous thought from Fengji, Shang Biao, and an E. Boss Lin, how about a warm-up? Shang Biao grinned, rubbing his hands together. Lin Ling nodded, dragging his massive wolf-tooth hammer as he stepped forward. The statues lining the corridor on both sides were becoming fewer and fewer. Soon, the 8th wave of abyssal scouts appeared before them. Lin Ling activated Hero's Eye to analyze the enemy's stats. Abyssal Scout Dungeon Monster Abyssal Warrior. Corruption level, LV 30. HP, 20,000. Physical damage, 2,400. Defense, 1,600. As soon as the enemies appeared, they charged at the group. Still putting on a show when death's at your door. I'm not sticking around to die with you. Data June spat before immediately opting to leave the dungeon. Boss, what do we do now? Whatever boss says, we'll do. If you say charge, I, Shang Biao, won't back down. That idiot ran off, but wait until we clear this. He'll be the one crying. Acting all high and mighty if I could beat him. I'd teach him some humility sooner or later. The group spoke one after another, their eyes fixed on Lin Ling with burning anticipation. At this moment, a faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Ling's lips. He had been waiting for Data June to leave, and now it was finally his turn to take the stage. Little priest, your name is an E, right? Do you see the statue to your left? Take the staff from its hand, Lin Ling instructed, his words sending a chill through an Yi's heart. Despite his hesitation, an Yi forced himself to act as directed. The moment an Yi's fingers touched the staff in the statue's hand, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Congratulations on obtaining the Abyssal Zen Staff and acquiring the buff skill, Abyssal Hymn. This skill enhances all attributes of teammates, with the boost percentage based on the number of remaining team members. Current team members, 4, buff effect, 40. Note: the Abyssal Hymn skill will disappear upon leaving the Abyss instance, and the Abyssal Zen Staff cannot be taken out of the instance. Don't just stand there in shock. Cast a buff on me already, Lin Ling urged with a grin. Standing nearby, Fengji looked utterly puzzled, was well aware that an Yi only knew the most basic healing and mana-restoring spells. However, in the next moment, he watched an Yi wave the staff, and a blue orb of light enveloped Lin Ling, instantly boosting all of his attributes by 40. Empowered by the buff, Lin Ling became a force of nature, charging into the horde of monsters with his spiked warhammer. Loud thuds echoed as massive damage numbers appeared one after another. In just 5 seconds, 10 enhanced Abyssal Scouts were obliterated. Before the 3 teammates could even react, Lin Ling had already dashed toward the 9th wave of monsters, eliminating them just as swiftly. The 10th wave met the same fate, falling effortlessly. A system notification popped up. Quest: Alice's Commission, Progress, 51300. As the last Abyssal Scout fell, a towering Abyssal boss over 10 meters tall appeared. It had 2 horns on its head, wings on its back, and an intimidating aura. Abyssal Beetle Elite. Class: Abyssal Assassin. Level: LV 35. HP: 20,000. Physical damage: 12,000. Trait: Immune to physical attacks. Defense: 0. Just as I remembered from my past life. Lin Ling thought to himself. The Abyssal Beetle boss is immune to physical attacks, but its magic resistance is 0. As he spoke, a radiant magic staff appeared in his hand. With a deafening explosion, a fireball spell erupted, striking the boss before it could even react, sending it into eternal slumber. A system announcement followed. Congratulations on achieving the first kill of the normal difficulty Abyss instance in the newbie zone. Time taken: 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Completion rating. Tip: shorter completion times yield higher ratings. As your team is the first this year to clear this instance in the newbie zone, a global announcement will be made in 1 minute. Lin Ling smirked. I wonder how long it would take to clear this instance with forbidden spells. Meanwhile, outside the instance, silver light shimmered as the portal opened, and Datu Jun stepped out. You're back? How did it go? Did you clear it? Zhang Ming asked urgently. Clear it? Those amateurs clearing a 5-man Abyss instance? Don't make me laugh, Datu Jun scoffed dismissively. That doesn't make sense. With Lin Ling on their team, how could they fail? Where are they? Zhang Ming's expression darkened. Them? Datu Jun sneered. Either they'll crawl out soon, or they've already died in there. I gave them a chance, but if they can't make money, it's not my. Before he could finish, a bright red system announcement suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Congratulations to the scattered team from Xuanfu Bay City. Team leader, Zhao Yijuan. Team members, Yi Xiao, Shang Biao, Feng Ji and Yi, for achieving the first clear of the normal difficulty Abyss instance. Clearance rating. Time taken: 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Data Jun's eyes widened as he stared intently at the announcement in front of him. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with disbelief. This global announcement felt like a loud, resounding slap across his face. What made it even harder for him to accept was the fact that he had already exited the dungeon. Although his name appeared on the first clear list, leaving the dungeon meant forfeiting all rewards, including a massive amount of experience points and a legendary piece of equipment perfectly suited for the clear. For most players, even obtaining an orange-grade piece of gear was a distant dream, and now, all of this was lost due to a momentary oversight. Zhang Ming and Yin Yin exchanged a knowing smile, seeing the satisfaction mirrored in each other's eyes. With Lin Ling, that powerhouse, on their team, a standard-level dungeon was nothing to worry about. Just the sheer power of that spiked warhammer alone was enough to obliterate the weaker mobs. Captain, Do you think Lin Ling will keep pushing forward? Could they clear the hard mode? Yin Yin asked. Zhang Ming shot her a glance. A hard mode abyss dungeon? Are you joking? He paused, then reconsidered, realizing that with Lin Ling, anything seemed possible. Actually, who knows? That guy might just surprise us. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world was in shock. Social media platforms, chat groups, and the public channels in the Divine Realm were all in an uproar. This doesn't make sense. Aren't the lowest level mobs in the dungeon at least level 30? How did someone clear it so quickly? Just now, a level 15 blue mob nearly wiped out our entire team, and they cleared a level 30 dungeon? Again with Yishio. His name is on the first clear list again. It's just a standard dungeon. Back in the day, I cleared it in under 8 minutes. Yeah, but he only awakened his talent 2 days ago. This Yishio can't possibly be some rich heir from the Shao Corporation. Inside the dungeon, the three-man team of Shang Biao, Feng Ji, and an E were enveloped in a glowing white light as system notifications flooded in. Congratulations! You have successfully achieved the first clear of the Abyss dungeon in the beginner zone. Experience reward, 50,000. Level increase to 15. Obtained rare Abyss boots purple. Obtained perfect Abyss bracers gold. Obtained legendary Abyss thorn armor orange. Obtained bronze first clear badge 1. Attributes increased by 30 when equipped. The massive experience points and at least 3 pieces of purple grade or higher gear left the trio feeling as if they were dreaming. An E reached level 13, placing her securely in the top tier of players, while Shang Biao and Feng Ji both broke through to level 15. This is insane, boss. Feng Ji exclaimed in delight. Following Sotu meant starving 3 days out of 9. Following Brother Lin means 9 days without sleep and still feeling great. If I had another chance, I'd still stick with Lin Shun. It's like riding someone else's coattails straight to the top. That's not a great analogy. Are you the chicken or the dog? Get lost. While the three reveled in their joy, Lin Ling remained calm. Internally, he thought to himself, I've already wasted some experience. I can't afford to waste more. Next up is the hard mode dungeon. I need to break the seal and hit level 30. If I cast forbidden spells without leveling up, lightning will strike me for sure. Guzzi, I'm giving you the time to claim the number 1 spot in levels. If you can't manage it, that's on you. Lin Ling was about to make a decision when he caught a glimpse of the announcement on the system panel out of the corner of his eye. His heart tightened as he realized something was wrong. Yishio's codename had been exposed, and it seemed this secret could no longer be kept. Sure enough, Shang Biao and the others were already looking at him with peculiar expressions. Boss Lin, are you really Yishio? Shang Biao's eyes widened, his voice filled with disbelief. Feng Ji's reaction was even more exaggerated, his mouth gaping open. Boss Lin, don't tell me you're the one who cast those forbidden spells? The undead army in Wild Boar Forest, the meteor firestorm over the eastern mountain range, all-class mage, necromancy forbidden spell, fire forbidden spell, and he muttered as he pieced the clues together. No wonder you got the first kill on the boss. No wonder you're decked out in Godder gear. Oh my god. Ye exclaimed in shock. Lin Ling rubbed his temples and decided not to hide it anymore. He simply said 2 words, keep quiet. The 4 of them nodded repeatedly, but the astonishment and excitement in their eyes were impossible to conceal. Just then, the countdown to leave the dungeon began, and the Abyss dungeon plunged into darkness. When the light returned, Lin Ling and his companions found themselves standing beside the abyssal well. Zhang Ming grinned and threw an arm around Lin Ling's shoulder. Well done, as expected of you. And this gear. His eyes swept over the purple, gold, and orange glowing equipment on Shang Biao and the others, a flash of envy in his gaze. Despite being at his 3rd job advancement, he had never enjoyed the rewards of a first clear dungeon. Don't worry, I'll run the dungeon a few more times later, Lin Ling said, then added. But for now, don't share any information about the dungeon. Zhang Ming reluctantly nodded in agreement. Reporting the dungeon could earn military merits, and if someone else got ahead of them, all their efforts would be wasted. Nearby, Data Jun's face was dark with frustration. How is this possible? How did you clear it? And he glanced at Lin Ling and wisely kept silent. Lin Ling sneered. I cleared it with my own skills. You're the one who wouldn't let me speak or take action, and then you left the dungeon yourself. How is that my fault? Data Jun felt so regretful he wanted to slap himself. He quickly said, sell me the dungeon strategy. How much are you offering? 10 million. Data Jun gritted his teeth. Lin Ling turned and walked away. Data Jun's eyes lingered on the orange gear worn by Shang Biao and the others, his mind racing with ideas. If he handled the dungeon strategy well, there was a chance to make a fortune. Though he missed out on the first clear rewards, as the dungeon's discoverer, the lucrative hidden quest rewards were still waiting for him. I'm willing to offer you 30 million, but I want exclusive access to the dungeon strategy guide. Data Jun suddenly turned to Lin Ling, his eyes filled with urgency. You can't tell anyone else after this. This unexpected proposal made Lin Ling raise an eyebrow. Are you begging me to sell it to you? Data Jun's fists clenched instinctively as he replied in a deep voice, consider it begging. All right, I swear on the divine realm to sell the strategy guide for the Abyss Dungeon in Xuanfu Bay City to Zhaoyijuan. Once the transaction is complete, I promise not to share it with anyone else, Lin Ling declared solemnly. The system immediately displayed a notification confirming the binding of the oath. After Lin Ling provided his bank account details, Data Jun, though visibly pained, completed the transfer without hesitation. As Lin Ling received the notification of 30 million being credited to his account and was about to begin explaining, he noticed Data Jun signaling to Zhang Meng and the others. Captain Zhang, could I trouble you to step aside for a moment? Data Jun requested. A flash of irritation crossed Zhang Meng's face, but he waved his hand, signaling his team to retreat. However, as he turned, a sly smile crept onto his lips. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message. A brand new dungeon, Abyssal Well, has appeared in Xuanfu Bay City. He smirked to himself, thinking, Lin Ling has already mastered this. By the time others arrive, it won't violate the terms of his oath. Once Zhang Ming and the two Shinfeng guild members were out of earshot, Data Jun impatiently urged, all right, kid, start talking. Lin Ling concisely explained the key points for clearing the dungeon, including the ideal team composition and the necessary healer setup. Internally, he chuckled. Most of this information had already been posted online by Yazi's mentor. Aside from the monster mechanics, the rest of the strategies were identical. Data Jun carefully observed the expressions of Shang Biao and the others, ensuring Lin Ling's words were credible. Once satisfied, he couldn't hide his excitement and began making calls to assemble his team. He managed to secure 3 experienced players with suppressed levels, offering each of them 20 million to purchase the strategy. As he prepared to tackle the normal tier dungeon, his gaze shifted back to Lin Ling. Let your team join us for one free run of the normal dungeon. Lin Ling, you can leave the party now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a series of system notifications popped up. Lin Ling has left the party. Feng Ji has left the party. And Yi has left the party. Shang Biao has left the party. Data Jun stared at them in confusion. What's this? Are you planning to stick with him for the normal dungeon? Don't you realize there's a 2-hour cooldown after the first clear before you can attempt the same dungeon again? However, Feng Ji completely ignored Lin Ling's words, showing no intention of responding. Interested in a hard-level elite dungeon? 1 million per person, Lin Ling suddenly proposed, breaking the silence. Hearing this, Shang Biao and his 2 companions immediately lit up, but their excitement quickly dimmed. They had the gear, but it was all custom-made high-end equipment that would take time to liquidate. Their awkwardness did not escape Lin Ling's notice. Forget it. You can owe me first 1.1 million per person. Pay me in 3 days, Lin Ling said with a dismissive wave before sending out a team invitation. The 3 quickly joined the team, bringing the group to 4 members. Lin Ling glanced around, searching for a final teammate. Other than Shang Jun and 2 professional players from the Divine Wind Club, no one else met the requirements for the newbie area dungeon. Shang Jun, noticing Lin Ling's gaze, seemed eager to volunteer when Tu Jun snorted coldly. A regular level dungeon without a first clear reward isn't even worth 1 million. Shang Jun immediately chuckled awkwardly and sidled up to Tu Jun. Boss, of course, I'm waiting to tackle the hard level with you. The 2 Divine Wind professionals exchanged glances before the mohawk-haired boy spoke up first. I'm not some fool, and I don't have the money. Don't count me in. With that, he turned and left. The other player, a girl, hesitated for a moment before actively sending Lin Ling a team request. I'll pay the 1 million. I want to experience the Abyss Dungeon, she said, pulling out her phone and transferring 1 million directly to Lin Ling. Wow, didn't expect we had a little rich girl hiding here. Too bad she's not too bright, Tu Jun sneered. The girl's face turned red as she lowered her head in silence. The system notification popped up. Yaya's Big Tooth has joined your team. Lin Ling glanced at the username, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. He examined the girl in front of him and noticed her front teeth were not prominent at all. Clearly, like himself, she had encountered some opportunity to conceal her real name. Without further comment, Lin Ling headed straight to the Abyss Dungeon entrance. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding players, he selected the Well of Abyss Dungeon at hard difficulty. In an instant, the 5 of them vanished from the spot. They actually went for the hard level? Tu Jun suddenly felt a crucial thought flash through his mind. He hurriedly opened the system's message panel, and when he saw Yishio's name in the first clear announcement, his eyes widened in disbelief. Son of a, my eyes must be useless, like tissues for blowing my nose. How did I only notice this now? In the Goblin Forest near Qiulambu City, 3 Dragon Nest fighter jets hovered high in the sky like steel eagles, their cold gaze fixed on the leveling party below. On the forest clearing, dozens of 3rd and 4th class players dressed in uniform stood in neat rows, with silent hover vehicles lined up beside them. At the center of the clearing, Xiao Yin, who had just rejoined the team, swung a massive spiked hammer. With a muffled bang, the head of a goblin ranger burst like a crushed melon. The surrounding teammates exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with doubt. While they understood that Xiao Yin might need to vent after being captured, the almost pathological pleasure on his face sent chills down their spines. Yuyo, do you think Xiao Yin is actually Yishio? Li Jingliang whispered to the archer beside him. Yuyo hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I didn't see him kill the boss myself, but he said he was the one who cast Meteor Shower. If that's true, then he must be Yishio. Then how did he make it back alive? Li Jingliang murmured, sneaking a glance at Xiao Yin. Before he could say another word, Xiao Yin suddenly turned, his icy gaze piercing straight through him. Li Jingliang, what did you just say? Li Jingliang initially considered pretending he hadn't heard, but the memory of Xiao Yin fleeing alone in a vehicle ignited a surge of anger within him. Straightening his back, he met Xiao Yan's gaze directly. I said, are you really Yishio? Did you actually cast Meteor Shower? Forbidden spell scrolls are regulated items, not something you can just buy with money. You're courting death. Xiao Yan's figure blurred as he appeared in front of Li Jingliang in an instant, his claw-like fingers reaching for his throat. As a warrior, Li Jingliang instinctively raised his shield to block, only to feel an overwhelming force far beyond his expectations. Bang! The shield was knocked out of his hand, and Li Jingliang spat a mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. Half his body went numb. Before he could react, a golden mage boot pressed down on his face, grinding into it with deliberate force. And you think you're qualified to question me? Xiao Yin spat in disgust, his saliva landing on Li Jingliang's face. Even in such a dire situation, Li Jingliang stubbornly roared, you don't deserve to be the captain of the Yazi team. Compared to Captain Lin, you're nothing but trash. The words seemed to strike a nerve. Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly. Say that again. You're trash. You're not even worthy of carrying Captain Lin's shoes. Li Jingliang twisted his head with all his strength, glaring defiantly at Xiao Yin. You're asking for it. Xiao Yin raised his massive, spiked hammer high, aiming it directly at Li Jingliang's head and bringing it down with brutal force. Captain Xiao, how could you do this? Yu Yu's voice trembled with fear as she stared at the scene before her. Li Jingliang, a member of the Yazi team, had only been joking around with Xiao Yin, yet he was met with such harsh treatment. Yu Yu rushed forward, trying to intervene, but Xiao Yin slapped her hard across the face with the back of his hand. The force of the blow sent her spinning through the air multiple times before she crashed heavily to the ground. A sudden flash of white light enveloped both Yu Yu and Li Jingliang, instantly healing their injuries. Xiao Yin, that's enough. Zhou Mingyin's voice rang out, filled with fury. Xiao Yin sneered coldly as a golden scroll unfurled in his hand. Instantly, a massive surge of fiery magical energy began to gather in the air, its essence eerily similar to the meteor firestorm from that fateful day. Still think I'm bluffing? Look closely, this is a forbidden spell scroll. Xiao Yin snarled with a twisted grin. Linling? He's nothing. My power is beyond anything you can comprehend. The surrounding Yazi team members turned pale with shock. Yu Yu was frozen in fear, while Li Jingliang was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the forbidden spell scroll. At that moment, a system announcement suddenly appeared. The first clear leaderboard for the dungeon left everyone stunned as they turned to Xiao Yin, revealing that Yishio, not Xiao Yin, was the true leader. The lie unraveled instantly. Xiao Yan's face twisted in rage, his eyes flashing crimson. I'm leaving the guild. Yu Yu glared at Xiao Yin, her voice filled with resolve. She was relieved to have seen his true colors before officially signing the contract the next day. Leaving the team? Xiao Yin let go of Li Jingliang and strode toward Yu Yu, grabbing her forcefully as he dragged her toward the nearest hovercar. Not so fast. Before you leave, how about giving me some company? Yu Yu's face turned ashen. Let me go. Sister Mingyan, Jingliang, help me. Her cries for help were muffled as Xiao Yin covered her mouth. Xiao Yin, let Yu go. Zhou Mingyan shouted once more, her voice filled with anger. Li Jingliang struggled to his feet, launching himself directly at Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, you bastard, let go of Yu Yu. Li Jingliang's eyes burned red with fury, long harboring feelings for Yu Yu. His warrior's honor compelled him to act. But an icy voice interrupted. Flames of purgatory. In an instant, Li Jingliang was engulfed in a raging inferno, massive damage numbers flashing above his head. His agonized screams echoed as his knight's sword remained pointed at Xiao Yin. Zhou Mingyan frantically cast healing spells, but it was too late. Li Jingliang's body disintegrated into ashes. You killed your own teammate. Zhou Mingyan's voice shook with disbelief. Xiao Yin stared at the ashes on the ground in stunned silence, but soon, his eyes turned bloodshot, and a twisted, lecherous grin spread across his face. Teammate? Just a piece of trash. I only wanted to have some fun with this girl, but now I've changed my mind. How about you take her place? He tossed Yu Yu aside and advanced toward Zhou Mingyan with large strides. How dare you? Zhou Mingyan shouted sternly, but Xiao Yin ignored her completely. As he closed the distance to within 5 meters, a golden scroll suddenly appeared in Zhou Mingyan's hand. Xiao Yin froze in his tracks, the bloodlust in his eyes fading significantly. A forbidden spell scroll? Impossible. How could you have one? Xiao Yu's voice rang out from afar, clearly incredulous that the daughter of a janitor could possess such a treasure. Don't push me, Zhou Mingyan said coldly. I'm taking Yu Yu and leaving. From now on, I have nothing more to do with the Yazi team. Just as the tension reached its peak, a small, agile figure suddenly appeared beside Zhou Mingyan. A fourth-tier assassin had silently crept up and snatched the golden scroll from her hands. Zhou Mingyan's expression changed drastically, utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. The shock on Xiao Yan's face quickly vanished, replaced by a chillingly sinister grin. He stepped closer and closer to Zhou Mingyan. Just as she prepared to retreat, 3 fourth-tier assassins suddenly appeared behind her, blocking all possible escape routes. Ha ha ha. Zhou Mingyan, don't resist, Xiao Yin sneered as he reached out toward her. Come with me, and I promise you'll be the happiest woman alive. But at that critical moment, the 4 assassins surrounding Zhou Mingyan suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Immediately after, a series of deafening blasts echoed through the air as more than a dozen powerful individuals from the Shao Corporation were reduced to blood mist and vanished. Xiao Yan's face turned deathly pale, as if he had seen a ghost. He staggered backward in panic, hastily pulling out a forbidden spell scroll. Though he didn't know what was happening, he could sense a deadly threat closing in. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the Yazi Guild security personnel. As they rushed over, the sky abruptly darkened, as though an enormous entity was blocking out the sun. Everyone looked up, only to see a massive white stag, hundreds of meters long, hovering in the air. It radiated a brilliance as dazzling as the sun, its snow-white fur shimmering with mysterious runes. Each rune seemed to contain unfathomable power. Though the sky just went dark? That's the divine beast, Ling Xiaotianlu. Exclamations of shock spread through the crowd. Hidden dragon nest fighter jets revealed themselves in the sky, as squads of uniformed personnel descended rapidly. Leading them, the captain of the Dragon Nest Northern Division, Zhou Weigua, called out loudly, "It's all right, don't panic. We're on your side." Atop the majestic divine beast stood an elderly man with white hair, clad in an ornate robe. His gaze was as deep as the sea, exuding an aura of authority tinged with cold indifference. The staff in his hand glowed with a radiant light. "Boy, do not let your ignorance provoke boundaries that should never be crossed." The old man's voice boomed across the heavens and earth. Xiao Yin clutched the forbidden spell scroll tightly, forcing himself to ask, "Who are you?" "Jiang Shani." The moment those 3 words were spoken, everyone present drew in a sharp breath. Jiang Shani? The crowd was struck as if by lightning. The name of Jiang Shani, the 7th-tier Grand Magus, resounded like thunder. This figure, capable of casting forbidden spells with ease, was one of the only 5 Grand Magi in Longhua and the foremost among the 3 deputy leaders of the War God Hall. The 2 5th-tier vice-captains of Dragon Nest gasped sharply. The War God Hall, as the pinnacle organization of Longhua's elite combat force, was as mysterious as it was powerful. The true identity of its leader was the greatest enigma. No one knew their name, profession, or even gender. A decade ago, during a world-shaking event, this 8th-tier powerhouse made their first appearance. At the time, a joint force from Meiyue and Asangwo launched a sudden assault on a rare mineral mine in Longhua. With a single strike, the mysterious figure subdued 3 7th-tier powerhouses. This incident fueled Meiyue's widespread promotion of the Longhua threat theory. Shortly after, the War God Hall was established. Under Jiang Shani's oppressive aura, Xiao Yin still attempted to bargain, relying on his family background. "Senior, my father is Xiao Yuanshan. I hope you can spare me on his account." "Xiao Yuanshan?" Jiang Shani sneered disdainfully. "Even your grandfather, Xiao Hongtu, would kneel to greet me?" This statement shattered Xiao Yan's last shred of confidence. With a wave of Jiang Shani's silver staff, the space within a 100-meter radius froze instantly, leaving only Zhou Mingyan unaffected. "Nan Shu, the hall master says your test can end now," Jiang Shani said, looking at Zhou Mingyan. "Grandpa Jiang, just call me Mingyan." Zhou Mingyan replied with a smile. "The test may be over, but I can't return just yet. I'll keep my distance from Lin Ling, but I can't completely sever contact." The two then discussed Lin Ling's identity. Jiang Shani revealed that the War God Hall had already taken notice of Lin Ling's extraordinary abilities, while Zhou Mingyan insisted on continuing her investigation into his potential special powers. When Zhou Mingyan proposed the idea of getting close through marriage to conduct reconnaissance, Jiang Shani's beard trembled with anger. He sternly reminded her not to expose her true identity until Lin Ling's background was fully understood. After lifting the temporal restriction, Jiang Shani rode his Lingxiao heavenly deer and disappeared into the sky. Zhou Mingyan put away her token, helped Yuyo up, and turned to the other members of the Yazi squad. We're leaving Yazi. Is anyone willing to come with me? I'll go with you. A loud shout shattered the silence. Then, more voices followed one after another. I'll go too. Sister Mingyan, count me in. Let's go. Staying here might just get us killed. In an instant, the members of the Yaji reserve team surged toward Zhou Mingyan, leaving only Xiao Yin and Xiao Ye standing alone. Xiao Yin warily looked up at the sky, only to find that the Lingxiao Tianlu had vanished. This realization ignited his fury, and he roared at the departing team members. Stop right there. Did I give you permission to leave? He bellowed harshly. Do you believe I can't spread the word so that no guild in Longwa will dare to take you? With your pathetic skills, do you think you can compete in the rookie championship? Do you even dream of entering the dragon nest? Seeing his threats had no effect, he resorted to temptation. Anyone who turns back now will receive 3 million dragon coins and a set of blue-tier equipment. His words caused a flicker of hesitation among some team members. However, when Zhou Mingyan resolutely turned and walked away, only Yu Yu ultimately followed her. Everyone has their own path. Just don't regret today's choice in the future, Zhou Mingyan said calmly, though her heart ached at the thought of Li Jingliang forever remaining in the Goblin Forest. Sister Mingyan, does Xiaoliang's death mean nothing? Lin Ling will avenge him. What do we do now? Find a new team. Where do we find one? Xuanfu. We'll look for Lin Ling. Lin Shun will be thrilled to see you return. Maybe. Zhou Mingyan took a deep breath. If I had left with him back then, maybe that would have been the right choice. She pondered silently, recalling how the palace master had tasked her with staying in Yaji to divert the attention of foreign forces from Lin Ling, forcing her to suppress her feelings for him. At the Dragon Nest headquarters, Jiang Shani reported Zhou Mingyan's words to the palace master, Zhou Weiyun. Zhou Weiyun, a graceful woman dressed in traditional attire, was carefully watering a pot of roses. As the palace master of the Dragon Nest's War God Hall and the founder of the Yuming Group, she was a master of both the 8th-tier Holy Priest and 8th-tier Holy Fate Mage professions. That child. Zhou Weiyun's phoenix eyes revealed a trace of worry. She must have endured a lot in Xuanfu over these 3 years. Frowning, Jiang Shani said, Palace Master, sending Nanshu on such dangerous missions to distract Meiyu's attention is unfair to her. Zhou Weiyun's face reflected a bitter expression. In the face of national interests, what do such sacrifices amount to? Besides, isn't Weigui there to protect her? But she's still just a child. Even with a forbidden spell scroll in her possession, a priest ultimately lacks the ability to protect themselves. My child, Zhou Weiyun's child, is a child. But are other people's children not also someone's children? Zhou Weiyun's tone was resolute. The strength of Longwa has been forged by the blood and lives of countless predecessors. My life, Yin Hongtian's life, Old Qin's, Old Wang's, everyone has made silent sacrifices. Such people existed in the past, they exist now, and they will exist in the future. Even if our names remain unknown to the world, our nation will not forget us. She sighed deeply. Maybe we should have brought Lin Ling into the dragon nest the moment his talent awakened. That way, Nanshu could have returned with him as well. Jiang Shani let out a sigh. In the meeting room, Zhou Weiyun was staring at the large screen displaying a photo of Lin Ling. With a slight frown, he said, This young man is somewhat unique. I suspect he has a second profession, and his abilities are not to be underestimated. His progression might require a significant amount of materials. Keep a close eye on him. If anything is lacking, have Meng Yin send it to him directly. Find an appropriate opportunity to connect with him in person, preferably when he needs assistance. Understood, Master. I will monitor Lin Ling's every move closely, Jiang Shani responded solemnly. Meanwhile, outside the Abyss Dungeon, Wan Jun gazed at the dungeon's entrance, a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. Lin Lingyo, Yi Xiaoa, supposedly non-progressive SS-ranked talent holder. Soloing a boss is something I can manage as well. He was just lucky. But while my actions make sense, his seems suspicious. And he dares to venture into a hard-level dungeon? Could he really clear it? Inside the dungeon, a system notification sounded. Team experience distribution has been modified. The leader takes 80, and the remaining 20 is shared among other members. Team loot distribution has been modified. The leader has absolute priority for picking up drops. Surprisingly, the team remained calm in the face of these changes. And E, slightly uneasy, asked, Brother Lin, should I go and grab the staff from the statue now? After all, this was a hard-level Abyss dungeon, and any mistake could lead to total annihilation. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ling's face lit up with a mysterious smile. No need. Just follow me and charge forward. Leave everything else to me. Boss Lin, that would activate all the monsters at once, Fengji quickly reminded him. Exactly. The plan is to activate them all and deal with them in one go. Lin Ling replied calmly, then opened the level seal on his system panel. The system immediately prompted, Congratulations on successfully unsealing. Super Experience Pool Progress 10. Since level 30 requires a second-tier transition, experience sealing will no longer trigger. Overflow experience will be stored in the regular experience pool. Before anyone could react, Lin Ling had already dashed deeper into the abyss passage. The others had no time to overthink and could only follow closely behind. The first wave of level 45 abyss scouts, the second wave, up to the 10th wave, all within a mere 40 seconds. The team had provoked an entire horde of 45 powerful monsters. Eventually, the team found themselves cornered. 45 level 45 monsters completely blocked the passage, leaving no room to escape. Each one had the potential to take out half their health with ease. Shang Biao swallowed nervously. Boss Lin, there's no way out. Yet Lin Ling's expression remained confident as he smiled. All right, time for me to cast a little spell. Boss, there are way too many monsters. No spell can handle this, Fengji said, his grip on his staff slick with sweat. Clutching his shield tightly, Shang Biao prepared to charge. Boss Lin, even an area effect spell won't clear this many. He'll hold the front while you and Fengji attack. We'll take down as many as we can. As long as I'm still standing, I want retreat. Stand down, Biaozi, Lin Ling ordered, stopping him in his tracks. Suddenly, a radiant staff appeared in his hands. Just wait and watch. Without any elaborate incantations or complex casting gestures, Lin Ling simply raised the staff high and softly said, Thunder Forbidden Spell Thunderclap? Select your target. The system prompt appeared before Lin Ling. Only attack the monsters, he decisively chose. In an instant, a bird's eye view of the abyss well within a 100-mile radius was vividly displayed before him. The system quickly confirmed, target locked on abyss dungeon only. Thunderstorm is an area effect forbidden spell. Its release may cause overflow but will not harm any unintended targets. It then added, due to an unknown anomaly during the skill's naming process, there may be some deviations in its effects. These deviations will not alter the ultimate outcome, so please disregard them. The next moment, an ear-splitting imp-style rap burst out alongside a pounding electronic beat. Bunched, bunched. Thunderstorm. This celestial power shakes the heavens and earth, wielding the mighty purple gold hammer. Purple lightning, mystic true flames. The 9 heavens sword unleashes chaos. The dim abyss passage was instantly consumed by blinding purple light as countless bolts of lightning poured down like waterfalls. Strangely, all the abyss scouts began nodding their heads in unison to the rhythm, resembling a bizarre dance troupe. At the same time, ominous clouds gathered above the abyss well. A thick, dark mass stretched for miles, casting the southwestern region of Xuanfu Base City into shadow. A large number of professionals, piloting various vehicles, were rushing toward the abyss well. In one off-road vehicle, 4 flamboyantly dressed members of the Killer Mat Guild, each sporting explosive hairstyles, couldn't help but sway to the beat. Who's blasting DJ beats out here? Not bad, kind of catchy. Is that sound coming from the sky? Why did it suddenly get dark? Didn't the forecast say no rain today? As they puzzled over the situation, their eyes unknowingly turned a glowing purple. Massive purple lightning bolts, as thick as water barrels, rained down in torrents. Billions of thunder strikes transformed the entire region into a sea of lightning, obliterating every wild creature in their path. The booming rap continued unabated. I ride across the battlefield through storm and haze. Love's lament leaves only regret as I wield my crescent blade. Xuanfu Bay City sounded a red alert. The mayor and high-ranking officials had gathered atop the city walls, their expressions grim as they gazed southwest. Strangely, everyone who heard the music instinctively began nodding their heads to the beat. Mayor, is this a natural disaster or a man-made crisis? I hope it's a natural disaster. But have you ever seen storm clouds with only lightning and no rain? Then it's a lightning element forbidden spell? But who? The White Bear Federation or the United Alliance? Aren't Zhou Mingyan and Xiu Yi stationed in Blue Cloth City? Dragon's Nest just reported that our dispatch professionals have been caught within the lightning element forbidden spell, by High City's mayor said, nodding his head to the rhythm. However, there are no reports of casualties so far. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he muttered to himself, targeting only monsters and not people again? Investigate who exactly is present in that area. Though the idea seemed absurd, it lingered stubbornly in his mind. Could these forbidden spells be the skill of some level grinder? Bai Haishin pondered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The thought lit up his eyes, killing monsters without harming people, because only by slaying monsters could one gain experience points. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Long Nest Captain Zhou Weiguo's number. Old Zhou, do you think the one casting these forbidden spells might be a newbie? Meanwhile, outside the Abyss Well dungeon, Zhang Ming and Data Jun's group were completely stunned. When that bolt of lightning struck with a deafening roar, they couldn't even muster the thought of running. As close witnesses near the Abyss Well, What they saw was entirely different from Othyrsa's storm, formed entirely of pure lightning hovered above the abyss well. Data June, an expert in lightning elements, recognized at a glance that this was no natural phenomenon but someone casting a lightning-based forbidden spell. This was the dream he'd pursued his entire life. Ever since awakening his talent, he'd longed day and night to become a 7th-tier archmage and cast a lightning forbidden spell himself. Yet now, experiencing the power of such a spell firsthand, he could only do so as a bystander. The sea of lightning came and went in a flash. In less than a minute, the electric light dissipated, the dark clouds cleared, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. Every professional couldn't help but show their joy they were still alive. Is this some kind of celestial tribulation? Yin Yin shouted excitedly. Just like the last 2 forbidden spells, it only kills monsters and doesn't harm humans. Who on earth is behind this? Added Kuntu. Zhang Meng, the eye of the storm was right above us. Could there be a hidden master in this forest? Data June speculated. Just as he spoke, a system announcement suddenly popped up before their eyes. Congratulations to the scattered team of Xuanfu Bay City, led by Captain Yi Xiu, with team members Yaya's Big Front Tooth, Shang Biao, Feng Ji, and an E4 being the first to clear the hard difficulty abyss dungeon. Completion rating. Time taken. 1 minute 39 seconds. For Data June, this announcement was like a bolt from the blue. The hard difficulty dungeon was cleared just like that? How long had they been in there? Data June's eyes turned red. Zhang Ming stared fixedly at the dungeon entrance, his Adam's apple bobbing there. It was in plain text, 1 minute and 39 seconds. 2 minutes really meant 2 minutes. At the same time, inside the dungeon, the system was refreshing numerous notifications. From slaying abyss scouts and abyss crawlers to abyss tree demons, the accumulated experience points kept piling up. Lin Ling's various mage classes leveled up in quick succession. Time magic reached level 21, wind magic hit level 25, fire magic advanced to level 26, and necromancy surged to level 27. As the final boss, a level 60 abyssal mutant dark worm fell, the progress of Alice's commission quest also updated. The system indicated a task completion rate of 101,300 and awarded the first clear achievement for the abyss dungeon in the novice area, granting a massive amount of experience points. Would you like to teleport all dropped items to your location? Yes, Lin Ling softly confirmed. In an instant, a rain of equipment poured down, forming a mountain in the blink of an eye. The sight left Feng Ji and the others dumbfounded, their faces twitching and breaths quickening. This is... Why does this feel like a forbidden spell? Drop the feel like. This is definitely a lightning forbidden spell. My god, this is just too, holy crap. Such a magnificent scene deserves poetry to share with the world. But alas, Shang Biao lacks culture. So all he can say is holy crap everywhere he goes. Shang Biao. While the others were still reeling in shock, Lin Ling had already skillfully picked out all the purple quality and above equipment from the pile and swiftly stored them in her inventory. A series of system notifications chimed one after another as Lin Ling gazed at the list of rewards, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Using forbidden spells to grind mobs is just unbeatable, he muttered to himself. However, the thought that his lightning-based forbidden spell might have affected areas outside the dungeon made him raise his hand to rub his temples. This isn't my fault. I just used a skill inside the dungeon, Lin Ling murmured under his breath. But leveling up has definitely become way harder than before. Clearing mobs in a 100-mile radius didn't even get me to level 30. If anyone had overheard this, they might have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. That single skill of his appeared to have boosted him by 7 levels, which was equivalent to the total experience needed for over 200 people to climb from level 20 to level 27. For an average team, leveling up just once beyond level 20 would typically require an entire day of grinding monsters. Lin Ling turned his gaze to the scattered white and blue tier equipment on the ground, then glanced at the 4 people standing nearby. At that moment, they looked like 4 startled geese frozen in place, their eyes vacant and their faces flushed. Ahem. Lin Ling cleared his throat. These pieces of equipment. Before he could finish his sentence, the 4 of them snapped out of their stupor. Shang Biao's mouth hung wide open. Feng Ji's eyes were as round as saucers, and an E and Yaya squinted at Lin Ling with expressions of pure admiration. Are you giving them to us? Feng Ji asked excitedly. Dream on. Don't you have any idea how much good gear you've already scored? Lin Ling replied with a laugh. Feng Ji's face immediately turned crimson as he instinctively opened his system panel to check. Indeed, his haul this time was substantial: 3 gold tier items, 2 orange tier items, with a total value of at least 20 million, and his level had skyrocketed to 25. Yet all he'd done was follow Lin Ling around for a few hundred steps without lifting a finger. Hand over the orange tier items you picked up, and then you can divvy up the rest of the loot, Lin Ling said, observing the expressions of the 4. Their reactions would determine whether they were qualified to join the next nightmare level dungeon. Moments later, Lin Ling's smile widened. One by one, the four of them retrieved their orange tier items and placed them gently on the ground. Though their eyes betrayed reluctance, there was no resistance, as if they had always considered the gear borrowed rather than owned. Boss Lin, I've been rewarded with 3 orange tier items across the 2 dungeons, Shangbiao stated. Lin, I got 2. And he added. Boss, I also received 2. Fengji chimed in. Only Yaya, the most recent addition to the group, remained silent and did not produce any equipment. All eyes turned to her. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yaya's gaze. I didn't get any orange tier items, she said softly, lowering her head and avoiding everyone else's eyes. This scene caused Fengji and the others' expressions to darken. Yaya, Fengji called out in a low voice. Yaya glanced at Lin Ling hesitantly and said softly, I really didn't get an orange tier item, but I did get something. Before she could finish, a radiant red glow appeared in her handsome piece of armor. She carefully placed the armor on the ground and took 2 steps back. In that moment, the breathing of the other 3, apart from Lin Ling, noticeably quickened. This signified an epic tier item. Almost simultaneously, the group cast their detection skills, and the equipment's details appeared before their eyes. Ming King Battle Armor. Type, Epic Set. Level requirement, 30. Durability, 10001000. Attributes, Defense 500. Strength 40. Vitality 50. Agility 40. HP 3000. Dodge 5. Reflect damage 5. Set effect, collect all 9 pieces to gain defense 1000. Passive skill, Immovable Ming King activated when the full set is equipped. Triggers upon being attacked. Renders the wearer immobile, converting all incoming damage into equivalent HP. A collective gasp escaped the group. In the absence of divine tier equipment, this epic armor was undoubtedly a top-tier item for warriors. Lin Ling casually waved his hand, collecting the 4 items the group had displayed, and then tossed 7 or 8 pieces of golden tier equipment onto the ground. You can split the rest among yourselves. Rather than scrambling for the items, the group each pulled out equipment from their storage spaces. After a quick and fair distribution, Shangbiao and Fengji each completed a full golden set, and Yi obtained 6 golden and 3 purple pieces, while Yaya received 5 golden and 4 purple pieces. The remaining white and blue tier items were evenly divided. To Lin Ling, these items, worth a mere few million in total, no longer piqued his interest. He retrieved 2 mage skill books, one of which was the anonymously sent skill book he had been unable to learn earlier due to level restrictions. Wind Push. Level requirement, 25. Skill effect. Unleashes wind magic to push all targets within a 5-meter radius back by 10 meters, cannot be resisted. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Learn. With the command, a small whirlwind icon lit up in Lin Ling's wind magic skill panel. After unsealing his abilities, all his skills entered cooldown, leaving him with the perfect opportunity to use the forbidden spell naming function. Lin Ling had already decided on the name. Rename Wind Push to 1,000 miles away. The system notification immediately appeared. Renaming successful. The wind magic skill Wind Push has automatically upgraded to the forbidden spell 1,000 miles away. Upon activation, the target will be blown high into the sky and sent 1,000 miles away, ignoring defense and resistance, unless the target possesses a defense skill of the same level. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling burst into laughter. Now that's the essence of a forbidden spell. He began to strategize his skill combinations. For area attacks, he had all things grow, meteor shower, and thunderstrike. For defense, there was invincible armor. Now, with 1,000 miles away, he could offer enemies an Alex Spade airborne vacation. He could already imagine the expressions of those top players. Though, 1,000 miles was indeed a bit short. What if they just teleported back? If only it could reach 10,000 miles, or even light years away. Lin Ling turned his attention to the newly acquired mage skill book. He carefully examined the skill's attributes. Wind Blade Technique, required level 25. The skill's effect was to unleash a gust of wind containing 18 wind blades, which could strike targets in a designated direction 18 times, dealing 80 of the caster's magic damage with each hit. The cooldown time was 90 seconds. Learn. Lin Ling chose the skill without hesitation. A notification confirming the successful acquisition of the skill popped up, and he had already started planning a suitable name for it in his mind. He just needed to wait until he reached level 30, or until the cooldown for forbidden spell naming ended tomorrow, to officially name the skill. Boss Lin, what was that skill just now? Fengji couldn't help but ask. The others also recalled the sea of lightning that had covered the entire dungeon earlier, their eyes filled with awe. Just an ordinary area effect skill, Lin Ling replied nonchalantly. What he didn't mention was that the actual range of the skill extended for hundreds of miles, far exceeding the dungeon's boundaries. Suddenly, the dungeon teleportation countdown began. Everyone's vision went black, and they were instantly transported to the abyssal well's entrance. As soon as Big Head Jun saw Lin Ling, he rushed over with red eyes, hurling a lightning ball at him. You little punk. You dared to trick me? You gave me the guide, but went for the first clear on hard mode yourself. Shang Biao reacted quickly, raising his golden shield to block in front of Lin Ling. The lightning ball exploded, sparks flying everywhere, but Shang Biao didn't budge an inch. Big Head Jun's pupils shrank at the sight, and lightning flared around him once more. Seeing the cold glint of killing intent in Lin Ling's eyes, Zhang Meng quickly stepped forward to whisper a warning. Lin Ling, calm down. Big Head Jun is General Zhao's grandson. But the words seemed to have no effect. In an instant, Lin Ling disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he reappeared in front of Big Head Jun, delivering a heavy punch to his left cheek that sent him flying. This is your final warning. If it happens again, I'll kill you, Lin Ling said, his voice icy and chilling. You want to die? Big Head Jun got up from the ground, his whole body crackling with lightning. You scammed me out of 50 million and still dare to hit me? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and retorted. When did I ever say selling you the guide meant I couldn't clear the dungeon myself? Big Head Jun's expression shifted, momentarily speechless. He tried to argue. You never said you'd get the first clear on hard mode. Are you an idiot? Lin Ling sneered. I charged 10 million per person to carry people through hard mode right in front of you. Were you blind? How can someone have such a big head but not enough brains to match? The two Jun roared in fury. When a banana grows bigger, its peel also grows larger, and the banana inside grows too. Who would have thought you'd actually clear the level? Are you seriously saying you made no mistakes? Lin Ling rubbed his aching temples and quietly turned to walk toward an empty patch of ground. He thought to himself, what mistake could I have possibly made? People like the two Jun just have some talent and have been spoiled since childhood. He glanced at the task panel. Alice's quest still required 200 more completions, which meant he needed to run the dungeon 4 more times. The passive skill of Elemental Guardian was still on a 2-hour cooldown, so it was a good time to take a break. He retrieved a rocking chair from his storage space and reclined on it comfortably. Zhang Ming approached with an awkward smile. Brother Lin, I just reported the information to the higher-ups. That shouldn't affect you, right? No problem. Let them know if they want. Lin Ling replied casually before asking. Do you have any cola on your plane? Preferably chilled. That lamb soup from this morning has already settled. Hearing this, Zhang Ming's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Haha. Yes, I've got some. Hold on. With a wave of his hand, he pulled a table out of his storage space, followed by a grill, charcoal, refrigerator, beer, cola, everything you could possibly need. The elaborate setup left Lin Ling momentarily stunned. Brother Lin, just sit tight. We'll grill up some skewers, Zhang Ming said as he pulled half a lamb from the refrigerator and called out, You guys, come help. Shang Biao, you're on meat prep. Fengji, start the fire. Ani and Yaya, get the skewers ready. Seeing them busy, Lin Ling stood up and said, You guys carry on. I'm going to take a walk. With that, he slipped into the forest and soon found a secluded spot. Facing a large tree, he cast Gale Technique. A gust of wind surged from the tip of his radiant staff, but only 3 wind blades struck the tree trunk, leaving 3 deep gashes. The outcome was far from satisfying. With his level of mental power, he should have been able to control the skill more precisely. He kept experimenting, pondering to himself, once this skill evolves into a forbidden spell, the number of wind blades will become overwhelming. If I can't focus all the wind blades on a single point, the resulting power will be unimaginable. With enough mastery over mental power, the range of the forbidden spell can also be controlled more effectively. After half an hour of practice, Lin Ling finally managed to direct 10 wind blades to hit the same spot with pinpoint accuracy. The tree instantly shattered into countless wood splinters, revealing a semi-transparent tree core. Now it feels like I could control the range of a forbidden spell to encompass the entire dungeon. Lin Ling approached the broken tree and touched the exposed core. The core material of specialized mage robes is made from lightwood core. It's said to be extremely rare, only appearing as a reward in hidden quests. I wonder if it can be purchased. Just as he was about to head back, voices echoed through the forest. A team of professionals from Xuanfu Bay City had arrived. He intended to leave, but was spotted by them. Hey there, are you here for the dungeon too? Why not join us? Emerging from the woods were 2 different teams of professionals, new recruits from the War God Alliance and the Battle Sky Guild. They all looked utterly exhausted. Lin Ling, what are you doing here? Are you here for the dungeon as well? Asked Battle Sky Guild's captain, How Dee-er, the moment he recognized him. Known by his nickname, Big Bro Hao, the captain had shared a few pleasant conversations with Lin Ling in the past. Lin Ling gave a faint nod in response. How Dee-er, towering in stature, approached with an earnest tone. Lin Ling, don't let it get to you. It's not a big deal. That Xiao Yan is just an idiot. The theories you've proposed are worth as much as an steer combat professional's contributions. And you're an SS steer talent. So what if your level ups are slower? Take your time. Come on, let's go together. If the dungeon is easy, I'll help you run through it once and grab the rewards. No need. You guys go ahead. Regular level dungeons aren't hard, Lin Ling said with a wave of his hand. He knew deep down that his relationship with Yishio probably wouldn't stay a secret for long, but that didn't matter to him. Right now, aside from completing the mission, his main goal was to find an opportunity to take down Data June. After that, he'd be free as a bird, with no more ties to these people. Mouse, since Captain Lin said so, don't push it, said Huang Yimao, the captain of the War God Alliance. His striking yellow hair matched his name oddly well. How Dare had no choice but to give up and turn to chat with Huang Yimao instead. Old Huang, your War God Alliance isn't doing so great. Only level 12 after a whole night? Yeah, right. Huang Yimao scoffed dismissively. You're just level 13 yourself. Your War Sky Guild isn't much better. How Dare suddenly perked up. Let me tell you something. You know my cousin, right? Fengji from the Divine Wind Club? He just messaged Meihei's already level 25. I was wondering why I haven't seen any cows in the sky lately. Turns out, you've blown them all away. Huang Yimao said sarcastically, looking up at the sky. How Dare's face darkened. You think I'm lying? My cousin really hit the jackpot. His name's in the dungeon first clear record. I'll introduce you later. As the two were boasting to each other, a group of a dozen or so teenagers with flamboyant hairstyles suddenly appeared behind them. The leader, Wang Jiahuan, glanced at them and sneered, you two can stop bragging now. Do you even know who Yishio is? That immediately piqued everyone's interest. Yishio, after all, was the mysterious powerhouse making waves lately. Wang Jiahuan, your Zong AI guild actually knows about Yishio? Huang Yimao said skeptically. Let me tell you a secret. Wang Jiahuan lowered his voice conspiratorially. My sister works at the Divine Wind Club. I actually know Yishio. Lin Ling, sipping on a cold cola, nearly choked when he heard that. Wang Jiahuan continued smugly. My sister's with Yishio now. You get it? Yishio's my brother-in-law. What, are you serious? Huang Yimao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Ling spat out his cola. Brother-in-law? If Yishio heard this, who knows how he'd react? Don't believe me? That Yaya in the hard mode first clear announcement? That's my sister, Wang Jiechi. If Yishio, the great god, wasn't interested in her, would he have taken her through the dungeon? Wang Jiahuan grew more animated. Yishio even said he'd give me perfect gear. Once I get my gold tier equipment, you all will be nothing but little brothers to me. How Dare and Huang Yimao exchanged looks, their faces sour as if they'd bitten into a lemon. Meanwhile, Lin Ling, walking ahead, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching uncontrollably. Guess I shouldn't casually bring people along for dungeons anymore. This time, I ended up with a random little brother-in-law. Who knows, next time I might walk out with a long-lost son. Wang Jiahuan joked, sniffing the air suddenly. Wait, do you guys smell that? It smells like grilled lamb skewers. Sure enough, the air carried an irresistible aroma, perfect blend of cumin and roasted meat. Everyone quickened their pace instinctively. Soon, they spotted a group gathered around a steaming barbecue grill. The grill was packed with all kinds of skewers, while a folding table nearby was neatly lined with beer, soft drinks, and bottled water, their surfaces glistening with condensation. Having survived on dry rations since leveling up yesterday, the group couldn't help but swallow hard. Howder scrutinized the group by the grill and muttered under his breath, why do they all have such high-end gear? They don't look like street vendors to me. Smells good. Seems like they've got some skills, Lin Ling remarked. Huang Mao immediately jumped in. Captain Lin, I've heard you're strapped for cash. Don't even think about those lamb skewers, theory, probably pricey. Besides, they might not even sell to just anyone. Let me handle this. With that, he strode confidently toward Zhang Ming and his crew, tossing a thick wad of dragon currency onto the ground. Hey, friends, how about sharing some skewers? He reached for the meat on the grill, but was abruptly slapped away with such force that he stumbled back several steps. Who the hell are you? And who gave you permission to touch that? Zhang Ming, wearing a chef's hat and apron, barked furiously. I've got money, big guy. Wait, you're Uncle Zhang Ming? Huang Mao's eyes widened in recognition. Who's your uncle? Zhang Ming's forehead twitched with irritation. I'm Wang Dahe's nephew. We met last year during Chinese New Year. Huang Mao stammered as he scrambled to his feet. You're Huang Mao? Get out of here. Go do whatever it is you do. Zhang Ming waved him off impatiently. At this moment, How Dare also recognized someone standing nearby. Cousin, he shouted. Fengji nearly dropped the chicken wing he was holding. Haozi, what the hell are you yelling for? Go away. Despite knowing his cousin's status had risen significantly, How Dare retreated with an awkward grin, standing several meters away alongside Huang Mao. The two exchanged glances, neither daring to mock the other. Just then, they noticed Lin Ling strolling toward the grill with an air of nonchalance. The group began murmuring among themselves, speculating whether Lin Ling might know these people, or if he was simply overestimating himself. But in the next moment, everyone was left stunned. Lin Ling casually reclined in a rocking chair, surrounded by fragrant skewers and a chilled cola, while Zhang Ming and the others stood before him like obedient subordinates awaiting his approval. A bead of cold sweat slid down Huang Mao's forehead. His Adam's apple bobbed as he stammered. No way. Lin Ling. Could he actually be Yi Xiu? Huang Mao's mind was racing, his thoughts swirling as he became increasingly convinced of his speculation. In the Xuanfu Bay City, only one person seemed to match the enigmatic and powerful presence of Yi Xiu Lin Ling. He carefully recalled Lin Ling's legendary story. Before awakening, he was already revered as Lin Shun, and even after awakening, his brilliance remained undiminished. Despite possessing an SS-level talent that the world mocked as useless, the truth behind the well-known saying rang clear. There are no useless talents, only useless people. For someone like Lin Ling, who had been celebrated as Lin Shun even before awakening, publishing professional papers and winning prestigious awards, how could such a genius be hindered by his talent? Besides, SS-level talents were extraordinarily rare. There were likely fewer than 10 cases worldwide. Huang Mao grew increasingly certain that with Lin Ling's extraordinary intellect, he must have discovered some unknown breakthrough and obtained treasures beyond the reach of ordinary people. At that moment, Lin Ling was leisurely enjoying skewers and sipping a soda. Under Huang Mao's intense observation, the scene seemed to slow down deliberately. When Huang Mao's gaze fell on Lin Ling's glowing, Y-Tire Level 1 equipment, his pupils suddenly dilated. I get it, Huang Mao exclaimed. You get what now? Howder asked, puzzled. Don't talk, I need to verify something. Huang Mao quickly pulled out his phone, snapped a picture of Lin Ling's mage robe, and sent it to a private group chat. The group chat soon buzzed with responses. Isn't that just basic level 1 white gear? No, look closely at the runes. That's holy gear. Normal Y-Tire gear glows pure white, but this one has a milky white hue. Huang Mao's hand trembled slightly as he hastily took photos of Lin Ling's boots, bracers, and pants, sending them all to the group chat. Bro, who did you run into? Someone wearing a full holy set? There are fewer than 10 holy sets in all of Longwa, and they're all listed on the equipment rankings. Wait, this one looks unfamiliar. Could it be that the owner hasn't completed their second-class advancement yet? After confirming the equipment's true identity, Huang Mao bid a quick farewell to his group, his heart pounding like a drum. So, it all made sense now. Lin Shun had reclaimed his peak status with a full set of holy gear. But how had he managed to acquire such godlike equipment right after awakening? Did he exploit a system loophole? Or was the so-called useless talent a fabricated lie by the state to protect him? As Huang Mao stared at Lin Ling, he couldn't help but fantasize. If he were the one wearing that gear, could he, too, achieve first kills on bosses and clear dungeons before anyone else? Huang Mao's breathing quickened, and his eyes gleamed with undisguised greed. He knew well that with his own strength, he could never lay a finger on that sacred gear. However, if he could sell this astonishing discovery for a good price, it might just be the opportunity he needed. At that moment, a pair of sharp, triangular eyes not far away were fixed on him. De Tu Jun observed the changes in Huang Mao's expression, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He recognized that look all too well. Every time Huang Mao spotted something he coveted, he would wear that exact expression, and whenever that look appeared, Huang Mao would stop at nothing to claim his target. What exactly have you stumbled upon? De Tu Jun murmured to himself, then stood up and strode toward Huang Mao. He threw an arm around Huang Mao's neck in a seemingly casual manner. Hey kid, let's have a chat. Huang Mao was about to pull away but stopped when he noticed the glowing red epic gear De Tu Jun was wearing. Though it couldn't compare to Lin Ling's equipment, owning an epic set before completing the second-class advancement was no small feat. Huang Mao's teammates from the War God Alliance moved to intervene, but he waved them off. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, the two moved aside. Sir, you are? Huang Mao cautiously probed. De Tu Jun narrowed his eyes. Did you discover some kind of secret about Lin Ling? Nothing special. Huang Mao feigned calm, but his pupils involuntarily contracted. Don't play dumb. De Tu Jun suddenly revealed an orange legendary bow. If what you found is useful to me, this legendary weapon is yours. As an archer, Huang Mao's eyes nearly watered at the sight of the legendary weapon. He knew full well that in a small guild like the War God Alliance, even the captain could only wield purple-grade weapons. After weighing his options, Huang Mao lowered his voice and said, Lin Ling is actually Yi Xiu. He exploited a bug to obtain a full set of sacred gear, which is why he could get the first boss kill and clear the dungeon first. Anyone wearing that set would outshine him. Sacred gear? A greedy glint flashed into Tojuan's eyes. As someone clad in epic armor, he understood far better than Huang Mao what such gear represented. Huang Mao reached for the orange bow, grinning sheepishly. Sir, about this bow, don't tell anyone else what you've discovered, De Tu Jun said coldly. If you do, I'll take your life along with it. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Huang Mao clutching the bow, as if in a dream. As time passed, More and more adventurers arrived, with small teams entering the dungeon one after another. The Tojuan's assembled team was also ready. Following the strategy provided by Lin Ling, they successfully cleared the difficult level dungeon, becoming the second team to complete it. System notifications rang out in quick succession. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Guidance of the Wicked. Experience reward. 30,000. Obtained Wicked Badge. Increases all attributes by 50 when worn by those with malicious intent or dark attributes. Obtained Wicked Fruit. Consuming it increases all attributes by 500. Can stack with genetic serums. No level restriction. Obtained Divine Elixir of the Rain God. Grants 2 minutes of no cooldown or resource cost for skills. Obtained Tree Core of Life. Essential advanced material for crafting specialized weapons. Obtained Trader's Token. 5-star material for second advancement quests. Obtained Active Skill. Abyssal Gaze 3-day trial. Allows detection of all stealth and hidden information. With a flash of white light, De Jun leveled up from 19 to 20. He gazed at Lin Ling from afar, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. He quickly equipped the Wicked Badge and consumed the Wicked Fruit, relishing the surge of power as his attributes skyrocketed. Lin Ling, no matter how many treasures you have, they'll all belong to Meta Jun. At the foot of Tsuehua Mountain in the Chang'an Bay City, a melodious tune of Xintianyu echoed through the mountains. Oh, the lamb belly handkerchief, with 3 blue stripes meeting face to face is easy, but oh, having a chat is hard. GMO trekked through the hills, his weary expression lighting up the moment he heard the familiar song. The unique geography of Chang'an Bay City prohibited all aircraft from entering the mountains, and even motor vehicles were only allowed up to the halfway point. After hiking for 2 hours, he was finally nearing his destination. Along the way, packs of mountain wolves lurked in and out of sight, prompting GMO to wonder, how had herding managed to survive in this untamed wilderness after the Great Fusion? With these questions in mind, he quickened his pace and climbed onto a ridge, where the sight before him immediately provided the answer. In the valley below, a flock of white sheep grazed leisurely on the grass. More striking, however, was the figure perched on a massive boulder in the center of the valley, a person with their head wrapped in a white lamb's wool scarf, holding a rough wooden bow. Beside them sat a rusted iron bucket filled with arrows. The person sang Xintianyu as they displayed breathtaking archery skills. Their right hand moved so swiftly it was almost imperceptible, releasing arrow after arrow in a seamless line. Each shot struck the wolves at the edge of the valley with deadly precision, hitting their eyes with unerring accuracy. In just 1 second, 18 arrows were loosed, each one lethal. Amazing! GMO exclaimed in astonishment, unable to hold back his praise. This was the person he was looking for, Wang Yilin. Before his words had fully left his mouth, the figure's ears twitched, and their bow was already trained on GMO. In an instant, 18 arrows whistled through the air, forming a precise encircling pattern just 5 centimeters from GMO's body, with exactly 10 centimeters of spacing between each arrow. GMO swallowed hard, but his competitive spirit flared. He activated his invisibility ability, disappearing from sight. Wang Yilin's sharp eyes scanned like a hawk, quickly detecting the faint disturbances in the grass. He raised his bow and fired again, the arrows brushing past GMO's neck as he moved. Though cold sweat drenched him, GMO's Death's Requiem talent enhanced both his invisibility and speed to their peak. Within moments, he crossed 100 meters, reaching the valley floor and leaping directly toward Wang Yilin. Wang Yilin's expression shifted drastically. Just as he was about to retreat, a cold dagger was already pressed against his throat. What are you doing? What's your name? GMO demanded. What's it to you? Wang Yilin retorted in a thick accent, his voice defiant. GMO's dagger pressed in slightly. Spare me. A panicked voice, thick with a regional accent, pleaded. I surrender. Isn't that enough? What's your name? Happy Brother. Your real name? I don't have a real name. I'm really just Happy Brother. Are you going to tell me or not? Wang Yilin. I'm really Wang Yilin. GMO pressed further. S-class talent? Not me. 18 arrows in 1 second? I can shoot 36 arrows. I only do 18 so I don't scare the wolves away. Hearing such an outrageous claim, GMO raised an eyebrow. I've seen arrogance, but never on this level. It's true. All the elders say I'm the best marksman in 100 years. Wang Yilin replied with confidence. Come with me. I'll show you the world beyond this place. I'm not going. Do you think I'm an idiot? Just because you say so, I'll follow you? Suddenly, GMO conjured an orange Star Moon longbow in his hand. Come with me, and this bow is yours. Wang Yilin's eyes lit up, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he still shook his head. I have to tend to my sheep. Tending sheep won't get you anywhere. Come with me. GMO urged. I'm happy here. Tending sheep will only bury your talent. Out there, you'll be like a tiger unleashed into the wild. I'm happy. As soon as those words were spoken, all eyes in the room instantly turned toward the speaker. Someone immediately pulled out their phone to check the dungeon strategy guide, and after confirming it, they eagerly led their team into the dungeon. Data Jun frowned deeply and also took out his phone to search, but after reading the guide, his expression darkened. While the online guide looked different in format from the one Lin Ling had sold him, the core strategies for clearing the dungeon were exactly the same. Lin Ling! Data Jun's furious roar echoed outside the dungeon. At that moment, Lin Ling was leading his team toward the dungeon entrance. Hearing the shout, he turned around and asked, "What's the matter? Where did you get the Abyss Dungeon strategy guide you sold me?" Data Jun asked, enunciating each word with barely contained rage. "Found it online. That post has been up for over a year," Lin Ling replied nonchalantly. Data Jun's face turned bright red, and it seemed like a surge of rage was boiling within him. You scammed me," he stammered, pointing at Lin Ling with a trembling finger. "You begged me to sell it to you," Lin Ling retorted calmly. Unable to suppress his anger any longer, Data Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood, the scene shockingly dramatic. Turning back around, Lin Ling said indifferently, "Start the dungeon. Nightmare level." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them vanished into the portal. The onlookers outside finally reacted. What level did they just enter? Wait, did I hear that right? Nightmare level? Are you kidding me? I can't even handle the normal level. There's no way they'll make it. I bet they'll be out in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, a glint of malice flashed in Data Jun's eyes as he quickly dialed a number. "Grandpa, I want to kill someone." There was silence on the other end before a voice responded. "If you're calling me, it means you're not confident. Don't act rashly. They'll send your Uncle Wu Hu to handle it." After hanging up, Data Jun stared at the dungeon portal, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Lin Ling, when you come out, it'll be the end for you. You brought this on yourself by offending someone you shouldn't have." Inside the dungeon, Lin Ling's eyes also gleamed with a cold light. He could clearly sense Data Jun's murderous intent and had already marked his name with a red cross in his mental ledger. At the same time, Shang Biao and the others were staring at the nightmare-level dungeon notification, too stunned to speak. "Boss Lin, how are we going to handle this? Are you going to use forbidden spells again?" Feng Ji asked expectantly. "This time, it's harder to aggro the mobs. The difficulty has increased a lot," Lin Ling explained as he stepped past the red line. Instead of 5 Abyss Scouts, they were met with 50 larger, more menacing monsters. Lin Ling used Hero's Eye on one of the Abyss Scouts. Abyss Scout, Elite Tier, Dungeon Monster, Abyss Archer. Level, 60. HP, 25,000. Physical damage, 4,500. Defense, 2,500. The stats of these mobs were more formidable than the boss of a normal level dungeon. A single mistake could lead to casualties. Staring at the 50 Abyss Scouts, Shang Biao and the others couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was way beyond what any newbie could handle. Thankfully, they had a cheat code level captain. The 4 of them simultaneously broke into expressions of sheer delight. Lin Ling, calculating their next move, spoke in a steady tone, "Follow me and charge ahead. Don't worry about being attacked." Seeing the trust in his teammates' eyes and their firm nods, he decisively drew out his staff. The passive skill of Elemental Guardian had just finished its cooldown. Meteor Shower, Unleash. As a melodious incantation rang out, Lin Ling precisely controlled the range of the forbidden spell, enveloping the entire Abyss dungeon. Torrents of scorching fire rained down like a dense meteor shower, targeting only the monsters with pinpoint accuracy under his meticulous control. Seizing the momentum, the group advanced steadily, with meteors striking relentlessly wherever they went, annihilating the dense clusters of enemies. Even though the Abyss Passage was almost completely clogged with monsters, nothing could halt their progress. Before long, all the Abyss Scouts were reduced to ashes under the overwhelming meteor storm. However, when the boss finally appeared, an unexpected scene unfolded. The Abyss boss, upon seeing Lin Ling approaching with the meteor shower in tow, turned and fled immediately. In the ensuing chase, despite the boss's desperate attempts to escape, it could not shake off Lin Ling's relentless pursuit. Cornered, the boss let out a deafening roar, shaking the ground violently at the end of the passage. A deep, bottomless fissure split open. Before Lin Ling could react, the boss leapt into the abyss. Trying to escape? Lin Ling instantly channeled all his mental energy, directing the meteor shower to cascade into the abyss. Amidst the boss's final, despairing roar, the system notification chimed. "You have been cursed by the boss. For the next hour, you cannot recover health from damage. Congratulations on defeating the Abyss Wellkeeper and achieving the first nightmare level clear of the Abyss Well dungeon." A flurry of system messages followed in rapid succession. Completion rating, experience rewards, level ups, and more. Each class reached levels 29 and 30, with additional experience stored in their experience pools. Finally came a series of generous rewards. abyss keys, mystery boxes, various equipment, and skill books. However, a few of the reward names left Lin Ling both amused and bewildered. Climax spell? Hair combustion technique? These peculiar skill names sparked an uncontrollable curiosity within him. Lin Ling carefully examined the items he had acquired. The first was an abyssal key, a unique item that immediately caught his attention. It allowed the holder to bypass dungeon cooldowns and enter instances solo at any time. Next, he flipped through two skill books. The first was a level 30 spell called Tidal Surge, which summoned a massive 10-meter-high wave. Not only could it knock back enemies, but it also dealt 300 of the caster's spell damage. The second book made Lin Ling's expression turn peculiar. It was a skill book for Fate Mage's Call, Hair Combustion Curse. This level 30 skill placed a curse on the target, causing their hair to spontaneously ignite whenever they cast a skill for 3 days. Each ignition also had a chance to grow a green mushroom, which granted the caster experience points. Fate Mages, Lin Ling mused to himself. This was an extremely rare hidden class, typically awakened as a secondary profession during the 2nd, 5th, or 8th class advancements. Due to the scarcity of skill books, most Fate Mages struggled to achieve significant power. However, once they reached the 5th advancement, they could master prophecy, and by the 7th, they could evolve it into grand prophecy. Fate magic was divided into 3 types: curses, blessings, and prophecies. The hair combustion curse clearly fell under the curse category. As an all-class mage, Lin Ling didn't hesitate to learn the skill. He could already imagine the spectacular potential of turning this ability into a forbidden spell. Glancing at his skill list, he noticed that the Wind Surge spell he had learned earlier was still awaiting a proper name. While the Mushroom Head skill was amusing, Lin Ling was more eager to obtain an offensive forbidden spell. With his refined mental energy, even a powerful area effect forbidden spell could be wielded as a single target weapon if used strategically. As he pondered over his naming dilemma, his eyes landed on the Heart of Cooldown. This item's second active ability allowed him to unlock the usage of any skill once every 2 hours. Without hesitation, he used it to reset the cooldown of the forbidden spell naming ability. "I'll name Wind Surge Tornado," he declared. With the naming complete, the wind spell automatically upgraded to a forbidden spell. When cast, it unleashed a tornado containing 10,800 wind blades, dealing true damage. The caster could manipulate its size using mental energy, with the default being a kilometer-wide apocalyptic storm. The system also rewarded him for reaching level 30, with a one-time use of the spell at no cost, and promised additional rewards upon his second advancement. Lin Ling glanced at the system panel and couldn't help but smile. The notification about acquiring 2 pieces of the Ming King set and 1 piece of divine equipment instantly lifted his spirits. If he could complete the set, it would easily sell for billions. Instead of immediately checking the equipment stats, his attention was drawn to the golden glow flashing in the taskbar. Clicking on it quickly, a system notification appeared. "Progress on Alice's commission, 601300. Congratulations, you've received a permanent 200 attribute boost." Following that, the second job advancement quest was triggered automatically with a 5-star difficulty level. The quest required him to collect the following items: Trader's Token not yet obtained, 1 piece of legendary equipment obtained, 1 piece of divine equipment obtained, 1 silver tier first clear emblem obtained, 1 gold tier first clear emblem obtained, 5 rare items. Feeling the significant boost in his attributes, Lin Ling's smile remained bright. However, when he saw the Trader's Token still listed as not obtained, his expression turned slightly serious. It was clear that acquiring this item wouldn't be easy. It would likely cost a fortune. Turning to the 4 companions, Shang Biao and his team, Lin Ling didn't even need to speak. The 4 of them, as if on cue, handed over all their equipment of orange tier quality or higher. Lin Ling accepted everything without hesitation and then said, "I need your help with something. If you get it done, you can consider your debt to me cleared." The 4 were instantly overjoyed, and Shang Biao, his face flushed with excitement, declared, "Boss Lin, just say the word. My life is yours. Once we're out, I need you to spread the word that I was cursed by the boss and gravely injured. Also, I need you to keep Zhang Ming off my back," Lin Ling said calmly. Shang Biao was about to ask a question when he suddenly realized Lin Ling's intentions. This was a plan to draw out enemies and eliminate potential threats. "Don't ask too many questions. The less you know, the better it is for you," Lin Ling instructed further. "Tonight, don't rest. Level up to 30 as soon as possible and complete your job advancements. Remember not to leave the Xianzhou base city. If a warrior mission appears tomorrow afternoon, make sure to take it, but don't overexert yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the dungeon space abruptly darkened, and the 5 of them were teleported out. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar due to the first clear announcement. The news that a decades-old, nightmare tier beginner dungeon had been cleared sent shockwaves through the community. Among domestic players, discussions were heated. "Am I seeing things? Someone actually cleared a nightmare tier dungeon? It's them again, they must be cheating. It's gotta be Yi Xiao. He's incredible. On the international stage, however, the atmosphere turned grim. In the Eagle Nation's new land-based city, high-ranking officials were plotting to send a Terminator to Xianzhou. In Dadong-based city, a 6th-class Earth ninja named Yamamoto Ichiro was so furious that he shattered a stone table. Without hesitation, he donned his epic tier black ninja uniform and vanished into a blur, heading straight for Xianzhou. The samurai watching Yamamoto depart looked on with admiration in their eyes. Lord Yamamoto's speed has reached Mach 5. Even 7th-class powerhouses can't detect his movements. Outside the abyssal well dungeon, Lin Ling darted swiftly into the depths of the forest, his sudden departure catching the attention of those nearby. "What's up with Lin Ling?" someone asked in confusion. Shang Biao quickly explained. "He's been cursed by the boss and can't recover his health." The statement was like a spark, igniting the greed in the crowd. "You four cleared the nightmare dungeon, right? You must gotten some good loot," someone probed cautiously. And he responded bluntly. Lin Ling took all the orange and red gear. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as the revelation spread. Without hesitation, a dozen well-equipped professionals gave chase, with De Tu Jun and Shang Jun quietly following behind. "This is bad, they're going after Lin Ling." Zhang Ming realized the danger and was about to pursue when someone grabbed his arm. "Zhang, wait. I've got something amazing to show you." Deep in the forest, the pursuing professionals had already devised a plan. "Lin Ling is actually Yi Xiao. That news will spread fast. This is our only chance, we can't let him live." "Agreed. Attack together, keep him at a distance, and well divide the loot later." A chilling gust swept through the air, causing the group to halt. De Tu Jun emerged from behind, his eyes glinting maliciously. "I know where he is," he sneered, pointing at a cedar tree. Second branch attacked together. Under the power of abyssal gaze, Lin Ling's stealth was completely exposed. Without hesitation, the group unleashed their skills. Arrows and spells rained down like a storm, and with a deafening roar, the tree was obliterated into fragments. "Ha ha ha, strength in numbers. No matter how strong he is, he's done for." The group was already laying claim to the loot. "That warhammer is mine. I want 2 orange pieces." Suddenly, a mocking voice emerged from the cloud of splinters. "Done attacking? That's all you've got? If you're finished, it's my turn." The group turned sharply, eyes widening as Lin Ling stepped out of the swirling dust, clad in diamond armor with his health bar untouched. De Tu Jun roared. "He'll take the lead, everyone. Attack!" Activating Thunder God's Descent, his attributes skyrocketed tenfold. But just then, Lin Ling raised his hand, revealing a dozen glowing orange scrolls. "Not good. Advanced magic scrolls. Run!" Someone shouted in terror, recognizing the deadly items. Panic swept through the group, and they scattered in every direction. Trying to leave now? Too late. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smirk. The magic scroll in his hand glowed with a dangerous light. "I declare you guilty." Without giving his opponents any time to react, multiple scrolls were flung out in an instant. Brilliant magical lights exploded in the air. The fiery red of the explosive fire dragon, the deep purple of the flamed demon golem, the electric glow of the thunder dragon's roar, and the fierce winds brought by the storm god's sigh. The grand spells instantly enveloped more than a dozen people. Amidst the deafening roars, screams echoed one after another. As the dust began to settle, system notifications flashed continuously. The kill notifications for 15 combatants appeared one after another, yet Zhao Yijuan's name was nowhere to be seen. Lin Ling frowned slightly, only to see Big Head Jun staggering to his feet. His battle robe was in tatters, smoke rising from his body, his face scorched and smeared with blood. His health bar was down to just a quarter. "Lin Ling, you're dead." Big Head Jun roared. "Out of magic scrolls? Do you have any idea of the price you'll pay for attacking me? I'll kill you, your friends, your family, everyone connected to you." Explosive fireball. Lin Ling raised his radiant staff, cutting off the threats. A blazing fireball roared through the air. Big Head Jun's pupils contracted as he quickly activated a magic scroll. An earthen shield materialized in front of him. "Don't think you're the only one with magic scrolls. Even if you're wearing divine gear, you won't break through this earth element defensive shield." The fireball exploded violently, barely denting the shield's health bar. Big Head Jun sneered and threw out another advanced magic scroll. A roaring fire dragon lunged toward Lin Ling. "Die for me." However, Lin Ling was once again enveloped in a diamond armor, rendering the spell powerful enough to rival a 4th-class expert's attack completely ineffective. When Lin Ling's hand lit up with another silver glowing scroll, Big Head Jun finally panicked. "How do you have so many advanced magic scrolls?" "Lin Ling, we can talk this out." Lin Ling remained silent as a gold element magic scroll shot through the air. The massive spear shattered the shield in an instant, followed closely by another explosive fireball. "Lin Ling, stop. Let's talk this through." Big Head Jun's health bar plummeted rapidly. Lin Ling, my grandfather is Zhao Longqing, a former major general of the Dragon Nation. If you dare to kill. Before he could finish, the fireball blew apart his skull. The system notification popped up. You have successfully killed combatant Zhao Yijuan. Such a chatterbox. Lin Ling snorted coldly, swiftly stepping forward to loot the body. A series of system notifications followed, rewarding him with an array of rare items and the completion of a 5-star class advancement quest. As a reward, he gained the Elemental Child talent, double attribute bonuses, free attribute points, and the Forbidden Spell Name Master secondary talent, Heaven's Gaze. The moment the experience seal was successfully unlocked, Lin Ling was bombarded with system notifications flashing in quick succession. Experience points accumulated in the pool poured into the experience bar like a waterfall, triggering the supernatural blessing, which instantly reset all skill cooldowns. Then came a series of system prompts. His summoning and necromancy classes both advanced to level 32, making him the first rookie to achieve a second-tier class. As a special reward, 2 dungeon entry tickets were quietly added to his inventory, while a nationwide announcement and the Dragon Nation rookie rankings were set to go live in 10 minutes. Without time to fully process the overwhelming stream of system messages, Lin Ling acted decisively. He launched a blazing fireball, which struck the corpse of the big-head soldier with pinpoint accuracy. The fireball exploded with a thunderous boom, reducing the corpse to a cloud of blood mist. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A small, palm-sized blue-purple lightning orb shot out from the mist, heading straight for Lin Ling's chest. Just as it was about to make contact, it was stopped by an invisible force. Reacting swiftly, Lin Ling reached out and seized the mysterious orb in his palm. The system immediately displayed its details, an S-grade source of talent, which could only be obtained when a superclass professional killed an opponent with a talent level exceeding S-grade. The item description revealed that professionals of the same class could attempt to absorb it, with only a 50 success rate. Failure would result in instant death, but success would grant not only the corresponding talent, but also unlock a second class. Even more enticing, if the user already possessed a talent of the same attribute, it could evolve to a higher grade. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Ling immediately activated his newly acquired superclass talent, Heaven's Gaze. In an instant, a bird's eye view of the surrounding 1,000-mile radius unfolded in his mind, dotted with countless lights of varying intensities. At that moment, 4 red lights were moving toward him. One deep red light was slowly advancing from the direction of Kyoto Bay City. 2 faintly red lights were approaching from Akiyano Lonbu City at a speed of 150 miles per hour, estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. And the last light, originating from Dadong Bay City, was streaking rapidly past Xuanfu Bay City at incredible speed. A sense of unease gripped Lin Ling as he realized something was amiss. The rapidly moving red light suddenly accelerated, and in an instant, it overlapped with his current location. Before Lin Ling could retreat, the surrounding light dimmed abruptly, and a cold, hoarse voice echoed through the forest. Well, I never expected Lin Ling to actually be Yi Xiao. The Dragon Nation's leadership must be desperate to let a talent like you roam freely. It seems the Dragon Nation's luck has run its course. A chilling sensation crawled down Lin Ling's spine, as if a venomous snake had coiled around him. He spun around sharply and saw a man clad in tight-fitting clothes hovering midair, staring at him with a sinister gaze. The information from the hero's eye instantly surfaced in Lin Ling's mind. Yamamoto Ichiro, codename Kuro, a 6th Earth Ninja. Talent rating, S-class. His strongest skill, Divine Stealth Clone. His stats were astonishing. HP 523,000, Mana 128,745, Physical damage 924,950, Magic damage 26,636, Stamina 46,000, Strength 154,600, Intelligence 25,749, Agility 50,092. Combat Power Rating, 12 stars. Potential. Near its limit, with no hope of breaking through to the 7th turn in his lifetime. Lin Ling quickly analyzed the situation. With his current strength, a direct confrontation would mean certain death. His only chance was the forbidden spell, Tornado, but it required the opponent to remain stationary. If Yamamoto dodged, the spell would fail completely. He had 2 other options. The first was to use the wind-based forbidden spell 1,000 miles away to banish Yamamoto 500 kilometers away. However, with Yamamoto's speed of Mach 5, he could return in no more than 5 minutes, leaving Lin Ling no choice but to retreat into the abyssal dungeon. The second option was to use the Reign of the Arcane God, a rare artifact he obtained from General Big Head's stash. This item could enable 2 minutes of skill usage without cooldown or resource consumption. In his previous life, such an item was priceless, valued at billions of blue star coins, and typically only owned by 7th-turn powerhouses. As Lin Ling weighed his options, Yamamoto spoke. I'll give you a chance. Swear loyalty to the divine realm and pledge allegiance to the great Sakura Empire, and I will spare your life." Faced with this generous offer, Lin Ling smirked with disdain. There was a scumbag named Kato who said something similar before. Do you want to know how I responded? Yamamoto narrowed his eyes, his long, graying brows twitching slightly. How did you respond? Sakura Empire? Not even a dog would go there. But Kaioru. Yamamoto roared in fury, and the temperature of the entire forest plummeted. Just as the tension reached its peak, an elderly voice suddenly interjected. Well said, couldn't agree more. That wretched Sakura Empire? Not even a dog would go there. The voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint the speaker's exact location. Yamamoto's pupils contracted instantly, his muscles tensed, and his vigilance was evident. Lin Ling's breathing involuntarily quickened. From a divine bird's eye view, he could clearly see the blood-red dot, which had been moving slowly, suddenly traverse hundreds of miles in an instant and overlap with his position. Who? Yamamoto shouted sharply, drawing his katana in a flash. A sharp blade of light slashed straight toward Lin Ling, so fast it left no room for evasion. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to activate his 1,000-miles-away skill, he saw the unstoppable blade suddenly freeze midair, as if time had halted at that point. Yamamoto's expression changed drastically, and his figure vanished, retreating rapidly into the distance. From the divine vantage point, Lin Ling saw the red, representing Yamamoto, flash tens of miles away. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in a white robe appeared out of thin air in front of Yamamoto. With a soft chant from the old man, time seemed to reverse, forcing Yamamoto to fly backward and return to his original position. Lin Ling, don't worry. With me, Jiang Shani, here, no petty scoundrels from Hua Island can harm you in the slightest, the old man said with a smile. In the next instant, the blade that had been aimed at Lin Ling abruptly reversed direction, piercing straight into Yamamoto's forehead. Blood and brain matter gushed from the wound, and his health bar emptied instantly. Witnessing the fall of a peak-tier 6th-turn Earth ninja like this, even Lin Ling, who had lived 3 lifetimes, couldn't help but swallow hard. Jiang Shani stepped toward Yamamoto's corpse, but suddenly frowned. Why is there no kill notification? Before his words fully landed, the body on the ground exploded violently. Although Jiang Shani teleported 5 meters away in an instant, a few drops of blood still splattered on him. Damn it! He was about to curse when his expression suddenly changed. A poison notification appeared above his head, and he was immobilized for 3 seconds. The passive defensive artifact on his body immediately activated, forming an impenetrable protective shield around him. At that moment, a shadow silently appeared behind Lin Ling. A glinting dagger aimed directly at his back. It was Yamamoto Ichiro's S-tier talent skill, Phantom Clone. Although the clone only had 1/3 of the original stats, it dealt true damage. Unless both the original and the clone were killed simultaneously, the clone would automatically transform into the original after 7 days, albeit at 1 level lower. Jiang Shani's face was filled with regret and self-reproach. He knew all too well what these 3 seconds could mean for the prophesied child standing before him. Yet, just then, an eerie song echoed through the forest. Invincible. How lonely it is to be invincible. As the dagger struck Lin Ling's back, a diamond armor materialized on him out of nowhere. A massive red damage number appeared above Lin Ling's head, causing both Yamamoto Ichiro and Jiang Shani to gasp in shock. Especially Yamamoto Ichiro after delivering the strike. A foreboding sense of unease crept into his heart. At that moment, a melodious song echoed once again from all directions. Love is like a gust of wind. It comes and goes, leaving us powerless against its rhythm. Yamamoto Ichiro felt an intense surge of danger and decisively struck again. Another streak of crimson damage numbers appeared, yet Lin Ling remained standing firm. This was the crucial moment when the diamond armor's 10 million health points demonstrated its value. Yamamoto's eyes widened in fury as he realized he had lost his final chance to attack. Just as he was about to retreat, Lin Ling's lips curved into a faint smile. Have you ever heard of a tornado? He asked. A sense of impending doom enveloped Yamamoto instantly. He turned to flee, but it was too late. A strange current of air had already surrounded him. Centered on Lin Ling, a massive tornado roared into existence, reaching from the ground to the heavens. The colossal storm swept through everything in its path. Towering trees were uprooted, sand and stones spiraled into the sky as if tearing through the firmament. Jiang Shani stood frozen in shock, watching the scene unfold as cracks spread across the shield protecting him. How is this possible? Yamamoto Ichiro's bloodshot eyes widened further, but before he could finish his sentence, the tornado consumed him. Against the fury of the wind dragon, he was as insignificant as an ant. The song continued to resonate. Oh, love comes too fast, like a tornado, trapped in the storm with no escape. Countless wind blades ravaged the tornado, reducing Yamamoto Ichiro to a skeleton in the blink of an eye. The apocalyptic storm carved a 100-meter-wide path of destruction through the abyssal well forest, leaving a gaping void in its wake. When the tornado finally dissipated, Jiang Shani snapped out of his daze. He hadn't even noticed when his immobilization status had been lifted. By now, his shield was gone, and he looked utterly disheveled like a refugee from Siberia. Staring at Lin Ling's thin silhouette and the miraculous forest pathway before him, Jiang Shani's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. A rookie who had awakened less than 2 days ago had just cast a forbidden spell in front of him and killed a 6th-tier Earth ninja? Who could possibly believe such an absurd event? Breathing heavily, Jiang Shani's gaze burned as he fixed his eyes on Lin Ling, as if appraising a rare treasure. He had already made up his mind could no longer allow Lin Ling to grow unchecked. There must be some profound secret hidden within this individual. Sensing Jiang Shani's intense scrutiny, Lin Ling remained on high alert and immediately activated his hero's eye. Jiang Shani's attribute panel appeared before him. Name, Jiang Shani. Codename, the older, the wiser profession. Chronomancer and Spatiomancer talent. SS rank temporal apostle level. 205 2.29 health. 15,323,000 mana. 18,937,592 physical damage. 5,110,175 magical damage. 23,204,617 stamina. 424,820 strength, 146,005 intelligence, 1,003,949 agility, 150,092 combat power rating, 84 stars. Even though Lin Ling had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The terrifying power of a 7th-tier expert was overwhelming. Over 15 million health points and nearly 19 million mana, enough to cast 19 forbidden spells. No wonder Jiang Shani had effortlessly subdued a 6th-tier ninja. The gap was insurmountable. Though Lin Ling didn't sense hostility, a deep wariness arose within him. He pondered silently. Should I take advantage of the Divine Mage's blessing and unleash a series of forbidden spells to attempt to eliminate this Grand Magister? Lin Ling weighed the possibility of taking down Jiang Shani, but quickly dismissed the dangerous idea. He checked his skill bar and confirmed that the zero-cost release opportunity he had earned when naming the tornado was still intact, and the passive ability of the elemental child had not been used. This meant he still held a trump card, a massively powerful forbidden spell that could save his life. If this 7-turn powerhouse had any ill intentions toward him, Lin Ling could activate the spell from miles away and eliminate him. Even a 7-turn Grand Magus would find it impossible to escape the inescapable nature of this ability. Kid, you're pretty good. Don't be so tense. With me here, no one can harm. Jiang Shani's words abruptly trailed off, and his face flushed red with embarrassment. He had already said this earlier, but the truth was, if this young man didn't have real skills, he might already be dead by now. A pang of guilt surged in Jiang Shani's heart. Ahem. Jiang Shani coughed awkwardly to cover his discomfort. Kid, let's go. Have a drink with me and we'll chat. His tone was unusually warm and friendly, lacking the arrogance one might expect from a 7-turn powerhouse. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ling put on a pitiful expression and replied, No way. If I didn't have a trump card earlier, the one lying dead on the ground now would have been me. Seeing Lin Ling's aggrieved demeanor, Jiang Shani's guilt deepened. What a pitiable child, he thought. Despite awakening an SS-level talent and having a promising future, Lin Ling had been branded as useless due to the nation's crisis. He must have endured countless sneers and grievances these past 2 days, and now he had nearly lost his life due to Jiang Shani's carelessness. The nation owed him, and Jiang Shani felt he personally owed him as well. He resolved to properly compensate this young man and heal the wounds in his heart. Just as Lin Ling was about to seize the chance to demand compensation, he keenly noticed that the 2 red dots he had observed earlier were rapidly approaching. Jiang Shani also seemed to sense this, as a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, followed by a cold smirk. His figure instantly turned incorporeal, floating like a ghost in midair. The next moment, more than a dozen figures appeared from the north, breaking through the air, while a few others concealed themselves within the dense treetops to the west. Lin Ling immediately activated his hero's eye to discern the identities of the newcomers. Leading the group from the north was a 6th-turn assassin of European descent named Arcadia, whose gaze was filled with undisguised killing intent directed at Lin Ling. The other group was led by a Chinese 6th-turn assassin named Zhao Wuhu, who bore a striking resemblance to a military commander. Both groups clearly harbored malicious intent. Their eyes swept across the 1,000-meter vacuum zone created by Lin Ling's wind-based forbidden spell, momentarily showing astonishment. However, they quickly refocused their attention on Lin Ling. Lin Ling? Arcadia stared at him coldly. You match the photo. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Yishio, right? Lin Ling's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of indifference flashing in his eyes. He had long anticipated that as he gradually made a name for himself in the cultivation world, the identity of Ishio would inevitably be exposed. Quite arrogant, aren't you? If it's you, then just die. Cardia shouted sharply, his figure darting toward Lin Ling with lightning speed. The orders from above were clear this time: leave no survivors. He chose to attack without hesitation. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly leaped down from the tree atop it. Was Zhao Wuhu. He landed steadily in front of Lin Ling, blocking Cardia's path. Cardia immediately halted his momentum, his eyes filled with caution as he assessed this unexpected opponent. I knew it. How could the Dragon Nation let such a genius take risks alone? So, there was a hidden expert protecting him. But if you think you can shield him, you're far from capable. You misunderstand, Zhao Wuhu said calmly. I'm not here to protect this kid. I could turn a blind eye to your actions, but I have questions for him. Cardia's expression revealed a hint of surprise, but he remained vigilant, merely gesturing for Zhao Wuhu to proceed. Zhao Wuhu looked down at Lin Ling, his tone as condescending as if addressing an ant. Kid, do you know the whereabouts of Zhao Yijuan? This superior attitude stirred a wave of displeasure in Lin Ling's heart. He silently weighed the situation, though he had the power of forbidden spells at his disposal. With so many eyes on him, any misstep could expose his secret. If he acted, it would have to be decisive and leave no loose ends. Zhao Yijuan? Who's that? Is he famous? Lin Ling asked, feigning ignorance. A trace of anger flashed in Zhao Wuhu's eyes. Pointing to the trench carved into the ground by a forbidden spell, he demanded, this place clearly shows signs of a battle. Explain to me exactly what happened here. Lin Ling's lips curved into a mocking smile. The Zhao family truly lives up to its reputation as a military clan. Foreign assassins infiltrate your doorstep, and instead of eliminating them, you treat them with such courtesy. Truly the pillars of the nation, aren't you? You're courting death. Zhao Wuhu erupted in fury, but a Fortern mage standing behind him quickly shook his head, signaling him to restrain himself. Zhao Wuhu let out a cold snort. Kid, do you think my Zhao family's actions are something you can casually judge? In the Dragon Nation, I kill whoever I want, and those I don't want to kill aren't enemies. With just a few words, you think you can incite us to turn on each other. With that, he stepped aside, once again becoming a cold, detached observer. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. It seemed his hope of witnessing a dog-eat-dog spectacle was in vain. A sinister smile flickered in Chaldea's eyes. Ha ha ha. Since you won't make a move, I guess I'll put on a good show for you. Before the words even faded, his figure shot toward Lin Ling like an arrow loosed from a bow. At that critical moment, a cold snort suddenly echoed, as if it came from the depths of hell, sending a violent tremor through Chaldea's mind. His expression changed instantly, and he realized that a hidden master was lurking in the shadows. The sheer power of that single snort, enough to destabilize his focus, revealed this person's terrifyingly strong mental force. A 7-turn expert. Alarm bells rang in Chaldea's mind, but instead of retreating, he surged forward even faster. No one noticed as his right hand flicked, dropping a black, fingernail-sized cube to the ground. This small cube was actually a miniature teleportation array terminal. Once activated, it would allow Meiyue's 7-turn assassins to observe the battlefield and intervene at any moment. Chaldea was determined to take Lin Ling's life today at all costs. Suddenly, Jiang Shani's figure materialized out of thin air. With a mere lift of his staff, Chaldea and the dozen Terminators he had brought along were instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist. The sheer speed and overwhelming power left them no room to resist. Even the 7-turn assassin, observing from thousands of miles away, hesitated at the sight of such devastation. Zhao Wuhu abruptly turned his head. Void explosion technique? Are you Elder Jiang? Jiang Shani cast a cold glance at him. Zhao Wuhu of the Zhao family in Qiulambu City. What are you doing here? My young master, Zhao Yijuan, might be in trouble. The family head sent me to investigate. Zhao Wuhu stammered. Elder Jiang, have you seen him? That little brat isn't dead yet? I haven't seen him here. Now scram. Elder Jiang, Yijuan is my father's most beloved grandson. For the sake of my father's service to the nation, before Zhao Wuhu could finish, a chilling killing intent locked onto him. Seeing the blade-like sharpness in Jiang Shani's eyes, he reluctantly retreated. Lin Ling discreetly rubbed his nose, feeling a pang of regret for missing the chance to use Jiang Shani to eliminate the Zhao family's men. At the same time, the old man's overwhelming strength made Lin Ling increasingly wary. He didn't like the feeling of having his fate controlled by someone else. With such a powerful backer arriving so quickly to support Datu Jun, Lin Ling began calculating his escape plan. Kid, come with me. Jiang Shani demanded harshly. Where to? Are you planning to take me by force too? Lin Ling asked, probing. Jiang Shani's fury flared even hotter, fueled by the Zhao family's despicable actions. Although Zhao Longqing had once served the nation, his descendants had abused their privileged status to commit countless misdeeds. The War God Hall had long wanted to eliminate the Zhao family but lacked concrete evidence to act. Stop asking questions and follow me. Jiang Shani barked, reaching out to grab Lin Ling. Lin Ling's nerves tightened instantly, and he instinctively activated his 1,000 miles away ability. A melodious song began to play in the air. I send you away, 1,000 miles apart, silent black and white, in an era long past. Perhaps love shouldn't be so distant. Jiang Shani froze, baffled. You're playing music? Not bad. It's quite good. Before he could finish his sentence, a violent gust of wind swept him up, launching him skyward like a leaf caught in a storm. In the blink of an eye, he found himself tumbling thousands of miles away. For most people, playing music costs money. For Lin Ling, playing music costs lives. Seeing the Archmage being banished, Lin Ling immediately sprang into action. He quickly donned the mask of disguise and the cloak of the War King. In an instant, his appearance transformed, and his figure vanished. Within a few breaths, he had already darted 1,000 meters away. At that moment, a seemingly inconspicuous black cube, hidden in the forest, suddenly unfolded, transforming into a teleportation array. A shadowy figure emerged from it. It was Aoli Fu. Heaven smiles upon me. This monumental achievement is mine, he sneered coldly, heading straight in the direction where Lin Ling had fled. Although Lin Ling was cloaked in invisibility, Aoli Fu appeared to possess some unique method to precisely track his location. Lin Ling charged out from the northern edge of the deep well forest, intending to take a longer route back to Xuanfu Base City. However, as he surveyed the map through the heavens perspective, he noticed an extraordinarily bright light rapidly approaching. The brightness even surpassed that of Jiang Shani, clearly signaling a dangerous presence. In just 2 breaths, the light had closed in to within 50 meters. As Lin Ling prepared to act, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, he saw a colossal white deer that seemed to block out the sun, with an old man standing atop its back. The man's gaze was sharp and fixed directly on him. Lin Ling's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Wasn't this Jiang Shani, who had just been banished 1,000 miles away? The first of the 3 deputy leaders of the War God Hall, Jiang Shani, was a legendary figure Lin Ling had certainly heard of. Being discovered by someone of such stature, Lin Ling couldn't help but worry whether he might end up being dissected for research. Hee hee. Lin Ling chuckled nervously, his eyes darting toward the hidden 7-turn powerhouse, before turning to flee. With Jiang Shani, a 7-turn powerhouse, in front of him, and Zhao Wuhu, a 6-turn powerhouse behind, not to mention the mysterious 7-turn figure now appearing, he truly found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. However, before he could run far, an invisible giant hand seized him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling found himself standing atop the divine deer's head. Senior. He forced a harmless smile, trying his best to appear non-threatening. You're quite the peculiar one, kid. Are you part porcupine? Why were you running? Jiang Shani said gruffly. From the moment he was swept away by the wind, he had suspected this boy was far from ordinary. Lin Ling thought to himself, would I have run if you weren't chasing me? But aloud, he said, Senior, your presence exudes an invincible aura. Who wouldn't be terrified upon seeing you? This flattery brought a broad smile to Jiang Shani's face. He instinctively used his insight technique to check Lin Ling's attribute panel, only to be met with an unexpected system message. Target cannot be probed. Jiang Shani's eyes instantly filled with astonishment upon seeing the notification. Jiang Shani frowned slightly. As a Tier 7 Grand Magus, he couldn't see through this young boy who had just awakened a few days ago. He pondered deeply. Even an SS-level talent awakener with hidden attribute mechanisms would have limitations. The disparity in strength between Lin Ling and himself made it impossible for this to happen, unless Lin Ling possessed some special artifact or a talent exceeding SS level. Mr. Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Lin Ling said with an awkward smile. You know how hard it is for me to level up with my talent and no resources. I need to go grind. Jiang Shani's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. However, his gaze quickly landed on Lin Ling's equipment. As the Vice Hall Master of the War God Temple and a Tier 7 powerhouse, he recognized the holy set at a glance. His eyes sparkled with amazement. No wonder this kid managed to achieve the first boss kill. His luck was simply extraordinary. He calculated inwardly. The lowest tier holy set should be the level 10 Radiant set, whose rarity was on par with Tier 6 holy sets. From awakening to now, how much time had passed? Lin Ling had already reached the standard set by the War God Temple's Hall Master. Luck is also a part of strength, Jiang Shani said, his smile growing wider. Many prodigies have perished on the path to greatness simply because of bad luck. Don't worry. From now on, you'll have endless resources at your disposal. Satisfied, he asked, I can't see your level, but being able to wear the holy set, you must be level 10 by now, right? Seeing Lin Ling just rub his nose without answering, Jiang Shani continued, Why aren't you saying anything? It's okay, your old brother here won't laugh at you. Don't tell me you're not level 10 yet? At that moment, a nationwide announcement suddenly popped up. Congratulations to Yishio from Xuanfu Bay City for successfully completing the second advancement. Reward, Dungeon Entry Ticket 2. As this year's first second advancement professional, the newcomer leaderboard is now open. Zhang Shani immediately opened the leaderboard, and the top rankings came into view. The leader was none other than Yishio, level 32. His breathing grew heavier as he slowly turned to look at Lin Ling. Already at the second advancement? Lin Ling nodded. You're Yishio, aren't you? Zhang Shani licked his dry lips, his expression full of disbelief. Lin Ling knew there was no way to hide it, so she could only nod helplessly and admit it. Zhang Shani felt his left eyelid twitching violently and quickly turned to check out other leaderboards. The rankings for new players' magic damage, physical damage, strength attributes, intelligence attributes, equipment, and more appeared before his eyes one by one. As he instinctively clicked on these rankings, the scene in front of him made his heart race faster and faster until he almost forgot to breathe. On every new player leaderboard, Yishio's name stood proudly at the top. This wasn't just a new player leaderboard. It was practically Lin Ling's personal attribute panel. Zhang Shani couldn't help but marvel inwardly had been worried earlier that the child of the rules wouldn't last 7 days. But now it seemed those concerns were completely unnecessary. Just then, the national chat channel of Longwa Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. Whoa, Yishio is totally insane. Second job change on the second day of awakening? Breaking a global record that stood for 100 years. I haven't slept for 2 days and I'm only level 13. The gap is just ridiculous. First place on every leaderboard? This is too strong. When the news broke that Lin Ling was actually Yishio, the discussions on the chat channel became even more heated. Lin Ling? You mean the one with the SSS trash talent? Brother Lin Ling, my last name is I, please add me as a friend. Did you guys notice the equipment leaderboard? The first place is a full set of Divine Radiance gear. Soon, doubts began to rise. The child of the rules leveling difficulty is more than 200 times higher than others. Right now, he's ahead because of his equipment advantage, but he's bound to be overtaken later. That Divine Radiance set should go to a truly promising professional player. It would benefit Longwa's future development more. The chat channel fell into a brief silence, followed by an even fiercer debate. Hand over the Divine Radiance set. This is just robbery disguised as logic. My dad's the mayor, and he says the child of the rules is useless. Everyone, head to Xuanfu Bay City and demand Lin Ling hand over his gear. With the instigation of hired trolls, the calls for Lin Ling to give up his equipment grew louder and louder. A storm was quietly brewing. But all of this would ultimately prove futile, for Lin Ling's rise was already an unstoppable force. Zhang Shani forced himself to calm his turbulent emotions and slowly turned his head to look at the seemingly innocent young man beside him. This boy, who appeared harmless and unassuming, was nothing short of an unprecedented anomaly. In the century since the fusion of the divine realm with reality, no one had ever managed to complete a second-class advancement by the second day, let alone dominate all the ranking categories in a single day. It seemed the concerns of the Hall Master were entirely unnecessary. This so-called child of prophecy's growth was unstoppable. Kid, reaching level 32 in 16 professions within 2 days? How did you level up so fast? Zhang Shani couldn't help but ask. Level up? I've never really focused on leveling up. It doesn't interest me, Lin Ling replied earnestly. Zhang Shani suddenly recalled the scene of the tornado from that day, and his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He cleared his throat to mask his awkwardness. Ahem. Kid, we need to have a proper talk. Zhang Shani, from the Hall of War. He deliberately softened his tone, but the shock within him refused to subside. That terrifying speed of leveling up, the clean and decisive defeat of a 6th-class ninja, and the incomprehensible forbidden magic. Any one of these feats would outshine his peers. No wonder Ninshu was utterly captivated by this boy. And these were clearly not the full extent of the youth's abilities. He seemed to possess a precognitive talent as well. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Shanyi's brows furrowed, and his tone turned firm. Young man, I want to know everything about you. Sorry, I don't want to expose my talents. Once they're revealed, they'll face endless trouble. Lin Ling declined outright. Ha ha ha, don't worry. What kind of talents haven't I seen before? With me around, there won't be any trouble, Zhang Shani said with a laugh, though an undeniable authority laced his voice. Lin Ling's gaze suddenly sharpened, and the artifact rain dew of the mage god quietly appeared in his hand. His eyes locked onto a slowly moving light point in the shadows, and he said in a deep voice, I've made it clear that I don't want anyone to know my secrets. If you insist on forcing me, I'd rather go down fighting. Ha ha ha. How many years has it been since someone dared to speak to me like this? Zhang Shani burst into laughter. And from a mere boy, no less. But I like it. Too bad I don't have a daughter or granddaughter. A mischievous thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, wanted to see how this boy would contend with him. In an instant, an overwhelming aura, akin to divine might, enveloped Lin Ling. Yet, just then, an intense sense of danger surged within Jiang Shanyi's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's body began to radiate a dazzling light, and a diamond armor materialized around him in an instant. Without hesitation, he activated the precious artifact known as the Reign of the Mage God. Although Jiang Shani seemed trustworthy, Lin Ling had no intention of revealing his greatest secret to someone he had only known for less than half an hour. Since peaceful negotiation was off the table, strength would have to do the talking. Lin Ling triggered the artifact's effect. For 120 seconds, all his skills would have no cooldown. As the countdown began, the sky darkened dramatically, and blood-red clouds surged across the heavens, spreading over a 100-mile radius in moments. The Lingxiao heavenly deer let out a piercing wail as its body trembled violently, plummeting uncontrollably toward the ground. This sight caused Jiang Shani's expression to darken instantly, though the deer was a subdivine beast with strength rivaling his own. Such terror could only be induced by an overwhelming, destructive power. Jiang Shani's head snapped upward, his weathered face etched with shock. At that moment, a chaotic melody echoed through the air. I'll take you to watch the meteor shower fall upon this earth. Purple lightning, this profound true flame. Heavenly sword of the nine skies, an earth-shaking transformation. Eaves like cliffs, wind chimes like vast seas. I await the return of the swallows. Lin Ling seemed to lose himself in madness, unleashing 16 meteor showers in rapid succession. The dense fire meteors filled the sky, blocking out the sun. This was the ultimate mastery of a forbidden spell, namer spells that required no cost, no cooldown, and could be cast instantaneously. He had transformed into a forbidden spellunching machine, raining down meteor showers, lightning strikes, and tornadoes as if they were limitless resources, all aimed at a spot 30 meters behind him. Lin Ling could keenly sense the killing intent of a hidden, seven-turn powerhouse targeting him. If that was the case, then this individual would serve as the chicken to warn the monkeys. Jiang Shani stood frozen in place, his face full of bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Oref was utterly dumbfounded. He had been preparing to make a move, only to find that this young man was actually about to take on a grand archmage of the Dragon Kingdom. What caught him even more off guard was that the overwhelming barrage of forbidden spells was aimed directly at him. In a panic, Oref summoned a large black bowl to shield himself. This defensive artifact, with its 80 million health points, should have been able to withstand 2 forbidden spells from a grand archmage. But as he gazed up at the sky and saw the swarm of meteor-like fire spell snow, fewer than 10 in total, his eyes widened in disbelief. To make matters worse, 8 towering tornadoes followed closely behind, their wind blades wreaking havoc in the air, while countless spheres of lightning turned the sky an eerie shade of purple. In an instant, the surrounding 100-mile radius was transformed into a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The defensive barrier above Ao Li Fo's head shattered under the impact of the forbidden spell, and his already dwindling health points dropped to 0. Lin Ling glanced at the kill notification that appeared before him, a smug smile curling at the corner of his lips. There's still time for more forbidden spells. The old man should get a taste of this too. Before the words even fully left his mouth, another wave of forbidden magic surged toward Jiang Shanyi's location. The earth-shaking battle immediately alarmed the entire northern region of Long Country. Within the 100-mile radius, professional players of all levels, newcomers and veterans alike, were left frozen in shock by the sudden spectacle. Can someone tell me what's going on? Is this a showdown between archmages? This is ridiculous. I was farming rabbits in Xuanfu and got hit by a forbidden spell. I fled to Kiwilambu City to farm goblins, and another forbidden spell hit me. Finally made it to the capital, and guess what? Still can't escape the forbidden spells. One day, I'll stand at the top of the mountain and make the newbies feel the terror of being dominated by forbidden spells. Simultaneously, red alerts blared across all the base cities within a 1,000-mile radius. High-level experts, those who had reached the 5th tier and above, rushed toward the scene. Some flew in fighter jets, some rode beasts, and others soared through the air unaided. However, as they approached the 100-mile radius, an invisible force blocked their way, rendering them unable to proceed further. A massive azure dragon, over 100 meters long, ascended into the sky. Atop it stood a middle-aged man clad in heavy silver armor, Zhong Wu Gai, one of the 3 deputy temple masters of the Temple of War and a 7th-tier Sky Knight. His expression was grave as he gazed toward the battlefield. Is Mei Wei attacking us? Beside him, another middle-aged man in light silver armor stared intently ahead. This was Tu Nand Yi, a deputy temple master of the Temple of War and a 7th-tier divine archer, the strongest archer in Long Country. His sharp, hawk-like eyes seemed to pierce through the layers of tornadoes. I don't think it's Mei Wei. Didn't you notice? These forbidden spells haven't caused any real harm to the players leveling up. Old 2. We need to get in there and take a look. This place is too close to the capital. No matter who's behind this, Zhong Wu Gai's words were cut short as a graceful figure suddenly appeared before the two of them. There's no need to intervene. Go back, Zhou Weiyun's voice echoed through the skies. Tell the public that the Temple of War is testing a secret weapon, so there's no need for panic. Zhong Wu Gai and Tu Nan-yi bowed respectfully and then turned to fly toward the imperial capital. Zhou Weiyun's gaze pierced through the storm of wind, thunder, fire, and rain, landing on Lin Ling's face. She thought to herself, no wonder that girl is completely infatuated with him. If I were 20 years younger. Jiang Shani's expression changed dramatically. The moment Aoli Fo activated the Black Bowl artifact, he had already detected the opponent. However, before he could feel any relief from his discovery, the energy of the forbidden spell was already hurtling toward him. As the target of the attack, Jiang Shani had no time to hesitate. He immediately chanted a cryptic incantation. Spatial forbidden spell energy shift. Before his words even faded, a massive vortex, over 100 meters in diameter, formed in the sky. From within it, a dazzlingly colorful spatial tunnel extended outward. Amidst a deafening roar, the vortex absorbed a significant portion of the attack, yet a substantial amount of energy still struck the Lingxiao heavenly deer. The deer let out a pained wail, and at the same time, a massive meteor hurtled straight toward its head. Kid, watch out! Jiang Shani instinctively shouted, but as soon as he spoke, he realized Lin Ling was no longer on the deer's back. Despite being thousands of meters in the air, the boy had leapt off without hesitation. Jiang Shani quickly extended his mental energy to scan the area and was stunned by what he saw. Lin Ling, clad in diamond armor radiating seven-colored light, had slammed heavily into the ground. The impact instantly reduced the armor's health bar by nearly 80, but a flash of silver light restored it to full in an instant. Even more astonishingly, Lin Ling climbed out of the massive crater completely unharmed. Seeing this, Jiang Shani ascended into the air and, with a wave of his hand, made the Lingxiao heavenly deer vanish. Internally, he mused. This kid is a jack-of-all-trades mage, capable of casting wind element forbidden spells. The meteor shower and apocalyptic thunderstorm at the Xuanfu Bay City must have been his doing as well. No wonder he dared to threaten mutual destruction. He's not just a porcupine. He's practically a honey badger. Above, the spatial vortex continued to absorb the descending fireballs and bolts of lightning. A silver layer of armor shimmered around Jiang Shani, shielding him completely from the slicing wind blades. He understood that while the forbidden spell was immensely powerful, it might barely suffice against a 7th-tier attacker, but it would undoubtedly crumble against an 8th-tier opponent. Teleporting to the ground, Jiang Shani shouted, Kid, stop this madness now. By this time, they had entered the outskirts of the Kyoto Bay City, less than 50 kilometers from the urban area. Tens of thousands of professionals were active in the nearby leveling zones. Such a commotion would inevitably alert the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation, and the consequences of significant casualties would be unimaginable. But before he could finish his sentence, a spine-chilling chant echoed through the air. The earth trembled as hundreds, if not thousands, of pale white skeletons emerged from the ground, encircling Jiang Shani in the blink of an eye. These undead, primarily skeletal archers and mages, launched their attacks immediately, but they couldn't even scratch Jiang Shani's defenses. Just then, a snow-white skeletal claw suddenly shot up from beneath his feet, grabbing his ankle with a deathly grip. You've got to be kidding me. Jiang Shani's expression shifted slightly as he prepared to shatter the skeleton. However, before he could act, an invisible energy surged from afar, piercing straight into his body. Master of the Hall? Jiang Shani froze for a moment, and in that instant, the skeleton warrior grabbed his ankle and smashed him forcefully into the ground. Boom, 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 boom. In just a few seconds, Jiang Shani was swung back and forth 4 times. Although the actual damage was minimal, being tossed around like a rag doll was a humiliating experience for the powerful archmage, stripping him of his dignity. With a loud crash, the skeleton warrior disintegrated into ashes. Jiang Shani, now covered in dust and utterly disheveled, looked eastward with a face full of grievance, as if silently accusing, How could you do this to me? Kasimoto's Heya Julaemo. Jiang Shani began chanting an arcane incantation. Forbidden space spell elemental exile. In an instant, all magical elements within a 10-kilometer radius vanished into thin air. Jiang Shani advanced toward Lin Ling step by step, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light as he calculated how to teach this audacious young man a lesson. But just then, an ominous cloud of red and black hues began to rise in the eastern sky. If you don't want both a lightning forbidden spell and a fire forbidden spell to strike the capital city, you'd better stop now. Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. Although he had no intention of actually doing it, the threat had to be made clear. You think I can't deal with you? Jiang Shani's face darkened as he raised his hand and pointed at Lin Ling in prison. A beam of green light shot through the air, heading straight for Lin Ling. This was the level 180 spatial magic, spatial imprisonment, capable of severing the target's connection with magical elements and sealing off all abilities. While it was somewhat disgraceful for a 7th-tier Grand Archmage to use such a high-level spell against a mere level 30 junior, Jiang Shani had no other choice. However, the moment the magic struck Lin Ling, a system notification made Jiang Shani's eyes widen in shock once again. Target is in a state of magic immunity. All magical attacks are ineffective. Impossible. How can you have magic immunity? You forced my hand. Lin Ling replied in a low voice. Jiang Shani's expression shifted dramatically, and he hesitated to act recklessly. He knew all too well what Lin Ling intended to do next, and unleashing forbidden spells on the capital was absolutely out of the question. Enough, Lin Ling. If you push this any further, I might really lose my temper. Swear on the divine realm that you will never reveal my secret, never harm me, and compensate me for my losses or face divine retribution, Lin Ling demanded firmly, refusing to back down. Just as Jiang Shani was about to lose his temper, a gentle female voice echoed in his mind. Agree to his terms. Lin Ling's value far exceeds our estimations. Fulfill all his demands. Understood, Master of the Hall, Jiang Shani replied inwardly. He let out a sigh, and his gaze softened considerably. I, Jiang Shani, swear on the divine realm never to reveal Lin Ling's secret, never to harm Lin Ling, and to compensate him for his losses or face divine retribution. As his words fell, Jiang Shani visibly relaxed. He reflected inwardly that even if he were to fight Lin Ling to the bitter end, he might win, but it would come at a tremendous cost. This compromise, in a way, was also giving himself a way out. However, while this young man was undoubtedly bold, his overly extreme mindset was concerning. Jiang Shani's oath has been registered, the system notification confirmed. Seeing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a slight smile. Stirring up such a commotion had all been for this moment. Now, whether he could reap significant benefits depended entirely on his next move. Lin Ling let out a long sigh of relief, feeling an immense weight lifted off his shoulders. Everything was progressing exactly as he had anticipated. Reflecting on his experiences in this lifetime, he could clearly sense that the nation valued him far more than in his previous life. From Yin Nanchu, who had sent him the Warring States Red, undoubtedly a representative of the government, to Jiang Shani's appearance, now everything confirmed this. However, the idea of him actually attacking the capital was utterly impossible. As someone with principles, Lin Ling would never commit treason. Yet, when it came to securing the resources he rightfully deserved, he wouldn't hold back. This battle was, after all, a means to fully demonstrate his value and gain more support. It wasn't that he was unwilling to reveal his trump cards to the nation. He just needed a clear stance first. And the oath from Jiang Shani, the vice leader of the War God Hall, was more than sufficient to represent the nation's position. With this in mind, Lin Ling immediately dispelled the undead army and phenomena hovering in the air. On the opposite side, Jiang Shani noticed the faint, meaningful smile on Lin Ling's face and suddenly felt uneasy. Was this kid setting up a trap? Let's leave here first. You wouldn't want to risk exposing yourself, would you? Jiang Shani said irritably. He had half a mind to complain about how embarrassing it was for someone to see him in such a disheveled state. But on second thought, anyone who could instantly take down a Tier 7 assassin was undeniably monstrous. Zhang Lao, just a moment, Lin Ling replied with an awkward smile. At this moment, his system interface was flooded with notifications. System notification. A barrage of messages displaying various kill rewards, experience points gained, and job level up notices. One particular notification stood out. All mage-related professions had reached level 40, and further leveling required manual unlocking. A list of required materials immediately appeared. 20 essences of the Sand City Wine Ghost, 20 droplets of saliva from the Abyssal Demon Pearl, and 20 contaminated badges of the Great Wall Defense Force. What else is there? Jiang Shani asked. Lin Ling relayed the list of materials he needed. Jiang Shani frowned slightly. These materials were vastly different from what the War God Hall had originally prepared, clearly underestimating the growth demands of someone blessed by the laws. While he, as the vice leader, could easily procure most of the materials, the Defense Force badges posed a real challenge. These were critical items for unlocking the War God Hall's secret dungeons, tightly controlled by the upper echelons of Longhua. Other than the Defense Force badges, I can get you everything else right now. As for the badges, you'll have to wait. Even with money, they're not something you can just buy. Lin Ling silently nodded and accepted the other materials. If even Jiang Shani couldn't produce the Defense Force badges, it was clear they were no ordinary items to obtain. All right then, I'll look forward to your good news. Are you ready? Let's get out of here quickly. Those old geezers are probably on their way, Jiang Shani urged anxiously. Just a moment, Lin Ling replied with an awkward smile. Before he finished speaking, a massive amount of equipment suddenly rained down from above, piling up into a small mountain in front of him in an instant. This time, the forbidden spell had a wide area of effect, yielding far greater rewards than ever before. As Jiang Shani stared in astonishment, Lin Ling simply raised his arm slightly, and all the equipment vanished in an instant. He quickly glanced at the countdown timer for the reign of the arcane god and noticed there were only a few seconds remaining. His heart leapt with joy. With time running out, he immediately began using the forbidden spell naming technique. He renamed the water-based magic spell, Tidal Surge, to Raging Waves. The moment the renaming succeeded, the skill automatically upgraded to a forbidden spell, enhancing its effects. When cast, it would transform the surrounding 100 miles into a vast ocean, with massive waves capable of repelling specific targets and inflicting enormous damage. A faint smile played on Lin Ling's lips as he witnessed the birth of his first water-based forbidden spell. While under the effects of Reign of the Arcane God, casting skills did not affect cooldowns, a rare opportunity he was determined to make the most of. Seizing the remaining 30 seconds, he cast another spell, renaming the hair combustion technique to Earthly Fireworks. A new forbidden spell was instantly formed. Anyone affected by the spell would experience spontaneous hair combustion if their emotions fluctuated within 7 days. Additionally, green mushrooms might grow from their scalp, granting the caster 10 experience points per second. Hee, Lin Ling chuckled mischievously as he eyed the system interface. The Demon King arrives tomorrow. If the brave warriors end up with green mushrooms on their heads, they can't blame me. When he checked his skill list again, the Reign of the Arcane God status had already disappeared. Seeing Lin Ling's silent yet exuberant expression, Jiang Shani grew increasingly concerned. My precious Reign of the Arcane God, Lin Ling suddenly wailed, making Jiang Shani realize what had happened. No wonder this kid managed to cast so many forbidden spells in a row. Kid, how are you able to use forbidden spells? Jiang Shani asked abruptly. Lin Ling replied without missing a beat. I have a unique SS-level hidden class that allows me to upgrade acquired skills to forbidden spells by spending money. I don't believe you, Jiang Shani said, his face full of skepticism. Believe it or not, I'm broke anyway, Lin Ling replied nonchalantly, his expression as carefree as a pig in the sun. You little brat. Jiang Shani scolded lightly before changing his tone. What compensation do you want? Regardless of the truth, Lin Ling's ability to cast forbidden spells at his current level was extraordinary. Recalling the apocalyptic scene from earlier, a glimmer of hope flashed in Jiang Shani's eyes. No wonder this boy was the prophesied one. Only someone as extraordinary as him could possibly help the Dragon Kingdom survive the crisis. At this moment, even if the whole world saw him in a disgraceful state, Jiang Shani felt it was worth it. Thick-skinned, Lin Ling said, I just used 1 or 2 bottles of Reign of the Arcane God to fend off your bullying. You owe me compensation. Divine Dew of the Sorcerer? Jiang Shani's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. However, recalling Lin Ling's significance, he quickly adjusted his expression and replaced it with a fawning smile. I only have these 3 bottles left. Theory all yours. Lin Ling accepted the 3 bottles of Divine Dew of the Sorcerer, a flash of excitement gleaming in his eyes. This meant he now had 3 opportunities to experience the power of the forbidden spell, Katyusha. If there's anything else you need, just say the word. Anything I can do, I'll make it happen. With the support of the Temple Master, Jiang Shani was unusually generous at this moment. Jiang Shani, that deer of yours looks pretty good, Lin Ling said, blinking innocently. You see, my leveling speed is already slow. I can't afford to waste all my time traveling, can I? Lin Ling put on a pitiful expression. Jiang Shani's face immediately darkened. No way. Not a chance. Not to anyone. Lulu is off limits. Realizing he might have been too harsh, he quickly softened his tone. But I do have an unused combat aircraft. I'll throw in the flight skill book as well. It's all yours. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red, alien-like aircraft materialized on the ground. The craft resembled an ancient beast, its entire body appearing as if sculpted from red agate, with 16 gleaming laser cannons neatly arranged below. Lin Ling immediately activated Hero's Eye to inspect it. Item: Phantom Aircraft. Level: King Tier. Speed: Mach 10. Primary weapon: 16 laser cannons. Overall assessment: one of the top 10 ace aircraft on Blue Star, of immeasurable value. A King Tier aircraft? Lin Ling's heart raced as he realized G-Mo's S-Tier aircraft was utterly insignificant in comparison. Jiang Shani tossed over a skill book next. This is a skill book for summoning flying pets. It requires level 45 to use, and is quite valuable. It's yours too. Lin Ling accepted the skill book, his eyes lighting up once again. Lin Ling took the skill book and carefully examined its attribute panel. Flying Pet Summoning Skill, level requirement 45, usable by all classes. Once used, it can randomly summon a non-aggressive, non-sentient flying pet. Such flying skill books were incredibly rare in the game and were always highly sought after whenever they appeared. Especially this version, which could be learned by all classes, often fetched a market price of over 1 billion. Looking at the skill book in his hands, Lin Ling felt both thrilled and uneasy. The gifts Jiang Shani had given him were far too valuable. Whether it was the previous King-class battle aircraft or this precious flying pet skill book, they far exceeded his expectations. Senior Jiang, I really can't thank you enough, Lin Ling said sincerely. Ha ha ha, just call me big brother. Jiang Shani waved his hand with a laugh. But honestly, the flying pet for level 45 isn't very fast. For everyday use, a battle aircraft is still more practical. Lin Ling silently shook his head. In his hands, the potential of this skill was far greater than it appeared on the surface. Compared to the flying summoning skills for levels above 100, he was only one step away from a naming opportunity. An idea began to form in his mind. What kind of creature could be both fast and capable of flight? Suddenly, an enormous figure took shape in his thoughts. In the northern sea, there is a fish. When it transforms into a bird, it soars to the skies, rising 90,000 miles high. As Lin Ling immersed himself in this thought, Jiang Shanyi's expression abruptly turned serious. He seemed to have received a message from Zhou Weiyun, the hall master of the War God Hall. After glancing toward the east, he turned back to Lin Ling. Brother Lin, I have 2 questions for you. They're related to your future. If you answer well, it might save you years of effort. Lin Ling snapped out of his thoughts immediately. Considering Jiang Shanyi's sincerity, as long as the questions didn't touch on his core secrets, he didn't mind answering. Besides, if this gave him a chance to enter the Dragon Nest and gain access to rare materials and attribute boosts, it was indeed an enticing opportunity. Please go ahead, Senior Jiang. Well, we started off as rivals, but you've really grown on me. Privately, just call me Big Brother, Jiang Shani said with a fleeting smile. First, do you know about the Misty Island secret realm? Second, why have you been sending money to Wang Yilin of Chang'an Bay City and Qin Outyan of Baishan City over the past 3 years? And lastly, how do you know the name Yin Nanchu? Jiang Shanyi's eyes locked onto Lin Ling's. At the same time, a figure silently appeared behind him. What Zhou Weiyun hadn't anticipated was that from the very beginning, Lin Ling had already detected her movements. Under the divine-level talent that Lin Ling possessed, a golden point of light, as radiant as the moon, quietly stood behind him. The moment he had anticipated since his rebirth had finally arrived, a destined encounter he had foreseen. Brother Jiang, this is a long story, Lin Ling said, locking eyes with Jiang Shani. 3 years ago, I had a dream. In that dream, I found myself 7 years into the future. At the mention of 7 years, both Jiang Shani and Zhou Weiping's pupils contracted almost simultaneously. Is it safe here? Lin Ling asked, glancing around cautiously. Understanding his concern, Jiang Shani quickly retrieved a silvery metallic device. With a press of a button, a shimmering silver barrier enveloped a 100-meter radius, isolating the space completely from the outside. Go on, Jiang Shani signaled. Lin Ling took a deep breath and continued. In the dream, I encountered 3 people: Yin Hongtian, a 7th-tier archbishop undercover in the Eagle Nation; Wang Jinyu, a 7th-tier divine archer stationed in the Eastern Island Nation; and Chun Jiangpan, a covert operative in the Sun Never Sets Empire. Hearing these names, Jiang Shani was visibly shaken. He shot a quick glance at Zhou Weiyun, who stood silently behind Lin Ling, and murmured, "Keep going." We crossed paths in a legendary dungeon known as the Mist Island Secret Realm. The 3 seniors saved my life, but ultimately sacrificed themselves for the nation. Before they passed, they entrusted me with the care of their children. Lin Ling paused briefly before continuing. When I woke up, the dream felt so real that it left me restless. I began searching for the names of their children and, to my astonishment, found 2 of them. Though it was just a dream, the weight of their entrustment was too heavy to ignore. It was only after I began supporting those 2 children that I found some peace. Jiang Shanyi's astonishment was now impossible to conceal. The Hall Master's great prophecy had foretold that 7 years later, in the Mist Island's secret realm, the Dragon Nation's strongest warriors would face near-total annihilation, saved only by the appearance of the prophesied one. Moreover, Zhou Weiyun's prophecy had detailed, the prophesied one first visited the Mist Island's secret realm in 2831, later concealed himself in Xuanfu Shengshi in 2824. He will rise anew in the face of adversity and ascend to godhood in the midst of despair. These revelations brought sudden clarity to both Jiang Shani and Zhou Weiyun. Through telepathic communication, Zhou Weiyun conveyed to Jiang Shani, 95% of what he says is true, and the parts he's withholding are negligible. As unbelievable as it may seem, this world is full of the extraordinary. I recommend recruiting him into the War God Hall and appointing him as the captain of the War God team. After the preliminary selection, the top 4 ranked members can be placed under his command. Turning to Lin Ling, Jiang Shani spoke sincerely, "Young brother, on behalf of Dragon Nest, I officially invite you to join the War God Hall as the captain of the War God team. In the future, we will assign the most outstanding warriors of the Dragon Nation to be your teammates. Are you willing to accept this offer? Join the War God Hall? Lin Ling's pupils slightly contracted, and his breath momentarily caught. The War God Hall, the most mysterious and powerful entity within the Dragon Nest. The gap between ordinary Dragon Nest members and those in the War God Hall was as vast as the divide between top-tier universities and second-rate colleges. Normally, to enter the War God Hall, one had to first become a Dragon Nest member and then pass through rigorous rounds of selection. Standing nearby, Jiang Shani keenly noticed Lin Ling's subtle reaction and smirked with a trace of pride. So, are you willing to join the War God Hall and become the captain of the War God squad? However, Lin Ling didn't give an immediate answer. Instead, he posed a question of his own. Will my future team members all be assigned by you? Of course, Jiang Shani replied, his brows slightly furrowing. Every team member is meticulously selected to ensure they're the strongest rookies of the year. When the time comes, you'll lead them to rise rapidly and shock the entire world. Then I refuse, Lin Ling answered decisively. Why? Jiang Shani looked utterly stunned. I want to form my own team, Lin Ling said firmly, meeting the other's gaze. Rather than leading people chosen by someone else, I'd rather lead the brothers I trust. Who knows if someone might get in through connections? Jiang Shani narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. You've got guts, kid. Do you even know what the War God Squad represents? It's the pinnacle of elite forces in the Dragon Nest. Are you sure you want to give up this honor? I'm confident I can single-handedly crush every squad, including the War God Squad, Lin Ling replied, unwavering. If I have to lead a team, it will only be a team of my choosing. The atmosphere grew tense. Sensing the stalemate, Lin Ling half-joked. But if Brother Jiang is willing to let me form an independent regiment, I wouldn't mind stepping into the role of Li Yunlong. Seeing Jiang Shanyi's puzzled expression, Lin Ling suddenly remembered that Blue Star didn't have a figure like Li Yunlong. He explained, in short, it means giving me a team on par with the War God Squad, one that operates independently. Assign us missions, and leave the execution entirely up to me. Lin Ling hadn't expected such a request to be approved. But then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. I agree to your request. You can form an independent regiment and select your own team members. You'll have full authority over personnel decisions within the regiment. The independent regiment is affiliated with the War God Hall, enjoying the same privileges as the War God Squad. It is eligible to participate in all Dragon Nest dungeons. Zhou Weiyun's voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Ling. As the commander of the independent regiment, I hereby represent the military of the Dragon Nation to grant you the rank of Lieutenant General and the authority to mobilize a group army under the War God Hall. Additionally, I will provide 500 billion in team development funds, but on one condition. All members of the independent regiment must rank within the top 100 in the Newcomers Championship dungeon. If successful, the establishment of the independent regiment will be officially recognized and announced nationwide. Otherwise, everything will be null, and you'll remain as the captain of the War God Squad. Lin Ling turned around, and standing before him was an elegant woman dressed in simple white attire. Although he had a hunch, he cautiously asked, You are? I am Zhou Weiyun, the head of the War God Hall, Zhou Mingyan's mother, and Yin Hongtian's wife, she said with a gentle smile. Lin Ling's pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, he finally understood that the legendary privately owned top financial conglomerate, Yunmeng Consortium, was actually a state-owned enterprise, and the so-called top entrepreneur of the Dragon Nation was, in fact, the head of the War God Hall. What shocked him even more was that she was Zhou Mingyan's mother. Noticing Lin Ling's slightly uneasy expression, Zhou Weiyun smiled warmly. Don't be nervous, just call me Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou, hello, Lin Ling replied, feeling his cheeks flush slightly. Ha ha ha, little brother Lin is getting shy. Don't worry, I was just as nervous when I met my mother-in-law back in the day. Jiang Shani suddenly teased. Get lost. A soft reprimand was followed by a glowing orb flying toward Jiang Shani. His body mysteriously appeared dozens of meters away, with his head fused into a cedar tree, leaving only his body writhing outside the trunk. This bizarre scene even made Zhou Weiyun appear slightly uneasy. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of Lin Ling. The head of the War God Hall of the Dragon Nation invites your team to join the War God Hall. After glancing at Zhou Weiyun, Lin Ling chose to confirm. The system notifications continued to appear. Independent regiment successfully created, named Ling Tian. Team management system activated. Heaven Court Squad Vice Captain, GMO, successfully invited Wang Yilan to join. Seeing the notification of Wang Yilan joining, Lin Ling smiled. He had already planned to visit Chang'an and Baishan after completing his second-class advancement. After all, he had supported those two for 3 years without ever meeting them. If they possessed combat talent, perhaps they could join him in the fight. At that moment, another system notification appeared. Team member count detected at 3. Team buff activated. War God Hall blessing is now in effect. When Lin Ling saw the values displayed on the screen, he was instantly rendered speechless. A series of system notifications flashed before Lin Ling's eyes. The blessings of the Temple of War descended in succession, increasing his mana by 200, enhancing his four-dimensional attributes by 50, granting a 200 experience boost, and reducing skill cooldowns by 50. In addition, he gained access to 3 daily experience dungeons and a monthly personal development fund of 30 million yuan. Most notably, he was appointed as the commander of an independent regiment under the Temple of War, granting him unrestricted access to the point shop and the rank of lieutenant general. As the endless stream of notifications finally came to a halt, Lin Ling's emotions were a whirlwind of complexity. If he had received such treatment in his previous life, he wouldn't have spent 7 years wandering in the wilderness. However, he quickly came to a realization without the forbidden spell-naming technique. He was ultimately just a failure. Staring at the surging stats on his attribute panel, Lin Ling's eyes gradually reddened. In his heart, he silently vowed. Whether in his past life or this one, the survival rule of humanity has never changed. Only the strong are valued and respected. His emotional fluctuations were immediately noticed by Zhou Weiyun. With a gentle expression, Zhou Weiyun said, "Lin Ling, there's no need to be overly moved. From the moment you awakened, I knew you were the prophesied one. Originally, we planned to support you right away, but internal issues arose among us." Zhou Weiyun continued to explain that the nation's institutions had drastically changed since the fusion of the divine realm with reality. The upper echelon was now entirely composed of powerful professionals, where strength equated to authority. He mentioned that some retired high-ranking officials, unwilling to relinquish their power, had secretly established a massive underground dark empire. For their own benefit, these individuals betrayed their faith and country, even exhibiting signs of treason. Yet, thanks to certain people in the upper ranks erasing evidence, they had remained untouchable by the law. "We need a sharp blade to cut through this cancer. And you are the most suitable candidate," Zhou Weiyun said, locking eyes with Lin Ling. "Whether it's a financial tycoon or a high-ranking official, as long as they tread the path of destruction, you will be the blade to eliminate them. As for the military rank, it will all be yours eventually, but I don't want you to rely on it. Your path is one you must forge on your own." Zhou Weiyun then turned to Jiang Shani and said, "Elder Jiang, please escort Lin Ling back to Xianzhou." As soon as his words fell, Zhou Weiyun's figure vanished into thin air. The word blade echoed in Lin Ling's mind as a subtle, meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Just then, a notification for a new email suddenly popped up before his eyes. A notification from email popped up in Lin Ling's field of vision. He frowned slightly and, after a moment of hesitation, chose to accept it. The system immediately informed him that he had received 50 million dragon coins in cash, which had been automatically stored in his inventory space. Meanwhile, tensions were running high near the abyssal well. Zhao Wu, who hovered in midair, his overwhelming pressure pinning Shang Biao and the others firmly in place. "I ask, you answer. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Zhao Wu, whose icy gaze swept over the group. Where did Zhao Yijuan go last? Who did he have a conflict with? Faced with his interrogation, Shang Biao and the others lowered their heads, none daring to speak. "Do you have a death wish?" Zhao Wu Hu roared, increasing the pressure. "Zhao Wu Hu, what are you trying to do?" Zhang Meng stepped forward, questioning him in a deep voice. "Zhang Meng, is it?" Zhao Wu Hu sneered dismissively. "When I was in the dragon's nest, you were still playing in the mud. Get lost. You may no longer be a dragon's nest soldier, but I am." Zhang Meng's face turned red with anger. "Do you know the consequences of insulting a dragon's nest soldier? Even Tu Nani, the deputy head of the Temple of War, was trained by my father. And you, a rookie, think you can lecture me?" Before his words had fully landed, Zhao Wu, who had already flashed in front of Zhang Meng. Smack! A resounding slap sent Zhang Meng flying, crashing heavily into a tree. His health bar dropped by more than half, and he fell unconscious on the spot. "Captain Zhang!" Yin Yin and crew cut cried out, rushing toward the fallen Zhang Meng. Zhao Wu, who smirked coldly and turned to a newly awakened individual. "Speak." They went after Lin Ling, a dozen or so of them. Huang Mao stammered fearfully. "If anything happened to Big Head Jun, it must have been Lin Ling. It has nothing to do with us." "That's nonsense. Which eye of yours saw Lin Ling?" Shang Biao hadn't finished speaking before Zhao Wu, who grabbed him by the throat with lightning speed. "You misunderstand, sir." Fengji immediately knelt and begged. "We only teamed up with Lin Ling. He even took our equipment." "Shang Biao isn't thinking straight, please forgive him." Zhao Wu, who snorted coldly and threw Shang Biao to the ground. "Leave someone here to watch them. No one is allowed to leave." He turned and dashed toward where Lin Ling had last been, only to find that both Lin Ling and Jiang Shani were nowhere to be seen. "Fifth brother, what now?" one of his followers asked. Zhao Wu Hu immediately dialed his father Zhao Longqing's number. "Dad, Yijuan might be in trouble." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before an icy, aged voice responded, keep everyone in place. Wait for me to arrive. Zhao Wuhu's heart skipped a beat. He knew all too well how protective the Zhao family was, especially the old man, who doted on this eldest grandson the most. Even though Zhao Yijuan was arrogant and reckless, causing a major scandal last time by harassing a female student, Zhao Longqing had managed to smooth everything over in the end. Zhao Longqing was full of confidence, certain that his eldest grandson would regain his freedom within a few months at most. Before his words had fully settled, the roar of engines filled the sky as a sharp-edged triangular fighter jet streaked through the heavens. Two figures leapt from the aircraft. One was Zhao Longqing himself, his silver hair flowing, dressed in a high-ranking military uniform devoid of insignias. The other was a striking blonde woman with piercing blue eyes, clad in ornate armor. She was Rosabelle, one of the 5 renowned 7th-tier time mages from the Iron Tower Nation, who happened to be a guest at the Zhao household. She had accompanied Zhao Longqing at his invitation to lend her assistance. Miss Rosa, please perform a time reversal, Zhao Longqing commanded in a deep voice. Rosa nodded gracefully and retrieved a silver staff. As she began chanting her incantation, the scene before them began to rewind rapidly. Jiang Shani being swept away by the wind. Jiang Shani taking down the Terminator. Lin Ling summoning a tornado to defeat Yamamoto. The eyes of everyone present widened in shock at these unfolding images. The playback continued until it froze at the moment Lin Ling obliterated Data Jun with an explosive fireball. Crack, crack, crack. Zhao Longqing clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. What a brazen thief. General Zhao, it seems your Dragon Nation has produced an extraordinary talent, Rosabelle remarked. Miss Rosa, you flatter us, Zhao Longqing replied with a cold smirk. But do you really believe a newly awakened individual could cast a forbidden spell? A flicker of doubt crossed Rosa's eyes before realization dawned. Zhao Longqing continued sharply, that boy must be in possession of a powerful artifact. There's no other way someone freshly awakened could unleash such a spell. Daring to kill my beloved grandson? Lin Ling, I will see you pay with your life. Zhao Longqing growled through gritted teeth. Father, Jiang Shani has taken him away. It might not be easy to strike, Zhao Wuhu reminded him. Zhao Longqing's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Did you see the arguments on the public feed? Many are demanding that Lin Ling hand over the sacred set. Fan the flames make the uproar even bigger. Zhao Wuhu gestured with a slicing motion across his neck, understanding immediately. Father, you mean to take advantage of the chaos? Those who were in the dungeon raid with Yi Zaiwat, is their relationship to him? Zhao Longqing asked. Apparently, it was just a temporary team-up. While Lin Ling did take their equipment, they still seemed to be defending him, Zhao Wuhu replied. Zhao Longqing fixed his gaze on the spot where Data Jun had fallen, his voice filled with venom. Capture all of them and imprison them in the Black Mountain depths. Spread the word. If the culprit doesn't turn himself in by sunset tomorrow, those 4 will die. Additionally, have Nandy closely monitor the movements of the higher-ups. Reach out to Eagle Nation's side and proceed based on the terms they offered last time. In the mayor's office of Xuanfu Bay City, an urgent meeting regarding the whereabouts of Lin Ling was underway. The spacious office was filled with tension as the presidents of the 3 major guilds sat on either side of the room. Mayor Bai Haishan sat behind his solid wood desk, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Mayor Bai, Lin Ling must join my Zhongai Guild, declared Yi Tianming, the president of Zhongai Guild, as he abruptly stood up, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Why should he? Lei Zhantian, president of the Zhantian Guild, immediately retorted. We were the first to approach him back then. Chun Xiao, the leader of the War God Alliance, chuckled coldly. Oh, come on, old Lei. Don't pretend. Everyone knows you were the first to back out when you heard Lin Ling was a talentless nobody. Lei Zhantian was about to explode when Bai Haishan suddenly slammed his hand on the desk, shouting, Enough! The 3 guild leaders froze and turned their attention to the mayor, whose face was dark with anger. I know exactly what you're all scheming, Bai Haishan said in a low voice. When he needed help, none of you cared. Now that you know Lin Ling is actually Yi Xiao, you want to recruit him? Dream on. Regret filled Bai Haishan's heart. The higher-ups had reported that the SS-level rules chosen was supposedly talentless, yet Lin Ling had proven to be incredibly powerful. Could it really all be due to that divine set? Even if it was, how could a mere set of gear enable an ordinary person to clear a nightmare-level abyss dungeon on their first try? But the higher-ups wouldn't have lied. Mayor Bai, Lei Zhantian protested. Weren't you the one who called him a waste back then? Mayor, Yi Tianming interrupted. There are rumors spreading outside that Lin Ling should hand over the divine set. This is an unprecedented beginner's divine set. Chen Zhao's eyes lit up. Exactly. Once he grows stronger, he'll eventually switch to new equipment. If we keep this set in Xuanfu, we could train top-tier rookies year after year. Bai Haishan suddenly perked up. I have an idea. Why don't the 3 of you join forces to form a new guild? Call it the Asin Guild. With your combined resources, it could easily become a top-tier guild. Great idea. The three guild leaders' eyes sparkled with excitement. We could pool 1 billion as development funds for him. He's bound to be tempted. As they enthusiastically planned, the mayor's secretary, Xiao Wang, rushed in hurriedly. Lin Ling is back. He should be at home right now. The three guild presidents immediately sprang to their feet and dashed toward the door. Bai Haishan called after them, "Take Xiao Wang with you. Hell represent me officially. Lin Ling should give him some face." Xiao Wang quickly followed the three guild leaders as they headed straight for Lin Ling's home. Kid, this blueprint. Jiang Shani picked up a draft of a specialized weapon design, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Hey, you're even making specialized weapons? Lin Ling was lounging comfortably in a chair, sipping on a cold soda. He glanced at Jiang Shanyi's disheveled appearance, messy hair, tattered clothes, looking every bit like a refugee. Brother Jiang, how about changing into something more presentable? Interestingly, ever since Lin Ling joined the Temple of the War God, Jiang Shani seemed completely indifferent to his unkempt look. In fact, there was even a hint of pride on his weathered face, as if sparring with Lin Ling had become a bragging point that would last him 10 years. Don't sweat the small stuff. Jiang Shani waved dismissively, clearly impatient. I'm asking you, are you really into specialized weapons? Lin Ling wasn't interested in a lengthy explanation. He simply tossed the Ling Tian staff over to Jiang Shani. Catching the staff, Jiang Shanyi's eyes flashed with astonishment. Whoa, you actually managed to make one. Then, his tone shifted. But upgrading this staff further isn't going to be easy. I've already tested it. As long as I have the materials, it can be upgraded, Lin Ling replied, frowning slightly. Jiang Shani shook his head. If making specialized weapons were that easy, why would anyone spend a fortune on gear? You think it's as simple as having a blueprint, learning basic life forging skills, and gathering materials to keep leveling it up? When Lin Ling nodded, Jiang Shani pulled out a silver staff. Of course not. Once you successfully embed materials for level 60, your life forging interface won't allow you to upgrade the specialized weapon any further. The techniques involved are far more complex than you imagine. Plus, the blueprint you made using a standard simulator has flaws, so you won't even be able to embed the final upgrade materials successfully. This was all news to Lin Ling. In his previous life, he had only obtained the core blueprints released by Meiwei. In this life, he had spent 3 years thoroughly studying and improving the design. But now it seemed he had been overly optimistic about the capabilities of the Yazi Guild level simulation design programs. Brother Jiang, then how can I keep upgrading my specialized weapon? First, you'd need to level up your life profession skills, but that takes a lot of time. I'd suggest letting the Temple of the War God's senior forgers handle it. While a weapon made by someone else might not perfectly match you, the quality would definitely be better than what you, an amateur, can manage. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Ling's mouth. Thanks, Brother Jiang, but I'll handle it myself. Low skill level? Ever heard of forbidden spell naming? He was already looking forward to the prospect of elevating his forging skills to a forbidden spell level. Brat, are you seriously saying you can push your forging skills to forbidden spell level? Jiang Shanyi's eyes widened in disbelief even before Head finished speaking. Why not? If you're really set on doing it yourself, you'll need access to a high-level forging lab. The Temple of the War God has one, but you'll have to go through the proper channels to use it. That falls under Tu Nan's jurisdiction, and he's bound to give you a hard time. If you're heading to Kyoto Bay City, try looking for those large organizations, Jiang Shani said, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. I have an old friend who's the president of the Kyoto Forging Guild. I can put in a word for you to borrow their lab. He wouldn't refuse on my account. He paused for a moment before adding, or you could approach his daughter. She may look delicate, but in reality, she's a weapon crafting fanatic. Her expertise could be a big help to you. Lin Ling accepted the Ling Tian staff that Jiang Shani handed back to him and asked directly, Brother Jiang, is the Forging Guild's lab usually off-limits to outsiders? He preferred to handle matters with money rather than calling in favors. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shani let out a hearty laugh. You can try your luck. But that girl Chiu Yi has a fiery temper, just don't get thrown out. Lin Ling nodded, a decision forming in his mind. Once he completed the mission involving the Demon King beneath Black Mountain tomorrow, he'd head to Kyoto Bay City. Thinking about the task ahead, his thoughts wandered to his former teammates Meng Yin, Li Jingliang, and the others he had spent 3 years fighting alongside. Though they'd eventually gone their separate ways, the bond they shared during those years was genuine. They had been his closest friends, even if some things were beyond anyone's control. Brother Jiang, does the War God Hall accept equipment? Lin Ling asked, snapping back to the present. Check the guild panel, Jiang Shani explained. The War God Hall, as the national team of Longhua, is a top-tier guild. The guild shop can scan equipment, and dedicated staff will quickly evaluate it. You can exchange it for Longhua coins or points. Lin Ling immediately opened the interface and began scanning his unused equipment one by one. Even the offers for regular gear were decent. But when he brought out the perfect set he'd confiscated from the ninja of Sakura country, the system displayed a staggering figure 1 billion. And he had several sets like this, not to mention the legendary set belonging to Yamamoto Ichiro. By the time all the items were scanned, the total transaction value reached a whopping 5 billion. Staring at the string of numbers, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, if only Sakura country would send more ninjas my way. Kid, Jiang Shani suddenly said, his tone serious, your awakened spiritual power is at 120, right? After your third advancement, I'll figure out a way to get you some treasures to enhance it. Spiritual power is just as crucial as the four main attributes. Spiritual power is real? Lin Ling asked, puzzled. Isn't everything about attributes for professionals? What's the point of spiritual power? Spiritual power determines a professional's potential and whether a ninth advancement professional can ascend to godhood. Jiang Shani replied solemnly. Ascend to godhood? Lin Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Is that really possible? Of course there is. Jiang Shani leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming. The divine realm is where the gods reside. It's not just home to the primordial gods, but also to professionals who have surpassed the 10th rank. This immediately piqued Lin Ling's interest, and his eyes lit up. Even as someone who had experienced countless reincarnations, the concept of gods remained a mystery to him. His understanding had only reached the 8th rank. Now, hearing about the existence of 9th and 10th ranks in such abundance left him somewhat astonished. Zhang Lao seemed to read his thoughts and smiled as he explained. The Divine Realm game doesn't just merge with Blue Star. It incorporates other life-bearing planets as well. Although their distances from Blue Star are unimaginable, in the Divine Realm, all these civilizations come together. All right, Lin Ling chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. That kind of thing is too far off for me. I prefer to take one step at a time, keep a low profile, and push through steadily. Low profile, my foot. Zhang Shani rolled his eyes. Steamrolling your way through is what you call low profile? He stood up. Kid, I should be heading back now. If you need anything, just contact me, and I'll be there right away. As he watched Jiang Shani prepare to leave, Lin Ling felt a faint trace of reluctance. Despite everything, this old man had a rather endearing personality. What's with that look? Jiang Shani teased. Don't tell me you're gonna miss this old guy? Lin Ling shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Me? Miss you? Don't make me laugh. Jiang Shani chuckled and walked out the door. Lin Ling shook his head and redirected his focus to his specialized weapon. He was close to reaching level 60, at which point the advantage of his level 10 divine set would start to diminish. Though he trusted Zhang Lao's words, he still wanted to verify things for himself. Just then, a series of urgent knocks interrupted his thoughts. Bang, bang, bang. Is Lin Ling home? A haughty voice called from outside. The 3 presidents of the Aries Guild from the Xuanfu Bay City's top-tier guild are here to deliver money in person. Lin Ling frowned. The tone was grating. He got up and opened the door, greeted by 4 familiar faces. Secretary Wang from the mayor's office and the presidents of Xuanfu's 3 prominent guilds. What do you want? Lin Ling asked curtly. Secretary Wang immediately adopted an official tone. Lin, today I'm here on behalf of the Xuanfu Bay City mayor's office. Get to the point. I'm busy, Lin Ling interrupted. A flicker of displeasure crossed Secretary Wang's face, but he forced a smile and continued. Lin, you're quite lucky to have acquired a divine set. Today, we bring you fantastic news. Seeing Lin Ling's puzzled expression, he elaborated. The 3 major guilds of Xuanfu have merged into the Aries Guild, officially becoming a first-tier guild. We're now on par with Yaji Guild. You're invited to join us. You should know the benefits of a guild buff, right? How about it? Pretty generous offer, isn't it? As he spoke, his chin lifted ever so slightly. Not interested. Bang. With that, Lin Ling shut the door in their faces, leaving the 4 of them outside, stunned and speechless. Outrageous. Secretary Xiao Wang's face turned red with anger, his chest heaving as Lin Ling's attitude clearly infuriated him. Secretary Wang, that's not the right approach. Reminded Yi Tianming from the Burial Love Guild hastily. We're here to invite Lin Ling to join our guild, and you haven't even mentioned the reward yet? Realizing his misstep, Xiao Wang quickly composed himself. Accustomed to being flattered daily, he had unknowingly adopted a condescending tone. Taking a deep breath, he tried again. Lin Ling, come out. I haven't finished speaking. We are genuinely sincere. The door flung open abruptly, and Lin Ling stood there with an impatient expression. Are you done yet? Xiao Wang forced a smile. As long as you agree to join the Love God Guild, we'll reward you with 1 billion dragon coins on the spot. As he spoke, he couldn't help but imagine Lin Ling's ecstatic reaction. After all, 1 billion was an astronomical figure, even for someone like him, a secretary to the mayor. To his surprise, Lin Ling's response was curt. Not interested. No thanks. With that, the heavy security door slammed shut again. This is absurd. What kind of attitude is that? Xiaowang erupted in fury. Could it be that Lin Ling doesn't care about a billion at all? Guild leader Lei chuckled wryly. He's the one who defeated 2 bosses and cleared 3 abyss dungeons. Old Lei, stop joking. The group broke into a heated discussion. The bosses in the beginner's area don't drop anything valuable. At most, a few epic items from the dungeons could fetch tens of millions. There's no way he doesn't care about a billion. That's a billion. I've spent my whole life saving up just 5 billion. As their frustration mounted, an elderly voice interrupted from behind them. What are you all doing here? Make way. Still fuming, Xiaowang snapped. Who are you? Can't you see that we, for important figures, are being— He froze mid-sentence. The man before him looked like a beggar, but that face was unmistakable. It was Jiang Shani, one of the 3 vice leaders of the War God Hall. His portrait hung right in the mayor's office. A 70-year grand archmage visiting Xuanfu Bay City? Jiang, Jiang, Jiang. Xiaowang stammered, unable to finish his words. Move aside, Jiang Shani said with a deepened expression. The 3 guild leaders, now recognizing Jiang Shani, were struck with awe and reverence. Who would have thought that such a legendary figure, seen only on TV or online, would appear before them? Step aside, Jiang Shani repeated a 3rd time, a subtle but overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The 4 felt a chill run down their spines and quickly backed away. Knock, knock, knock. Kid, open the door, Jiang Shani called out. The door creaked open, revealing Lin Ling with his arms crossed. Old man, are you with them too? How dare you? Xiaowang immediately shouted. Lin Ling, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Enough. Jiang Shani frowned and let out a cold snort. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiaowang spun like a top into the air and disappeared in an instant. The 3 guild leaders gasped audibly. Jiang Shani retrieved a crystal cube from his pocket and handed it to Lin Ling, almost forgot physics the control core for the Phantom War machine. It's inside. I was going to give you some personal financial support, but since you can casually sell off a few items for 50 billion, I'll save my money for retirement. If you need anything, just call me. See you around, little brother. Turning to face the 3 guild leaders, he added, by the oath of the divine realm, none of you are to speak of what just happened to anyone. The 3 shuddered and hastily swore their oaths. Only then did Jiang Shani wave goodbye to Lin Ling and vanish from sight. Lin Ling didn't even glance at the stunned guild leaders as he shut the door once more. Little brother? 50 billion? The Phantom War Machine? That king-class war machine worth trillions was given to Lin Ling. The 3 were left reeling, their minds in turmoil. Just then, the door swung open again. Lin Ling leaned out and asked, by the way, guild leaders, how much did you say you'd offer me to join your guild? The 3 guild leaders exchanged glances, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Their previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by unmistakable shame and awkwardness. They vividly remembered how they had rejected Lin Ling in the past. A mocking smile curved at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth as he spoke slowly and deliberately. President Lei, you're too busy with your guild affairs, so let's not waste your time here. President Yi, your guild's finances are tight, so there's no need to bother recruiting me. And as for President Chun, the War God Alliance never accepts trash, so someone like me is out of the question. Each word was like a slap in the face, leaving the 3 men visibly uncomfortable. Their faces turned from red to purple as they forced out smiles that looked worse than crying. Young Lin, you're absolutely right. I'll take my leave now, one said. Same here. Until we meet again, another added. Qian Xiao, unable to utter a single word, finally turned and walked away briskly, looking as though he was fleeing for his life. 300 meters away, at the corner of the street, Zhou Mingyan and Yu Yu had been standing for quite some time. Zhou Mingyan was nervously wringing the hem of her clothes, hesitant. Maybe we shouldn't approach him right now. I'm afraid he'll get angry. Oh, come on, Lin Shan isn't that petty, Yu Yu said with a laugh. Didn't you say you wanted to confess? You weren't this scared when you sent him money and gear anonymously. Zhou Mingyan's cheeks flushed. That was anonymous. What if he rejects me? Let's just go level up in the wild for now. They hadn't walked far before they encountered a group of female players shouting for party members. Fishing monsters at the Black Mountain Reservoir. Need a healer and a shooter. All-night session until dawn. Exchanging a glance, the 2 girls walked over to join them. Meanwhile, deep within the Goblin Forest near Autumnfield Bluecloth City, a frail-looking boy was running for his life. Behind him, a pack of over a dozen level 20 Terraclaw beasts was in hot pursuit, while 3 skeletal archers followed, firing bone arrows relentlessly. This ragged boy was none other than Qin Xian. Ever since leaving the Xuanyu Base City last night, he had been training in this perilous forest. Though the area was teeming with monsters and usually avoided by new players, for someone wielding the Shura staff like him, handling 3 Terraclaw beasts at once was no longer a challenge. He spent the entire night leveling up to 10. With his increasing level, he was now able to summon 3 undead creatures simultaneously. The boost in combat ability significantly improved his leveling efficiency, and in just half a day, he skyrocketed from level 10 to level 16. Even though his body was utterly exhausted, Qin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement when he checked the leaderboard. The boss is already level 32? That's insane. How is that even possible in such a short time? I must not be working hard enough. Just as he finished his exclamation, the corpse of the Terrorclaw beast in front of him suddenly transformed into a ball of red light and eerily sank into the ground. The next moment, the earth cracked open, and a shadow shot out like lightning, lunging straight at Qin Xian. He didn't even have time to see the attacker's appearance before he was struck and sent flying. A massive crimson damage number appeared above his head, and the 2 skeleton archers behind him instantly shattered into bone dust. His own health bar was left barely hanging on. Fortunately, he had previously acquired the undead skill book Necrotic Damage Transfer, or that attack would have been fatal. Wasting no time, Qin Xian scrambled to his feet and fled, quickly summoning 2 new skeleton archers as he ran. The shadow moved at an incredible speed, relentlessly chasing him, but it seemed to require a charge-up period to launch its attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xian turned and cast his detection skill. Goblin Assassin Leader, level 40. This is a deceased goblin assassin that has transformed into an undead creature and hides underground, feeding on the malevolent energy of corpses. It's extremely dangerous. Escape is the best option. Even though the information was limited, it was enough to make Qin Xian gasp in shock. However, instead of running, he turned to face the challenge. Using the trees in the forest as cover, he engaged in a tense and dangerous battle with the boss. The 3 skeleton archers successfully drew the boss's aggro, and with each arrow they fired, the boss's health visibly dropped. Whenever a skeleton was destroyed, Qin Xian immediately summoned another to replace it. Suddenly, the goblin assassin let out an enraged roar, abandoning the skeleton archers and charging directly at Qin Xian. In that life-or-death moment, just as the dark dagger was about to pierce his neck, the final arrow from one of the skeleton archers hit the boss with pinpoint accuracy. With a loud crash, the boss collapsed to the ground. A system notification immediately popped up. Congratulations on defeating the goblin assassin leader. You have gained 100,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. Breathing heavily, Qin Xian's face lit up with exhilaration. On the ground lay 3 dropped items, each a rare treasure, 2 skill books and a pair of orange boots. The first skill book was tailor-made for him, Summoning Enhancement, which increased the number of summons by 5 and boosted their damage by 20. Without hesitation, he learned the skill on the spot, bursting into a celebratory dance. The second skill book bore a faint snowflake designate was a level 40 ice element skill called Snow's Lament, which unleashed a blizzard that inflicted freezing effects. Praise the heavens. The boss will definitely need this. Qin Xian beamed with joy, already imagining the moment he would gift the skill book to Lin Ling. However, just as he bent down to pick up the orange boots, a fireball suddenly came hurtling out of the forest. With a deafening explosion, the fireball detonated, blasting him several meters away. Kid, hand over the loot from that boss fight. Was there an Ice Mage skill book among them? Give it up, and we'll let you walk away. Refuse, and don't blame us for being ruthless. Qin Xian's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly turned toward the direction of the voice. The forest around him was empty, yet a menacing aura was closing in. In the next instant, a figure abruptly appeared before him, a young man in his 20s, draped in a black cloak that exuded an eerie black mist, as if it could swallow the surrounding light. Moments later, 4 more figures emerged from the bushes. These were also young men in their 20s, all equipped with blue-tier gear and wearing sinister grins as they advanced step by step. Struggling to get up from the ground, Qin Xian questioned coldly, "Who are you? What gives you the right to take my things?" The black-cloaked man leading the group sneered disdainfully. "Heh, we're from the Shao Consortium. This forest has been claimed by us. Everything here belongs to the Shao family." "Exactly. You killed our boss, so the loot is ours," another chimed in. "Necromancer? Huh? Rare class indeed. But an 18-level weakling like you should know their place," the black-cloaked man mocked. "You've got 10 seconds to hand it over, or you'll join your undead friends." Narrowing his eyes, Qin Xian retorted with a smirk, "Uncle, still stuck without a second class change at 25? Your genius group sure is impressive. You're courting death." The group erupted in fury, preparing to attack when a sudden change unfolded. 5 undead creatures emerged behind Qin Xian, 4 skeletal archers with bleached white bones, and the corpse of a goblin assassin that had recently fallen. Qin Xian swiftly retreated as the goblin assassin darted toward the enemy like lightning. The level 29 black-cloaked mage began to cast an invisibility spell, but it was too late. The goblin assassin's dagger pierced his throat with precision. Blood gushed out, and the mage collapsed to the ground without even a scream. A system notification sounded. You have successfully killed the player Shiliang. The remaining 4 were still reeling from shock when 7 bone arrows struck. The sound of flesh being punctured echoed as 3 more fell to the ground. Only one blue-geared warrior was left standing, his health bar reduced to a sliver. "Don't kill me!" the warrior cried out in terror. "The Shao Consortium has over 100 people in this forest. You're as good as dead." As he spoke, he secretly sent a guild-wide distress signal. "The skill book is for my boss," Qin Xian said coldly. "If you try to take it, you're asking for death." Before his words had fully landed, the goblin assassin's dagger put an end to the last opponent's life. A series of kill notifications appeared, but Qin Xian's focus was already on the black-cloaked mage's corpse. He quickly stepped forward to loot the spoils. "Congratulations! You have obtained the rare item Radiant Staff. Congratulations! You have obtained the rare item Arcane Boots. Congratulations! You have obtained the rare item Night Cloak." Seeing the last item, a look of elation spread across Qin Xian's face. Item: Night Cloak. Special item. Level requirement: 10. No class restriction, but effectiveness is enhanced for Dark or Necromancer classes. This item provides no attribute boosts, but grants an invisibility skill. Attacking does not break invisibility. What a treasure! Qin Xian exclaimed, immediately equipping the Night Cloak without hesitation. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot. Just then, dense footsteps and voices echoed through the woods, signaling the approach of a large group of people. "Quick, something happened to Liangzi and the others. Whoever dared to mess with the Shao Corporation's people is dead meat today. No exceptions." A rough voice boomed through the forest. "Boss, anyone capable of taking down Liangzi and the others must be no ordinary person. Maybe we should report this? If anything happens to that item, we won't be able to bear the consequences." Someone hesitated, voicing their concern. "Coward! What are you afraid of? We've got over 100 people here, more than 20 at the second tier, and I'm a third tier myself. Unless we encounter a top-tier third-tier expert, we could drown him with our spit alone." The boss is right. "Brothers, let's take this guy down first, then deliver the treasure to the young master." "Yeah, the boss promised us a 2 billion reward. Don't get greedy for the artifact. It's useless in your hands anyway." Hearing the rising clamor, a glint of sharpness flashed in Qin Xian's eyes. He deliberately left noticeable tracks in the forest, and then swiftly moved deeper into the woods. A group of ferocious-looking professionals weaved through the trees. These were members of the Shao Corporation's farming team, tasked with gathering resources and skill books for the siblings Xiaoyan and Xiaoya. To ensure Xiaoyan's safety earlier, they had cleared out all the other professionals in the outer area, only to discover a lone, relentless grinder hidden deep within. Before long, they stumbled upon several corpses. "Search for him. Find him at all costs." The leader barked an order, and the group pursued the trail Qin Xian had intentionally left behind. Time passed, and night fell. After hours of tracking, the Shao Corporation's farming team was forced to stop and rest in a clearing. Every time they seemed close to catching their target, he managed to elude them. Exhaustion and hunger led them to abandon the chase for now, opting to regroup with Xiaoyan at dawn. After all, the items they carried were too valuable to risk losing. By 4:30 in the morning, Qin Xian glanced at his watch, a faint smirk curling his lips. His level had reached 25. Though he only possessed an upgrade talent, with the enhancement of his summoning skills, he could summon up to 10 undead beings. Silently, he crept toward the campfire several hundred meters away. "Boss, the young master told us to head to Xianzhou Bay City at dawn. What's the mission exactly?" a short assassin asked. "Haven't you seen the announcements on the public screen? Tomorrow, a large group of people is heading to Xianzhou to pressure the Bay City government." The middle-aged man replied casually. "They're really going to force Lin Ling to hand over the sacred set?" The short assassin's eyes lit up. Of course. How could a rookie have such gear? Over 5,000 people have already pledged to join the protest against Lin Ling. Perfect. I love this kind of chaos. If Lin Ling dares to show up, we'll strike from the shadows. With so many people attacking at once, we might just take him out in one wave, the short assassin said with a sinister grin. The middle-aged man chuckled darkly. "Let me tell you a secret. The young master has prepared an even bigger surprise. The number of people going after Lin Ling tomorrow will far exceed your imagination." "What surprise?" "Can't say. The young master demanded absolute secrecy. If I hadn't sworn a divine oath, knowing the plan would have killed me on the spot. The young master has already set things in motion. Just wait and see tomorrow, it's going to be spectacular." The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up. Laughter erupted around the campfire. "You want to kill my boss?" A cold voice suddenly pierced the air. "Who's there? Show yourself." The farming team leader raised his golden staff and shouted. The group searched their surroundings, but found no one. "Boss, it's Liangzi's shadow cloak." The short assassin squinted his eyes. "Blast him out of hiding. Shoot on sight." The middle-aged man commanded, and everyone began firing blindly. By the heavens, since you intend to harm my boss, I declare that you've chosen the path of death. Qin Xian's voice resounded again. In the next instant, a streak of blood-red light bloomed under the moonlight. With a loud thud, the level 60 leader of the Shao Corporation's farming team collapsed to the ground in an instant. The level 40 boss, under Qin Xian's Shura staff with a 300 damage boost, instantly took the life of a level 60 player with a single strike. Before the crowd could react, a shadow flashed by. It was a goblin assassin wielding a dagger. What is that thing? Attack quickly. It's a goblin, a hidden boss. Panic-stricken cries echoed as countless attacks targeted the goblin assassin. However, the figure had already darted out of range, and with every flash of movement, another life was claimed. Blood painted the air. Amid the chaos, the Shao clan's gold farming team finally began to mount an organized counterattack, unleashing a barrage of attacks like a torrential downpour. Though the goblin assassin's movements were eerily agile, its health rapidly drained under the relentless assault, and it finally collapsed after just over 10 seconds. The metallic stench of blood filled the air as the survivors gasped for breath. The battle, lasting less than a minute, had already claimed nearly 20 lives. Why isn't there any experience reward for killing it? Someone questioned, sparking a wave of confused murmurs. At that moment, a blazing fireball exploded within the crowd. Screams and the roar of flames intertwined, sending everyone's nerves into overdrive. Fortunately, after the Great Fusion, fire-based attacks from players no longer ignited the environment. Otherwise, the entire blue planet would have long since turned to ash. As the group turned toward the source of the attack, the sight before them made them gasp. The leader of the gold farming team, who was the first to fall, had risen again. A grotesque wound was still visible on his neck, his eyes lifeless. Yet he wielded a staff and relentlessly cast spells. As the only third-class professional in the group, his attack power had inexplicably increased several-fold, and his strikes were either instant kills or left devastating injuries. Despite the players' desperate counterattacks, the reanimated body felt like an immortal monster stalking the forest. Then came the second corpse, the third, the fourth. In total, 8 bodies rose one after another. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. All 100-plus members of the Shao clan's gold farming team lay dead, their blood soaking the ground into a dark crimson hue. A small, thin figure emerged quietly, his eyes burning with fervor as he began to loot the corpses. You dared to target my boss. You deserved to die. He spat on the ground and reached for the body of the gold farming team leader. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Congratulations! You have obtained a Talent Evolution Stone 1. Novice Talent Evolution Stone, a rare item from blind boxes. Can be used by first-class professionals below S grade for talent evolution. Success rates, 65 failure, 32 A grade, 2.5 S grade, 0.3 S grade, 0.15 SS grade, 0.04 SS grade, 0.01 SS grade. Qin Xian stared at the stone in his hand, his heart racing. The boss had already advanced to the second class and couldn't use it, but if he could evolve to A or S grade, system has detected that you meet the conditions to use the Talent Evolution Stone. Do you wish to use it? Qin Xian swallowed hard, his trembling fingers hovering over the Use button before finally clicking it. The system immediately displayed a prompt. Evolution Stone has been used. Commencing extraction of Evolution Intensity. Qin Xian stared intently at the system interface, his Adam's apple moving up and down nervously. Each second seemed to stretch into an eternity. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as the system notification sounded. Congratulations! Your rank talent has successfully evolved into an S-rank talent. Cataclysmic Devotee. No, this isn't right. Qin Xian's face turned pale. There's a mistake. I'm not a cataclysmic devotee. I'm supposed to be a devotee of the celestial god. The early morning sun cast its warm rays over the teleportation shrine outside the White Mountain Base City. Dozens of uniformed security officers stood tensely, keeping their eyes on the restless crowd ahead. The sea of people, heads packed tightly together, appeared to number nearly 20,000. Brothers, I'll handle this on my own. You all should focus on leveling up. A tall, broad-shouldered young man emerged from the crowd. This was Chun Outyin, nicknamed Dog Bro. Though only 18 years old, he had already been to juvenile detention 19 times. He was one of the Chelsea sponsored by Lin Ling for 3 years. However, Lin Ling was unaware that Chen Outyin had distributed all the sponsorship money to the struggling families of fallen People's Army soldiers. The scars of the Battle of the Heavenly Pool's secret realm, fought a decade ago, remained deeply etched into this land. Back then, the Mei Alliance had suddenly deployed 50,000 professionals to seize control of the Divine Realm Passage. Chen Aoshan's father, Chun Jiangpan, the commander of the Dragon Nest White Mountain Garrison Battalion, led 10,000 soldiers in a desperate stand against them. In that bloody clash of 30,000 versus 50,000, the Dragon Nest warriors inflicted 45,000 enemy casualties at the cost of 27,000 of their own. However, Chen Jiangpan was ultimately captured by a 7th-rank powerhouse from the Empire of the Setting Sun. Despite efforts by the War God Hall, which dispatched 2 vice-commanders to rescue him, Chen Jiangpan could not be brought back. Soon after, the Mei Alliance released a statement claiming that Chen Jiangpan had defected to the Empire of the Setting Sun overnight. Chen Outyin went from being the son of a revered officer to the son of a traitor. The orphaned children of the fallen soldiers often sought him out to vent their anger, beating and berating him. Yet, Chen Outyin never fought back. Instead, he fiercely defended these same children whenever they faced bullying. He firmly believed that his father would never betray Dragon Nation, that there had to be more to the story. His father's most frequent advice to him, before his capture, had been to grow up and protect these brothers and sisters. Over time, those who once called him a madman or a rabid dog stopped their insults. The traitor's son quietly became the anchor for the orphaned children of the fallen heroes. Dog bro, look at what those guys are saying in the public chat. They dare to steal Lin Brothers' gear. Let's fight them. If it weren't for Lin Brothers' support, my mom wouldn't have survived last winter. My sister's leg was only treated because of Lin Brothers' help. Let us come with you. Well back Lin bro up. Voices rose one after another from the crowd. These were ordinary people with combat levels around 10, and many were just tradespeople or crafters. Yet every pair of eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. This was the spirit of the White Mountain people. Repay even a drop of kindness with a flood of gratitude. With reddened eyes, Chen Outyin shouted, "Good on you, brothers. Let's see who dares to mess with my Lin bro." The massive group began marching toward the teleportation shrine. This scene was promptly captured by a Mei Alliance spy satellite. Inside a conference room somewhere in the Mei Alliance, tension filled the air. Massive troop movement detected in Dragon Nation's White Mountain region. Impossible. The White Mountain dungeon is not something manpower alone can clear. No matter how many people they send, they can't wipe out all the monsters within the time limit. Keep a close watch on Dragon Nation's public channels. If they really clear the dungeon, we must get our hands on the strategy. We might even consider returning some of Dragon Nation's cultural relics. Lin Ling stretched lazily, gently pulling open the curtains. A ray of morning sunlight fell on his face, sweeping away all traces of fatigue. The clock pointed to 9 o'clock, and he helplessly patted his forehead. Staying up late was something he could tolerate, but waking up early? That was pure torment. After a quick wash and a simple breakfast, he headed straight to the job change temple. Although he had already completed his second job advancement, he still needed to challenge the second advancement dungeon to obtain the Holy Light Gem, essential for crafting his specialized weapon. If he could acquire the Demon King's heart this afternoon, his radiant staff would finally be perfected. The streets were noticeably more crowded than the day before. Lin Ling put on his disguiser mask to change his appearance, but the wolf-tooth hammer he couldn't store in his inventory still stood out conspicuously on his shoulder. Just as he was fretting over this, the sight before him left him stunned. The streets were filled with people wearing level 1 white mage robes and carrying wolf-tooth hammers, wandering around. It turned out that while he was asleep, players supporting Yishio had somehow spread the word and used AI to create a slew of wallpapers and promotional images. Some merchants had even worked overnight to produce replica wolf-tooth hammers. The level 1 monster zones had been overrun, swarming with people in a frenzy that rivaled the second Undead Calamity. Even life skill players had grabbed kitchen knives to farm for white gear. Lin Ling could only shake his head and continue on his way, occasionally met with enthusiastic cosplayers shouting, "Hey, handsome, want to trade collectibles?" As for the trolls flaming him in the public chat, he chose to ignore them entirely. His gear was untouchable. Friends were welcomed with fine wine, but wolves would be met with forbidden spells. The job change temple was bustling with people, most of them professionals in their 20s, ranging from solo players to small guild farming teams. The dungeon mechanics here were unique. Each player had only one chance to clear it per day, but clearing it with a 3-star rating or higher allowed unlimited attempts. If one failed, they'd have to wait until the next day. Since players could exit at any time and still gain experience and item drops, it was much safer than the wilderness. Normal mode, need one more, looking for a mage. Normal mode, level 50 a grade fire mage leading, need a grade or higher archer. Hard mode speedrun, no priests, 2 mages, 2 archers, need a high defense tank. Nightmare mode suicide squad, damage below 5,000 don't bother, need a healer, tank, mage, and archer. 1 spot left. The shouts came one after another as solo professionals searched for teams. Every newcomer to the temple was immediately targeted by these partial teams. Those with top-tier gear were quickly swarmed, while those with average equipment were outright ignored. NPC Alice had long been left unnoticed, her presence largely ignored except for the rare occasions when someone needed her for a class transfer quest. The moment Lin Ling stepped into the class transfer temple, dozens of curious or dismissive gazes turned toward him. "I can't see his info. Could he be a big shot? Big shot? No way. Big shots don't waste time on cosplay. Another clueless fanboy. What is this? The seventh or eighth guy carrying a hammer today? The whispers and mocking remarks filled the air, but Lin Ling merely cast a calm glance at the crowd before striding deeper into the grand hall. As he passed by Alice, he politely greeted her. Praise be to Alice. Alice's expression brightened instantly. She lifted the hem of her Lolita-style dress slightly in an elegant curtsy and replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you, great mage. I wish you the best of luck." A system notification promptly appeared. 30 favorability with Alice. Received Alice's blessing. Holy light gem drop rate increased from 0.01 to 1. Lin Ling paused for a moment upon seeing the notification, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Around him, the onlookers burst into laughter once more. Look at that fool, chatting with an NPC. Thank you, Alice, Lin Ling said courteously before turning to head toward the dungeon portal. Another notification popped up. 10 favorability with Alice. As Lin Ling walked directly toward the portal, the crowd's tone began to shift. Wait a minute, could this guy already be at his second-class transfer? A hammer-wielding mage? How strong can he be? What? Does he think he's Yi Xiao or something? Under their watchful eyes, Lin Ling activated the portal. When the system prompted him to select a difficulty, he answered without hesitation, Nightmare mode. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he disappeared into the portal. I'll bet 10,000 dragon coins he won't last a minute. Don't be ridiculous. He'd probably freeze up at the sight of a goblin sailor. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the portal lit up again. Lin Ling emerged, looking as composed as ever. Someone immediately jeered, "Hey kid, how was your 1-minute tour of the Nightmare Dungeon?" "Pretty satisfying," Lin Ling replied calmly. Just as the crowd was gearing up for another round of mockery, the screen above the portal lit up. In bold golden letters, a message slowly appeared. Congratulations to the second-class adventurer Yi Xiao for completing the Nightmare class transfer dungeon in 46 seconds. The laughter died instantly. Every face in the crowd froze in stunned silence, as if they'd all been struck speechless by an invisible force. My goodness! A startled exclamation shattered the silence at the dungeon entrance, pulling everyone out of their shock. Did he really clear it? Soloing a nightmare-level dungeon? Someone asked in disbelief. The surrounding players began to murmur among themselves. We've been running the normal level as a team for a month and still haven't cleared it. How could he solo the nightmare level? Wait a second, that ID? Yi Xiao? Is that Lin Ling? Someone recognized the name from the system announcement, sparking a wave of commotion. No way. He must have used an item to change his appearance. It has to be Lin Ling. The remaining team of professionals surged forward, scrambling to the portal. Linshin, take me with you. Lindage, it's me, Xiao Anchuan. Remember me from last year? But by this time, Lin Ling had already reactivated the portal, once again selecting Nightmare difficulty. In a flash of white light, his figure disappeared into the portal. At that moment, everyone understood one thing: only those who truly cleared the level could re-enter the dungeon. The scene shifted instantly. Lin Ling found himself standing on a desolate, gray beach. Not far away, a large ship with tattered gray sails lay stranded on the shore. Hundreds of goblin sailors, wearing red bandanas, roamed the sand, their numbers overwhelming. Last time, Lin Ling had entered and immediately unleashed meteor shower, wiping out all the monsters within seconds. The entire dungeon had been filled with the aroma of grilled fish. However, due to the level cap, he had only received a purple item, a gold item, and a warrior skill Bukno sign of the Holy Light Gem. Could it be that clearing it too quickly is why I didn't get the Holy Light Gem? Lin Ling speculated, deciding to slow down this time and attempt a true solo run using explosive fireballs and his Wolfang hammer. As soon as he appeared, a dozen goblin sailors snarled and charged at him, wielding sharp tridents. Lin Ling immediately activated the hidden skill of his King's Cloak, causing the goblins to lose their aggro and return to patrolling. Hero's Eye. Lin Ling targeted the leading sailor and used a skill, instantly revealing its stats. Goblin Sailor Elite. Level, 60. HP, 23,000. Physical damage, 3,800. Defense, 2,200. Even weaker than the monsters in a catastrophe-level abyss dungeon, Lin Ling silently compared, then opened his own stat panel. HP, 44,886. Mana, 83,160. Physical damage, 31,450. Magic damage, 32,340. Defense, 15,575. Speed, 380. Stamina, 3,325. Strength, 3,295. 3,000 from King's Hammer. Intelligence, 5,943. Agility, 3,850. Accuracy, 90. Looking at these jaw-dropping stats, Lin Ling's blood surged with excitement. Aside from slightly lower HP, All his other attributes far surpassed those of a typical mage. This was thanks to the 200 all-stat boost from the Alice quest reward, combined with the 50 bonus from the War God Temple team. Although the level 10 divine set left his HP a bit lacking, in this moment, he had undoubtedly transformed into a terrifying, human-shaped beast. Lin Ling glanced at his power stats and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Health is my biggest weakness right now. I need to hurry up and craft my exclusive weapon. As he spoke, he gathered his magic and hurled a blazing fireball with force. The fireball exploded amidst the goblin assassins with a deafening roar, and a scorching ring of fire spread out to a 10-meter diameter. Wherever the flames passed, high damage numbers popped up in succession, and all the goblin assassins caught in the blast fell to the ground. The system notification chimed in, but the experience points remained a pitiful 1. Damn level cap, Lin Ling muttered with a frown, wondering when old Jiang would have the materials ready. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, he gripped a hammer in one hand and a staff in the other, weaving swiftly through the goblin horde. 20 minutes later, the system announced that he had cleared the Nightmare Level 2nd Advancement Dungeon with a 5-star rating. The rewards, apart from the meager experience points, included a priest's skill book, a perfect quality sailor's necklace, an epic-grade moonlight robe, and 5 rainbow clams. Still no holy light gem, Lin Ling sighed, taking out one of the rainbow clams to inspect its properties. The hero's eye revealed it to be a special item. The shell could be used as an ornament, the clam meat could instantly restore 10 health when consumed, and wearing the shell would increase mana regeneration speed by 1. For the rest of the time, Lin Ling tirelessly farmed the dungeon. By noon, he had completed it 11 times. After delivering the final blow to the goblin assassin in his latest run, the system once again awarded him a meager 1 experience point, with no equipment drops at all. When he exited the dungeon, he noticed that the fans and onlookers who had been gathered there earlier had all mysteriously disappeared, as if dispersed by someone. Lin Ling paid no mind to this and walked straight toward Alice. "Kind Miss Alice, I am in need of a holy light gem. Could you help me?" he asked. Alice gave him a sweet smile but shook her head. "Noble mage, I would love to help you, but I truly have no idea where to find a holy light gem. However, I'm feeling a little hungry and craving some seafood. Could you get me some?" she said, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Lin Ling was momentarily stunned before recalling that he did indeed have some seafood on hand. Without hesitation, he took out a dozen rainbow clams and handed them to Alice. Upon seeing the colorful shells, a flicker of delight flashed in Alice's eyes. She eagerly pried them open, savoring the fresh clam meat with an expression of pure enjoyment. The system notification, Alice's favorability 20, quietly appeared. "Won't you have some, mage?" Alice asked with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Ling shook his head, indicating that he didn't like raw seafood. Just as Alice was about to finish the last clam, she suddenly let out a startled cry and quickly spat out what was in her mouth. A radiant, multicolored gem appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. Seeing the shimmering, multicolored stone, Lin Ling's eyes lit up with excitement. "The sacred light gem!" he exclaimed in disbelief, staring intently at the treasure in his hand. As an essential material for the first stage of weapon specialization upgrades, the unexpected discovery of this gem filled him with joy. Eagerly, he quickly retrieved the other rainbow clams from his storage space and inspected each one carefully. However, after opening the last clam, he still couldn't find a second sacred light gem. As expected, it's incredibly rare. Lin Ling sighed softly. After bidding farewell to Alice, Lin Ling was about to leave the job change temple when a sudden notification appeared before him. A message from the internal communication network of the War God Temple read, "Lin Ling, the guard corps badge is ready. You need to pick it up in person. Jiang Shan Yi. Brother Jiang, where exactly should I go?" Lin Ling immediately replied, "Fly the Phantom directly to the Kyoto War God Temple base. The central AI will guide you." Jiang Shani responded. Lin Ling quickly activated the control system of his Phantom aircraft, and the sleek craft materialized from the void. He jumped into the cockpit, engaged the central AI, and the aircraft automatically headed toward Kyoto. Through the specially designed transparent floor, he could clearly see the scenery below. As he passed over Xuanfu, he noticed a large crowd gathered outside the teleportation temple. However, it had nothing to do with him, so he quickly averted his gaze. After a dozen minutes, the aircraft landed smoothly on the tarmac. Jiang Shan-Yi was already waiting. As Lin Ling called out, "Brother Jiang," Jiang immediately got straight to the point. "The guard corps badge is classified as a restricted item in the War God Temple. Even I can't directly access it. But there's a way War God Temple members can earn badges by clearing levels in the Trial Tower. The first level awards 1 badge, the second level 2, and so on. Although you're not an official member and don't have any points, I can make an exception and take you there. Just remember, this violates the rules, so you must keep it confidential." Lin Ling nodded solemnly and asked, "How difficult is the tower challenge?" He was mindful of the Demon King that was set to appear in just a few hours and didn't want to miss the opportunity. With your strength, clearing one level should take about 30 minutes. If you're lucky, you can gather the required badges within 3 hours, Jiang Shanyi explained while leading Lin Ling to a towering nine-story structure. I've already had the guards removed. Remember to stay quiet, Jiang Shanyi reminded him before using iris recognition to unlock the door to the trial tower. Go on in. I'll stay out here and enjoy my tea while you tackle the tower. Don't waste any attempts, you can learn a lot in there, Jiang Shanyi said leisurely, setting up a recliner and pulling out a teapot. Without a word, Lin Ling strode straight into the trial tower. As soon as he stepped onto the first floor, a system voice announced, Challenger Lin Ling has begun the trial. Defeat the guard to proceed. Before the voice had even faded, a figure materialized in front of him and launched a fierce kick aimed directly at Lin Ling's throat. Reacting with lightning speed, Lin Ling swung his spiked club with a deafening bang, sending the opponent flying. Trial floor cleared. Reward, Great Wall Guard Badge X1. Rest countdown, 120, 119. Lin Ling walked out of the tower with a look of surprise on his face. Seeing him return so soon, old Jiang raised an eyebrow. Why are you back already? Finished one round. Isn't there a rest period? Lin Ling replied with a grin. Jiang Shanyi's face twitched. You didn't just flatten the guard with that big hammer of yours, did you? These guards are meant to teach you advanced combat techniques, not to be smashed to pieces like that. Lin Ling scratched his nose, looking innocent. I'm a mage. Why would I bother learning combat techniques? Isn't magic more my thing? When the rest period ended, Lin Ling re-entered the tower. This time, the system added a new rule. Hammer-type weapons are prohibited. As two guards charged at him, Lin Ling found his hammer immovable. Forced to adapt, he drew his radiant staff and unleashed a blazing fireball that engulfed both opponents. On the third floor, the restrictions tightened further. Hammer-type equipment prohibited. Fire magic attacks prohibited. Old Jiang, are you messing with me? Lin Ling shouted toward the outside but received no response. 3 guards attacked simultaneously, coordinating strikes toward his upper, middle, and lower body. Lin Ling barely managed to block but still took a kick to the abdomen, sending him flying several meters. Kneeling on one knee, Lin Ling grinned. You think banning fire magic will stop me? He suddenly began to sing. Love hits so fast, like a tornado. With his song, terrifying wind blades swirled into a massive cyclone, instantly swallowing the 3 guards. The violent magical energy tore through the space, leaving cracks in its wake. Just as the system announced, trial floor cleared, alarms blared throughout the tower. Energy fluctuation overload detected. Trial tower damage alert. Outside, Jiang Shanyi's teapot slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. His face turned bright red as he shouted, You little brat! I told you to tackle the tower, not blow it up with forbidden spells. At this moment, Lin Ling stared in shock at the scene before him. The seemingly indestructible trial tower, which he had always believed to be unbreakable, had cracked under the influence of a simple song. This absurd turn of events left him momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Shanyi reacted quickly, drawing his staff and beginning to cast a spell. A silver glow enveloped the fractured trial tower, and the broken stones gradually pieced themselves back together, restoring the tower to its original state. However, this repair process came at a cost for Jiang Shanyi, as several strands of silver hair fell silently, and the wrinkles on his forehead deepened. Get inside the tower now, Jiang Shanyi commanded in a low voice. Lin Ling instantly understood and darted into the trial tower. Almost simultaneously, a squad of fully armed guards arrived at the scene. Master Jiang, what was that alarm about just now? The captain of the Dragon Nest Guard saluted respectfully, his tone laden with curiosity. Nothing serious, Jiang Shanyi replied with a calm expression. A new recruit is coming, so I was just testing the trial tower's strength. It's already been repaired. After confirming that the trial tower was intact, the captain led his team away. Jiang Shanyi's face darkened as he entered the tower, clearly suppressing his anger. I didn't mean to do it, Lin Ling said with an awkward smile, trying to explain. The trial tower is a treasured asset of the War God Hall. It can rapidly enhance combat instincts, Jiang Shanyi said sternly. Master Jiang, I feel like I don't really need it, Lin Ling replied honestly. Jiang Shanyi shook his head. I know your magic is powerful, and you can even cast forbidden spells. But what will you do if you encounter an anti-magic field? I've got my hammer. Lin Ling grinned. A hammer? Jiang Shanyi sneered. Do you think others don't have special tools? Fine, I won't argue further. If you insist on using your hammer, go ahead. If you can pass, it'll be your own merit. Unconvinced, Lin Ling strode into the trial tower. Passing this trial would earn him 4 waste tokens, just enough to complete his mission. A system notification announced, Challenger Lin Ling has begun the trial. Entering the 4th level of the trial tower. Defeat the guards to pass. This trial tower has activated an anti-magic field. Magic is disabled, but weapons are unrestricted. for guards wielding wooden staffs materialized. Lin Ling smirked disdainfully and charged forward with his spiked hammer. However, as he swung the hammer down, one of the guards merely flicked his wrist, and the wooden staff twisted at an uncanny angle to evade the hammer, striking Lin Ling's wrist directly. The sharp pain caused him to lose his grip, and the hammer flew out of his hand. Before he could react, another staff strike landed squarely on his calf. With a loud thud, Lin Ling crashed to the ground. The guards stepped back, ceasing their attacks. The contempt in Lin Ling's eyes vanished, replaced by profound astonishment, had been outmatched by someone wielding a mere wooden staff, despite his superior strength. Rubbing his sore wrist and calf, Lin Ling slowly made his way toward his fallen spiked hammer. Until Lin Ling picked up the warhammer, the guards made no move to attack. His gaze sharpened, and he charged at one of the guards again. Raising the spiked warhammer high as if to strike down on the opponent's head, he abruptly changed his move midway. The hammer's head arced downward, targeting the lower body instead. However, the guard effortlessly spun his wooden staff, precisely striking Lin Ling's wrist. With a loud clang, the warhammer flew from Lin Ling's grasp. The staff then swung upward, slamming into Lin Ling's chest and sending him sprawling backward. Lying on the ground, a flash of realization crossed Lin Ling's eyes. This is swordsmanship. Even after the great fusion a century ago, someone is still practicing this ancient art. He finally understood when battling with opponents of similar attributes, mastery of swordsmanship could grant an overwhelming advantage. At that moment, the true value of the trial tower became clear. No wonder Jiang Shani referred to it as a treasure of the War God Hall. No wonder it required spending points to enter. Lin Ling speculated that higher levels of the tower might even include specialized training for magic users. In this era where everyone prioritized attribute enhancement and neglected physical techniques, the covert preservation of such martial arts in Longhua was undoubtedly a terrifying tactical advantage. Without a trace of complaint, Lin Ling got back on his feet and resumed his challenge against the guards. This time, he fully utilized his mental acuity, carefully observing and analyzing every detail of attack and defense. His exceptional mental strength enabled him to learn at a pace far beyond the ordinary. He was knocked down repeatedly, only to rise again each time. Gradually, he began to grasp the principles. From falling after just one move, he progressed to lasting 3 rounds. An hour later, he could engage a guard for 10 minutes without being overpowered. 2 hours later, leveraging the sheer power of his warhammer, he managed to hold his own against a guard. After 4 hours, Lin Ling was capable of fending off the combined assault of 3 guards. Though his body was battered and bruised, he persevered without faltering. He understood that the trial tower had deliberately limited the guard's strength. Otherwise, with their demonstrated swordsmanship skills, he would have been defeated long ago. After 6 hours of intense training, a sweat-drenched Lin Ling staggered to his feet. Raising the spiked warhammer, he issued a challenge to the 3 guards. As they attacked simultaneously, Lin Ling's hammer traced a sword flower in the air, blocking all 3 wooden staffs at once. He then shifted to offense, employing sword techniques in rapid succession to defeat 2 guards. The remaining 2 guards coordinated seamlessly, attacking in unison. Lin Ling suddenly released his grip on the warhammer. Seizing the moment when the guards lost their balance, he moved like lightning, locking his hands around their throats. With 2 sharp cracks, the guards dissolved into smoke and vanished. Exhausted, Lin Ling collapsed to the floor, panting heavily. But he knew the grueling 6-hour training session was worth it. Had mastered 3 sword techniques, boosting his combat power tenfold. A system notification sounded, announcing his successful completion of the trial and awarding him 4 Great Wall Guard badges. It also informed him that the next level would focus on advanced magic training, emphasizing spellcasting speed and even offering the chance to learn forbidden spell speed reading. Just as Lin Ling was about to quip, "Why not teach me singing instead of speed?" 2 system prompts appeared. The first asked if he wanted to lift his level seal, and the second notified him that the old demon of Black Mount would appear at the reservoir in Xuanfu Bay City in 1 hour, triggering 3 related missions. Faced with the option to lift the level seal, Lin Ling made his decision without hesitation. No. An hour ago, on the outskirts of the Goblin Plains near Qiulambu City, as an elite monster fell to the ground, a purple light shimmered beside its corpse, materializing into a piece of purple equipment. No way. A purple drop. The tired faces of the Blue Whale Guild members lit up as they excitedly gathered around. As members of the second-ranked guild in Qiulambu City, they had been grinding on these plains for 2 days and nights. Haha, what luck. Our team has already gotten 2 purple drops. I heard the second and third teams haven't gotten any yet. The group beamed with joy. Blue Whale, ranked among the top 20 guilds in Longhua, had sent 5 leveling squads to this area. The mage captain stretched lazily, signaling the others to rest while he approached the purple equipment. Just as he bent down, a shadow suddenly darted out from the bushes. With a loud boom, His head was instantly shattered. A handsome young man wielding a spiked warhammer snatched the purple drop in a flash. Damn it, Captain, kill him. By the time the team reacted, the figure had already vanished from their sight. Second brother, that was Lin Ling from Xianzhou Yazi. Lin Ling? Report this to the guild immediately. We must avenge this. Meanwhile, on another part of the plains, an all-female leveling squad from the Golden Phoenix Guild was taking a break. They all wore matching armbands featuring a golden phoenix. As the third largest guild in Qiulambu City, Golden Phoenix didn't hold a national ranking but maintained good relations with many major guilds. Why isn't Xiao Shuang back yet? One of the team members asked. Nan Nan, stop joking. Even though Shuanger is the guild leader's daughter, she's already 18. Another replied with a smile. The guild leader said we'd move to the capital after we hit our second-class advancements. However, when Shuanger and Lan Lan, who had gone off for a brief moment, didn't return after 10 minutes, a tall, muscular woman in the group immediately made a call. The unanswered busy tone sent a chill through everyone. Following the footprints, they soon discovered Lanlin's body in the bushes, her head crushed by a blunt weapon. Continuing along the drag marks nearby, they found the unconscious Shuanger under a large tree. The Golden Phoenix Guild's young lady had suffered a severe head injury, her health bar reduced to just 10% and still dropping. Fortunately, the team's priest quickly cast a healing spell, pulling her back from the brink of death. Xiao Shuang, what happened? The voice was filled with concern. It's Lin Ling from Xuanfu. The words caught in their throat, choked with emotion. Lin Ling, Xiao Shuang, don't worry, the guild leader will definitely avenge you. Recently, a series of heinous incidents had occurred near the Goblin Grasslands and Goblin Forest, and all evidence pointed to Lin Ling of Xuanfu. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Goblin Forest, Qin Xian was racing toward Qiulambu City on horseback. Despite having traveled non-stop for 2 days without rest, his face was still alight with excitement. He had fulfilled his agreement with Lin Ling, reaching level 30 in less than 2 days. What thrilled him even more was that his talent had evolved into the S-tier Calamity Disciple. As an S-tier talent, the Calamity Disciple granted 3 formidable abilities. Undead Damage Transfer. Under the protection of Calamity, 80 of incoming damage is absorbed by summoned creatures. Undead Amplification. All summoned undead creatures receive double attribute boosts. Undead Curse. Targets attacked by undead creatures are cursed, preventing their wounds from healing for 3 hours and causing them to lose 1 of their health per second. As Qin Xian was reveling in the thought of reuniting with Lin Ling, a piercing cry for help suddenly echoed from the forest ahead. Help me! The desperate voice of a girl rang out, brimming with fear. Shout all you want. No one's coming to save you. A man's cold voice responded. We've met before. We even exchanged numbers and agreed to discuss questions about crafting specialized weapons. How could you do this? The girl sobbed. Know each other? Even better. Crimes committed by acquaintances generate more hatred. The man sneered. Please, I'm begging you. Let me go. I come from a single-parent family. My father was a soldier who sacrificed his life for the country, and my mother is in poor health. Oh, a soldier's orphan? Interesting. The man's tone suddenly shifted. I'll give you a chance. Call for help. If someone rescues you within 10 minutes, they'll let you go. As Qin Xian was about to leave, the girl's next words struck him like a thunderbolt. Uncle Wang, please save me. It's me, Shi Han. I'm in the Goblin Forest. He's Lin Ling from Xuanfu. Qin Xian spun around abruptly, his eyes bloodshot. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a girl curled up on the ground, and standing next to her was a figure eerily resembling Lin Ling, wielding the signature spiked hammer. Finished your call? Then die. The man snarled with a cruel grin. After you're gone, your Uncle Wang will surely come after me for revenge. Too bad no one will know that I'm not actually me. Before he could finish, the face identical to Lin Ling's began to twist and distort, gradually revealing the true visage of Xiao Yan. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Xian's eyes widened with rage. Being framed by his own leader ignited a burning fury within him. Stop! Qin Xian roared, summoning 15 undead creatures in an instant. His sudden appearance startled both Xiao Yan and the girl, especially Xiao Yan, who had just reverted to his true form. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he raised his spiked hammer, ready to eliminate any threats. A bone arrow whistled through the air, striking the descending hammer with precision. The powerful impact threw the weapon off balance, but it still grazed the girl's right cheek. Her health plummeted to the brink, and she collapsed unconscious on the spot. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted as he realized, with just a single arrow, that this frail-looking boy's strength was on par with his own. Without hesitation, he retrieved a forbidden spell scroll, a manic gleam flashing in his eyes. Fire element forbidden spell, meteor firestorm, he bellowed. The scroll erupted with dazzling golden light as crimson clouds rapidly gathered, covering an area of several kilometers. Consider it an honor to perish under a forbidden spell. Xiao Yin sneered, turning to flee. But pain suddenly shot through him as his health bar plummeted. Turning back, he saw a bone arrow shrouded in black mist lodged in his rear. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the arrow out and quickly disappeared into the distance. Qin Xian's expression grew grim. It was clear this was a conspiracy targeting Linling, and both he and the girl had to survive to clear Linling's name. He retrieved a healing potion and administered it to the unconscious girl. Though her health showed some recovery, she remained unresponsive. With meteors beginning to rain down, Qin Xian carried the girl and sprinted toward the city. The entire goblin forest was instantly transformed into a fiery inferno, swallowing countless leveling teams in its wake. Meanwhile, in the War God Temple of Kyoto, Lin Ling couldn't hide his excitement as he read the system notifications. Emerging from the trial tower, he noticed Jiang Shani wearing a somber expression, as if weighed down by some concern. Upon seeing Lin Ling, the old man's face relaxed slightly, though hesitation lingered in his gaze. Mistaking Jiang Shani's mood as related to the trial tower, Lin Ling expressed his gratitude sincerely. Elder Jiang, thank you. I'll definitely return to challenge the trial tower again once I earn more points. By now, Lin Ling fully understood regardless of the truth behind the guard's badge. Jiang Shani's earnest efforts to nurture him were genuine. The worry on Jiang Shani's face gradually faded as he nodded in satisfaction and forced a faint smile. It seems you understand my intentions. At least my efforts weren't in vain. As for those rumors about you, don't worry. The War God Hall will help you quell them. Lin Ling immediately understood that Jiang Shani was referring to the voices demanding he hand over the sacred set. He had long since muted the public chat and hadn't paid any attention to it. Old Jiang, I'll handle this myself. If I have to rely on the War God Hall for such a trivial matter, then I'd be utterly useless, Lin Ling replied with a grin. Jiang Shani's expression still carried a trace of concern. Are you sure you can manage? No problem, Lin Ling said casually, resting his hands behind his head with an easygoing demeanor. All right, but if you can't handle it, call me, Jiang Shani reminded him. Did you see the system announcement? You should head back quickly. Regional hidden missions like this are rare. If you're lucky, you could level up 5 times. Even just showing up might get you 3 levels. A flicker of doubt passed through Lin Ling's eyes before realization dawned. Are you talking about the Demon King mission? This response caught Jiang Shani off guard. Demon King mission? Didn't you get any notifications while in the trial tower? Let me share it with you. A system task notification immediately popped up. Regional Hidden Mission Bounty. The son of the human traitor Zheng Beichen has conspired with the demon race and given birth to a demon girl who threatens humanity. It has been confirmed that the demon girl is hiding near the reservoir under Black Mountain in the Xuanfu Bay City. A bounty is hereby issued. All professions below the 5th tier may proceed to Xuanfu Bay City. Upon entering the area, participants will automatically be designated as warriors. Participants aiding in the search and elimination of the traitor's remnants will gain 3 levels, while those successfully eliminating the target will gain 5 levels. In 30 minutes, Xuanfu Bay City will be temporarily sealed off, and entry by any means will be impossible. Seal countdown. 27 minutes and 14 seconds. Lin Ling's lips twitched as he read the mission description. What he initially thought was just a local task in Xuanfu turned out to be a nationwide event. This meant he would face an overwhelming number of challengers. It was practically forcing him to unleash his big moves and, perhaps even one wouldn't be enough. Old Jiang, I'll thank you later. I have to go now, Lin Ling said. Remember, don't mention that I brought you into the trial tower, Jiang Shani cautioned. Got it, Lin Ling replied as he quickly headed toward the helipad. Once he took off in the Phantom aircraft, Lin Ling began strategizing. First, he needed to warn his close allies not to rush ahead recklessly, lest they get caught in his area-wide spells and suffer unintended harm. He pulled out his phone, only to find it had shut off automatically. After plugging it in to charge and turning it back on, a flood of messages poured in. Jimo's Feishin messages alone exceeded 99, causing Lin Ling to instinctively feel a sense of resistance. Just as he was about to scroll through to find Zhou Mingyan's number, he noticed a series of missed calls, more than a dozen from someone named Li Shirhan in his contact list. Li Shirhan? What's she calling me for? Did she make a breakthrough in exclusive weapon forging? Puzzled, Lin Ling dialed back. The call was quickly answered, but an unexpected male voice came through. Boss, it's Qin Xian. Listen to me, Xiao Yin from the Shao Corporation has taken on your appearance and is killing people in the goblin forest of Qiulambu City. He's trying to frame you. You need to get out of there now. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Where are you? And why are you using Li Shirhan's phone? Desperation filled Qin Xian's voice on the other end. It's a long story. I'm being hunted, and I doubt I'll be able to see you again. There are 3 Tier 4 assassins after me, all killers raised by the Shao Corporation. Give me your coordinates. Lin Ling demanded sharply. Boss, it's been an honor knowing you. I forgot to tell you, I've reached level 30, and my talent has been upgraded to SS rank. No time to explain further, they're catching up. You need to get out of Xuanfu immediately. A deafening noise cut off Qin Xian's voice. When Lin Ling tried dialing back, the phone was already turned off. His expression darkened instantly, and a wave of murderous intent surged from within him. Xiaoyan, you're dead. Lin Ling immediately called GMO. Boss, you finally showed up. Why haven't you been replying to my message yet? GMO, Lin Ling interrupted. Help me locate a phone's coordinates. It's urgent. GMO instantly dropped his playful tone. Give me the number. Within 10 seconds, the coordinates were sent to Lin Ling's phone. We'll talk later. Phantom, coordinates 3124, 2370. Move out. Understood. ETA, 35 seconds. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers north of Qiulambu City, Qin Xian was darting through the wilderness with a woman strapped to his back. The last two skeletal archers under his command were on the brink of destruction. After an hour of relentless pursuit, he could hardly believe he was still alive. Escaping the forbidden curse had already been a near-death miracle. If not for his undead creatures absorbing some of the damage, he would have perished 100 times over. Kid, where do you think you're running to? Just accept your fate and die already. One of the three assassins taunted as they chased him relentlessly. Calling for reinforcements? By the time they arrive, you'll already be cold and dead. One assassin raised a laser gun and fired 2 precise shots at the remaining skeletons. With 2 loud cracks, the last skeletal minions disintegrated into nothingness. Qin Xian, now drained of mana, could no longer summon any replacements. Big bro, just finish him off with 1 shot. Got it. A necromancer? Against tech weapons, you're nothing but trash. Not even the gods can save you now. The gun-wielding assassin sneered as he aimed at the back of Qin Xian's head. At that moment, a brilliant blue beam suddenly pierced through the clouds, enveloping 2 of the assassins. Under the searing blast of the laser cannon, they were vaporized instantly, leaving not even ashes behind. The last assassin froze in terror, stunned and unable to move. Just moments ago, they were mercilessly tormenting the young mage with their laser guns, but in the blink of an eye, a blue laser beam reduced them to ashes. The last assassin looked up at the sky. Terror filling his eyes. A menacing red fighter jet was tearing through the air, one of its 16 laser cannons glowing with a brilliant blue light. With a resonating hum, the space around them rippled, and the final assassin disintegrated into dust. An eye for an eye. In this brutal world, reason has no place. It's all about survival of the fittest. Qin Xian stood frozen, staring at the dissipating blue beam in the sky. The light took him back to his childhood, to the moment when a silver-armored deity descended from the heavens and rescued him from peril. Beneath the fighter jet, an anti-gravity beam flickered, and Lin Ling, clad in a white mage's robe, descended gracefully. Qin Xian's pupils contracted. Lin Ling at that moment was the spitting image of the silver-armored deity from his memories. Boss is really the silver-armored deity, Qin Xian murmured, tears welling up in his eyes. Lin Ling quickly rushed to his side. How are you? Are you hurt badly? Boss, Qin Xian responded with a silly grin. Why are you grinning like that? I'm asking if you're injured. Oh, not badly, but she's not going to make it. Qin Xian snapped back to reality and hurriedly laid Li Shihan down. Lin Ling frowned, examining the gruesome wounds on Li Shihan's half-destroyed face. What happened? Xiaoyan hit her with a spiked hammer. She's critically injured. Healing potions won't save her. It's a miracle she's still alive. Then what do we do? Xiaoyan is trying to frame you. He's already called the military, claiming you kidnapped her. If she dies, it'll be impossible to clear your name. Qin Xian said anxiously. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. We need a healer. Wait, Meng Yin can save her. He quickly pulled out his phone and called Zhou Mengyan. Mengyan, where are you? Lin Ling, I'm at the reservoir under Black Mountain. We accidentally wandered into a labyrinth. It feels like an underwater prison down here, and we can't find our way out. Send me your coordinates. I'm coming right now. The phantom fighter jet shot into the sky and disappeared in the distance. Deep beneath the reservoir at Black Mountain, a massive labyrinth concealed dozens of prison cells. Each cell held relatives of Longwo's political and military officials or heirs of powerful corporations. These hostages were part of General Zhao's scheme to maintain control even after his retirement. At this moment, Feng Zhi and 4 others hung battered and bruised in one of the cells. Several Tier 5 professionals patrolled the area, occasionally whipping the prisoners. Meanwhile, outside the water prison, Zhou Mengyan and her team cautiously navigated the labyrinth. Mengyan, what is this place? Could it be a hidden quest? There's no mention of it on the map, whispered Yu. It doesn't look like a system-generated monster zone. More like a secret prison belonging to some faction, Zhou Mengyan replied, shaking her head. We should leave. I've got a bad feeling about this, one of her teammates said, fear etched on their face. Just then, a red laser beam streaked beneath their feet. An instant later, a piercing alarm blared from deep within the labyrinth. Who's there? A thunderous shout shattered the silence. Several fifth-tier professionals swiftly stormed into the labyrinth, led by Zhao Sihu, the fourth son of Zhao Longqing and the warden of the water prison. Holding an activation device, he looked puzzled. What's going on? Why is no one here? Activate the thermal scan immediately. The alarm wouldn't go off for no reason, Zhao Sihu ordered sternly. Another fifth-tier assassin quickly pulled out a device resembling a tablet. As he operated it swiftly, the screen displayed a thermal imaging map of the water prison. However, apart from their own red heat signatures, the labyrinth appeared completely empty. Boss, the map doesn't show anyone else. Should we report this? The assassin scratched his head in confusion. Report? Are you kidding me? We're still a distance from the water prison. Stay sharp. Zhao Sihu barked as he led the group deeper into the labyrinth. Meanwhile, above them, inside a fully cloaked aircraft, Lin Ling observed everything below intently. Zhou Mingyan and the other four exchanged nervous glances, still shaken. Lin Ling, thank you. Zhou Mingyan whispered softly. Mingyan, there's someone here with severe injuries who needs your help, Lin Ling said, pointing to a girl lying inside the aircraft. Without hesitation, Zhou Mingyan stepped forward, raised her healing staff, and cast a sacred healing light. A milky white glow enveloped Li Shirhan, and her injuries visibly healed at an astonishing speed. Soon, her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her safe and sound, Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief and turned to ask, Mingyan, Yu, why are you here? Weren't you leveling up with Jingliang and the others? At his words, the two girls' eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Zhou Mingyan clenched her fists silently, while Yu suddenly collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Captain Lin, Jingliang is dead. He was killed by Xiao Yin. You have to avenge him. Boom Lin Ling's mind roared as Li Jingliang's image flashed before him. He had never felt such an overwhelming desire to kill someone. His knuckles turned white as his fists tightened. Yu, don't cry. I promise you, I'll avenge Jingliang today. Once Yu released him, Lin Ling took out his phone and dialed Jimo's number. Jimo, where are you? Bro, I've arrived at Xuanfu. You're amazing. How did our Heavenly Court team become part of the War God Hall? A 50 attribute boost and 200 experience gain, it's insane. GMO, focus. Lin Ling interrupted his excitement. GMO chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, got carried away. Here's the deal, things are complicated right now. 3 factions are targeting you. Bro, I know those things online aren't your doing, but you need solid evidence to clear your name. Without it, it'll be tough to prove your innocence. Don't worry about the evidence. Since they want to play, let's finish them off for good today. Lin Ling's voice carried a trace of coldness. At that moment, a voice with a heavy accent suddenly came through the phone, filled with excitement. Boss Lin, it's me, Kaixian. I've come to find you. Good, glad you're here. We'll talk when we meet. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Brother, what I told you earlier was all bad news. Now, here's some good news. Chen Outyin has also arrived in Xianzhou. Jimo's voice chimed in again. Chen Outyin? A flicker of interest flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Well, it seems he's come to me on his own. Yes, he brought over 20,000 people with him. Even the Longshao People's Army has taken notice. A sly glint appeared in Lin Ling's gaze. 20,000 people. Just the right number to stage a good show. Help me get in touch with Outyin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ling fell into thought. The Xiao Financial Group was no longer a threat, but the Zhao family remained a significant problem. As a former general of the People's Army, Zhao Longqing wielded immense influence despite being retired. Taking down the Zhao family would require a bold and decisive move. His eyes fell on the water prison below, a facility whose presence he found peculiar. Phantom, can you investigate the situation inside the water prison? Affirmative. Scanning. Scan complete. The large screen immediately displayed a full view of the water prison, with every cell's contents clearly visible. Lin Ling instantly recognized Shang Biao and 4 others suspended within, clearly suffering because of him. That's the son of Yang Feng, the commander of the Southern War Zone. That's the wife of Li Ming, chief of staff in the Eastern War Zone. And there's the second son of the Luo Financial Group. Zhou Mingyan exclaimed. These people are either military relatives or heirs to major business empires. How dare the Zhao family? Lin Ling sneered. The Zhao family is digging their own grave. Master, a large number of explosive devices have been detected beneath the water prison. Shall I neutralize them? Phantom's AI system prompted. After confirming that Phantom could complete the task silently, Lin Ling ordered the destruction of all explosive devices. Then, he posted a provocative message on the public channel. Yishio, I'm at the reservoir under Black Mountain. If anyone wants to find me, come. The message instantly drew tens of thousands of professionals. Within 10 minutes, Lin Ling stood proudly on the island at the reservoir center, flanked by GMO, Wang Yilin, and Zhou Mingyan. On either side of the reservoir, over 10,000 people had gathered. That's him. He's the one who killed the captain and stole the purple gear Lin Ling. Lin Ling slaughtered his own kind. He deserves to die. The demon Lin must perish for peace to prevail. The cries for vengeance grew louder, but Lin Ling's supporters were not to be outdone. Shut up. Lin Shen would never do such a thing. Exactly. Baseless accusations. Lin Shen has sacred gear. Who cares about your worthless purple gear? The tension between the two sides escalated, and the air was charged with the imminent outbreak of conflict. A figure suddenly soared into the air from the riverbank. It was Bai Haishan, the mayor of Xianzhou Bay City. His appearance immediately silenced the boisterous crowd. Quiet, everyone. Bai Haishan's gaze was stern. The situation is unclear right now. Let me ask Lin Ling a few questions. Whether he is guilty or not, we will handle this according to the law. Just as the crowd began to calm down, another figure rose into the air. Mayor Bai, I am Zhao Sanhu. A booming voice echoed above the reservoir. I happened to pass by and stumbled upon this heinous incident. My father is already aware of it and is paying close attention. I hope you will handle this impartially, or else. Someone from the Zhao family, descendant of General Zhao, the most powerful family in the north. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Hearing these discussions, Zhao Sanhu instinctively raised his chin. In his mind, standing on the moral high ground meant that if he declared Lin Ling guilty, Lin Ling wouldn't have a chance to clear his name. Bai Haishan cast a cautious glance at Zhao Sanhu before turning back to Lin Ling. Where were you an hour ago? What were you doing? No comment, Lin Ling replied in a calm tone. What an arrogant kid. A towering, lean figure nearly 2 meters tall shouted angrily from the crowd. That's Xiao Yang, the strongest archer of the Xiao Financial Group, GMO whispered to Lin Ling from behind. Lin Ling merely glanced at Xiao Yang with disdain before shifting his focus back to Bai Haishan. Fine, this is your last chance to prove your innocence, Bai Haishan said sharply. At that moment, a fifth-tier warrior stepped forward to accuse Lin Ling suddenly. Lin Ling's appearance began to transform, becoming identical to that of the accuser. The crowd collectively realized the truth after the Great Fusion. Items capable of altering appearances did exist, making it nearly impossible to determine authenticity based on looks alone. The murmurs grew louder. Could someone be framing Lin Ling? If he really were the culprit, why would he leave witnesses alive? But who else could take down Blue Whale's captain with a single strike besides him? Didn't he use a forbidden spell scroll before? Over 100 professionals died in Goblin Forest. Amid the commotion, a triangular aircraft suddenly descended from the sky. A middle-aged officer leapt out, his voice resonating like thunder. Who here is Lin Ling? Colonel Wang Shuiming of the Western Military District. I heard he just completed his 6th-tier mission. Does Lin Ling dare provoke even the military? The crowd's chatter surged once more. Facing the crowd's doubts and accusations, Lin Ling stood tall and unyielding. The tension in the air was palpable until Colonel Wang Shuiming fixed his piercing gaze on Lin Ling, his eyes blazing with both anger and hope. Lin Ling, what have you done to Shirhan? Wang Shuiming's voice was hoarse. Her father and I were comrades. Before he died, he entrusted her to me. I can't bear to see anything happen to her. As he spoke, the eyes of the hardened soldier glistened with unshed tears. These words struck a chord with Lin Ling. He had planned to wait for Xiao Yin to show himself before revealing the evidence to prevent his escape. But seeing the loyalty and pain in this elder's eyes, Lin Ling couldn't bring himself to hide the truth any longer. Uncle Wang, Shirhan is safe, he said quietly. Before his words could settle, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Safe? Not long ago, thousands of people from my Xiao Corporation witnessed Lin Ling leaving the Goblin Forest. The crowd turned in unison to see Xiao Yin striding forward, clad in a blood-red mage robe, leading thousands of adventurers behind him. The 30-level epic gear he wore drew gasps of awe from the onlookers. Wow, Xiao Yin is already level 35, just 5 levels above Lin Ling. His epic gear must have way better stats than Lin Ling's 10-level holy set. As the crowd's admiration grew, Lin Ling's disdainful expression deepened, further stoking Xiao Yan's fury. Gripping his staff tightly, Xiao Yin shouted, "Arrogant scoundrel! Lin Ling, you've murdered your own kind and defiled female adventurers. Today, I shall deliver justice." His declaration was met with a wave of cheers and murmurs of approval, causing even some of Lin Ling's supporters to waver. Suddenly, Xiao Yin raised his hand, and an S-class civilian aircraft swooped down from the sky, its 3 heavy-caliber cannons aimed straight at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the vile thief who stole Shenfeng Guild's blue gear from Shangbiao on Awakening Day. Let's see if you can outmatch these cannons. Xiao Yin sneered maliciously. Wang Shuiming's brows furrowed deeply. Against the firepower of such a war machine, even a 5th-tier professional would struggle to survive. If Shirhan couldn't be found in time, the consequences would be dire. Yet Lin Ling remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips as he snapped his fingers. The real show is just beginning. Suddenly, a laser beam shot down from the heavens, striking the imposing glass aircraft with pinpoint accuracy. With a deafening explosion, the aircraft transformed into a blazing fireball, crashing into the reservoir below. The scene fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling sound of the burning wreckage floating in the water. A blinding laser beam suddenly tore through the sky, striking Xiao Shi's aircraft directly. The crowd erupted in gasps of shock. It turned out there was an S-class stealth fighter hidden in the air. Xiao Yan's eyes burned red with fury as he spun around to look behind Lin Ling. Sure enough, there stood GMO. How dare you side with Lin Ling? Does the G Corporation intend to align itself with evil? Xiao Yan demanded through gritted teeth. Before his words fully landed, two cloaked figures suddenly appeared beside GMO. They stepped forward slowly, drawing all eyes, and simultaneously removed their cloaks. Young Master Xiao, surprised to see us again? Qin Xian's icy voice echoed all around. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted sharply, but instead of responding directly, he quickly deflected. Who are you? Have we met? Xiao Yan, you impersonated Lin Ling, slaughtered and humiliated your own people, and now you dare act innocent here? Li Shihan's trembling accusation sent waves of shock rippling through the crowd surrounding the reservoir. Shihan. Colonel Wang Shuiming looked at Li Shihan, tears streaming down his aged face. The crowd began pointing fingers at Xiao Yan, their chatter growing louder with condemnation. Breathing heavily, Xiao Yan pointed at Qin Xian and Li Shihan, roaring, "Don't you dare slander me! I've been with thousands of my brothers from the Gold Hunting Guild all this time. How could I commit such crimes? With my power, I could have any woman I want. You think you're worthy of my attention? Interesting. I never mentioned anything about such a crime. How then, do you know about it?" Li Shihan retorted coldly. "Young Master Xiao, shall we verify the arrow wound on your right hip? That injury was left by my cursed arrow when I rescued Li Shihan from her attacker," Qin Xian added, his question striking a nerve as Xiao Yan's face turned pale. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some jeered, demanding Xiao Yan prove his innocence by showing the wound, while others glared at him with growing anger. "Trying to frame me? Anyone who crosses the Xiao family will die." Xiao Yan roared in fury. With a single command, over 6,000 members of the Xiao faction launched a full-scale assault on the island and the lake. Using numbers to bully the few? Lin Ling sneered. At that moment, thunderous footsteps echoed from the dense forest, shaking the ground like an oncoming storm. Tens of thousands of people surged out from all directions, flooding in like a tidal wave and encircling Xiao Yan's Gold Hunting Guild completely. "Think you can mess with my brother Lin?" A furious shout tore through the air. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of jeers. "Take him down! What nerve! Crush them!" As the tension escalated and the scene teetered on chaos, Xiao Yan charged directly at Lin Ling. GMO, seeing this, stepped forward to help, only to be held back by Lin Ling. "Stay back, all of you. He's mine!" Lin Ling roared, raising the wolf-tooth hammer in his hand high. Seeing Lin Ling ready to face him alone, a twisted smile of delight flashed across Xiao Yan's face. "Lin Ling, I'll admit you're strong, but in front of me, Xiao Yan, you're nothing. Die." Xiao Yan raised his staff and unleashed the level 30 fire-based skill, Blazing Inferno. With his enhanced power, his magic attack reached a staggering 14,000 per hit. The skill would deliver 10 hits over 3 seconds, each dealing 14,000 magic damage. Coupled with over 6,000 physical damage from the X-Gene serum he'd consumed, and an additional 10,000 physical damage from a unique piece of gear that boosted his strength by 500, Xiao Yan was confident he'd at least leave Lin Ling severely wounded. Flames engulfed Lin Ling instantly. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene. But in the next moment, Xiao Yan's face went pale. Lin Ling emerged from the fire, calm and composed, as though he had just strolled out of a serene courtyard. Above his head floated a single line of text. "No damage taken. 1. Impossible." Xiao Yan bellowed in disbelief. 14,000 magic damage, and it couldn't break your defense? Are you cheating? The crowd buzzed with astonishment, their whispers growing louder. What kind of gear makes a 5-level difference meaningless? Is the sacred set really that powerful? Maybe his defense is just insanely high. Before the murmurs could settle, Lin Ling became a blur of motion, charging toward Xiao Yan. The latter's face turned ashen, his will to resist completely shattered. "This strike is for Yazi," Lin Ling roared, his wolf-tooth hammer smashing down onto Xiao Yan's advanced earth element defensive spell. The shield's energy drained by a third. "This strike is for Li Jingliang." The second blow fell, cracking the shield and reducing its energy to a mere third. Snapping back to his senses, Xiao Yan frantically threw out advanced magic scrolls. Thunder Domain, Flame Dragon Array, Wind God's Lament. But Lin Ling calmly activated the invincibility skill of his diamond armor and strode through the storm of magic unscathed. This strike is for all the innocent people you've harmed. With a devastating critical hit, Lin Ling shattered Xiao Yan's shield completely. Xiao Yan stumbled backward, desperation in his voice. Don't kill me. I can give you money, lots and lots of money, and this strike is for me. Lin Ling leaped into the air, gripping the hammer with both hands. Just then, a voice rang out from above. Stop! An S-class fighter jet bearing the emblem of the Xiao Corporation hovered in the sky. Xiao Yuanshan, the head of the Xiao family, descended with Xiao Ya in tow. Lin Ling, Xiao Yan knows he was wrong. I'll make him apologize. We'll compensate you handsomely. Lin Ling smirked. If apologies were enough, what would be the point of me being here? Before Xiao Yuanshan could respond, the hammer fell. With a deafening crash, blood splattered, and Xiao Yan's health bar was obliterated. System notification. You have successfully slain the professional Xiao Yan. How dare you, thief! I'll kill you. Xiao Yuanshan's furious roar echoed through the skies. His hands moved swiftly, forming complex seals, and in an instant, the magical elements around him converged to take shape before him. Flame Demon. With a thunderous shout, a towering giant of flames, over 5 meters tall, rose from the center of the island in the lake. The giant was engulfed in searing flames, distorting the air around it with sheer heat. The onlookers, comprised of powerful individuals, collectively gasped. This was a level 120 fire magic spell, a Flame Demon Giant. Though it could only unleash a single attack, it was capable of inflicting a devastating 1 million point damage to a single target. Regret flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Even with Lin Ling clad in his divine armor, surviving such an attack seemed impossible. Lin Ling, die! Xiao Yuanshan bellowed in fury. In an instant, the Flame Demon Giant conjured a massive flaming battle axe, 2 meters long, and swung it mercilessly toward Lin Ling's head. As the scene unfolded, Lin Ling's fans, dressed in cosplay, squeezed their eyes shut in terror. Boss, be careful. Lin Ling, watch out. Qin Xian and Zhou Mingyan cried out simultaneously. Only Ji Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, had unwavering faith in Lin Ling. After all, someone capable of casting forbidden spells at just level 20 would never fear the attack of a 5th-tier Grand Mage. Boom! The flaming axe crashed heavily onto Lin Ling's head. The ground quaked, and waves of heat surged outward. But to everyone's utter disbelief, Lin Ling stood utterly unharmed, motionless, as if nothing had happened. Only the eerie melody of a strange song continued to echo in the air. Who could have imagined that the seemingly ordinary diamond armor he wore was, in fact, a piece of forbidden-level defensive equipment? Xiao Yuanshan stared in shock, unable to comprehend how his most powerful strike had failed to even phase his opponent. But the thought of his deceased son shattered what little reason he had left. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Kill! 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 He roared hysterically, suddenly producing a golden scroll from his hand. The faces of the seasoned professionals in the crowd turned pale. They recognized it immediately. It was a forbidden spell scroll. Xiao Yuanshan, stop this instant. Mayor Bei's voice boomed with authority. There are tens of thousands of novice professionals gathered here. Do you, a 5th-tier Grand Mage, have any idea of the consequences of your actions? But Xiao Yuanshan was beyond reason, his face twisted in a maniacal grin. Ha ha ha, consequences? I want him dead, and all of you can join my son in the afterlife. He raised the forbidden spell scroll high above his head, and chaos erupted as the crowd scattered in panic. Yet the sheer mass of people made escape nearly impossible. Only a few strong individuals with flight abilities managed to flee the scene. At this critical juncture, a clear, feminine voice suddenly rang out, "Father." Xiao Yuanshan's body froze. Slowly, he turned to face his daughter, Xiaoya, but his mind, consumed entirely by hatred, left no room for reason. With a final, anguished roar, he shouted, "Xiaoya, don't blame your father." And then, a system announcement abruptly popped up before everyone's eyes. The old demon of Heishan Di will appear in 10 minutes. All warriors, prepare for battle. This system announcement felt particularly ironic at this moment. On the island at the lake's center, chaos reigned as the massacre continued. People scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives, paying no heed to the warning. Just as the turmoil reached its peak, a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire island. Qin Xian and his companions vanished one by one within the light, leaving Lin Ling standing alone on the island. Suddenly, a blood-red warplane tore through the sky and hovered above the crowd. When people saw the emblem of the Temple of War on its body, cheers erupted. It's a king-class warplane from the Temple of War. A high-level warrior has come to save us. The fleeing crowd came to a halt, hope rekindled in their eyes as they awaited rescue. Xiao Yuanshan froze when he saw the warplane, but soon noticed that Lin Ling had not been taken aboard. His face immediately lit up with wild glee. Ha ha ha! Lin Ling, you worthless nobody. Even the Temple of War doesn't bother to save you. Go die. Xiao Yuanshan burst into maniacal laughter, raising the forbidden spell scroll in his hand. Yet the warplane in the air remained motionless, and the anticipated high-level warrior never appeared. Panic once again gripped the crowd, and those who had used flight skills to return regretted their decision. At that moment, GMO silently appeared behind Xiao Yuanshan, his fingers nearly touching the forbidden spell scroll. However, Xiao Yuanshan seemed prepared, narrowing his eyes as a repelling fire ring erupted instantly. GMO was knocked back, his health bar dropping sharply. The golden scroll in Xiao Yuanshan's hand began to glow brilliantly, transforming into an erupting volcano. But suddenly, the song Wild Waves echoed all around, as if emerging from the void. Instantly, the entire area became a vast ocean. Though surrounded by seawater, no one felt a hint of wetness. A massive wave surged forward, sweeping Xiao Yuanshan and his summoned volcano into the distance. Lava fell into the water, cooling instantly. As the second wave approached, Xiao Yuanshan activated a golden piece of armor, forming a protective shield. You want to kill me, Xiao Yuanshan? With just you. Before he could finish his taunt, the relentless waves battered his shield until cracks spread across its surface. Seeing his defenses about to collapse, Xiao Yuanshan's expression turned to panic. I was wrong. I'll surrender all my possessions. Before he could finish, a final massive wave crashed down. The golden shield shattered, and Xiao Yuanshan's head exploded like a smashed watermelon, his health bar depleted. A system notification followed. You have successfully killed the professional player Xiao Yuanshan. The seawater receded, and everything returned to normal. Xiaoya rushed to her brother's lifeless body, her wails echoing across the island. Everyone understood that this moment marked the inevitable downfall of the Xiao family conglomerate. Lin Ling opened his skill panel, and a newly acquired ice skill caught his eye. He softly muttered the naming spell, Sigh of Snow, renamed to Ice Age. As the system notification chimed, the skill, gifted by Qin Xian, instantly upgraded to Forbidden Magic. The skill description read, upon activation, it unleashes an apocalyptic blizzard, freezing everything within a 100-mile radius. The first use requires no mana. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Ling's lips. The Demon King was about to appear, and the naming spell he had just used could be utilized again once the level seal was lifted, a trump card he had deliberately kept in reserve. By the lakeside, tens of thousands of professionals had just recovered from the brink of death. Their gazes toward Lin Ling were now filled with deep apprehension. The earlier murmurs of greed for the sacred set had completely vanished. That earth-shattering skill had thoroughly subdued everyone present. Lin Ling, was that giant wave earlier your skill? Bai Haishan, the mayor of Xuanfu City, spoke with a noticeably more respectful tone than before. Forbidden magic, Lin Ling replied calmly, as a dozen golden scrolls materialized in his hand out of thin air. All of this was part of his plan. If GMO had successfully seized the forbidden magic scroll, the laser cannon could have eliminated Xiao Yuanshan directly. Unfortunately, GMO had failed. While the laser cannon could still take out the target, it would have caused catastrophic damage to the surrounding professionals. Against forbidden magic, only forbidden magic could prevail. Lin Ling decided to display some of his power, but was careful not to reveal his ability to cast forbidden spells at will. These scrolls, prepared in advance by GMO, were counterfeit. Though not difficult to obtain, no one present would question their authenticity at this moment. When his enemies believed he had exhausted his forbidden scrolls, what awaited them would be an unexpected surprise. Everyone instinctively took a step back, their eyes filled with awe. As Professor AI once said, dignity comes from power, and truth lies within the range of forbidden magic. Most people would go their entire lives without ever seeing a forbidden magic scroll, only glimpsing their iconic golden hue online. But now, a young man held a dozen in his hand, leaving everyone paralyzed with the inability to even compare. It was as if they were still wielding rifles while he had already mastered nuclear weapons. The crowd's emotions shifted from envy to jealousy, then to fear and awe, before circling back to envy and jealousy again. Just then, Zhao Sanhu suddenly spoke up, Lin Ling, how do you have so many forbidden magic scrolls? I will file a protest with the Temple of War. These scrolls are restricted weapons and shouldn't be in your possession. He spoke with determination, yet his body trembled slightly, his heart filled with fear that Lin Ling might silently throw out a forbidden spell scroll. Hand over the forbidden spell scroll. Lin Ling, you must hand it over. A professional from the Zhao family, hidden among the crowd, was the first to shout. This cry immediately ignited the greed of the surrounding professionals. How can a rookie like you possess a forbidden spell scroll? My father is Peng Daoming from Jiangnan Bay City. He'll have him lodge a protest with Dragon's Nest. I represent the Jiang Corporation. I protest. Lin Ling must hand over all forbidden spell scrolls. Voices rose one after another, and the scene quickly descended into chaos again. A glint of satisfaction flashed through Zhao Sanhu's eyes. You ungrateful wolves. Have you already forgotten who saved you? Jimo's cold voice cut through the noise, dripping with sarcasm. The troublemakers flushed with embarrassment, but were clearly determined not to let this wolf stay among the sheep. Handed over to whom? To you. Lin Ling chuckled lightly, his rhetorical question silencing the clamorous crowd. At that moment, Zhao Sanhu stepped forward, holding a device that projected a beam of light. Within the beam appeared an elderly man in military uniform, his hair white as snow. Lin Ling, I am Zhao Longqing, former Major General of the People's Army. A forbidden spell scroll is not something a greenhorn like you should possess. I order you to hand it over to my son, Zhao Sanhu, for safekeeping, the old man commanded with an authoritative tone. Seeing Lin Ling remain indifferent, Zhao Longqing barked angrily. I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me? Lin Ling frowned and turned to the projection. Are you out of your mind? How dare you? Insulting a former generaldo, you realize the gravity of your crime? Sanhu, take him down. Zhao Longqing roared, infuriated, as it was the first time in his life someone had insulted him so brazenly. Zhao Sanhu approached Lin Ling with smug confidence, thinking to himself that as long as Lin Ling resisted arrest or attacked the guards, he would have the perfect excuse to eliminate him. So what if I use my rank to pressure you? I'm a major now. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Before he could finish, Lin Ling strode forward with the forbidden spell scroll in hand and delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Sanhu's face. And what if I do? Who do you think you are? Lin Ling waved the scroll in his hand arrogantly, his demeanor utterly defiant. The crowd collectively gasped, murmuring amongst themselves. That was bold. That slap was so satisfying. If only I had a forbidden spell scroll too. Zhao Sanhu clutched his burning cheek, his eyes blazing with fury as he turned to Bai Haishan. Mayor Bai, aren't you going to arrest him? Under the Military Honor Protection Act, he's committed 2 major offenses enough for a 20-year sentence. With a sigh, Bai Haishan reluctantly signaled for several fourth-rank guards to step forward. But just as they moved, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. 10 S-class triangular fighter jets streaked across the heavens, and hundreds of heavily armed People's Army soldiers swiftly disembarked. Zhao Sanhu's face lit up with joy as he rushed toward the commanding officer, Zhou Weigua, only to be abruptly pinned to the ground by several soldiers. Captain Zhou, what are you doing? Lin Ling is over there. Zhou Weigua responded coldly. The Northern War Zone received orders from a lieutenant general of the War God Hall to apprehend Zhao Sanhu and Zhao Sihu. At these words, Zhao Longqing, hovering in midair, erupted in fury, shouting, Zhou Weigua, which lieutenant general gave you this order? A flicker of fervor passed through Zhou Weigua's eyes. He resisted the urge to glance at Lin Ling and replied coldly, no comment. Captain Zhou, then at the very least, you owe this old man an explanation for arresting people. Zhao Longqing narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze on Zhou Weigua. An explanation? Zhou Weigua let out a cold laugh and commanded loudly, bring them up. Before his words fully settled, several figures swiftly approached from the distance. These individuals, clad in specialized military uniforms distinct from the regular People's Army, traveled on flying devices, each escorting a prisoner. In mere moments, more than 100 captives were brought to the island in the middle of the lake. The onlookers quickly recognized the soldiers as 5-turn powerhouses, with a few even reaching the 6-turn level. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. War God Hall? Are they from the War God Hall? Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Zhou Corporation? I heard she went missing half a year ago. What's she doing here? Is that Staff Officer Wang's younger sister among them too? In an instant, Zhao Longqing, still in midair, collapsed weakly, realizing the Zhao family's empire was crumbling before his eyes. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the ground, as if the very earth was shifting. People stumbled and fell. Even the War God Hall soldiers restraining the Zhao brothers lost their footing. From the depths of the reservoir at Black Mountain Base, massive waves surged as a colossal, black-scaled creature emerged from the water. It was the Black Mountain Base Demon King, a level 120 monstrosity. Its head, as enormous as a small mountain, exuded a menacing presence. Its terrifying eyes gleamed coldly, and beneath its head writhed countless tendril-like whiskers. As the boss appeared, a swarm of smaller creatures, also coated in black scales, began surfacing one after another. Roar! With a thunderous bellow from the Demon King, a dense gray mist enveloped the area within a 10-kilometer radius. A gray icon appeared above the heads of all combatants present. A magic suppression field? Zhou Weigua's face turned pale. This meant no one could use mana for the next 10 minutes. Warriors and archers would be limited to basic attacks, and mages and healers would be rendered completely ineffective. Panic began to spread through the crowd. Some archers launched arrows, while others hurled magic scrolls, but the boss's health remained completely unaffected. Lin Ling quickly activated his hero's eye to analyze the situation. Black Mountain Base Demon King. Quality: Hidden Wild Area Lord Monster. Class: Dual Magic and Physical Mastery. Level: 120. Health: 5,200,000. Physical damage: 20,000. Magical damage: 20,000. Defense: 20,000. Special note: Immune to technological weapon damage. Attributes double every 5 minutes of survival. As Lin Ling narrowed his eyes to scrutinize further, his hero's eye picked up another crucial detail. A small demon with red horns near the boss bore the name, cursed by the Demon King, Nan Nan. This discovery jolted him into action. Rescuing Nan Nan became his top priority, couldn't afford to let the mission fail. The thick gray mist suddenly became unusually dense, and visibility dropped sharply. Within just a few breaths, the view was compressed to a range of 5 meters, and even nearby figures became blurry and indistinct. Lin Ling activated Heaven's Overlook, and the world before him transformed into a map of glowing light points. On this virtual battlefield map, over a dozen figures were closing in on him from all directions. Lin Ling, the heavens are set to destroy you. With your magic sealed, let's see how you survive this. Zhao Sanhu's voice echoed through the dense fog. After breaking free from the control of the warriors of the War God Temple, he immediately mobilized the Zhao family's death squad. Over a dozen top-tier assassins, nearly reaching the 4th transformation, were charging toward Lin Ling. A mage who can't cast spells is nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. No matter how good their gear is, Zhao Sanhu and Zhao Sihu hid in the shadows, waiting to see the outcome. As long as Lin Ling died, they could flee immediately. Third brother, this guy seems a bit strange. Could it be? Zhao Sihu expressed his concern. 12 high-damage assassins can't take down a 2nd transformation mage? But what if he uses a forbidden spell scroll? Even better. The more people who die here, the worse his fate will be. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Sanhu's lips. At this moment, the 2 fastest assassins had already closed in on Lin Ling. One aimed for his throat, while the other targeted his lower body, their daggers gleaming like venomous snakes striking. Yet, just as the daggers were about to land, Lin Ling's spiked warhammer suddenly spun into a dazzling arc, simultaneously deflecting both daggers. Then, with a sweeping motion, the warhammer unleashed over 30,000 physical damage, instantly depleting the health bars of the 2 assassins. A series of muffled thuds echoed, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering. In just 1 minute, without using a single skill, all 12 level 50+ assassins were annihilated. The Zhao brothers were dumbfounded. Without a forbidden spell, not a single enemy was left alive. Third brother, what do we do now? We fight. He must have used a height ear strength potion. Well, take him down with one strike. The 2 5th transformation assassins attacked simultaneously, appearing in front of Lin Ling in an instant. However, their daggers struck his diamond armor and couldn't penetrate even an inch. At close range, Zhao Sanhu noticed the energy value displayed on the armament was an astounding 10 million. A defensive forbidden spell? Zhao Sanhu felt a jolt of fear. When he saw the faint smile on Lin Ling's face, a chilling sense of doom washed over him. Run, 4th brother. He's going to cast an offensive forbidden spell. Zhao Sanhu turned and fled, but it was already too late. A soft voice rang out, Ice Age Blossom. Accompanied by a melodic chant, snowflakes began to fall gently. The temperature plummeted, and in an instant, everything within a 100-mile radius turned into a frozen wonderland. Trees, lakes, grasslands, along with the Zhao brothers and the Black Mountain Demon, were all transformed into glistening ice sculptures. On the frozen surface of the reservoir beneath Black Mountain, only a demon cub shivered uncontrollably, its round, wide eyes darting nervously. The battle is over. System notifications flashed continuously as messages of the Zhao brothers and various water creatures being killed popped up one after another. Lin Ling's 3 mage classes simultaneously leveled up to 43, but the progress was underwhelming. Thousands of minor monsters only brought him this far. In the silent, icy world, Lin Ling fixed his gaze on the Demon King, now frozen into an ice sculpture. Thanks to the War God Temple's 50 cooldown reduction buff, his Child of Elements talent allowed him to cast a free skill every half hour. More importantly, in this battlefield shrouded by an anti-magic domain, his unique ability to cast forbidden spells without consuming mana gave him a significant edge. The situation was dire, and Lin Ling quickly made a decision needed to defeat the Demon King while ensuring Nanan's safety. The Ice Age spell was his best option. He immediately unlocked the level 40 seal, refreshing all his skill cooldowns under the effect of the Super Divine Blessing. While casting the forbidden spell, he reserved 2 additional skill activations as backup. Ice Age activated with precision, freezing all creatures except Nan. The forbidden spell's damage specifically targeted the Demon King and the Zhao brothers. However, the system did not indicate the Demon King's defeat, signaling that the threat was far from over. Acting decisively, Lin Ling dashed toward the frozen lake. Seeing the spiked hammer in his hand, a small demon who initially intended to flee changed its mind and ran toward him, only to slip and fall on the icy surface. Lin Ling smiled and swiftly scooped her up. Just as the system notification indicated the task was nearing completion, a cracking sound echoed from the ice, encasing the Demon King. Lin Ling's pupils contracted as he quickly retreated toward the island at the lake's center, couldn't fly, and had to escape before the effects of Ice Age wore off. With a deafening crash, the Demon King broke free from its icy prison, still retaining an astonishing 3/5 of its health, nearly 3 million points. As it let out a furious roar, the Ice Age effect dissipated, and the ice and snow began to melt rapidly. At that moment, tens of thousands of adventurers stared in shock at Lin Ling, standing alone on the central island. This kid threw another forbidden spell scroll. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. What a wasteful guy. A single forbidden spell scroll costs billions, and those with area effect attacks are over 10 billion. You can't even buy them on the market. Seeing that even a forbidden spell failed to kill the ancient demon, the scene descended into chaos. Its health bar isn't even budging. Run for your lives. Many people had already begun retreating. At that moment, the Black Mountain Demon let out an earth-shaking roar. Dozens of tentacles lashed out like whips toward the shore. Each strike turned the unfortunate professionals it hit into a mist of blood, casting a shadow of death over the entire battlefield. In the midst of the crisis, an armored vehicle sped onto the scene. A young man with a buzz cut leaped out, clad in an orange outfit. In his hands was a crimson bow, which he drew back into a full arc in an instant. Huh! With a soft shout, a golden arrow shot into the sky, transforming into a radiant beam of light dozens of meters long. It streaked straight toward the Black Mountain Demon's head. With a deafening boom, a massive damage number appeared. Holy crap! One arrow knocked off one of its health. The surrounding professionals were stunned. That's Zhang Zai from the Magic City base, explained a healer dressed as a priest. He has an S-grade talent, ranked second on the level leaderboard at level 39. I heard the Temple of War has already recruited him, added a Magic City warrior, drawing envious gasps from the onlookers. Lin Ling silently observed Zhang Zai. Through calculations, he realized that Zhang could deal 35,000 damage, even in an anti-magic field. This meant that, with a fast enough firing rate, his damage per second could reach 300,000. Just as Lin Ling prepared to use his hero's eye to analyze further, he noticed the skill's usage time was down to only 20 minutes. The Black Mountain Demon, enraged, immediately launched an attack on Zhang Zai. The young man retreated while firing arrows, but the subsequent shots only dealt 1 point of damage each. Lin Ling instantly understood that the massive damage earlier must have been triggered by some conditional passive talent. Suddenly, the demon stopped chasing Zhang Zai and turned its gaze toward Lin Ling. Gathering its tentacles, it charged directly at him. A system notification popped up just in time. The bounty mission is nearing its conclusion. Defeating either the Demon King or the Demoness Nan will grant the final reward. All participants must remain within a 1000 meter radius to be eligible for rewards. Prime Minister Qin Ran has requested the National Mage's assistance. The Demoness Nan will soon be marked with a glowing golden light. Only 29 seconds remained until the Black Mountain Demon stats would double. On the island in the middle of the lake, a sudden golden light broke through the calm, peaceful atmosphere. What the heck is going on? The little demon is in Lin Ling's hands. Gasps erupted from the crowd. We can't kill the Demon King, but taking down this demon girl will give us at least 3 levels. Lin Ling, finish her off. The Demon King is about to go berserk. Nearby players shouted one after another. Lin Ling's face instantly darkened. Kill Nan? Are you kidding me? He scanned the crowd, his voice firm and unwavering. Anyone looking for rewards, step back now. Time was running out, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Some players, having witnessed the devastating power of Lin Ling's forbidden spells, instinctively backed away. However, others were unwilling to give up this opportunity. Among them, Zhang Zai, clad in orange gear, had already drawn his longbow, aiming straight at Nan. Why should I step back? Just 1 arrow is all it takes to kill this little demon. Zhang Zai roared. Lin Ling's eyes turned icy. If you want listen, don't blame me for what happens next. Human fireworks. Suddenly, an unfamiliar song began to play. A lone traveler once visited Jiangnan, the misty rain evoking endless longing. The song grew clearer and clearer as flames erupted above the heads of the stubborn players, connecting into a fiery spectacle. After the blaze subsided, an eerie sight unfolded. Clusters of vibrant green mushrooms sprouted wildly from their scorched hair. The banks of the Heishan Reservoir fell into a dead silence. Even Zhou Weigua, a level 6 ascended player, stood dumbfounded, clearly never having witnessed such a bizarre scene before. Tornado. Without hesitation, Lin Ling unleashed his final and most powerful forbidden spell. A massive whirlwind formed instantly, countless wind blades slicing precisely under Lin Ling's control, all aimed at the Black Mountain Demon. Thud, 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 thud. Roar with a despairing howl, the demon's colossal body collapsed to the ground. Immediately, a mountain of blue, purple, and gold-colored gear appeared next to the corpse, along with a dazzling golden treasure chest. At the same time, the little demon beside Lin Ling transformed into a chubby-cheeked little girl with pigtails. System notifications popped up one after another. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Demon King Black Mountain Demon. You have gained 1,200,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your Water Mage class has advanced to level 45. Congratulations. Your Light Mage class has advanced to level 45. Special rewards followed in rapid succession. The Xuanfu base city will unlock a new dungeon, Demon King's Lair, in 7 days. Completed Hidden Hero Quest 5-star rating. The attribute boost from the King's Hammer has expired. All skill cooldowns have been reset. Gained bonus experience, 2 million. Multiple mage classes advanced to level 46. Received Divine Fruit 1. Received Hero's Badge 1. Received an intact King's Cloak 1. The system's final message read, additional rare rewards can be obtained by opening the Demon King's treasure chest. Seeing the system notifications flashing before him, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. At this moment, tens of thousands of people on the shore surged like a tide toward the mountain of equipment in the lake. For most of them, their best gear was no better than blue-tier items, so the sight of scattered purple and gold-tier loot drove them into a frenzy, even more intense than leveling up 3 times in a row. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the massive treasure chest in the center of the reservoir, but he didn't rush forward. As military king Zheng Baichen had said, no method other than the wolf-tooth hammer in his hand could open the chest. As for the scattered equipment around it, he had no intention of competing sometimes. Stepping back appropriately could avoid unnecessary trouble. He took out a fruit glowing with golden light and carefully examined its attributes. His heartbeat quickened. Divine fruit. Quality. Sacred. Item description. A holy fruit plucked by a hero from the deepest part of the divine realm, containing infinite energy. Effect. Consuming it increases all 4 primary attributes by 300 points and reduces mana consumption by 20. 4 primary attributes 3,000? That was equivalent to the base stats of a level 300 character. Without hesitation, Lin Ling swallowed the divine fruit. A golden glow instantly flowed across his skin. As the light gradually subsided, his already handsome features became even more refined. He then began checking the other rewards. Hero's Badge. Quality. Sacred. Effect. Increases all attributes by 100 when worn. Active skill. Hero's Eye allows identification of all items, including professionals, tools, monsters, and more. This meant his stats would double again. Moreover, the Hero's Eye ability had been upgraded, could now even probe gods, and had a permanent effect. Lin Ling immediately pinned the badge to his chest. The final reward was the Military King's Cloak, which, though it only granted invisibility, now had a permanent effect as well. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling opened his attribute panel to review his stats. Name, Lin Ling. Combat class, Alliement Mage. Level, 462. Overall attribute boost, 350 active. Health, 189,500. Mana, 216,320. Physical damage, 141,625. Magic damage, 206,217. Defense, 61,150. Speed, Stamina, 6,325. Strength, 6,295. Intelligence, 8,943. Agility, 6,850. Accuracy, 90. Available attribute points, 24. Cooldown reduction, 50. Mana consumption reduction, 20. As Lin Ling felt the surging power within him, a sudden exclamation interrupted his thoughts. A golden arrow was streaking toward the golden treasure chest. Brothers, let's do this together. Once the chest is open, I only want 2 items, the rest is yours to split. Zhang Zai called out boldly. Zhang, you're too generous. I'll just take the mage skill book. The warrior skill book is mine. Whatever's left after you guys pick, I'll take it all. The crowd began loudly dividing up the Yetobeepin treasure chest. Although their attacks had yet to take effect, the scene made Lin Ling frown. He turned to Zhang Zai and spoke coldly. Hey, did I say you could touch my stuff? Oh. A mocking smile appeared on Zhang Zai's face. Talking to me? Think you can rely on a forbidden spell scroll to act tough forever? As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted behind him. A bespectacled mage quickly leaned in to whisper to Zhang Zai, Boss Zhang, he's wearing a divine set. His stats must be impressive. Even without the forbidden spell scroll, he's no pushover. Aside from the divine set and the forbidden spell scroll, what else does he have going for him? Another voice retorted. If it weren't for his gear advantage, Boss Zhang could crush him in no time. A female mage in a red robe scoffed. Linling, you must have gained a lot of experience points from killing that boss. Why not leave now before you embarrass yourself? A level 10 divine said, isn't that impressive? My brother's eye is already working on designing a custom weapon blueprint. Who knows, he might have the prototype ready by next month. So you'd better drop that arrogant attitude in front of him. I heard you have connections with the G Financial Group. That forbidden spell scroll must have been a gift from G's second young master, right? A priestess chimed in smugly. Sure, he's rich, but money isn't everything in this world. My boss is the top genius of Magic City. He was directly admitted to the War God Hall by the city's officials the day he awakened. You know the War God Hall, right? Only the most elite candidates from Dragon's Nest have a shot at getting in. At the mention of the War God Hall, Lin Ling subconsciously touched his nose. Zhang Zai caught the subtle gesture, and the disdain in his eyes deepened. As a legend and pride of Magic City, Zhang Zai had received a power fruit gifted by the officials on the day of his awakening, granting him over 5,000 damage at level 1. With the legendary set, team buffs, and the Huangpu emblem, his stats completely outclassed every other player of his generation. After his second-class advancement, his strength attribute soared to an astounding 3,500, and with various amplifications, his physical damage exceeded a terrifying 50,000, surpassing even most third-class powerhouses. Lin Ling, Zhang Zai said, casually drawing his bow and aiming at the golden treasure chest on the ground. I know what you're after. All this hype to climb the ranking sits just to get the nation's attention and secure a spot in Dragon's Nest. But honestly, that's all superficial. Why not call me your big brother? I might even pull some strings and get you into the War God squad one day. Now that's something real. What do you say? Think it over. People as generous as me are hard to come by. In the distance, a glint of cunning flashed in Zhou Weigua's eyes as he discreetly stopped a Dragon's Nest warrior who was about to step forward. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the crowd by the riverbank, Chen Outyin was about to charge forward when GMO suddenly appeared and held him back. Our boss' strength is far beyond what you can imagine, GMO said softly, his gaze filled with admiration. Chen Outyin nodded blankly, keeping his eyes fixed on Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. As he walked forward, he spoke calmly. Are you done talking? Then step aside. Zhang Zai narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Ignorant? You're overestimating yourself and underestimating me. Before his words had fully landed, Lin Ling stepped forward in an instant, appearing directly in front of Zhang Zai. He placed a hand lightly on Zhang Zai's shoulder and pushed him aside. Zhang Zai, seeing a mage dare to treat him this way, was just about to sneer when his expression froze. He looked down sharply at Lin Ling's slender, pale hand and was shocked to realize that his proud 3,500 strength attribute was utterly powerless against this force. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Is this guy really a mage? A flicker of fear passed through Zhang Zai's mind. From a distance, one of Zhang Zai's underlings shouted, Lin Ling, are you looking for trouble? Dare to face our boss without using scrolls and… Shut up, Zhang Zai barked, cutting him off sharply. The underling immediately fell silent, as if struck by an icy wind. Lin Ling turned his head toward Zhang Zai. You're impressive, no doubt. But never underestimate others. From the way you talk, are you saying you can open it? The priestess from earlier still spoke with disdain. Lin Ling said nothing more. He raised the king's hammer, which had reverted to its ordinary wolf-tooth hammer form. His eyes sharpened, and with a resounding strike, the hammer came crashing down. Bang! With a single blow, the golden treasure chest shattered into countless cracks before disintegrating into fine golden dust. 9 blood-red pieces of equipment and a pulsating crimson heart were revealed to everyone. Level 40 epic set, and the special item Demon King's Heart, Lin Ling said with a light smile as he collected the spoils. Around him, murmurs of envy and bitterness rose from the crowd. As Lin Ling prepared to leave, carrying Nan Nan in his arms, Zhang Zai called out from behind him, don't get too cocky. Leveling up as a chosen of the laws only gets harder. Once I enter the War God Hall, you'll have access to exclusive experience dungeons. It won't take long for me to surpass you. I have a few brothers, each one no weaker than you, Lin Ling replied, turning back to him. I really don't see where your blind arrogance comes from. Just as Zhang Zai was about to retort, Zhou Weigua suddenly ascended into the air and announced loudly, the bounty mission is over. Those whose names I call will head directly to the Kyoto Bay City to participate in the Dragon Nest selection tournament. The top 30 will join Dragon Nest and, at the end of the month, represent the Dragon Kingdom in the Newcomer Championship dungeon. He began reading out a list of 100 names, including Zhou Mingyan, GMO, and Zhang Zai. Hearing his name, Zhang Zai burst into laughter. Lin Ling, you don't even have the chance to compete in the Dragon Nest selection. How can you possibly compare to me? High above, Zhou Weigua glanced at Zhang Zai, his face twitching slightly. He thought to himself, by the time this kid finally crawls his way into the War God Hall, he'll realize Lin Ling has already become the commander of an independent regiment. That'll be a sight to see. In the city of Xuanfu Base, inside Lin Ling's home, the small 80-square-meter apartment was packed with people. A carefully selected group sat in the living room, all eyes fixed on Lin Ling at the center. He sat on a small stool, calmly taking out one piece of equipment after another from his spatial gear, laying them out in front of everyone. Boss, did you rob the Yiming Trading Hall? GMO couldn't help but ask, his tone full of amazement. How could anyone possibly rob the Yiming Trading Hall? Zhou Mingyan, ever composed, immediately retorted. Haha, sister-in-law, I was just joking. GMO chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Zhou Mingyan. The term sister-in-law made Zhou Mingyan's face flush red instantly. She stole a quick glance at Lin Ling before lowering her head, choosing to remain silent. The others stifled their laughter, afraid of offending someone by laughing out loud. Ahem, let's get back to business. Lin Ling cleared his throat twice, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and shifted to the main topic. You all know my situation. After leaving Yazi, I lost interest in large teams. But many dungeons require teamwork, so I've gathered you here today to see if you're willing to join my team. He glanced around the room before continuing. But before that, I need to lay out my rules. If you can accept them, stay. If not, you're free to leave now. Everyone except GMO and Wang Yilin had a spark of anticipation in their eyes. Even Zhou Mingyan was unaware that Lin Ling had decided to form his own team. First of all, my team doesn't take slackers. It'll ensure your levels stay at the forefront. Secondly, it'll do my best to provide you with top-tier equipment. Lastly, it'll bring you unprecedented glory. Each of Lin Ling's words made the audience sit up straighter unconsciously. However, he suddenly raised his voice. Let me make this clear up front. You will all be my workers. It'll take 90 of the experience points from the team, and the remaining 10 will be split among you. All materials must be handed over, and my orders will take precedence above all else. Decide now, stay if you can accept this, leave if you can't. I don't want any conflicts over trivial matters later on. As soon as he finished, Shang Biao was the first to speak up. No matter what, I'm sticking with Boss Lin. Wherever you point, there'll go no questions asked. With someone taking the lead, the others quickly followed suit. I, Fengji, am in. I, Qinxian, am in. Wang Yilin is in. I, Ji Yu am in. I, Chinaoyan am in. I, GMO am in. I and E am in too. Lin Ling nodded, his gaze finally landing on the last two people, Zhou Mingyan and Wang Jiaqi. While he had mentally prepared himself, a flicker of disappointment still crossed his eyes. Are you choosing to leave? Everyone present understood that this question was really directed at Zhou Mingyan. Of course not. Zhou Mingyan's eyes sparkled as she quickly said, the moment Lin Ling left Yazi, I regretted not following him. I felt miserable for a long time. This is a rare opportunity, I can't miss it again. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth lifted slightly. So, you're agreeing? Zhou Mingyan muttered under her breath. This young lady is just going to let herself be whisked away by you. Even though I was about to join the War God squad, Lin Ling clearly heard her, but he deliberately stayed silent. He could already imagine her reaction when she found out she'd be joining the Lingtian Independent Regiment. At that moment, Yaya suddenly spoke up, Boss Lin, I've decided to quit. Those words made Shang Biao immediately turn his head, his face full of shock. Yaya, why? My little brother was killed by Heishan Laoyao, and now my parents only have me left. I want to stay by their side. Wang Jiaqi explained softly. Yaya, my condolences. Lin Ling frowned. Ever since returning to the Xuanfu Bay City, Yaya had been unusually quiet. He hadn't expected it to be because of such a tragedy. No one blamed Yaya for her decision. They all just felt a deep sense of pity for her. After she left, Lin Ling glanced at the system interface, which now displayed 8 pledge approvals. He finally let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to spend too much time on this, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Alright, let's distribute the equipment. Lin Ling pushed a Shura set towards Qin Xian. This Shura set is yours now. Boss, I can't afford it, Qin Xian said, his eyes gleaming with excitement but not daring to reach out. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not all about money, Lin Ling replied irritably before turning to Zhou Mingyan. Doggy, this epic great assassin set came from the Demon King's treasure chest. It's yours. No need. They'll have my exclusive weapon soon. Zhou Mingyan shook her head, declining. Lin Ling nodded and continued distributing gear. Although not everyone received a full set, at least each person got an orange grade piece, and some even managed to snag 1 or 2 red grade items. These top-tier pieces caused everyone's stats to skyrocket instantly. The total value of this batch of equipment was easily in the billions. Saying he didn't feel the pinch would be a lie. But thinking about his future plans, Lin Ling felt at ease. He would need this team to help him clear dungeons, gather rare materials, and serve as a sharp blade to tackle certain challenges. These people were not just companions, they would also become his greatest weapons. Qin Xian, is the team registration complete? Lin Ling asked. Qin Xian immediately nodded. Boss, I followed all your instructions. Invite Feng Ji, Shang Biao, and Yi and Yu Yu into the team. Qin Xian got to work right away. Soon, the notification Netherworld team invites you to join appeared in front of the four of them. Lin Ling also extended invitations to the others, who had already completed their team and guild resignations. Though Qin Xian had many questions, he didn't dare to ask. He had originally planned to join Dragon's Nest. While he did feel a bit of regret, being able to follow Lin Ling was still a good outcome. The others were equally puzzled, but chose to wait for Lin Ling's arrangements. The moment everyone finished joining the team, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of Qin Xian. Guild invitation. The War God Hall's Lingtian Independent Regiment invites your team to join the guild. Qin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? War God Hall? The information displayed on the guild interface left everyone present utterly stunned. War God Hall Lingtian Independent Regiment. Heavenly Court Team Iron Tier. Captain, Lin Ling. Vice Captain, GMO. Members, Zhou Mingyan, Wang Yilin, Chun Outyin. Netherworld Team Iron Tier. Captain, Qin Xian. Vice Captain, Feng Ji. Members, Ji Yuyu, and Yi, Shang Biao. Team buffs activated. Zhou Mengyan's gaze was fixed on the words, Lingtian Independent Regiment. She understood better than anyone else what this meant. For 18 years, the War God Hall had upheld the tradition of having only one War God squad per year. This year, they had finally expanded to 2 squads. But now, the emergence of an independent regiment completely broke this precedent, and it seemed Lin Ling had the authority to recruit members on his own. Her eyes were filled with doubt as she looked at Lin Ling. What secrets was this young man hiding? The others, however, were overwhelmed with joy. The disappointment from the Dragon's Nest had long dissipated, replaced by the thrill of becoming part of the War God Hall. Staring at the buffs displayed on the interface, their faces flushed with excitement. Yet, they had no idea that this was only a fraction of the glory Lin Ling had mentioned. His true goal was the Newcomers Championship and the awe-inspiring Divine Realm tournament that most would dare not even dream of. Lin Ling retrieved a glowing orb crackling with lightning from his storage space and casually tossed it to Feng Ji. This is for you. Decide for yourself whether to use it or not. When Feng Ji caught the orb, his expression changed drastically. It was an S-grade talent source lightning. For someone like him, who had just undergone his second-class advancement but had yet to awaken a secondary profession, this was a dream come true. Although there was only a 50 chance of obtaining a second talent, it was an S-grade lightning talent. His eyes reddened, and his voice trembled slightly. Thank you, boss. They'll hold on to it for it might come in handy. Lin Ling nodded and turned to GMO Dog. Is the thing I asked you to prepare ready? GMO immediately pulled out 10 metallic masks and began enthusiastically explaining. Of course. I finished them ages ago, completely top-notch quality. These were personally rushed by me, the great G the Forge Master. All right, just hand them over. Lin Ling interrupted, taking the masks and distributing them to the group. From now on, during team operations, everyone must wear a mask. It's for your protection. The group held the half-face metallic masks, making all sorts of goofy expressions. Little did they know that these masks would soon become the nightmare of countless opponents. The design of this batch of masks is inspired by the Disguiser's mask, offering the same anti-spying functionality. However, due to the limitations of the Forger's skill level, they can only block the prying eyes of individuals up to 10 levels below the wearer. Boss, are we still participating in the Dragon Nest selection tournament? GMO asked suddenly, his gaze fixed on Lin Ling. Of course we are, Lin Ling replied seriously. The points earned in the tournament can be exchanged for a lot of useful items. Not only will each of you participate, but you must also secure a ranking. Mission accepted. Qin Xian raised his left hand in an exaggerated, slightly crooked salute, his expression dead serious. Now, I'm assigning the first mission for the Lingtian Independent Regiment, Lin Ling announced, causing everyone to hold their breath. The raid instances for the Celestial and Netherworld teams are still incomplete. We'll take care of those first. With that, he took the lead and walked out. When they arrived at the Team Management Bureau, the usually quiet hall was now packed with people. Due to the influence of bounty missions, the number of second-tier professionals in Xianzhou Bay City had surged, with many forming teams or guilds. Raid assistance for team instances 100,000 dragon coins, guaranteed 3-star clear. 1-star team instance strategy guide 20,000 per copy, refund guaranteed. 4-star team instance carry service price negotiable. The bustling shouts echoed at the entrance of the Management Bureau. Just as Lin Ling and his group stepped through the door, a young man with a green mushroom growing on his head approached them. Hey there, need a carry service? You can't handle our instance, Lin Ling replied, glancing at the green mushroom with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. His words drew curious stares from those nearby. Well now, little brother, the young man said, patting his chest. I'm Wu Guang, level 58. Been doing carries here for 2 years. As long as the price is right, I can handle any instance. His teammates chimed in enthusiastically. Brother Wu is the go-to guy around here. Guaranteed satisfaction? How about the Celestial Team's instance? Lin Ling asked calmly. The question was like a bombshell, instantly silencing the carry teams. Fireworks inexplicably sparked to life in several areas of the hall. Lin Ling's teammates couldn't help but glance at him, suddenly realizing just how formidable their leader truly was. Wu Guang's expression turned serious as he tried to dissuade him. Listen, little brother, the name Celestial is bad luck, and you can't quit halfway through that instance. I advise you not to mess with it. Thanks for the warning, but we can handle it. Lin Ling replied with a smile before heading straight to the instance entrance. Behind him, hushed whispers spread. Does he have a death wish, daring to use the name Celestial? It's been 100 years since the Great Convergence, and so many who defied the odds have perished in that instance. Maybe they really know what they're doing? Huh, does he think he's Lin Ling or something? At the instance entrance, Lin Ling and Qin Xian exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. The two teams then vanished into the entrance. The scene before them blurred, and when their vision cleared, Lin Ling found himself standing in the middle of a vast desert. Lin Ling, Zhou Mingyan said, gazing at the endless expanse of yellow sand. Did you really use forbidden spell scrolls to farm monsters? Wang Yilin and Qin Outyan turned their curious eyes toward him as well. Brother Lin, Qin Outyan asked earnestly, even if Dogbro's family is rich, they couldn't afford that kind of expense, right? Seeing their eager expressions, GMO and Lin Ling exchanged a knowing smile. The monsters should be arriving soon, Lin Ling said. You'll see for yourselves in no time. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, rolling cloud of dust surged from the distant sand dunes. The ground began to shake violently, and countless dark figures emerged from beneath the dunes. In an instant, the overwhelming horde of monsters filled the entire field of vision. Everyone's faces turned pale, except for Lin Ling. At that moment, a system notification appeared before everyone. Team Dungeon, Nightmare Sand Sculptures, 12-star difficulty. In ancient times, the Sand Star fell into decline. When its natives attempted to invade the blue star of the Milky Way, they were stopped at the Stargate by the forces of the Celestial Court. Though the Sand Star's life forms were eradicated, some transformed into sand sculptures and lay dormant within the dungeon, waiting for revenge. The dungeon objectives were then displayed. 1. Survival. Survive for 1 hour in the dungeon to clear it. 2. Annihilation. Eliminate all sand sculpture life forms to clear it immediately. Special mechanics followed. For the first 2 minutes, no cooldowns and no mana consumption for skills. After 2 minutes, cooldowns and mana costs are doubled. After 10 minutes, anti-magic field activates. Even Zhou Mingyan, who possessed the strongest holy light of healing on Blue Star, couldn't hide her unease. No wonder they say the Celestial Court team is ominous. This is practically an impossible task. As she spoke, she instinctively moved closer to Lin Ling. Mingyan, Lin Ling called softly. Zhou Mingyan turned to look at him. A faint smile curved Lin Ling's lips. Guess how many minutes it'll take me to clear this dungeon? How many minutes? Zhou Mingyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. You mean how many minutes we can survive, right? If I clear it in under 2 minutes, you'll kiss me, Lin Ling teased. Zhou Mingyan blushed for the second time that day and replied softly, all right. Lin Ling's smile deepened. You've always wanted to know my secret, haven't you? Let me show you a spectacle today. Meteor shower, Genesis, thunderstrike, raging waves, tornado, ice age. Under the barrage of consecutive spells, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A fiery meteor shower rained down from the sky as countless undead rose from the earth. Purple lightning crackled within a world-ending hurricane. Towering waves swept across the land, only to be frozen into a vast icy expanse moments later. Amid this breathtaking display, Lin Ling, holding his staff, stood like a god of magic descending upon the world. System notifications chimed continuously. Defeated LV-50 Sand Sculpture Puppet, gained 30,000 experience. Defeated LV-60 Sand Sculpture Scorpion, gained 50,000 experience. Dark Mage class leveled up to 46. Summoner Mage class leveled up to 47. Seeing that he had only leveled up twice, Lin Ling pouted. Killing so many monsters and only gaining 2 levels? This is ridiculous. At that moment, Zhou Mingyan suddenly turned around and pounced on Lin Ling like a little tiger. The soft sand beneath Lin Ling's feet caused him to lose balance, and he fell flat on his back. Zhou Mingyan straddled him, her small fists pounding on his firm chest repeatedly. You lied to me. Tell me, do you have a second talent? Feeling the weight of the girl on him, Lin Ling's heart began to race. I do, he admitted. What talent? Zhou Mingyin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You've already seen it transforming magic into forbidden spells, Lin Ling replied with a mischievous grin. But it consumes a lot of money, so I'm broke. Little rich lady, how about you sponsor me? Sponsor? Zhou Mingyin suddenly realized her position and noticed the three others nearby casting glances their way. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and like a startled rabbit, she quickly jumped off him. Just then, a system notification rang out. Congratulations to the Heavenly Court team for completing the team dungeon in 53 seconds. Congratulations to the Heavenly Court team for advancing directly to Platinum rank. All members receive rewards. Level 3, Legendary Item, Heavenly Court Teleportation Talisman. As 3 beams of white light flashed, the group was filled with joy. Lin Ling, in particular, was thrilled this 3-level boost across all professions had brought him directly to level 50, once again hitting the level cap. 53 seconds, Lin Ling murmured, his smile fading as he lifted his hand to slightly reveal the right side of his face from under his mask. 53 seconds? What do you mean? Zhou Mingyin asked in confusion. Noticing Lin Ling's subtle hint, GMO and the others tactfully turned their backs. Zhou Mingyin, her face still red, tiptoed and leaned in, about to plant a light kiss on Lin Ling's cheek. But before she could, everything went dark. In an instant, the group vanished from their spot. When they reappeared in the Team Management Bureau's hall, a wave of commotion erupted. Whoa, they're back? Is it even possible to exit a dungeon midway? How long has it been? Wu Guang was the first to rush over. Hey, buddy, how'd you get out? We killed all the monsters and got out, Lin Ling answered nonchalantly. The curse was still there, but it wasn't hard to deal with. A few skills were enough. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Above the dungeon's portal, the display changed. Congratulations to the Heavenly Court squad for completing the team dungeon. Difficulty, 12 stars. 12 stars? Isn't the maximum difficulty 5 stars? What kind of monsters are you? Wait, your voice, are you Lin Ling? Just as one of the professionals was staring at Lin Ling's partially revealed face and questioning him, Qin Xian and the rest of the team emerged from the portal. Boss, we're done, they announced. Outside, a commotion grew louder. It's the Lingxiao Heavenly Deer. What a massive flying beast. Jiang Shani dismounted from the divine deer and walked straight toward Lin Ling's group. Mingyin, the Dragon Nest selection tournament is about to start. Let's head back to the capital together. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Ling, awaiting his decision. Jiang Shani shot Lin Ling a sharp glare. Go on, take his deer. Old Jiang's deer is indeed impressive, Lin Ling said with a smile. Glad you know your place. Want to come to the capital too? Don't you need to craft your specialized weapon? Lin Ling shook his head. You all go ahead. I'll get there on my own. As the group departed on the Lingxiao Heavenly Deer, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sly smile. Old Jiang, by the time I arrive in the capital, you'll be in for another shock. He immediately began naming his forbidden spell. Renaming Flying Pet Summoning to Big Fish, the skill was successfully upgraded to the Flying Forbidden Spell Big Fish, capable of summoning the divine beast Kuanpeng, which could traverse thousands of miles in a single second. Lin Ling was just about to find a secluded spot to practice the newly learned Flying Forbidden Spell when 2 nationwide announcements from the Kyoto Forging Masters Guild suddenly popped up in front of him. One offered a high-paying position with an annual salary of 20 million for advanced forging masters above the 5th rank, while the other offered a 500 million reward for a solution to reduce the mana loss rate of enchantment stones to within 30. Seeing the words enchantment stone, Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. Ever since obtaining the Demon King's Heart and the Holy Light Gem, he hadn't found the time to upgrade his Ling Tian staff. Enchantment stones, as essential materials for enhancing and upgrading equipment, weren't particularly rare. They could be obtained by mining enchantment ores from various locations across Longhua and refining them. He recalled that in his previous life, public records from Meiwei had indeed documented a solution to the mana loss issue of enchantment stones. However, before ensuring the successful upgrade of his exclusive weapon, he had no intention of revealing this solution to the public. Considering his unfamiliarity with Kyoto, Lin Ling decided against heading there immediately. Instead, he quickly turned toward home, feeling an even stronger urge to attempt upgrading his exclusive weapon. Back home, Lin Ling immediately took out an enchantment stone and began carving runes into it based on his memory. Before long, he successfully refined the ordinary enchantment ore. After pulling up the forging panel to test it, the data showed that the mana loss rate of the first-grade enchantment stone was only 9. Seeing this figure, which far exceeded industry standards, a faint smile appeared on Lin Ling's lips. While the Forging Guild was still struggling with methods to refine second-grade enchantment stones, he could easily control the loss rate to under 10 and create first-grade enchantment stones. Next, he carefully retrieved the Holy Light Gem and the Demon King's Heart, beginning the process of fusion and embedding. If successful, his staff would be upgraded to a level 60 ultimate exclusive weapon. However, After an entire day and nearly 100 attempts with accurate methods and sequences, he still failed to complete the embedding. Lin Ling's bloodshot eyes reflected his frustration, though he was somewhat relieved that embedding failures only consumed enchantment stones and didn't waste other upgrade materials. As Elder Jiang said, either my forging skill level is too low, or the forging platform isn't sufficient. It seems impossible to create an exclusive weapon on my own, he muttered, putting away the materials and preparing to rest. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a thought began to take root in his mind, growing larger and larger. Why is it impossible? Can't my forbidden spell naming technique be applied to forging techniques? This idea made him sit up abruptly, his mind racing with possibilities. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with a song that could relate to forging techniques. It seems that throughout past and present lives, no songs have ever celebrated the work of artisans. Lin Ling gazed at the forging system before him, feeling like a butterfly trapped in a cocoon. Beyond lay a vast world, yet he could never seem to break free. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. An idea struck him, and he decided to rename the forging skill to breaking the cocoon. The system responded instantly. The initial skill, forging, was automatically upgraded to the industrial forbidden spell, breaking the cocoon. Upon using this skill, the caster would receive the blessing of the artisan god for 2 hours, mastering all the expertise of the 9th-tier forging profession. Every modified tool would be guaranteed an upgrade. Reading the skill description, Lin Ling's heart raced uncontrollably. This was nothing short of a divine ability. Overcome with excitement, he stood on his bed, waving a slipper in the air, and began singing "Invincibility is so lonely." But suddenly, the image of Ji Haigu popped into his mind, twisting his expression into one of discomfort. Sleep was now impossible. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Activate breaking the cocoon." Familiar music filled the room as the system notification appeared. The breaking the cocoon state had been activated. The forging system could now be used to enhance and upgrade any item, though high-level equipment required a matching advanced forging system. Eagerly, Lin Ling retrieved the Ling Tian staff and materials, placing them into the rudimentary forging system, only to receive a message. An advanced forging system was required for the upgrade. He then attempted to modify the Heart of Cooling, but the system indicated that, in addition to the advanced forging system, a cooling crystal was also needed. It's like having the skills of a master chef but no ingredients or tools, Lin Ling sighed. He immediately called Jiang Shani. During the call, he learned that cooling crystals could be obtained from a level 120 merman commander. He was also reminded that the second round of the Longchao selection tournament was in 3 days. Hearing about the high point rewards for the tournament stirred Lin Ling's interest. After hanging up, he rushed out of the city to a wide, open area. Raising his staff, he softly chanted, "Big fish." Instantly, an ethereal melody echoed across the land. In a flash, the sunlight vanished. A massive Kuanpeng obscured the sky, spanning the autumn fields of Lanbu City and the Xuanfu Bay City. Alarms blared loudly in both cities as the colossal creature loomed overhead. The sky suddenly darkened as countless professionals poured out from indoors, looking up at the heavens. The sight before their eyes left everyone utterly speechless. A colossal divine beast was circling high above, its massive form blotting out the sun. From first-tier novices to sixth-tier elites, everyone who gazed upon this scene instantly recognized the figure. It was unmistakably the divine beast from the Ji family's totem, the Kuanpeng. A real Kuanpeng had appeared within the borders of the Dragon Nation. Zhou Weiguo leaped into the air. Even with his strength as a sixth-tier powerhouse, he seemed insignificant in the presence of such a behemoth. But he quickly sensed something unusual. This Kuanpeng felt entirely different from Jiang Lao's Lingxiao heavenly deer. In the next moment, the Kuanpeng soared straight into the clouds. It was then that people noticed a figure standing steadily atop the Kunpeng's head. This discovery made Zhou Weiguo's pupils contract sharply. What kind of being could possibly control such a divine beast? Shock rippled through the crowd. In everyone's understanding, the Dragon Nation had never seen such a powerful figure, and even across the entire Blue Planet, beings capable of truly commanding a divine beast were exceedingly rare. Was this an undisclosed secret of the Dragon Nation, or was it a foreign powerhouse passing through? Just as the crowd erupted into speculation, the Kuanpeng twisted its massive body and vanished without a trace in an instant. The scene shifted to a base within the Dragon Nest at the Kyoto Bay City. Next up is Zhou Yuan versus GMO. The monitoring instructor announced. 2 figures clad in white assassin uniforms clashed in an instant. GMO moved like a phantom, delivering a precise knife-hand strike to his opponent's neck. The opponent's virtual health bar emptied in an instant. The entire match lasted only 4 seconds. GMO, you won't need to compete in the remaining matches. Proceed directly to the semi-finals in 3 days, the instructor said, handing him an advancement card. 10 matches, 10 wins, with the longest taking only 26 seconds, an awe-inspiring record. Wang Yilin versus Wu Min, the instructor continued. Wang Yilin, wearing a white headscarf, stepped into the arena. Opposite him stood a female competitor dressed in a black, tight-fitting leather outfit. Miss, do you want this to end quickly? Or should we take it slow? Wang Yilin teased with a smirk. The flippant comment infuriated his opponent. Disgusting! Wu Min shouted angrily. Her bow bent like a full moon as she fired 7 arrows in rapid succession within 3 seconds, showcasing a level of archery so precise that even the instructor nodded in approval. Hey, young lady, I was kindly asking you a question. So why are you insulting me? Wang Yilin's tone was displeased, but before he could finish speaking, arrows came hurtling toward him like shooting stars from beyond the 100-meter training field. Remaining calm, he raised his longbow in an instant, sending a flurry of arrows into flight. The 7 incoming arrows were all intercepted, while the 11 arrows he fired shot through the air. With a series of muffled impacts, the virtual health bar of the girl in the black leather outfit dropped to 0, declaring Wang Yilin the victor. Wang Yilin, what's the maximum number of arrows you can shoot at once? The instructor asked, his brow twitching as he observed the young man. At most, I can shoot 36 arrows in 1 second, Wang Yilin replied with an earnest smile. The instructor's face twitched and he barked, attack me with everything you've got. As he spoke, he swiftly retreated. In an instant, 36 arrows formed a seamless line, hurtling toward the instructor. As a 5-turn powerhouse, he initially dodged with ease, but the arrows grew faster and faster. After evading 25 arrows, he faltered slightly. With a startled yelp, ouch, 6 arrows struck his rear. Take this and get out of here. I don't want to see you for 3 days, the instructor grumbled, pulling out the arrows and tossing a promotion card toward Wang Yilin. Chun Outyin versus Li Taizhan, the instructor shouted irritably. 2 burly figures stepped into the arena. I won't move. Go ahead and attack. If you can make me take a single step, I'll admit defeat, Chun Outyin declared. Across from him, Li Tieshan's eyes lit up with excitement. As a berserker with an A talent and partial true damage, he wasted no time and launched a charge, swinging his greatsword directly at Chen Outyin's head. Bang! The blade struck, but Chen Outyin remained motionless. Instead, damage numbers floated above Li Tieshan's head. After 3 consecutive strikes, Li Tieshan's health bar was empty, and he stared in disbelief. What kind of talent is this? S level, immovable Thorn King armor. As long as I don't attack, I am immune to 99 of damage and reflect 100 of true damage, Chen Outyin explained calmly. What's the point of fighting then? I surrender, Li Taizhan grumbled, but before his words had fully settled, a piercing alarm blared across the area. The sky darkened abruptly. Everyone looked up to see a massive, fish-like creature gliding over Kyoto. The instructor immediately summoned a 5-meter-long white crane and took to the skies, but the crane stopped mid-ascent, paralyzed with fear. In an instant, the Kyoto Bay City was in turmoil. Hundreds of figures soared into the air, including several dozen 6-turn powerhouses and all the 7-turn ones. Thousands of laser cannons began charging, yet they could only watch helplessly as the colossal creature passed over Kyoto and headed toward the Jinhai Bay City. How could such a powerful being enter the Dragon Nation without our radar system detecting it in advance? Who is this entity? Could it be an 8-turn powerhouse passing through? Quick, notify the War God Temple's leader. As a fellow 8-turn powerhouse, they must determine whether this is friend or foe. Inside the War God Temple, Zhou Weiyun had already activated her prophecy technique. The moment she sensed the Kuan-Peng's presence, she began her divination. But before she could complete it, the aura had traveled from 1,000 miles away to directly overhead. For the first time in years, Zhou Weiyun felt this tense not out of fear of another 8-turn powerhouse, but because of the potential consequences of a confrontation over Kyoto. As the winds howled and clouds churned, a glowing screen unfolded before her, revealing a figure. Zhou Weiyun's expression froze instantly. Lin Ling? That little rascal scared the life out of me. In the wild coastal area of Tonggu Bay, near the Jinhai Bay City, a towering merman commander, standing over 50 meters tall, was swinging a massive blade made of fish bone. Around it, 2 teams of 100 members each were locked in fierce combat. Lindong, this boss was discovered first by my forging guild. Now you're swooping in to steal it when it's low on health? Have you no shame? Qiu Yi shouted angrily, her robes billowing in the sea breeze. There's no rule that says whoever sees the boss first gets to claim it, Lin Dong replied with a cold smirk, his staff glowing with a faint blue light. You're despicable, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the boss to be weakened before showing yourself. Despicable or not, that's not for you to decide, Lin Dong retorted, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I must have the cooling crystal. Attack with full force. The 2 teams were led by prominent figures from 2 of the top 10 families in Kyoto, one side commanded by Qiu Yi, the daughter of the Forging Guild's president, and the other by Lin Dong, the young master of the Lin family. Since the founding of the Forging Guild after the Great Convergence, the presidency had alternated between these two powerful families, with elections held every 2.5 years. The victor would secure an annual research funding subsidy of 100 billion. As the boss's health dropped to a tenth, a sudden rain of arrows pierced through the strands of the merman commander's hair and exploded within Qiu Ye's team, injuring 3 combatants instantly. Lin Dong, you coward! Qiu Yi retaliated immediately, unleashing a fire spell that streaked across the sky. Huh, Qiu Yi, why don't you marry me? Then our two families can rule the Forging Guild together, Lin Dong taunted with a laugh. Shameless! Qiu Yi spat back furiously. As the battle reached a stalemate, dozens of figures suddenly charged in from the flank, heading straight for the weakened boss. Qiu Ye's brows furrowed as she realized the boss was likely to fall into someone else's hands. With the boss' health reduced to just a few tens of thousands, it let out an earth-shaking roar and stomped its massive leg onto the shallow beach war stomp. The dying blow sent all the combatants flying hundreds of meters. A flicker of hope appeared in Qiu Ye's eyes. She quickly cast a flying pet summoning spell, and a golden eagle materialized beneath her feet, carrying her swiftly toward the boss. But just then, the sky darkened abruptly. A massive fish streaked across the heavens, diving straight into the sea and disappearing from sight. The golden eagle seemed to sense the call of the old master, diving rapidly towards the ground with Qiu Yi in tow. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the merman commander, a tall figure clad in a mage's robe, yet strangely wielding a spiked warhammer. A flash of white light, and the warhammer came crashing down on the merman commander's foot. A blood-curdling scream tore through the sky as the commander fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, his health instantly depleted. Before the glow of the dropped loot could fade, the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. Qiu Ye's furious scream echoed across the beach. Who stole my boss? My cooldown crystal. She pounded the sand with frustration, committing the side profile of the figure to memory. Meanwhile, Lin Ling, who had snatched the boss, was completely unaware of anyone else nearby. He was merely puzzled as to why he had encountered a boss with such low health. After finishing it off with a single strike, he activated his Skyview ability, only to realize that hundreds of people had gathered nearby. These people are really enthusiastic. Old Jiang said I didn't need any help. Lin Ling piloted his phantom mount, crossing thousands of miles in an instant to arrive at the War God Hall in Kyoto. As he stepped off his mount, he saw Jiang Shani and Zhou Weiyun waiting for him. Are you two here to welcome me? That's too kind, Lin Ling said with an awkward grin, feeling uneasy under their stern gazes. Still joking around? Zhou Weiyun grabbed his ear. Tell me, where did the Kuanping come from? Ow. Aunt Zhou, take it easy. Lin Ling finally caught on. It was old Jiang who gave me the flying pet summoning technique. I spent 5 billion to upgrade it to a forbidden spell. You really have the ability to turn ordinary skills into forbidden spells just by throwing money at them? Jiang Shani looked skeptical. Why would I lie to you? Do you know how broke I am? Lin Ling said with feigned seriousness. Those forbidden spells from a few days ago, aren't they all legit? Money made it happen. Zhou Weiyun stared him down. Is that the truth? I swear on the divine realm, every word is true, Lin Ling said, a sly glint in his eyes. I really do need money. Zhou Weiyun tossed him a skill book and 10 billion gold coins. Then show me right now. Lin Ling glanced at the skill book. Time travel, a level 90 requirement, capable of opening a time portal within a 7-day range. It was a rare skill worth billions. Erase the skill book and the money. Hurry up and make it happen, Zhou Weiyun urged. Aunt Zhou, this skill requires level 90 to learn, Lin Ling said, his eyes darting. Once I reach the level, I'll demonstrate it for you personally. Seeing the veins bulge on Zhou Weiyun's forehead, Lin Ling quickly changed the subject. I need to visit the blacksmith guild, so I want keep you too. Need me to handle that Qiu Yi girl for you? She's got quite the temper, Jiang Shani offered with a smile. Who do you think I am? There's no one Lin Ling can't handle, Lin Ling scoffed. By the way, thanks for helping with the boss. No need to assist me next time. See you in 3 days. Here, take this, Zhou Weiyun said with a stern expression, tossing him a smart key. It's for the house at Forbidden Manor. You probably don't have a place to stay yet. Thank you, Master of the Hall. Everyone I've met today has been so kind, Lin Ling said, catching the key before vanishing in an instant, his warlord cloak activated. Jiang Shani, however, was left puzzled. When did I help him with a boss? The Lin family in Kyoto. Old Master Lin Fan sat upright on an intricately carved wooden chair, his white tang suit exuding an aura of authority. When he heard the news that the cooling crystal had been intercepted, a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. What? We didn't get it? Qiu Yi got it? Lin Fan's voice carried a clear tone of anger. Grandfather, that's not it. Lin Dong trembled and quickly explained. At the time, a giant fish flew overhead. While we were watching, a young guy suddenly appeared and snatched the boss away. Old Master Lin furrowed his brows slightly, then revealed a meaningful smile. So, it was taken by a third party. Did you get a good look at him? We couldn't see clearly, just that he was wearing a mage's robe but wielding a wolf-tooth hammer, Lin Dong replied. A trace of doubt flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Send someone to find him. If the Chiu family gets to him first. I understand. Lin Dong made a decisive throat-slitting gesture. On the day of the election, ill arranged for assassins. Meanwhile, the doors of the Chiu family residence were gently pushed open. Chiu Ye's graceful figure appeared at the entrance, her fiery red mage robe trailing slightly, its hem dampened with sea foam, a sign of the challenges she had faced. At just 21 years old, as the sole heir of the Chiu family, she had already shouldered the family's heavy responsibilities. Not only was she a 4th-tier mage, but she had also reached the level of a 6th-tier forge master. Half of the custom tools ordered from Kyoto's forging guild bore her craftsmanship. What should I do? Chiu Yi murmured to herself. The enchantment stone is hard to refine, and without the cooling crystal, how can we compete with the Lin family in 7 days? I must find the person who took the crystal. Just then, a crisp ringtone broke the silence. Little fairy, pick up the phone. Chiu Yi immediately answered. Chiu Yi, someone has accepted the bounty. Head to the lab and see if you can refine the enchantment stone to a 25 loss rate. Got it, grandfather. I'm on my way. Elsewhere, Lin Ling left the War God Hall base and headed into Kyoto's city district. He searched online for workshops offering forging systems, but none met his needs. Finally, he turned his attention to the forging guild marked on the map. Though reluctant to owe any favors, he figured money might solve the problem. As he stepped into the empty guild hall, his eyes were drawn to a gilded plaque overhead that read, Kyoto's Premier Forging. Is anyone here? Lin Ling called out. A man in his 30s finally stood up behind the service desk, appearing bored and disheveled, wearing outdated clothes and exuding a lazy demeanor. What do you want? It's the weekend. We're closed. Go away, the man said with a yawn. Lin Ling frowned slightly and silently activated his insight skill. Name, Chao Ho. Occupation, Forge Master. Level, 142. He approached the desk and placed a 1,000 yuan note on it. Mr. Chao, I need your help with something. Chao Ho's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Oh, you know me? A friend recommended you, Lin Ling said with an awkward smile. He told me that Brother Chao is the strongest blacksmith of the younger generation in the blacksmith guild. He said if I ask for your help, it's a done deal. Oh, it must be that kid Huang Qing, right? He's always finding ways to trouble me, Chao Ho said, crossing his arms. Lin Ling's eyes gleamed with cunning, and he immediately went along with it. Yes, it was Brother Huang who introduced me. I just need to borrow the guild's forging system for a bit. It won't take long. As he spoke, he placed 1,000 yuan on the table. Not enough. Chao Ho glanced at the money on the table, speaking casually, clearly accustomed to such dealings. Lin Ling thought for a moment, then counted out another 4,000 and pushed it over. Chao Ho, still idly picking at his nails, said, Didn't Huang Qing tell you? Borrowing the system costs 10,000 per use. If you need a 3rd-tier enchantment stone, that's another 10,000. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Ling directly counted out another 5,000 and handed it over. This gesture made Chao Ho take a second, curious look at him. 3rd-tier enchantment stones rarely guarantee a successful equipment upgrade. Since you're so straightforward, they'll give you a discount 5,000 for 1 3rd-tier enchantment stone. No need. Just lead the way, Lin Ling said with a calm smile. Chao Ho glanced toward the door and discreetly pocketed the money. Are you a blacksmith too? I've only learned one forging technique. Lin Ling shook his head. I got lucky and found some upgrade materials. I just want to upgrade one of my pieces of equipment. Since you were introduced by a friend, we'll make an exception for you this time. But don't expect it again, Chao Ho said in a lowered voice. You'd better be quick. Our young lady is quite fierce. If she catches us, they'll be in big trouble. With that, he led Lin Ling deeper into the guild. Unlike research labs, the Blacksmith Guild's workshop didn't have many restrictions on outsiders. Inside the room, there was only one advanced forging system server, designed to prevent data leaks. As Chao Ho entered the password, the workshop door opened with a soft click. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The room before him was filled with a futuristic, high-tech atmosphere, as if he had stepped into another dimension. All right, brother. Hurry up. They'll keep watch outside, Chao Ho said before closing the door and leaving. Lin Ling quickly walked up to the advanced forging system and skillfully powered up the machine. Thanks to his experience during the breaking cocoon phase, he was even more adept at operating such advanced systems than Chao Ho. He retrieved the prepared 1st-tier enchantment stone and other upgrade materials, ready to conduct an upgrade test on the Heart of Cooldown. His goal was clear: to reduce the cooldown of the Heart of Cooldown's active skill 2. Currently, the skill slot was bound to forbidden spell naming, with a cooldown time of 12 hours. If he could reduce the cooldown to just 1 hour, he could use the forbidden spell twice consecutively. The system quickly displayed the upgrade prompt. Heart of Cooldown Legendary Special Item. Upgrade requirements. Blacksmith Profession level, 5 turn or higher. Advanced Forging System. Second tier Enchantment Stone 1. Cooldown Crystal 1. All requirements met. Proceed with upgrade? Seeing the notification, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Proceed. As he confirmed, dazzling streams of light illuminated the workshop. In an instant, the Heart of Cooldown emitted a brilliant silver glow. Upgrade successful. It worked. Lin Ling's eyes brightened as he eagerly began examining the equipment's updated attributes. Lin Ling gazed intently at the newly acquired Heart of Cooldown in his hand, astonished by the attributes of this epic grade special item. Not only did it provide a passive bonus of 50,000 mana for levels below 6 turn, but more importantly, it reduced the cooldown of skills below level 10 to just 1 second and decreased mana consumption by 90. The Heart of Cooldown featured 3 active skill slots. The first slot was already bound to the Earth Element Defensive Forbidden Spell, Invincibility. This was a non-offensive skill for levels below 30, required no mana to use, and had a fixed 15-second cooldown. The second slot was originally bound to the Forbidden Spell Naming Technique, but could be changed at any time. The third slot was yet to be bound. Both of these slots allowed the bound skills to be used once without consuming mana, without affecting the original cooldown time, with a usage interval of 60 minutes. This exceeds all my expectations, Lin Ling muttered, clenching his fist in excitement. The stat boost granted by the Cocoon Breakthrough State were indeed extraordinary, not only reducing cooldowns but also adding active skill slots and an extra 50,000 mana. Without hesitation, Lin Ling began to adjust his skill configuration. He replaced the second slot's naming technique with the skill Vitality, and bound the third slot to the Fire Element Forbidden Spell Meteor Shower. This meant that even without the support of the God of Magic's Rainfall, he could now cast 4 forbidden spells consecutively, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Just as he was about to start upgrading his specialized weapon, a sudden idea struck him. Since he was still in the Cocoon Breakthrough state, why not first try to improve the purity of the enchantment stone? Acting immediately, Lin Ling picked up a Grade 1 enchantment stone and used his forging skills to modify it. Soon, the stone emitted an unprecedented radiant glow. The results from the advanced forging system thrilled Lin Ling. The mana leakage rate of this enchantment stone was only 0.01, achieving a supreme grade quality. With this flawless material, the success rate of upgrading his specialized weapon would undoubtedly increase significantly. Lin Ling quickly reviewed the upgrade requirements for the initial form of the Skybreaker staff. In addition to needing an advanced forging system and a forging profession of 5 turn or higher, it also required a supreme grade enchantment stone, a holy light gem, and the heart of the Demon King. With all the conditions met, he resolutely initiated the upgrade process. As the system displayed upgrading equipment, Lin Ling held his breath. This upgrade carried immense significance for him, as he had come to realize that while he had mastered forbidden spells, their power still fell short compared to a 7-turn Grand Archmage. This discrepancy likely stemmed from shortcomings in his personal attributes. Lin Ling stood before the forging table, meticulously analyzing the equipment data. The base damage of a 7th-tier Grand Magus was 10,000, which could skyrocket to an astonishing 15 million when paired with forbidden spells. Although he possessed a forbidden spell with a base damage of 10 million, his own base damage was only 100. Even with a 10-fold multiplier, it would only reach 100,000, far less potent than a Grand Magus. However, with the right equipment, this gap could be quickly narrowed. Once he advanced to the Grand Magus rank, his forbidden spell damage could even surpass everyone else's. As he pondered this, the advanced forging system's screen suddenly gleamed with golden light. Congratulations, the Ling Tian staff has been successfully upgraded. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the equipment panel. Ling Tian staff refined. Main weapon custom exclusive set weapon. Level requirement, 60. Durability, 10001000. Attributes. Magic damage 5000. Strength 500. Stamina 500. Intelligence 1000. Agility 500. Health 30,000. Mana 30,000. Cooldown reduction 10. Paralysis chance 10. Mana cost reduction 5. Special effects. Full set bonus 9 pieces. Intelligence 2000. Active skill. Holy Light Burn burns 10 of the target's health and converts it into self-healing over 10 seconds. Passive effect. Increases total intelligence by 50 when equipped by a mage. Upgrade information. Next upgrade level requirement. Level 120. Required materials. Superior Enchantment Stone. Abyssal Mithril. Earth Core Ore. Mount Fuji Lava Essence. Gripping the silver glowing staff tightly, Lin Ling's eyes sparkled with determination. The next step was crafting the base forms of the remaining equipment, and the materials were already prepared. With the enhancement from his Cocoon Break state, The 3 problematic pieces detected by Yazzie were quickly perfected. Within just 10 minutes, the remaining 8 pieces of the Ling Tian set were also completed. He paid particular attention to the attribute panel of the Ling Tian robe. Ling Tian robe perfect base form. Category: robe custom exclusive set weapon. Level requirement: 60. Durability: 10001000. Base attributes and set effects not yet upgraded to refined. As Lin Ling was reviewing the equipment attributes, a knock came from outside the laboratory. Hey, young man, are you done yet? Our young lady has returned. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.